The boy possessed the strongest talent and had just awakened his S-rank talent, the Fate Bone. As soon as he entered the house that night, his grandfather ordered someone to knock him out and tie him to a chair. Then, his grandfather personally dug out his S-rank Fate Bone and gave it to his cousin as a birthday gift. When Chu Tian opened his eyes again, his chest was already drenched in blood, and his mother was covered in blood, desperately struggling to break free from the control of two men. Not far away, there was a young boy holding a crystal-clear white bone stained with blood, his eyes filled with excitement and greed. Suddenly, a massive fragment of memory surged into Chu Tian's mind. After he fully digested it, he finally understood everything. A wave of murderous intent surged in Chu Tian's eyes. When Xu Wenzhong, sitting in a high position, sensed this murderous intent, he raised an eyebrow and his expression darkened slightly. Chu Tian, although I dug out your Fate Bone, it was for your own good. Do you think it's appropriate for you to merge a sword bone with a holy bone? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's eyes turned blood red, and blood flowed from his mouth. Since my good grandfather said so, should I still thank you? Shouldn't you thank me? Xu Wenzhong retorted. Thank you. I should thank you. Chu Tian's tiger-like eyes widened as he shouted. Chu Tian, thank you, grandfather, for digging out my holy bone. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath weak. Xiao Tian's mother, Wang Huiru, finally broke free from the control of the Chu family's guards, rolling and crawling to Chu Tian's side, embracing him tightly as tears streamed down her face. Xiao Tian, what happened? Don't scare mommy. Chu Tian opened his eyes, his vision a bit blurry, and he called out intermittently, Mom, I'm fine. Wang Huiru's heart ached like a knife, and she knelt before the indifferent Xu Wenzhong, pleading desperately, Dad, no matter what, Xiao Tian has the blood of the Chu family in him. Please, let him live, he's not doing well. Dad, I'm begging you. Wang Huiru cried out and slammed her head against the ground. For her son's life was more important than anything. Unexpectedly, a bloodied hand intercepted her head in mid-air, and with a crack, it fell to the ground. A thunderclap split the sky, just illuminating Chu Tian's face, pale yet resolute. Chu Tian shook his head slightly. Mom, he doesn't deserve it. Although his voice was weak, it contained an indomitable will. Oh, quite spirited, my dear brother. Thank you for your birthday gift, I really like it. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, and not far away, Chu Feng held the talent bone stained with Chu Tian's blood against his chest, his eyes full of derision. Brother, you must live well and witness my rise. After all, to dig out your holy bone, I sacrificed 10 years of my life. I wonder how many elixirs I need to take to make up for it. Ha ha ha. The harsh laughter echoed in the villa's hall. However, at this moment, Chu Tian was dumbfounded, completely immersed in the sudden system prompt that rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the Shark No Degree 3 Alter C Meeting Killing God system. The Killing God system allows you to gain killing points by defeating or killing any hostile life. For every 10,000 accumulated killing points, you can randomly draw a reward of a divine ability or magical treasure. Given that the host's life is in danger, a beginner's gift package is awarded, along with an SSS-level talent, the Fate Demon Flame Severing Body. As soon as the system prompt finished, Chu Tian quickly said, Wait a minute, let me leave the Chu family before I receive the beginner's gift package. Ding! Received. Chu Tian took a deep breath and thought, the golden finger has arrived. This is more like it. Though dangerous, it guarantees invincibility. Alright, Xiao Feng, Master Lin has already arrived. Don't let this waste delay your best opportunity to fuse the S-level talent Fate Bone. Xu Wenzhong's voice was very kind, and his gaze towards Chu Feng was filled with appreciation and pride. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell on Chu Tian, besides disgust, a hint of killing intent also surfaced. The Chu family does not raise waste. Not killing you is my last act of mercy. Get lost. With his mother's support, Chu Tian struggled to stand up, his gaze fixed on the high and mighty Xu Wenzhong, his eyes calm as water. He declared firmly, Old man, I will definitely kill you. Absolutely. Xu Wenzhong snorted coldly, dismissive, waste, having lost the talent Fate Bone, you are either dead or crippled. Killing me? You should survive first. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. I just want you dead. After saying this, Chu Tian turned to Wang Huiru and softly said, Mom, let's go. Xiao Tian, hold on. Mom will take you to the clinic right away. Wang Huiru said as she carried Chu Tian on her back, her legs going weak, almost falling, but she gritted her teeth and persevered, struggling to walk towards the Chu family villa's hall. Behind him came the unrestrained mocking laughter of Chu Feng. Chu Tian, next time we meet, I will personally take your life. After hearing this, Chu Tian curled his lips, a bright smile on his face. This guy probably still doesn't know what it means for a transmigrator to receive a golden finger. Thunder rumbled, the sound of lightning was deafening, and the heavy rain poured down, with beads of rain pattering against Chu Tian's body, soaking his clothes instantly. Wang Huiru staggered, her steps heavy, and with each step, she splashed large amounts of water. Son, you must not close your eyes, and definitely don't fall asleep. Talk to mom. I'm taking you to the clinic now. You will definitely be fine. You will definitely be fine. Chu Tian looked at that not very wide and even very weak back, his nose tinged with sourness, tears streaming down. Mom, let's go home. Mom, let's go home. Hearing Chu Tian's weak voice, Wang Huiru was anxious. Xiao Tian, Mom will take you to the clinic first. Once your injuries are stable, we will go home. Mom, my injury is not serious. I won't die. Let's go home first. I'm a bit cold. Chu Tian's teeth were chattering. He was really cold. His innate bone was dug out, and he was drenched like a drowned rat, feeling utterly chilled. After hearing this, Wang Huiru quickly nodded. Okay, Mom will take you home right now. After more than 10 minutes, the two arrived in front of a two-story small building, a standalone house that looked quite old. Wang Huiru took out the key, skillfully opened the rusty iron gate, and pushed the door open. This was Chu Tian's home, and this two-story small building was the property of his father during his lifetime, not under the Chu family's name. Back in the bedroom, Wang Huiru gently set Chu Tian down, took out a clean set of pajamas, and softly said, Xiao Tian, change your clothes first so you don't catch a cold. I'll go boil some water. Okay. Watching Wang Huiru's busy figure, a warm current surged in Chu Tian's heart, spreading to every corner of his body. Xiao Tian, quickly drink some hot water. Soon, Wang Huiru's voice rang out from outside the door as she walked in with a cup of boiling water. Chu Tian lay on the bed and took a sip through a straw. Mom, this boiled water tastes like mom. However, Wang Huiru frowned, her face full of worry. Xiao Tian, are you really sure you don't want to go to the clinic? Losing your innate bone talent has harmed your foundation. I'm afraid. Chu Tian shook his head slightly, smiling as he interrupted her. Mom, I wouldn't joke about my health. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Seeing that Chu Tian's complexion was gradually improving, Wang Huiru's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, slowly settled down. However, her eyes were still filled with concern, and her voice trembled a bit. Son, you must not go anywhere these days. Just stay home and take care of your health. I will find a way to transfer you to another school. Why transfer schools? You silly child. Your innate bone talent was taken away, and it caused quite a stir at Yangcheng No. 1 High School. I'm afraid your classmates will mock you. Not to mention there's Chu Feng. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing. Mom, whether it's Chu Feng or the Chu family, for everything they have done to us, I will make them pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. This statement was filled with ambition, but it only made Wang Huiru feel more heartbroken. Losing the innate bone talent is equivalent to becoming useless, and the path of cultivation comes to a standstill. A week later, during the Tianyuan battle, both the military and political leaders of the Jilin province will pay attention. At that time, with his S-level talent bone, Chu Feng will surely stand out, soaring to great heights, and the entire Chu family will rise along with him, an unstoppable momentum. There is no hope for revenge in this life. However, how could Wang Huiru undermine her son's confidence? She patted Chu Tian's shoulder and comforted him, saying, Xiao Tian, all I hope for is that you are safe and healthy. Chu Tian saw through it but said nothing. Mom, I'm tired. You should go back and rest early. If you feel unwell, remember to call me loudly. The moment he heard the door close, Chu Tian lifted the blanket, sat cross-legged, and secretly thought, System, ding, where is the system? I want the beginner's gift package. Ding, the beginner's gift package is activated. SSS-level talent bone, demon flame broken body. As soon as the system prompt finished, a fire ignited out of nowhere, and red demon flames burned fiercely, instantly engulfing Chu Tian. The flames rampaged like a fire dragon, and the temperature in the room soared sharply, distorting the surrounding air. Chu Tian's body trembled in the blazing flames, every inch of his skin enduring extreme pain. However, he clenched his teeth and said nothing. How can you slack off in your practice? The power of the devil flame calcined body penetrated deep into his bones and marrow, constantly tempering his bones, making them crystal clear, as if they were divine jade, and filled with explosive power. The originally pale face gradually flushed red, the meridians widened and hardened under the scorching flames, and the spiritual energy rushed and surged in them like magma. When the flames converged as much as they could, Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes and his essence light exploded. In an instant, the aura on his body began to soar, causing palpitations, as if a demon god had descended. At the same time, a seven-colored halo of divine and powerful light appeared on Chu Tian's chest. SSS grade talent life bone? Chu Tian murmured to himself. In the next second, the aura in his body operated on its own, flowing through his limbs and bones, easily breaking through the barriers as his realm began to soar. The 7 turns of the first realm are broken. 8 turns in the first realm, broken. 9 turns in the first realm, broken. The frontiers turned and stopped. Phew! Is this the joy of hanging? Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. His body's chi and blood surged. His aura overflowed, and his injuries were instantly healed. He stood up and moved his muscles, looking out the window at the raging storm. At this point, there was a click. A thunderbolt pierced straight through the sky, only to see the devilish flames in Chu Tian's pupils suddenly rose, containing endless killing opportunities. I want this heaven and earth to know my name. The next day, the sun is shining and the sky is clear. Chu Tian's face is rosy, chi and blood. He ate breakfast after exhausting words, finally convinced his mother. Ride to Jiangqing First Middle School. His appearance immediately caused quite a stir inside the school. Yesterday, he awakened the S-rank talent Fate Bone and was scooped up at night. This matter is well known. What's more, all of them have already written this incident into a face-slapping revenge novel. Asterisk. Quickly look, that person seems to be Chu Tian. He actually didn't die? It would be better to die. Now he must be even worse than dead. S-class talent Lifebone. Ah, doing the graft for Chu Feng. It's pathetic to think about it. I wonder if those mortals who were once overshadowed by his light will take advantage of the situation. Definitely. Isn't this coming? Chu Tian, get your ass over here. My boyfriend wants to spar with you. Don't dawdle. Hurry up. Suddenly, a toe-curling voice rang out. Chu Tian sniffed and looked. Right in front of him stood a young girl with her hands crossed and wearing a green-colored broken flower dress. The sweet face was full of impatience and disgust. The moment he saw her, Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and a murderous aura filled his eyes. Chu Shui, Chu Feng's own sister, and the Chu family's group of animals are all the same. On weekdays, he relied on Chu Wenzhong's favor to make things difficult for himself. Now that she was kicked out of the Chu family, this woman was even more reckless, and her bullying alone didn't count. She even invited her boyfriend to come along in a group. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth rose and he snorted, saying, "All want to step on me, don't they? Waste. Cut the crap and come with me. It's your honor to be my boyfriend's chaperone." After Chu Shui finished speaking, certain that Chu Tian would not dare to disobey her orders, she directly turned around and left, just like a proud white swan. However, Chu Tian did follow. All the munchers followed closely behind. Chapter 3 Shut Your Father's Mouth. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Martial Arts Field. A handsome-looking, well-built teenager was unusually brave in the ring, and the difference in the strength of his opponents was too great for him to be a match at all. Brother Bo Chi, this punk Chu Tian is here. Let him be your chaperone. Chu Shui changed the image of a high and mighty little princess, completely a nymphomaniac girl, bouncing and running up to the ring, her eyes full of admiration. Brother Bo Chi, you're awesome. The teenager cupped Chu Shui's chin and asked in a small voice, "Am I not good in bed?" Awesome. Chu Shui was as thin as a mosquito voice. Then she turned her head to look at Chu Tian under the ring and said in a sinister manner, "Brother Boki, hit harder in a while. It's okay to kill him." Good point. Go down and wait for me, and after I've finished with this loser, the two of us will go to the hotel to spar as well. The teenager said this while patting Chu Shui's little but hard, drawing a pout from the latter. Roll on up, former genius. The young man's high and mighty bellowing voice echoed over the entire martial arts arena. Zhang Boki is such a dog, taking advantage of people. To be able to trample the heavenly god under his feet was Zhang Boki's dream all along. And now that his dream has come true, this pussy can wake up from dreaming with a smile on his face. Life is unpredictable, and the large intestine is a small intestine. The man who went up the mountain, mocking the god who went down? How ridiculous. The surrounding murmurs didn't make Zhang Boki restrain himself. Instead, he became more and more rampant. Rubbish, you won't be afraid. Chu Tian lifted the corners of his mouth with a disdainful expression as he leaped and jumped straight into the ring. He looked at Zhang Boki with a smile on his face and slowly opened his mouth. Afraid? Afraid of this 2B gifted life bone of yours? Or the seventh turn of the primordial realm? Zhang Boki's brows were furrowed. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of oppression from the moment Chu Tian jumped into the ring. No, it must be an illusion. He had clearly been gutted of his natural life bone and had become a waste. With this in mind, Zhang Boki regained his self-confidence, gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, and looked straight at Chu Tian on the opposite side, his eyes full of gloom as he angrily said, "Come on, let me see how many kilograms you still have left in this first genius. Shut your father's mouth and blah 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 one more time and I'll make you fly." Chu Tian's face sank slightly, his patience value gradually running out. Great! A hideous smile surfaced at the corner of Zhang Boki's mouth. Waste! I originally wanted to put some water on you. Now I've changed my attention. I'm going to make you long-winded. Chu Tian's patience value was completely exhausted. Abruptly, when he took a step, a rainbow light suddenly swept across the ring. Immediately afterward, there was a click. The sound of ripping air exploded. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes under the ring, Chu Tian almost instantly moved to Zhang Boqi's body. Without any fancy moves, a punch was thrown. The fist that was shrouded in demonic flames and wrapped in immense power directly shattered Zhang Boqi's right shoulder with a destructive force. Ka-ching! A numbing bone-cracking sound then exploded. A flower of blood blossomed on Zhang Boqi's shoulder, and his body was smashed by a huge force as he flew backwards, and then ruthlessly smashed onto the edge of the high platform, splattering a large amount of debris. Ah! Miserable wails came out from Zhang Boqi's mouth, and the sharp pain coming from his shoulder caused him to twist his body frantically. He didn't even see the speed of his opponent's punch. It's too fast. Moreover, Chu Tian actually did what he said and really let him fly. Other than him, the entire martial arts arena was dead silent at the moment. A crowd of eaters stared dumbfounded at the scene. However, Chu Tian did not stop, and under the gaze of the crowd with eyes full of astonishment, he flew forward. Zhang Boqi's reaction was quite timely. A donkey roll, dodging Chu Tian's fists, rolling and crawling to his feet. His features twisted and gradually became hideous as he hissed and growled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be so strong when you've been tapped out of your talent lifebone and have turned into an invalid? Noisy. Before the words fell, Chu Tian shot out explosively, sensing the danger. Zhang Boqi was just about to step back when a slender palm reached out and pressed down, and a huge force erupted violently, flinging his head heavily onto the ground. Under the huge impact, Zhang Boqi's eyes were starry and he instinctively curled up, but then a soul with on it fell from the sky. Bang! Dull sounds rang out one after another. Zhang Boqi took advantage of the fact that he still had the last bit of consciousness, couldn't care less about his face, and said vaguely, I recognize. Late. Boom boom boom. Chu Tian's foot kicked out a trail of residual shadows. Blood was soaring and the ring was trembling. Zhang Boqi's miserable screams became weaker and weaker, finally until they disappeared. Ding! Kill value, plus 100. Kill value, 100 cumulative. Remarks, the more powerful the defeated opponent is to the host, and the heavier the damage inflicted, the more battle kill value is gained. When Chu Tian heard the system beeps coming from his mind, his eyes narrowed slightly and lifted the corner of his mouth to secretly say, very well, I've gradually understood everything. A burst of cheers suddenly erupted from the silent martial arts arena. Woohoo! The god of heaven is mighty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Worthy of being a heavenly god. Even if you're digging up your gifted lifebones, what can you do? My destiny is mine and not God's. Good guy. I'll call out good guy straight away. As powerful as ever without a gifted lifebone. There was a loud murmur on the floor. Amidst the deafening cries, Xu Shui finally came back to her senses. Looking at Zhang Boqi in the ring, who seemed like a dead dog, she looked like she had seen a living ghost, staring with wide eyes and muttering to herself. Impossible. How could brother Bo Chi lose to a loser? It must be his trickery. Yes, it's him who's playing the trick. Waste. Stop. Stop your feet. Xu Shui rushed headlong into the ring and snapped. Chu Tian, have you eaten your bear heart and leopard gall, daring to hit my boyfriend? You quickly stop. The noisy martial arts arena was once again silent. Chu Tian stepped on Zhang Boqi's face, a faint smile on his lips. You called me a waste. Then what is he? For a while, Xu Shui was speechless, stammered for half a day, and said through clenched teeth, Chu Tian, you shameless waste of space, you've definitely pulled a scam. Ha! It's a bit interesting. The Chu family's people are really also shameless. What did you say? Say it again. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and burst out. Word for word, people of the Chu family, all of them are shameless. Waste. You seek death. With a hot head, Xu Shui revolved her aura and charged towards Chu Tian. But the next second, pop, accompanied by a crisp sound, Xu Shui slammed headfirst into the ring, and that originally quite delicate little face was covered with 5 scarlet fingerprints. Mariko's head was also smacked apart by Chu Tian. It looks like the broken horse is flying. Ryoko. Xu Shui covered her face and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then raised her head to look at Chu Tian incredulously. You dare to hit me? Chapter 4 Oxhorse Fist. How about a little more to clear your head? Ah, Chu Tian. You punk. I'll kill you. Xu Shui's eyes were enraged and she climbed up as if she was crazy, once again revolving her aura and charging towards Chu Tian. She hissed and threatened. Rubbish. If you dare to fight back, I'll let you die. The distance of a dozen meters was instantaneous. Waste. Go to hell. Xu Shui was very confident. She thought that Chu Tian absolutely did not dare to fight back. This punch was killing. If it was smashed, it would be either dead or disabled. Bang! There was a sudden muffled thud. The sardonic smile on Xu Shui's face instantly solidified, and she growled sternly. Let go. Who gave you the guts to actually dare to hide? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You are wicked. As soon as Chu Tian's words fell, he only heard a click. Xu Shui's wrist was broken in response to the sound. and the white bones were exposed. Ah! My hand! The screams tore at his heart. However, this is only the beginning. Chu Tian backhandedly grabbed Chu Shui's messy long hair and swung it up, without any fancy maneuvers, directly pressing it vigorously towards the ground. Bang! 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 Dull sounds rang out one after another. The ring crumbled and debris flew across the stage. The people eating inside the martial arts arena were all dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. Every time Chu Shui slammed into the ground, it seemed to slam into their bodies, trembling along with the rhythm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's ing ruthless. With this set of moves, Chu Shui's blood bar is almost at the bottom. Chu Tian may have vented all the aggression he's suffered for over 10 years. Have you guys noticed a problem? Chu Tian seems to have changed. Boo! In the midst of all the talk, Chu Shui was lying on the ground like a dead dog, not moving, looking dying. Kill value, plus 105. Kill value accumulated, 205. As soon as the system tone ended, Chu Tian stepped on Chu Shui's already disfigured face and left. The melon eaters saw that there was no melon to eat and dispersed. Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School, Senior Martial Arts Class 1, Rear Window, Home of the King. Chu Tian looked sideways at the window. His eyes flickered and he fell into contemplation. At the moment, the divine ability granted by the system was only the Samadhi True Flame. If there was a battle, it was still necessary to rely on martial arts. Carrying an SSS grade talented lifebone, it was a very easy thing for him to cultivate martial arts, and he only needed to make a slight strike to be the limit. However, the problem he was facing now was that there was no suitable martial art. Chu Tian had once applied to the Chu family to cultivate martial arts, but he was rejected by Chu Wenzhong, even if it was a first-order martial art. As for the martial skills of Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School, one was only qualified to cultivate them after awakening their natural lifebone, and if their lifebone grade was at least B rank. Nowadays, Chu Tian only had a first-order martial art, the Bull and Horse Fist, which his mother had sold his father's love token in exchange for. Bull and Horse Fist for Bull and Horse. Ding! Kill value has another ability, improve martial arts and level up. Does the host consume the kill value to improve and level up the martial arts? When Chu Tian heard the system's beep, a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect there to be unexpected surprises, but any second of hesitation is disrespectful. Extra points. Stud. Ding. Consuming 205 points of kill value. Martial arts improved and leveled up. Improvement completed. 7th ranked martial art, Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist. Stud is an art. The Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist leveled the Bull and Horse Fist and even managed to replicate the proficiency. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes. The bottom of his eyes lit up with crimson demonic flames that seemed to be able to burn everything. Moreover, an extremely terrifying power of dragon and tiger emanated from his body. The Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist with great proficiency was actually as terrifying as this. Trudy, get your ass out here and follow me to the office. Suddenly, a roar broke the silence in the classroom. All the students looked at the sound, and when they saw the black-faced middle-aged man standing in the doorway, they all shrunk their heads and their faces became very wonderful. Chu Tian, of course, also recognizes this person. Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School's notorious dog basket teaching director, Li Taichung, Pan Realm 1 turn. At the same time, Li Taichung had another identity, the son-in-law of the Chu family. Without this status, it would have been impossible for him to become the director of instruction with his realm, and the digging up of his own S-rank talent lifebone was directly related to him. Blood feuds are not shared. I thought it was someone's dog barking wildly, but it turns out to be the Chu family's dog. Chu Tian slowly opened his mouth, his voice loud and clear. For a moment, the classroom was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Li Taichung eyes staring round. How did not expect. In front of the eyes of this waste actually dared to in front of the whole class of students, openly insulted him as Chu family's dog. It's something he's always been against, because it's the truth. How dare you? Li Taichung shouted angrily, his face turning blue, his fists clenched, and his knuckles making a clicking sound. He walked into the classroom in large strides, his gaze stabbing at Chu Tian like a knife. You're a punk and you dare to be arrogant in front of me? It seems like you're tired of living. Chu Tian let out a cold smile and slowly stood up, his gaze locking eyes with Li Taichung without fear. The aura on his body suddenly changed, as if a long-dormant beast had suddenly awakened, emitting a palpitating pressure all over his body. There were hidden dragon and tiger shadows crisscrossing behind it, and it was majestic. Chu Tian's tone was icy cold and killing intent filled his eyes. If you want to make a move, feel free to try. Li Taichung's face was stunned. Then he laughed coldly and said, are you crazy, you punk? You still want to fight me? I want to try. Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth and smiled cynically. Ah ha ha ha. Li Taichung laughed as if he had heard a heavenly joke. Since you are bent on death, then I will fulfill you. Just in time to clean up the door for the Chu family. The words were not yet spoken. The smile on Li Tietjing's face was instantly replaced by a grim killing machine. He clenched his hands into fists, pinching out gusts of sonic booms, and blasted out with a powerful punch, carrying a harsh and strong wind. However, Chu Tian was not the least bit flustered, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He moved his feet slightly, his body shifted sideways like a ghost, easily avoiding Li Tietjing's attack. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and red-colored flames suddenly flared up on his fist, bringing with it the violent power of the dragon and tiger as he ruthlessly smashed into Li Tietjing's abdomen. Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist. Bang! A muffled sound. Li Tietjing only felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen, and his whole body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, hitting the wall of the classroom heavily. Ka-ching! Suddenly, the wall instantly cracked open several gaps. Put! Li Tietjing sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief. He'd thought of a million endings, but not this one. No! Impossible! How could I be blown away by a punch from a punk like you? Li Tietjing was hysterical, standing up with all his might, his aura stirring around him. I'd rather believe that it was a dream just now than believe that I'll be blown away by a punk like you. Then you'll keep living in your dreams. Chapter 5 Have an opinion reservation. Then you'll keep living in your dreams. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he took a step out, and the ground crumbled and debris flew across the ground. Li Tietjing's face was hideous as he frantically worked his aura and shouted sternly, "Waste, I'm going to let you die." After the words, he shot out explosively. Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth and snorted. Being a dog requires the awareness of being a dog. Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist. Accompanied by an explosive shout, Chu Tian blasted out with a fist, and the demonic flames transformed into the form of dragons and tigers, encircling his arm. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar was deafening. Li Tietjing's pupils contracted. A flash of panic surfaced in his eyes, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. But at this point there was no way back. I don't believe it. You punks still want to turn the tables. Fu fist. 4th ranked martial arts. Li Tietjing didn't have any reservations and swung his fist to smash out, like a tiger descending from a mountain, with a fierce momentum. Boom! 2 fists against each other. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. No way! Li Tietjing lost his voice and shrieked, his eyes filled with horror as the demonic flames in the state of dragon and tiger engulfed his attack with a destructive force. In the next second, the demonic flames that burned everything swept over him like a wave, enveloping his entire arm. Li Tietjing let out a mournful scream as his arm was engulfed by the demonic flames. His skin quickly scorched black under the high temperature, and his flesh and blood turned into ashes in the flames. His features became more and more distorted, his eyes full of fear. Chu Tian coldly watched the scene without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. He slowly retracted his fist, and the demonic flames in the form of a dragon and tiger dissipated, leaving only a burnt odor in the air. Li Tietjing was like an amnesty. The drilling pain made him nearly faint a few times. Looking at the black bone hanging above his shoulder, he once again let out a miserable scream. The surrounding crowd of eaters who witnessed the whole process were all dumbfounded and looked like they had seen a living ghost. What did I see? Chu Tian actually wasted the director of instruction. The heavenly god is going against the heavens. Li Tietjing is the first turn of the 3rd realm. Wow. It's on. It's definitely on. I'll eat it if it's not. Kill value, plus 300. Kill value accumulated, 300. Under the heated murmurs, Chu Tian slowly opened his mouth and threw his voice. The next time we meet again, I will take your dog's life. Li Tietjing raised his head with difficulty, when he saw the cold gaze of the teenager in front of him. His heart seemed to be clenched by a big hand, and the suffocation of death instantly swept through his body. He had never seen such horrible eyes. Li Tietjing's heart set off shocking waves, and he couldn't help but secretly ask, is this still the same waste that had his natural life bone dug out? Chu Tian, although I don't know why you've suddenly become so strong, I'll tell you that there's no good end to going against the Chu family. Chu Feng has already perfectly fused your life bone, and when the heavenly abyss proposed battle begins, he will soar into the sky, and at that time, you will definitely die. Li Tietjing hissed. Only then would the fear in his heart disappear. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold aura erupting as he snorted and said, Heavenly Abyss proposed battle? Actually, I'm also looking forward to the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle. You look forward to the Tian Yuan proposed battle? Li Tietjing laughed fiercely. You have already violated the school rules by injuring me, and you still want to go to the Tian Yuan proposed battle. Dream on. You'll just wait to be fired. Bang! With a sudden muffled sound, Chu Tian's foot plunged into Li Tietjing's mouth, kicking the rest of the latter's words, along with his teeth, hard back into his stomach. At the same time, an old man with gray hair appeared at the door, his hands behind his back, not angry and authoritative. Stop! The loud voice was not to be questioned. Principal of Jiangcheng, no. 1 Middle School. Huang Xiyu. When Chu Tian heard this, he had to pull his foot out, with a couple of teeth lodged in the bottom of his shoe. At this time, Li Taichung looked at Huang Xiyu as if he had seen his own father, flushed with excitement and shouting, "Ah, Principal Huang, you have to do it for me, ah, Chu Tian this waist." "Shut up." Huang Xiyu came to the front of the two in large strides, looking at the badly injured Li Taichung on the ground. His eyes flickered and his brows furrowed slightly. With that, he looked up at Chu Tian. "Did you injure him like this?" "That's him. All the students can prove it," Li Taichung shouted before him, and without any sophistry, Chu Tian nodded and said, "It's me." "Fire me? Fire you?" Huang Xiyu raised an eyebrow. "Who said I was going to fire you? I've already understood what happened. It was Li Taichung who struck first. You acted in self-defense." Everyone froze at these words. Li Taichung's face gradually distorted as he angrily said, "Principal Huang, what are you saying? He was in self-defense. You have a problem with that?" "There. I have a big problem with that. Opinions reserved." Huang Xiyu's words infuriated Li Taichung with internal injuries. His blood surged up, his throat was sweet, blood spurted wildly, and he spoke sternly, "Principal Huang, you are harboring Chu Tian. He assaulted the head teacher. He should be expelled." Huang Xiyu sniffed and nodded slightly. "You have a point." Li Taichung finally breathed a sigh of relief. Excited mood has not waited to calm down. Huang Xiyu added, "Li Taichung inflicted harm on the students and showed favoritism. Jiangchang no. 1 Middle School does not allow such scum to exist. You are now expelled. Get out." These words were like a heavy hammer to Li Taichung, hitting his heart hard, only to see. Li Taichung's face was immediately ugly as if he had eaten, but more than that, he was still incredulous. "Principal Huang, you're going to fire me. Get out." Huang Xiyu did not bother to talk nonsense. A role clear and concise. Li Taichung's tongue stood up. "Fierce, Principal Huang, before you make this decision, should not you communicate with my father-in-law Chu Wenzhong? Go back and tell Chu Wenzhong, if you don't want things to get out of hand, don't look for trouble with Chu Tian anymore, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Get out." Huang Xiyu seemed to have moved to kill, his aura overflowing and spewing out from the sky. Li Taichung faced the pressure of the aura of a peak royal realm powerhouse, as if he was being pressed by a mountain, and with a plopping sound, he fell to the ground, struggling to survive. "Get out." Huang Xiyu let out an explosive cry. Li Taichung struggled to stand up and rushed out of the classroom with a roll. Chu Tian on the side frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Huang Xiyu's favoritism was already very obvious. In order to save himself, he actually went so far as to offend the Chu family. What exactly is his reason? If the gifted life bone hadn't been dug up, that would explain it. But now, the whole city of Jiangqing people know that he has been reduced to an invalid. It doesn't make sense. Does he know I'm open and want to hug me? The idea was snuffed out just as soon as it popped up. Huang Xiyu looked sideways at Chu Tian, whose eyes were full of incomprehension. His eyes were slightly complicated. "You and I will come here." After saying that, without waiting for Chu Tian to react, he raised his leg and walked forward, and Chu Tian wanted to figure out why, so he could only quickly follow. Chapter 6 Thundering 3000. Principal's Office. Chu Tian had just sat down when a faint smile appeared on Huang Xiyu's face. "It seems that the loss of the gifted fate bone doesn't have much of an effect on you," Chu Tian said ambiguously. "I'm counting this as a blessing in disguise. I don't know what the principal called me for." "Oh, what a blessing in disguise." Huang Xiyu looked deeply at Chu Tian and didn't pursue the question, but took out a piece of paper and pushed it over, saying in a deep voice, "This is a letter of introduction from the Martial Arts Pavilion. The proposed battle at Tianyuan is imminent. Take it and go to the Martial Technique Pavilion to choose a martial art. Sharpening your spear in the battlefield is not fast enough. Go." Looking at this letter of introduction in front of him, Chu Tian frowned slightly. "Headmaster, it's not appropriate for me to have my life bones dug up." Huang Xiyu shook his head and smiled lightly. "Although, your life bone was dug up, but now it seems that it doesn't affect you much. Take it. You deserve it." With a beat of his voice, he continued, "You don't have to worry about the Chu family. I'll take care of it. Principal Huang, I would like to know what is the purpose of you doing this." Chu Tian hesitated for a long time, but still asked what was confusing in his heart. Huang Xiyu lifted his head, eyes glazed over with a hint of remembrance in his eyes, and slowly said, "Consider it as me repaying your father. He was kind to me." "Father?" Chu Tian repeated a sound, but what a strange word it was to him. In the original owner's memory, she had almost zero impression of her father, and even her looks were very vague. However, blood is thicker than water. When the word father came out of his mouth, Chu Tian's nose was sore, his eyes reddened, and he asked carefully, My father, is he still alive?" Huang Xiyu sighed and shook his head. "I don't know. Your father's matter It's better to wait for you to slowly find out yourself. After saying that, he waved his hand and gave an expulsion order. Go! Cultivate hard and strive to give the Chu family a surprise at the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle. Chu Tian stood up and left with his head down. He walked aimlessly, trying to remember everything related to his father, but that memory was blank. Hello student, the martial arts pavilion is not open to the public. Please stay. The sudden sound interrupted Chu Tian's thoughts, and he stopped and looked up. The three big words martial arts pavilion were very eye-catching. Without realizing it, he had actually arrived at the martial arts pavilion. Phew! Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, retrieved his thoughts, took out the introduction letter Huang Shiyu had given him, handed it over, and said, "This is Principal Huang's introduction letter." The big-wave female teacher who was in charge of guarding the martial arts pavilion took the letter of introduction, examined it carefully, confirmed that it was correct, and then took a step backward. Go in. You can only choose one martial art. After you've chosen one, you can go to the cultivation room and memorize it. You can't take away the original. Chu Tian clasped his hands and said thank you before lifting his leg and walking into the martial arts pavilion. In front of a huge electronic light screen, Chu Tian began to browse through the various martial arts techniques that were included here. Second-ranked martial art, battering mountain fist. Second-ranked martial skill, serpentine body technique. Third-ranked martial art, sword drawing. Chu Tian looked at the wide array of martial arts, and for a moment, his eyes were dazzled. Not knowing which one to choose, he mused a little, gradually clearing his thoughts. Attacking martial arts with the Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist was enough. Although Li Tietjing's realm was piled up by the Chu family's countless resources, it was still a solid first turn of the Granite Realm. Crossing a great realm, one move instantaneous seconds. It was enough to prove the terror of the 7th rank martial skill Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist, and it was more than enough to deal with the proposed battle in the Heavenly Abyss. But just to be sure, body martial arts it is. Chu Tian made up his mind, directly clicked on the electronic screen, filtering, category, body martial arts, and finally clicked OK. A dozen or so body martial arts of varying grades appeared at once. Chu Tian's eyes flashed and he chose it in a single glance. Thunderous Motion Phantom Steps, second-ranked body technique martial skill. You're it. Chu Tian clicked on Thunderous Illusionary Steps and two options appeared below. Look at it again. Without any hesitation, Chu Tian clicked, selected. Then, like a vending machine, bam! A blue book fell out. Chu Tian bent down and picked up the Thundering Illusionary Steps and headed to the second floor. The second floor features a room for independent training, specializing in providing a quiet environment for students to practice and recite martial arts. Chu Tian casually walked into a cultivation room and unlocked the door, while sitting cross-legged, secretly saying in his heart, "System, I want to improve the Thunder Motion Illusion Steps. Ding, please add more." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, and a brilliant light appeared. Stud, ding, consume 300 points of kill value to improve your martial arts and level up. Improvement completed, 5th rank martial arts, Thunderous 1000. The modified Thunderbolt 3000 has 3 levels. Tier 1, Thunder Flash, moves as quickly as lightning. Level 2, Thunder Instant, the body changes instantaneously. 3rd level, 3000 Thunder Illusions, cultivate to perfection, can form 3000 Thunder Detachments. As the system beep ended, the improved Lei Dang 3000 was deeply imprinted in his mind, as if it had been memorized countless times, reciting it backwards and forwards. However, then came the most important party of all, the practice. Chu Tian's eyes were tightly closed and he instantly entered a state of cultivation. In order to practice this skill, you must first attack yourself. The body crackles with thunder. The process is difficult and obstructive. Meanwhile, the Chu family in the west of the city, Chu Wenzhong is full of spring light, sitting high on the eunuch's chair, with a sense of immediacy of returning to old age. The lower part of the room was full of high-profile guests, representatives of the various clans in Jiangcheng who had come to congratulate him. The matter of Chu Feng's successful fusion of the S-ranked talent Fatebone was rumored and known by everyone. Once the proposed battle for the Heavenly Abyss opened a few days later, Chu Feng would surely rise to prominence, and at that time, the entire Chu family's status would rise. It is likely to be among the royal family. If, when that time comes, you wait to flatter, I'm afraid it will be too late. So it's good to get ahead of the game. Elder Chu, congratulations to the Chu family for cultivating a genius like Chu Feng, and I hope that you will take care of my Chen family a little more in the future. The fat man who spoke was the second-rate family in Jiangcheng, the Chen family head, Chen Shijun. At this moment, the middle-aged man sitting beside Chen Shijun also clasped his hands and concurred. Brother Chen is right. When the Chu family becomes a royal family on that day, I still hope that Elder Chu won't forget about us. You must not talk nonsense. How can my Chu family be worthy of the word royal family when I have no virtue or ability? Chu Wenzhong refused with his mouth, but in his heart he was happy. Chen Shijun continued to lick, Elder Chu. If the Chu family can't afford it, then who else's family can afford it? S-grade talent lifebone. 1 in a billion. If I say so, at the end of this proposed battle in the heavenly abyss, the Chu family will definitely be sealed as a royal family. That's right. It must be the kings. Congratulations, Elder Chu, on becoming the head of the royal clan. Chu Wenjong laughed out loud, an old face, as if chrysanthemums were blooming, and was about to open his mouth. Suddenly, a cry came from outside the hall door. Father, you want me to do it? Chapter 7 Thunderflash. The crowd sniffed, only to see a blood-covered one-armed warrior stumbling into the hall, plop kneeling on the ground, and said sternly, Father, you have to do something for me. Chu Wenjong looked carefully for a while and asked incredulously, You're Tai Chang, Dad. It's me. I'm Tai Sung. Chu Wenjong frowned tightly. To this door-to-door son-in-law, he hadn't been much of a treat before, but in the matter of digging out Chu Tian's lifebone, Li Taichung had done a great job. Therefore, Chu Wenjong's impression of it had improved greatly, and that is, in Jiangcheng, who dares to touch his Chu family? It was a slap in his face. Bang! Chu Wenjong shot up and said angrily, What's going on? The injuries on your body, where did they come from? Li Taichung raised his head, his face twisted, gritting his teeth. Dad, it's that trash Chu Tian. We dug up his life. Wait. Chu Wenjong timely interrupted Li Taichung's words, looked around at the representatives of the clans present, and forced a smile. Gentlemen, as you can see, there was a small situation, so I won't keep you all. Come back another day. I'll prepare the food and wine. Chen Shijun took the lead to stand up, clasped his hands and owed a salute. Elder Chu was overstating his case. If there is anything inconvenient, you can just command. Shijun has a heart. Don't worry, if there's a need, I definitely won't be polite. Then we will take our leave first. Led by Chen Shijun, the crowd left in an orderly manner. After only Chu Wenjong and Li Taichung were left in the hall, a flash of intense killing intent rose in Chu Wenjong's eyes. The injuries on your body were caused by Chu Tian? Li Taichung hurriedly recounted the whole story. Dad, that's right, it's Chu Tian. First he injured Little Snow, then, I went to seek revenge on him, and as a result, I was also seriously injured by that punk. Hearing this, Chu Wenjong asked, Aren't you a Pan-Realm first turn? Yes, if I remember correctly, Chu Tian is only at the 7th turn of the Primordial Realm, crossing 2 great realms to seriously injure you? You stood and let him beat you? Chu Wenjong racked his brain and could only think of this one reasonable explanation. However, Li Taichung shook his head. Dad, I really tried my best. Chu Wenjong angrily said, Do you know how hard this matter is for me to believe? It's as if you told me that Chu Tian had awakened the SS grade talent fate bone. Dad, I really didn't lie. Li Taichung had a feeling of powerlessness that he couldn't defend himself with 100 words. Chu Wenjong waved his hand. Alright, you go down and treat your wounds first. I'll have someone bring Chu Tian back in a while and ask what happened. Dad, Huang Shiyu asked me to give you a message. What's the word? He said that if you don't want things to get out of hand, don't look for trouble with Chu Tian anymore, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Chu Wenjong's brows were tightly wrinkled, twisted into a Chuan character, and a cold aura erupted in his eyes. What else did he say? Nope, you go down. Dad, what about Chu Tian? Chu Wenjong glared fiercely at Li Taichung, his eyes full of disgust. Don't need you to worry about it. Li Taichung clenched what was left of his fist hard and gritted his teeth. Dad, I know. When he finished speaking, he struggled to his feet and headed out into the hall. Chu Wenjong narrowed his eyes. His murderous aura filled the air, muttering to himself, Huang Shiyu, you'd better not get into trouble. Let the past go with the wind. At this moment, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Martial Arts Pavilion 2nd floor cultivation room. Chu Tian's eyes closed tightly, a blue arc of electricity jumping around his body. Crackling sound. Suddenly, Chu Tian opened his eyes, and thunder exploded from his eyes. Immediately afterward, he clearly felt the raging thunder power in his body gradually subside, replaced by an unprecedented lightness and swiftness. At this moment, it was as if the body was infused with infinite power, and every cell was cheering, as if it could explode at any time with astonishing speed. He slowly stood up, and with a gentle movement, his body instantly disappeared from the spot like lightning, leaving only a faint remnant of lightning behind. The air in the cultivation room was torn apart with a slight snort sound. Chu Tian's heart shook. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he whispered, Is this the speed of thunder flash? He tried again. This time, Chu Tian's movements were even more fluid. His body was like a ghost as it traveled within the cultivation room, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture it with the naked eye. Every movement was accompanied by subtle flashes of thunder, as if his body had become one with the thunder. Chu Tian stopped his steps, feeling the surging power within his body, his heart filled with anticipation. This was only the first layer of the thunderous movement 3000, and the power of the thunder flash was already so astonishing. If one were to cultivate to the second layer of thunder instant, or even the third layer of the 3000 thunder illusions, what a terrifying realm would that be? He had lived a whole lot of anticipation. Phew! Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, accompanied by electric arcs that exploded in the air. Sky, dark, outside the window, the stars and the bright moon seemed to be covered with a thin veil, gray, and the sky was like ink. Chu Tian took out his muted cell phone and found 99 plus missed calls. Even without looking, he knew it had to be his mom calling. Chu Tian instantly had a warm current surging through his heart, dialed back the phone, and as soon as he connected, his mom's worried and trembling voice rang out. Xiao Tian, where are you? Xiao Tian, Mom, I'm in the practice room and my cell phone is on silent. When Chu Tian finished speaking, his mother's voice let out a long breath from the receiver. Wang Huira was relieved, repeating, it's good to be fine. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. Xiao Tian, Mom didn't disturb your cultivation, right? No. Chu Tian smiled and said, Mom, I'll go home now. If you're sleepy, rest first. I'm in front of your school. Chu Tian hung up the phone and shifted his body. Thunderbolt. A thunderbolt cut through the dark night of Jiangchengno. One middle school. At the entrance of the school, under the yellowish street lamp, Wang Huiro stood quietly. Her silhouette was drawn slender. The night wind is slightly cool, blowing the silver threads on her temples, but she is not aware of it, and her eyes are always locked in the direction of the school gate. Looking through. Mom! Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Wang Huira turned around violently and saw that Chu Tian was standing not far away with a warm smile on his face. Xiao Tian. Her eyes instantly moistened and she quickly stepped forward. You scared mommy to death. Chu Tian scratched his head. I was afraid of being disturbed, so I put my cell phone on mute. I'm glad it's okay. Let's go home. Are you hungry? Aha! What do you want to eat? Mommy will make it for you at home. Chu Tian stroked his chin and laughed. I want to eat pot meat. Yes. The night was deep and starry, and the figures of mother and son were moving away, blending into the endless darkness, but seeming to light up the entire night sky. A figure appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the school, bowing in the direction the two had left. Chapter 8 Special Training Fiasco. The next day, the classroom was unusually noisy. The students were talking to each other and their faces looked slightly nervous. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and after listening for a while, he finally heard a reason. The school, in order to help everyone adapt to the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle in advance, had specially joined forces with the city guards to conduct a real-world special training session to practice with ferocious beasts. Compared to the bizarre monsters within the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle, ferocious and tyrannical but unintelligent ferocious beasts were easier to deal with. Therefore, special training with ferocious beasts was the best choice to ensure safety while also exercising the students' practical experience. I wonder, can killing ferocious beasts generate kill value? Chu Tian asked himself in his heart. Unlike his classmates who were filled with nervousness, he was eager to try. Shoo, old Ben is here. The noisy classroom quieted down instantly. A middle-aged man with thick eyeglass lenses walked into the classroom on light feet. Looking listless, his thin face burnt and his lips white. There are no more than two possibilities for a man to be in this state. Either that or there are more dear. Either that part of the family collects homework frequently, and their homeroom teacher is an old bachelor. Odds are it's the former possibility. Of course, that doesn't preclude a middle-aged man from going a little happier after work. Old Ben cleared his throat and said breathlessly, Emergency assembly, line up and go. Yes. 10 minutes later, dozens of buses pulled out of the city and scattered in all directions. Since the area of the special training ground was limited, it was decided after a study by the school and the city guards that every 3 classes would be in one special training ground. The special training grounds were, in fact, the ruins of villages or townships that had been ravaged by a wave of beasts. Although the city guards had already resolved the beast tide, there were still a large number of ferocious beasts active within the ruins, but they were of very low grade, mostly of the first rank. Therefore, the ruins are usually used as a special training ground for training students. It also organizes some tournaments on the side. Suddenly, the bus began to shake. All the students looked out the car window in unison. By now, they had come to an overgrown area with a rough and bumpy road that shook the bus violently. It's not that the driver can't do it, it's that the road is uneven. There were all kinds of corpses and bones everywhere on the road. From humans to ferocious beasts, there was a sickening scent of decay in the air, mixed with the smell of blood and scorched earth that seeped through the cracks in the windows. Every now and then, a few low animal roars came from the surroundings, their voices hoarse and threatening, as if warning these intruders. The carriage was silent, and a group of students were so nervous that they swallowed their saliva. Their faces were pale, and a touch of fear appeared in their eyes. Snort! The brakes squealed without warning. Old Ben stood up, his voice low, "Here we are. Get off. LOL. The car door slowly opened, and a cold breeze mixed with a fishy odor hit his face. Chu Tian was the first to jump out of the car, and the ground under his feet was loose and wet, as if it would collapse at any time. When all the students had gotten off the bus, the old class kicked the door shut and yelled, "Get out!" The bus escaped with a dump and a drift. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dog Bay, it's a real dog. The student couldn't help but crack up. But just then, there was a sound of footsteps coming from within the crisis-ridden ruins. Chu Tian sniffed and looked over. 3 warriors in military uniforms came striding in, their faces full of coldness and aggressiveness. Standing up, suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. All the students, out of instinct, rushed to attention and stood at attention very quickly. However, the dark-skinned, inch-headed warrior walking in the very center had an unhappy look on his face as he angrily said, "Dawdling, if you're facing a ferocious beast and you're also this slow, then what awaits you is a dead end." Facing these 3 city guard warriors, the student innately felt awe and was coy, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. However, Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and his impression of the inch-headed warrior plummeted. It all affected his impression of the entire city guard. The serious gaze of the inch-headed warrior swept past the faces of all the students, pausing slightly when he saw Chu Tian. "What are you looking at me for?" "Then where should I look?" Trudy asked rhetorically. The inch-headed warrior's face was stunned and he shouted angrily, "How dare you? Don't you know that you have to shout a report before talking to me?" "I don't know." "Good boy. I love pricks like you." With that, the inch-headed warrior blasted out a fist without warning, his aura raging. Chu Tian's body swayed and easily avoided it. When the inch-headed warrior saw this, his eyes were full of disdain and he sneered, "No wonder he is so unruly. So he is something. But do you think this is the capital to contradict me? I don't think you've gotten one thing straight. This is joint special training, not military training. We're in a partnership, and if you don't understand what a partnership is, you can call and ask your leader for a good consultation. One last thing, if you want to play official, go back and do it." After Chu Tian finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. The group of dazed students immediately came to a realization. Yeah, this time it's a ING joint special, not military training. What's the point of acting like you're superior? Moreover, these 3 people were city guards, not the Tianyuan army. Where did they get their backing? But just as all the students were about to be dismissed, the inch-headed warrior roared, "Stop!" Chu Tian's footsteps lurched, and a strong wind came from behind him. "Sky God, watch out!" the student warned loudly. Chu Tian's eyes turned cold, his figure snapped to one side, and the inch-headed warrior's fist grazed his shoulder, bringing up a harsh wind sound. Out of the special emotion of the word warrior, Chu Tian did not fight back, but just coldly stared at the other party, without the slightest fear in his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Chu Tian's voice was low, a hint of questioning in his tone. The inch-headed warrior's face was horribly gloomy, obviously not expecting Chu Tian to avoid his attack so easily. Still, that won't stop him from making a statement. "Kid, you think you can be arrogant here just because you have some skills? This is a special training ground, not your school's playground. In here, I call the shots." Chu Tian sneered, his gaze like a knife. "I'll say it one last time. This is joint special training, not military training. Don't act like a pussy." The inch-haired warrior moved his wrists and made a crunching sound as he quirked his lips and laughed. "But I just want to play official with you, so what should I do? This is a ING warrior? What's the difference between him and a yellow-haired guy in beanies, skinny-legged pants, and an armpit-pinching bag?" Chu Tian's eyes grew cold. The only trace of tolerance that existed in his heart for the inches in front of him completely disappeared. "Don't take my tolerance for you as a capital for indulgence. Get lost. Dump Nima's classic quotes with me and give me." The inch-haired warrior was in mid-sentence when the rest of his sentence was interrupted by a crackling sound. He looked up with a confused look on his face, only to see that a thunderbolt appeared directly in front of him, cutting through the void and instantly coming. Chapter 9 Storming City Guard Fighters. Bang! A dull crash suddenly rang out, as if the air was being torn apart. A figure flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily into the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The mournful screams cut through the sky, making one's scalp numb to hear them. When the dust gradually dispersed, the gazes of the crowd swept towards Chu Tian, who stood proudly in the arena. Immediately afterward, everyone's eyes slowly moved downward to the inch-headed warrior huddled in the pit, blood pouring out of his mouth as he let out a moan of pain. "Woohoo! The God of Heaven is mighty!" Deafening cheers erupted from the surrounding students, their voices filled with exuberance and excitement. Suddenly, Chu Tian stepped on his feet, and his figure instantly moved like a ghost to the front of the inch-headed warrior, condescendingly looking down on him, coldly saying, "Did you eat feces in the morning? Speaking so dirty." The inch warrior lifted his head with difficulty, disbelief in his eyes. He is a strong person of the 5th turn of the frontier realm, and Chu Tian is only the 1st turn of the frontier realm. How is it possible? How is it possible to lose so completely? How did this happen? The inch warrior's voice trembled as if he was questioning himself. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. His tone tinged with disdain. I'll send you another classic quote. It's not that I'm too strong. It's that you're too weak. Ah, damn it. The inch-headed warrior's features twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth and roared. I'm an active city guard warrior. You dare to hit me. You're finished. Chu Tian snorted and shrugged unconcernedly. I'm an active student. The future of the great summer country. What's more, I'm in ing self-defense. What am I afraid of? Before the words fell, Chu Tian kicked out again. Bang! The inch warrior's head hit the ground hard again, blood splattering and staining his cheeks. Kill value, plus 50. OH-. The screams have not yet fallen. Meow. Suddenly, a sharp catcall cut through the air, as if a wildcat was hissing in heat, instantly drowning out the wail of the inch-headed warrior. The crowd sniffed and looked, their faces suddenly changing. It's a first-rank blood civet cat. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows. A hint of wariness flashed in his eyes, and he was about to make a move. But the blood civet cat had already grabbed a step ahead of him, and with speed as fast as it could go, he darted and pounced on the inch-headed warrior lying on the ground. The smell of blood excited it, and its scarlet vertical pupils flashed with bloodlust. The blood civet cat is incredibly fast and has a bite force of more than 1,800 kilograms, so once bitten by it, the consequences are unimaginable. Help me! The inch-headed warrior was completely flustered and cried out for help without regard for his image. Fortunately, the 2 city guard warriors on the side had already been standing by. One quickly stopped the bloody civet while the other took the opportunity to drag the inch-headed warrior to safety. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, the blood ravens turned around decisively and prepared to retreat. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, killing intent in his eyes. Thunderbolt! As he let out a low shout, the power of thunder suddenly erupted. Chu Tian's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly catching up with the blood civet cat. Crackle! Sparks with lightning all the way. The blood civet cat turned back violently, a hint of panic flashing through its scarlet vertical pupils. Meow! There was shock and fear in that catcall. However, Chu Tian did not hesitate in the slightest. His fist wrapped in the power of the dragon and tiger, and violently blasted out. Put! The blood civet cat's head was crushed by a punch, and red and white liquid splashed everywhere. Kill value, plus 150. Kill value accumulated, 200. Chu Tian looked at the refreshed kill value and his face was happy. It really worked. Meanwhile, the group of students and the 3 warriors standing in place were all dumbstruck. What shocked them wasn't that Chu Tian exploded his head with one punch. Rather, it finished off the blood ravens in terms of speed. That's the king of speed. The blood civet. Holy, Captain, you seem to have kicked the bucket this time. The inch-headed warrior clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The road of life is still long. Not sure who was brilliant. Captain, why are you saying classic quotes too? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the do you care about me? Carry out the mission. Don't be outclassed by this bunch of limprists who haven't even seen blood. Kill! The inch-headed warrior burst out, and after giving a very scornful glance at Chu Tian, he rushed in the opposite direction. And at this moment, Chu Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. Kill the ferocious beasts and explode the kill value. It was as if he had seen thousands of kill values begin to swipe the screen. Thunderbolt! Chu Tian once again drank lowly. His feet stepped on thunder, and his figure instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind only an electric residual shadow. Weed Town. A beast wave 10 years ago devastated this place. Overnight, it was reduced to rubble, with less than 30 of the 300,000 surviving. Today, Weed Town has long since ceased to be the hustle and bustle of the past, replaced by a dead silence and desolation. The streets of the town have long been engulfed by weeds and vines, and moss creeps over the walls of broken houses as nature silently devours this relic of humanity. Occasionally a few crows flew over the crumbling roof with a piercing caw. There was a sickening scent of decay in the air, mixed with the smell of dirt and blood. The stores on both sides of the street have long been in a state of disrepair, and the broken windows squeak in the wind, pulling the tension right up to the surface. A huge, ferocious and tyrannical ferocious beast was rampaging through the town with an extremely oppressive feeling. Roar! Only to see, a nearly 2-meter sawtooth rabbit stood in front of a small, dilapidated 2-story building and let out a low roar. The scarlet eyes flashed with bloodlust. However, just as the sawtooth rabbit was about to enter the small 2-story building, a hissing sound came from the distance, and it turned around violently, hopping and jumping, instantly appearing 100 meters away. Amit Bab Buddha, thank you Bodhisattva for blessing me. I was scared to death. Suddenly, a trembling voice rang out from within the small 2-story building. There were actually 3 people hiding behind the broken iron door, holding their breath. their foreheads covered with a dense layer of tiny beads of sweat. The man who had just thanked the Bodhisattva turned his head to look at the bald and strong man in the center and said cautiously, "Boss, we've been squatting here for 3 days now, and there's no hair, and even if that girl is really here, she must have been eaten by this group of animals with no bones left, so let's just hurry up and get out of this hellish place." "Yeah, boss, Lao-san is right, and, if I stay any longer, I'm going to turn into an animal." Another companion hurriedly saw the light. "Shut up, any more nonsense and I'll wipe you both out with a knife." The bald man's eyes widened angrily, and with a forceful fling of the large knife in his hand, he said in a deep voice, "You guys know a 6K. Do you really think that I'm just going to chisel her a little bit? I've investigated it all. Her family is very solid. After we chisel this girl and make a profit, doesn't it smell good? That's only if you have the life to spend it," Lao-san muttered in a small voice. As a result, the next second, the knife was on the neck. Frightened, Lao-san's legs went limp and he directly fell to his knees, crying, "Big brother, spare my life." Roar! Suddenly, a hiss sounded. The oldest two shouted excitedly, Big brother, look, it's that little." Chapter 10. Hundreds of beasts prostrate themselves. Chu Tian walked within the weed town as if he was walking leisurely. Unlike other students who saw the ferocious beasts hiding, once he saw the ferocious beasts, he was carrying his fists and charging upwards. Meow! It was accompanied by a shrill catcall. The two blood civet cats scurried out from a side building at the same time and pounced straight at Chu Tian. Sharp fangs glinted with an eerie chill and salivated. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth rose, smiling very brightly, not retreating but advancing. The fist wrapped in the power of the dragon and tiger blasted out, and the demonic flames rose abruptly. A blood civet cat let out a strange cry and was forced back, and the attack from the other end came in an instant. It was too late. Thunderbolt! Chu Tian stepped on the thunder, easily dodged the blood civet cat's bite, and launched a counterattack. A fist smashed out, only to hear a poof sound. Blood and brains erupted. Kill value, plus 155. When his companion's head was blown off, the other blood civet cat not only didn't run away, but its aura became more and more ferocious. Meow! The blood civet cat let out a strange cry and was about to launch an attack. However, Chu Tian was one step ahead of him, performing thunder flash and bullying his way up, waving both fists, the power of the dragon and tiger and the demonic flames blending with each other. In a single glance, the blood civet cat had its head blown off by Chu Tian in a devastating manner. Kill value, 160. Kill value accumulated, 360. Chu Tian looked at the refreshed kill value and raised an eyebrow, secretly saying, "Too slow. At this pace, I don't know when it will take to save up to 10,000. No way. I'm going to speed up." Chu Tian muttered to himself and once again rushed towards the more densely centered area of the ferocious beasts. His figure was like electricity, thunder flashing beneath his feet as he quickly traveled between the ruins of Wei Town, looking around for more traces of the ferocious beasts. As Chu Tian continued to go deeper and deeper, the aura of the surrounding ferocious beasts became stronger and stronger, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and violence. Moo! A low beast roar came from the front. Chu Tian's footsteps lurched, and the corner of his mouth once again raised a smile. He raised his eyes and looked, only to see a huge iron-armored rhinoceros slowly walking out of the ruins, thick iron armor covering his entire body, the ground slightly trembling with every step he took. Second order, that's a bit interesting, Chu Tian whispered to himself, his battle intent rising in his eyes. The iron-armored rhinoceros obviously also noticed Chu Tian's presence, a pair of huge bull's eyes, staring at him dead-on, two white gases spewing out from its nostrils. With that, he let out a deafening roar and accelerated violently, charging towards Chu Tian. Good timing. Chu Tian did not retreat but advanced, his fists clenched, his feet flashed with lightning, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and in the next moment, he had already appeared on the flank of the iron-armored rhinoceros. Die! Chu Tian let out a low cry and ruthlessly slammed into the iron-armored rhino's flank. However, the iron-armored rhinoceros's defense was extremely strong, and although Chu Tian's fist hit its target, it only left a shallow crack in its iron armor. TCH, thick skin. Chu Tian frowned slightly and quickly retreated, dodging the iron-armored rhino's counterattack. The iron-armored rhinoceros roared, completely enraged by Chu Tian's attack. Its huge body turned violently, and its tail swept across like an iron whip. Thunderlight flashed again under Chu Tian's feet, and after avoiding this strike, he was filled with battle spirit as he shouted, "Again! Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist!" The power of the dragon and tiger within Chu Tian's body rapidly fused with the demonic flame, and the aura around his body steeply increased. In an instant, the demonic flames transformed into the shape of a dragon and tiger, wrapping around the top of both fists, and the sound of the dragon's roar and tiger's whine shook the four fields. Wherever the fist blade passed, the air was torn apart with sharp popping sounds. The blazing demonic flames intertwined with the berserk power of the dragon and tiger, forming a huge vortex of energy. The shape of dragon and tiger rushed out with the fist. The iron-armored rhinoceros seemed to have sensed the terror of this punch as well, and a hint of panic flashed through its scarlet eyes, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it roared angrily, and its whole body iron armor flooded with a thick layer of earth-yellow light, attempting to harden against this strike. Boom! With a loud bang, the head of the iron-armored rhinoceros was struck by the thunderflame explosion, and the thick iron armor instantly disintegrated, splattering blood and broken flesh in all directions. The iron-armored rhinoceros let out a mournful wail, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kill value, plus 500. Kill value accumulated, 860. Chu Tian landed on the ground, panting slightly, and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the fallen iron-armored rhinoceros. However, he didn't stop, but continued on towards the deeper depths. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, the number and strength of the ferocious beasts continued to rise. Chu Tian no longer held back and fully utilized the Thunder Flash and the Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist. Each strike carried a devastating power, decapitating one ferocious beast after another. Kill value, plus 300. Kill value, plus 450. Kill value, plus 250. Kill value accumulated, 2,300. Chu Tian's kill value was rapidly climbing, but his brows were getting tighter and tighter. Although the kill value was growing much faster than before, it was still far from the 10,000 target. Not fast enough, Chu Tian pondered in his heart. His eyes swept over the surroundings and continued to move, searching for the ferocious beasts, and not far away, a group of students who witnessed the whole process stood frozen in place. Jaws agape, I'm ing fierce? This is a second-order iron-armored rhino, and the god of heaven exploded it with one punch? I'm now very skeptical if the heavenly god's lifebone was really dug up. This can't be faked. There's video all over the internet. Chu Tian ignored the murmurs behind him and pushed himself forward. The group of ferocious and tyrannical ferocious beasts retreated at the sight of this. The teenager in front of them cast a serious psychological shadow on them. Put. Suddenly, a blood-civet cat could no longer withstand that invisible oppression, and its front limbs went limp, directly crouching on the ground, its mouth full of sharp fangs emitting a moan full of fear. Immediately afterward, as if it had triggered a chain reaction, more and more ferocious beasts were crouching on the ground, their bodies trembling violently and emitting low whimpering sounds. Their heads were pressed against the ground, not daring to raise their heads to look directly at the black-clothed young man walking head-on. 100 beasts prostrate. This scene was shocking to the core. The entire Wei town seemed to have fallen into dead silence at this moment, with only the sound of Chu Tian's footsteps echoing in the ruins. His figure pulled out a long shadow under the setting sun, as if it enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Captain, why don't you go and form a group with those guys too, and kneel down? No shame. Yeah, Captain, life is important. Or dignity. In the corner, 3 blood-soaked city guard warriors looked at the image in front of them, their faces pale. The inch-headed warrior, in particular, was shivering, and when he heard the persuasion of his 2 companions, his face was stunned and he was caught in a difficult choice. But just then, Chu Tian's internal aura erupted with a roar. His feet stepped on thunder, his body was as fast as lightning, and his dragon and tiger roared as he sped out, punching the head. A fierce beast with a huge body fell into a pool of blood and died. Rivers of blood and mountains of bones. Chu Tian mercilessly harvested the lives of this group of animals. Kill value, plus 150. Kill value, plus 350. Kill value, plus 230. Kill value accumulated, 7,900. Ryoko. The battle ended as the last ferocious beast fell into a pool of blood. Chu Tian walked forward without looking back, throwing down a sentence, "Don't follow me." The crowd behind them stood still, not daring to move a muscle. Sunset. Chu Tian walked for half an hour. Suddenly, "Little, you can't escape. You'd better quickly obey our brother and sister." "That's right. There won't be anyone here even if you scream your head off." Chapter 11 Seeing Death. Suddenly, a loud, unbridled laugh rang out. Immediately afterward, a disheveled, terrified girl appeared, with 3 men, fierce and grinning, in hot pursuit behind her. However, soon after, the 4 of them stopped at the same time and looked at the black-clothed teenager not far away, their faces very wonderful. "What Sao?" cursed the bald guy. "What the, did I blink? Chu Tian." The girl lost her voice and shrieked. She first froze, then she was overjoyed. "Waste, what are you still waiting for? Quickly come over and help me." The girl finally saw hope, and her mind was secretly calculating. Being at the 9th turn of the primordial realm himself, coupled with Chu Tian, he would definitely be able to take care of these 3 beasts. And the bald guy with the highest realm on the other side was only at the 1st turn of the frontier realm. As for the other 2 were merely at the 6th turn of the primordial realm. definitely works. With that in mind, the girls clenched their fists and were energized. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and felt a burst of surprise. How could he not expect that he actually ran into Chu Feng's girlfriend, Chen Xia? Here, it looked as if it was still being hunted. Kid, it's none of your business. Don't mind your own business or I'll even do you in. In the time Chu Tian froze, the bald guy shook the knife in his hand, his face full of ferocity. However, Chu Tian acted as if he didn't hear it, still standing in place, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Chen Xia and those three men. His expression was calm, even with a hint of playfulness. Chu Tian. Chen Xia was anxious, her voice tinged with anger. You have to help me quickly. They're trying to kill me. Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth and smiled as he asked rhetorically. Then what? What does it have to do with me if you die or not? What did you say? Chen Xia shouted incredulously. Are you crazy, you punk? If Brother Feng finds out, he won't let you off the hook. When Chu Tian sniffed, the smile on his face grew wider and wider as he looked sideways at the bald guy and slowly spoke. Can you shut her up? Sure, as long as you don't mind your own business. I'll make sure she doesn't have time to talk. The bald man stared at Chu Tian dead on, and for a moment, he did not know what kind of medicine this teenager was selling in his gourd, but the other party's face always had a faint smile on it, and it was completely impenetrable. Chu Tian nodded his head and said, I'm most reluctant to meddle in other people's business, so I wish you guys to have fun and enjoy yourselves. When he finished, he got up and left. Seeing this, Chen Xia's face turned pale and trembled violently, her eyes filled with despair and anger, her voice trembling as she shouted, Chu Tian, you punk, coward, trash. Chu Tian's footsteps lurched. You, have a good journey. Chen Xia was furious, her still delicate features gradually distorted. She turned to look at the bald guy trio, and snapped, kill him, as long as you guys help me kill him, I'll fulfill whatever you guys want. The bald guy licked his lips and smiled sardonically. Really? Really? I want him dead. Chen Xia had already gone crazy. She only had one thought right now, and that was to watch Chu Tian die with her own eyes. The bald guy had been coveting this girl for a long time, and had been brainstorming images of outputting Chen Xia under his body. Now that the other party took the initiative to send him to the door, of course he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. The bald guy stroked his big bald head while walking towards Chen Xia. Little, how about the two of us chiseling while enjoying the image of this kid being hacked to death by a random knife? Chen Xia instinctively stepped back. I'm going to watch him die first. It's not up to you. The bald man laughed loudly and suddenly increased his speed, grabbing Chen Xia by the hand and then embracing her into his arms with a hard pull. No, don't. Chen Xia frantically operated her aura and struggled desperately, but he was dispersed by a slap from the bald man. Little girl, stop struggling and obediently obey me. Don't just stand there. You too, do it, do this kid and then enjoy this little pussy together. Okay, boss. The oldest two and the oldest three spoke in unison, as if they had been doped up, and rushed towards Chu Tian with a face full of exuberance. The bald guy hugged Chen Xia tightly, attached to the ear, greedily sucking the unique body fragrance of the young girl, refreshing the heart. Seconds into the state, a pair of large, rough, calloused hands reached in through Chen Xia's collar. Slowly, getting closer, the bald guy closed his eyes, his face full of enjoyment. At this moment, he had drifted away. Chen Xia clenched her lips and trembled more and more violently. Suddenly, a cold aura appeared. Bastard, go to hell, only to see that Chen Xia was holding a dagger in her hand, ruthlessly stabbing into the bald guy's chest, blood spurting out. I'll kill you. The bald guy forced himself to endure the severe pain and dizziness, pulled the dagger out and cut Chen Xia's neck, blood spurting out like a column. The duo's consciousness instantly fell into darkness, and they collapsed in a pool of blood at the same time. However, the battle had not yet begun on the other side. The oldest two and the oldest three's faces changed drastically, and they were about to return to look at the bald guy's situation when a cracking sound suddenly came from their ears. Whoosh! Chu Tian instantly moved in front of the two of them and said with a smile, don't be in a hurry. If you go to your death now, you can still catch this death train. The oldest two, who are thin in stature, roared angrily. Lao San, first him to death, then the two of us will go play with that little pussy. People are dead, and they're still playing fair. Lao San muttered with a look of regret. When people die, it's pointy and wet. When Chu Tian sniffed, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and give him a thumbs up. Livestock, WQNMD, Little Thane, go to hell. Lao Air swung up his sword, his body's aura erupting with a roar as he slashed straight down. A murderous aura filled Chu Tian's eyes as he slammed his fist out. There was a poof. The oldest two directly turned into a mist of blood. Kill value, +50. Old three, who was on the side, saw the scene and his legs went weak in fear. Put. Master, spare your life. The oldest three knelt on the ground. His head kept hitting the ground, and bitterly begged for forgiveness. Little master, I have an old man on top and on the bottom. Long-winded. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he once again blasted out a punch. Put. Another mist of blood. Kill value, plus 60. Kill value accumulated, 8,010. Chu Tian killed 2 people in a row. His body was relaxed. His hands in his pockets were just about to continue forward towards the depths of Weed Town, but the sky suddenly lit up a signal flare. Special training time is over. Chu Tian glanced at the time and couldn't help but frown, murmuring, how come the end time is 2 hours earlier? Disconcerting, but respectful. Meanwhile, outside Weed Town, get the out of my way. I'm going in right now, and anyone who stops me again, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. A fat man was so anxious that he blushed and cursed, and the middle-aged man in military uniform on the side didn't budge an inch. A touch of anger surfaced in his eyes. Chen Shijun, please pay attention to your attitude in speaking. Chapter 12 Yen Long Gun. Attitude? Chen Shijun gritted his teeth and said angrily, Song Kai, I'm already very polite. My old man's daughter is alive or dead in there. The middle-aged man called Song Kai, his brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice, I understand your feelings very well, but there are regulations from above that must ensure the safe withdrawal of the students inside before you can go in. Besides, I've busted out the flare early, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't go too far. Chen Shijun took a deep breath, forced down the fire in his heart, looked at the students who were withdrawing from Weed Town in an endless stream, and secretly prayed. Time passes by. Those students who had withdrawn from Weedville exchanged words. What's the situation? How come the special training ended early? What do you care? Isn't it good to end it early? Isn't it good to have this time to play a game of chess? You guys know a 6K ka. That fat guy is Chen Shijun, head of the Chen family. His daughter Chen Xia was chased and killed, escaped inside Wei Town. Life and death is uncertain. Chen Xia, the school beauty of Sangwu High School. Suddenly, the chattering students all shut their mouths and chilled. The scene was silent, only to see. Chen Shijun stood in front of the teen with a blue face and shouted, Has anyone seen my daughter? Chen Xia of Shanwu High School. A crowd of students shook their heads. Chen Shijun's heart instantly sank to the bottom. His big fat face gradually distorted, striding towards the entrance of Wei Town, with the Chen family's disciples following closely behind. Song Kai's figure shifted and stopped him once again. What are you doing? I'm going in. Get out of the way. No way. Song Kai's tone and attitude was very resolute. Chen Shijun stared at a pair of small, bean-sized eyes and gritted his teeth. Song Kai, you'd better not force me. Don't force me either. After Song Kai finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the city guard warriors behind him swarmed up, an aura of killing filling the air. The Chen clan's group of disciples were eager to protect their master, and they all operated their auras and stood by. The two sides went toe-to-toe, swords drawn. The scene was tense to the core. Coming through. A sudden voice broke the tension of the sword, only to see that Chu Tian's face was filled with embarrassment as he once again said, Can you let me pass? Chen Shijun couldn't help but feel relieved, and hastily took the opportunity to raise his hand, snorted coldly, and said, Retreat. The Chen clan's disciples very tacitly retreated backward. Chu Tian quickly passed through the path that was given way. Meanwhile, the joint special training's inch-headed warrior strides away, stands at attention and salutes, saying aloud, Report, Chifu Chief. All special training students are all present. After Song Kai heard this, he nodded and looked to the side at Chen Shijun, slowly speaking, Go in. I'll give you an hour's time. No matter if you find someone or not, you must withdraw, or suffer the consequences. Song Kai, if anything happens to Xia, I'm not done with you. Chen Shijun put down a harsh word and led the people towards the entrance of Wei Town. But right at this moment, Chu Tian's footsteps lurched, and without leaving any traces, he looked at Chen Shijun's back, and suddenly came to a realization. Secretly, no wonder some of them looked familiar. It turns out to be Chen Shijun. This dead fat man is not a good bird, and the Chu family group of people are all the same raccoon. I don't know what kind of expression the dead fat man will have when he sees Chen Xia's body. Thinking of this, Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth and smiled very brightly. Nightfall. The bright moon was high in the sky and the stars were shining. In the bedroom on the second floor, Chu Tian sat at the window, blowing the evening breeze, feeling refreshed. He moved his consciousness and the kill value appeared in his mind. Kill value accumulated, 10,001. Numerical value breaks 10,000. Ding. Does the host extract the reward? A system tone followed. Chu Tian's eyes flashed and he nodded slightly. Smoke. Ding. Randomized reward. Fabulous treasure. Inferno dragon gun. Buzzing. Suddenly, the void trembled. A crack appeared under the dark night sky, and a blinding red light shot out from the crack. In an instant, It was as if the night had been torn open with a hard crack. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a deafening buzzing sound, the body of the Inferno dragon gun slowly probed out, its body around the red inflammation rolling, such as dragon scales dance, shining with hot light. Actually, will that bright moon and stars of the light are suppressed. At the tip of the gun, the flames gathered, just like a burning sun, gulping the breath of destruction. Wherever it passed, the air was burned zizi sounding, twisted and deformed. As the Inferno dragon gun fully appeared, a raging and surging pressure that seemed to come from the ancient flood swept across the sky. Chu Tian's clothes were hunting, his hair was flying in the wind. He gazed at the domineering Yin Long gun, his eyes were full of heat and shock. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand, wanting to hold this worldly divine weapon. The moment his fingertips touched the gun, the Inferno dragon gun seemed to have some kind of resonance with him, and the red flames on the gun body surged several feet, and the already blazing temperature climbed even more dramatically. However, Chu Tian acted as if he had not realized it, as he tightly gripped the Inferno dragon gun and felt the endless power contained within it. At this moment, it was as if the Inferno dragon gun had become a part of his body. Great gun, Chu Tian said and praised. The light in his eyes exploded, and with a firm grip, the Inferno dragon gun seemed to sense the owner's ambition. The body of the gun trembled and buzzed. I haven't had a storage bag until now. It's a bit too flashy to just carry it like that, he muttered in a small voice before saying in his mind, if only he could hide it. However, just as this thought had sprung up, the Inferno dragon gun disappeared into thin air. Chu Tian thought of something. He hurriedly spread out his hands and realized that there was a mark at his wrist that seemed like a tattoo. It was the Inferno dragon gun. Good lord, this skill is comparable to a great saint's weapon. Chu Tian's eyes were filled with excitement, and with a movement of his consciousness, the Inferno dragon gun reappeared. Good gun, can be as big or as small as you want it to be. I seem to have another shot that does that. LOL. Suddenly, the door opened. Trudy peeked out to look at the front door. It was the mother, pushing a cart, who came in cautiously, bent over, full of fatigue. Chu Tian didn't even think about it and directly jumped from the second floor. But, when Wang Huira heard the commotion, she was so scared that she turned pale and rushed over. Xiao Tian, why did you even jump off the building? Chu Tian stood up and scratched his head. Mom, I'm not jumping. I was in a hurry to come over and help you push the cart. You child, you want to scare Mom to death. Wang Huiro snapped, then asked, did I disturb you? Nope, I was just practicing. Mom, and you went to the stall again? The proposed battle for Tian Yuan is coming up, and Mom wants to give you a proper weapon. Wang Huiro's tone with a hint of guilt. She has always felt guilty in her heart. Her son has suffered after her. How could Chu Tian not know what was in his mother's mind? He grinned. Mom, I already have a weapon. With that, he moved his consciousness and the Inferno dragon gun appeared out of thin air. Wang Huiro's face was stunned. Where did you get the money? The school gave me a reward. Chu Tian casually made an excuse, then said very seriously, Mom, from today onwards, don't go out to the stall. I'll support you. Wang Huiro's eyes reddened as she softly said, Xiao Tian, I know you care about your mother, but the most important thing for you right now is to practice. Don't be distracted. Quickly go upstairs and rest. Chu Tian was hard pushed into the room. After he sat down, he frowned slightly and opened his cell phone. Then his eyes lit up. Chapter 13. This is my limit. Not his. Senior class. Class group. A person with the group docket the kidney weakness prince posted a message in the group. The proposed battle of Tian Yuan is just around the corner. In order to be able to have a good state, starting from tomorrow, we will have a vacation. I hope that all students can combine work and rest during the vacation. Proper play, proper relaxation, proper practice. Chu Tian replied back with a, Roger. Then, exiting the group chat, clicking into the Quad Jerk browser, searching for the King of Rolls quest, entering the website, and locating a direct lock on Jiangcheng, Rolling King Quest, a quest platform specially created for martial artists, on which one could pick up a wide variety of quests and get paid for completing them. At the same time, the Rolling King Quest also covered martial arts, weapons, elixirs, and other businesses, making it a complete super city complex. Moreover, martial artists with very perfect KDs would also be recruited into the City Guard Army or even the Heavenly Abyss Army by breaking the rules. Chu Tian filled out a basic e-file and then applied for an appointment to certify martial artist information. 2 minutes later, he received a successful appointment reminder. One more location info, Roll King Building. It's not very far from home, only half an hour on the 1-1. Chu Tian set a 7 o'clock alarm clock and lay down on his bed, listening to the sound of insects and going to sleep. Day 2. The sun was shining and the traffic was heavy. Jiangcheng Century Square CBD. A block of skyscrapers stand highlighting the prosperity of the city. The Rolling King mission occupies an exclusive mansion in a prime location in the middle of nowhere. Genuine wealth and bravado. It is rumored that the Rolling King mission has one of these mansions in every city in the Great Summer Kingdom, and the boss behind it may be a military bigwig. It's so posh. How nice it would be if it was mine. Chu Tian had a small daydream and lifted his leg to walk into the Rolling King mansion. Welcome! A pleasant voice rang out. The welcoming ladies on both sides of the doorway bowed slightly. Their pretty faces and sweet smiles gave people a feeling like seeing their first love. Hello, how may I help you? Only to see the receptionist lady twirling her waist and walking head on. Chu Tian sucked in a mouthful of cold air and secretly said, "Good guy. This scale, walking small table board hello, I'm making an appointment for martial arts certification." Chu Tian did not look at him with an unblinking eye, and he was a righteous man. The receptionist was smiling. "Yes sir, I am your exclusive customer service manager, Gui Yurong. You can call me Yurong." "Yurong?" Chu Tian repeated, leaving no trace of glancing at the small tabletop. Nodding slightly, "A person is just like her name. Mr. is so funny." The receptionist lady's face was blushing with shame. Being teased by a clean-cut, handsome-looking teenager, she actually didn't feel angry, but rather had a kind of inexplicable excitement. Chu Tian didn't continue to get high-mouthed and went straight to the point. "I want to know the process of martial artist certification." Gui Yurong looked at the Chu Tian, who was serious for a second and couldn't help but be stunned. But under her strong professional ability, she quickly adjusted her state, pointed at the tablet in her hand and said softly, "Sir, please put your ID card here. I need to confirm the information." Chu Tian nodded, then placed his identity card on top of the tablet, and the personal information that he had filled out last night appeared with it. "This way, sir." After confirming that there was no mistake, Yurong made a pleased gesture and led the way in front. 5 minutes later, Chu Tian came to a room that was fully equipped with all sorts of precision instruments. "Mr. Chu, all of your tests will be completed here, and in a moment, you will need to follow the prompts and complete the appropriate instructions. When the test is over, I will show you to the rest hall and wait for the results." Yurong's tone gave a beat, giving Chu Tian a minute to digest before continuing to ask, "Mr. Chu, is there anything you still don't understand?" Chu Tian shook his head. "Nope, please go to the center area and get ready. Martial artist certification will begin soon." Yurong finished and turned to leave. Chu Tian walked to the center round platform and stood, followed by an ethereal beeping sound. Verification number 1, detecting martial realm. Please release your aura. Chu Tian closed his eyes and released his aura. The prompt soon sounded again. Age 18. Frontier realm first turn. Rank excellent. Verification number 2, test the talent fate bone level. Chu Tian's eyes flickered. He was also curious to know if his talent fate bone grade could be measured. After all, an SSS ranked talent fate bone had never appeared before. Please place your hand on top of the test crystal and hold still for 3 seconds. A round crystal slowly rises. Chu Tian raised his hand to hold the round crystal as prompted. As soon as the 3 seconds were over, the white transparent test crystal erupted with a blinding and eye-catching 7-colored rainbow light, and the entire test room was covered with dense air. The sound of Sanskrit rolls on, deafening. Test result, SS grade talented life bone. This is my limit, not the testers. When Chu Tian heard the reminder tone, the corners of his mouth twitched and he'd scared. What a user-friendly little test assistant. The next test was irrelevant, and Chu Tian followed the prompts step by step to complete the test. In the meantime, on the top floor of the 88th floor of the Rolling King building, the lavish and unrivaled offices took up an entire floor. The middle-aged man was leaning back leisurely on the leather sofa, the cigar in his hand smoldering, and the aroma of coffee filled the spacious office. He had just taken a sip of his coffee when a sharp electronic beep suddenly came to his ears. 3rd floor, testing room 301. An SS-grade gifted Fate Bone Awakener has appeared. The middle-aged man's hand shook so violently that his coffee cup almost slipped from his hand. His eyes widened and his pupils behind his gold-rimmed glasses contracted suddenly, as if he had heard something incredible. SS-grade talent Fate Bone? He repeated almost subconsciously, with a hint of trembling in his voice. He jerked to his feet, the cigar slipping from his fingers and falling to the expensive carpet in a plume of smoke. His face instantly became serious and even a little flustered. A far cry from the domineering image just now. How is this possible? SS-grade talent Fate Bone. This is already a legendary existence, he muttered, a fine layer of sweat oozing from his forehead. He walked quickly to his desk and slid his finger quickly on the desktop to bring up the real-time surveillance feed of the 301 testing room. On the screen, Chu Tian followed the prompts to complete the corresponding tests. The middle-aged man's eyes were dead set on the screen. His breathing became rapid, and his fingers trembled slightly, barely able to control his emotions. SS grade. No, this is the limit of the test crystal, not his limit. The middle-aged man's voice became lower and lower. and finally almost turned into a self-talk. A million thoughts flashed through his mind and his heart raced. What did it mean to be an awakened person with an SS-grade talent life bone? It meant the future pinnacle of martial arts. It meant unlimited potential. And it might even change the situation of the entire Five Nations alliance. Such a super potential stock must be invested in a hand. He slammed the table with force, his voice carrying uncontrollable excitement. The middle-aged man quickly pressed the communicator. His voice urgent and powerful, immediately block all information from the 301 testing room. No one is allowed to divulge it. When he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but the shock and excitement in his eyes still could not be concealed. He took off his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his temples, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise in a smile. SS-grade talent life bone. No, maybe more than that, he murmured in a low voice. A trace of fervor flashed in his eyes. This kid didn't expect that I'd come to host a proposed battle for the heavenly abyss and have such a big surprise waiting for me. The middle-aged man put his glasses back on, straightened his suit, and regained his usual composure. But only he himself knew that at this moment, his heart had long been set on fire. If I miss out on this kind of talent, will the old man not skin me? He said with a smile, and then strutted out of the office with an unprecedented sense of urgency in his back. Chapter 14 Justice Judge. Testing room 301 on the third floor. Chu Tian opened the door to his room and slowly walked out. Seeing this, Wei Yurong couldn't help but feel a sense of dismay. Mr. Chu, why have you come out? The test is over and I'm out. Test over? Yurong frowned slightly as she looked at Chu Tian's blank test information on the tablet and opened her mouth to explain. Mr. Chu, I didn't receive a reminder of the end of your test here. Could it be a bug in your system? I don't have to lie about such things. Seeing Chu Tian speak so seriously, Yurong could only reluctantly conclude that there was a bug in the system. Mr. Chu, then how about this? You go to the waiting room and wait for the results. Then I'll go backstage to confirm it. Yes, this way then. Yurong twisted her charming waist and led the way. The two of them walked through a long corridor and came to the door of the waiting room. Mr. Chu, it's here. Please come in. Thanks. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he pushed the door to enter. Inside the waiting room, the smoke was thick and heavy, and there were a couple of men gulping down clouds of smoke while blowing loudly and generously on the awesome, total disregard for the feelings of bystanders. Chu Tian frowned slightly and looked around, wanting to find a window seat to ventilate. Looking around, he suddenly noticed a girl sitting in the corner, looking out of place from everyone else. Her white dress was lightly draped, combed with a pill head, her eyebrows were faintly cool, and the corners of her mouth were hung with a trace of a smile, like the moonlight sprinkled on the lake, quiet and gentle. Chu Tian could not help but look at a few more eyes. Catfish whiskers pill head. This is a proper white moonlight and it's so white. There's really no such thing as an ugly girl with cold white skin. The young girl seems to have also felt Chu Tian's gaze, looked up and looked, the four eyes relative to the moment. There were no sparks flying, and the corners of the young girl's mouth turned up in a nod. Chu Tian revealed a polite and ungraceful pig smile, then sat on his butt in the chair quietly waiting for the result. Time passes by. The men were getting over the top, whimpering smoke out of their mouths like chimneys in a power plant, and talking in growls, turned the waiting room hard into a mahjong parlor. Chu Tian was so dizzy from the smoke that it was like sticking his head inside a chimney. Second-hand smoke piped in. There is no need to tolerate any more. Judges are needed here. Chu Tian stood up violently and shouted, "Quiet! Can you stop smoking?" The chaotic waiting room was silent. For a while, the dozen or so martial artists waiting for the results all looked confused. This included the young girl in the corner, blinking the same pair of beautiful eyes full of astonishment. Chu Tian pointed to the wall labeled "Keep Quiet and No Smoking" for 8 big words. Mouth fragrant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. None of you know the words, so read with me. Keep quiet. No smoking. Read. Who the are you, little It's your turn to yell? An older man with a pair of eyes cursed and stood up. 7 defiant. 8 indignant. Bam. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The door to the waiting room was slammed open with a kick. Immediately afterward, a burly man with a big body rushed in and walked straight towards the young man in front of him. Who the are you to take a turn at yelling? Before the strong man's words left his mouth, he picked up the opposite eye of the ear and threw it right out the door like a piece of trash. This sudden change caused all the people in the waiting room to be dumbfounded, looking at the strong man with an uncertain expression. 3 big? On the top of my head. What's going on here? However, the burly man didn't pay attention to the crowd and hurriedly turned to look at Chu Tian, that fierce face piled with smiles. Mr. Chu, how are you? I'm the head of the River City Roll King, Yen Luo. At these words, the entire waiting room fell dead silent. Head of the River City Roll King? Chu Tian's eyes flashed. This was a big person. Even that old thing Chu Wenzhong needed to make an appointment in advance if he wanted to pay a visit to Yen Luo. However, how could such a great man be so polite to himself? Was it my sense of justice that impressed him? Chu Tian's face was calm as he nodded slightly and said, "Hello." Yen Luo smiled brightly, with a bit of respect in his tone. "Sir Chu, the results of your test have come out. Please come with me. Our boss would like to see you in person." The waiting room erupted in an uproar before the words left his mouth. The crowd looked at each other with shock and envy in their eyes. Boss? One that can make the head of the King of Rolls in Jiangqing call it his boss? Wouldn't that be the mysterious boss behind the King of Rolls mission? And a personal reception? Is this true? The young girl in the corner also raised her eyes slightly, her gaze flowing between Chu Tian and Yen Luo, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Chu Tian's heart stirred, vaguely guessing what was going on, but didn't say much, only nodding his head lightly. Good. Yen Luo sidestepped out of the way and made a pleased gesture. Chu Tian stepped out of the waiting room, and a low murmur came from behind him. What's this kid's origin? How could he make Boss Roll King personally receive him? If I heard correctly, just now King Yen called him Duke Chu, the Chu family of Jiangcheng. That's right, it's the Chu family of Jiangcheng. 2 days ago I just heard that Chu Feng, the young master of the Chu family, has awakened the S-ranked talent Fate Bone. He's Chu Feng. Chu Tian didn't care about the comments and followed Yen Luo all the way up the elevator. The elevator goes straight to the 88th floor, and when the door opens, what comes into view is an office of the utmost luxury. Inside the office, the middle-aged man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to the door, overlooking the entire Jiangchen. His figure was as straight as a pine, his suit was straight, and he exuded an unruffled aura of authority. Even if it was just his back, he made people feel an invisible sense of oppression, and the atmosphere in the room became heavy. As Chu Tian stood at the doorway, he felt that powerful aura and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. He subconsciously held his breath, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man's back, secretly guessing the real face of this mysterious boss in his heart. Just then, the middle-aged man slowly turned around. Chu Tian's originally taut expression instantly froze, and a trace of consternation flashed through his eyes, only to see the middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth. In the smoke, his face hung a cynical smile, his eyes with a few points of playfulness and lethargy. The whole person looks dangling, completely without the kind of majestic aura just now. Yo, here, old brother? The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of smoke rings, seemingly smiling as he sized up Chu Tian, with a few hints of flirtation in his tone. Chu Tian was momentarily speechless. The original awe in his heart for this mysterious boss instantly dissipated. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He could only reluctantly nod his head. Coming. Seeing this, the middle-aged man laughed, casually pressed the cigar out in the ashtray, striding to Chu Tian, patting his shoulder. Not bad. Looks quite spiritual. Then when I was young almost, but is also considered a handsome young man. Trudy. He completely did not expect that this legendary Roll King boss would be this hanging. Look. The originally imagined image of a dignified overlord instantly collapsed and was replaced by a hangdog. Cynical, greasy uncle. The middle-aged man seemed to be satisfied with Chu Tian's reaction, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. What? Are you disappointed to see me, thinking that I'm an unsmiling old man? Chu Tian dryly laughed twice and barely squeezed out a sentence. No, just a little. Accident. Unexpected is right. The middle-aged man laughed, casually picked up a glass of red wine from the table and took a sip. I'm the person who hates to put on an act. How tiring it is to be faceless all day long. Life is short, and it's the right way to have fun in time. A whole bite? Chapter 15 Boss. Yeah, a whole bite? Chu Tian waved his hand and politely refused. I'm not capable of drinking. Fine, then I can only drink wine and get drunk alone. The middle-aged man said, taking another shallow sip, and then continued, to introduce myself. I'm that mysterious Rolling King boss, Yi Wuliang. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and opened the door, directly asking, Boss Yi, I wonder what you called me here for. I'd like to invite you to join the King of Rolls. Yi Wuliang took out a black card from his arms and began to introduce it. This is the Rolling King Black Card, a symbol of identity. With this card, you can enjoy a 10% discount on any martial arts weapons purchased at the National Rolling King Mansion. Furthermore, the payoff for completing the King of the Rolls quest is 10 times the labeled payoff. The Rolling King Black Card, the most honored guest of the Great Xia Kingdom. Looking at the Great Xia Kingdom, there are only a handful of people who possess the Rolling King Black Card. After Chu Tian heard this, his eyes were without ripples as he faintly asked, So what? What do I need to pay? Yi Wuliang was first stunned, then he laughed. Good boy. A little something. However, what you need to pay is very simple. At a certain date in the future, when the King of Rolls has a need, you can't refuse. That's it? That's it. Chu Tian's eyes flickered, his brain spinning rapidly as he fell into deep thought. Yi Wuliang on the side didn't make a sound to disturb, and savored the red wine on his own. full of intoxication, looking like he was enjoying himself. After a long time, Chu Tian's straightened pupils regained focus and opened his mouth to ask, "What if I want to seek revenge on the Chu family? After tonight, there will be no more Chu family in Jiangchang." Yi Wulian laughed and laughed, sentencing the Chu family to death with a single sentence, and the wine in his cup was consumed in a single gulp. When Chu Tian heard this, he clasped his hands and said aloud, "Thank you, Boss Yi. This black card, I accept it." Yi Wulian personally presented the black card. "Congratulations on joining the Rolling King. So, is the Chu family extinguished?" Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth, murderous energy flowing in his eyes. "Wouldn't it be more painful to let them fall from heaven to hell? You kid, you're dark enough. I like you more and more." Yi Wulian's eyes were full of appreciation. Chu Tian was on guard. "Boss Yi, you won't crave my body. I'm not someone who sells his body for money. Sells his art, not his body. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Yi Wulian's mouth twitched and scolded with a laugh. "Bastard, my daughter is as big as you are. I'm a pure steel big straight man." Chu Tian hemmed and hawed. "Boss Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll go down first. Go ahead and ask anytime you need anything." Honored black card guest, Chu Tian nodded slightly and turned to leave. The first floor of the Rolling King building. Gui Yuron looked straight at the teenager beside her, her eyes filled with shock and fervor. She couldn't imagine that this teenager had obtained the Roll King black card. "If you could have a beautiful encounter with him, wouldn't I have flowers on my face?" Suddenly, Chu Tian asked without warning. The words fell, only to see, Gui Yuron was caught in the act. Her heart was dear in the head. Her pretty face was instantly covered with redness. She lowered her head and stammered, "No, no, then what do you keep staring at me for?" I didn't stare at you." Gui Yuron couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and hurriedly changed the topic. "Mr. Chu, your mission this time, although the pay is very generous, it's also very dangerous. You must pay attention to your safety. In addition, I'll secretly tell you a piece of news." "What news?" Chu Tian asked curiously. However, in the next second, Gui Yuron came up to his ear, her breath with aroma coming out, as thin as a mosquito's voice. "There's another person who has also taken on this mission." Such an ambiguous action was definitely the deadliest temptation for a bloodthirsty male high. It was as if time had stood still. "Trudy." However, just then, a very discordant voice rang out. The flirtation in Chu Tian's heart dissipated as much as it could, and was replaced by a flash of a blatant killing intent, because the voice was too familiar to him, familiar enough to want to break it into pieces immediately. "Chu Xue, ta da da da." Sharp footsteps came. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at Chu Xue, who was walking quickly, and asked with interest, "The injuries on your body healed so quickly?" "Rubbish, shut up." Chu Xue gritted her teeth, her features gradually twisting, her eyes filled with the color of resentment. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth rose and he sneered. "What, is your skin itchy again? Do you want me to loosen it for you?" Chu Xue had originally come to purchase martial arts skills, but she never expected to run into Chu Tian as soon as she entered the door. The scene from the day before when he had been violently beaten up by Chu Tian also came to the forefront. Anger washed over him. Chu Xue took 3 steps and 2 steps, rushing towards Chu Tian, and said sternly, "Waste, I'll kill you." Pop. Suddenly, a crisp slap sounded. Chu Xue fell down in response. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Chu Tian looked at the frosty-faced Gui Yuron in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "You stole my job." Gui Yuron hurriedly dispersed her aura and took a step back. "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, this little girl's mouth is just too smelly. I couldn't help but teach her a lesson for you." Asterisk 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 asterisk. "How dare you? A reception written by 10,000 people. Hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm the Chu family's first miss." Chu Xue climbed up from the ground, her face full of grimaces and her voice hoarse. Gui Yuron sneered and said, "What's wrong with the Chu family's eldest miss? If you dare to break the rules of the Rolling King mansion, you have to be punished." Chu Xue sobered up a lot and stared dead at Gui Yuron, questioning loudly, "How did I break the rules of the Rolling King mansion? You just spoke out of turn to Prince Chu, and besides, the Rolling King mansion prohibits the use of force." "Mr. Chu." Chu Xue laughed as if she had heard a heavenly joke. "Chu Tian, you punk still dares to hold on to the Chu family's identity as the youngest master out there to woo people. The young master of the Chu family? You dare to insult me." As Chu Tian said that, he fiercely took a step forward and pinched Chu Xue's neck. A murderous aura filled his eyes as he said in a chilling voice, "You should be thankful to Harmonious High Martial Society for saving you." Pop. Chu Tian raised his hand and was a big mouth, smacking Chu Xue's eyes with gold stars and dizziness. Pop. Drawing back, blood splattered. "Ah dash. Chu Tian, you punk, let go of me." Chu Xue was cloaked and struggled desperately like a madman. But nay, Chu Tian's 5 fingers were as immovable as iron pincers as they suddenly exerted force. Oh. Chu Shui's eyes rolled white and her face turned red and purple. The first time she had ever felt death so viscerally. Go back and tell Chu Feng that he won't be able to hop around for much longer, and that in the proposed battle at the heavenly abyss, I will personally take back everything that belongs to me. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he casually threw Chu Shui on the ground and left. Ah, Chu Tian, stop right there. Chu Shui covered her neck and hissed, but she could only watch Chu Tian's back drift away. At that moment, she suddenly turned her head to Gui Yurong and growled loudly. He also broke the rules of the Rolling King Mansion. Why did you turn a blind eye? Chapter 16 Undoing the Work and Killing the Donkey. Gui Yurong looked at Chu Shui, who was lying on the ground as if she was a mad dog, with eyes full of mockery. Prince Chu is the most honored guest of the Rolling King's mission. Let alone hitting you, or even killing you, this matter will be left unsettled. What? That trash Chu Tian is the most honored guest of the Rolling King's mission? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What gives him the right? Chu Shui's eyes widened as she shook her head and shouted. Gui Yurong skimmed her lips and lifted her hand with a gentle wave. Throw it out. Yes. The security guards who had been waiting at the side immediately came over, and without any further ado, pulled Chu Shui up and walked towards the door. Let me go. You guys let me go? I'm the Chu family's eldest miss. The Chu family won't let you go. Bang! With a muffled thud, Chu Shui was thrown onto the road, causing a commotion. Ah, you heirs, I'm going to let you die. Chu Shui was hysterical and took out her cell phone to dial Chu Wenzhong's number. At the same time, the Chu family hall. Chu Wenzhong was still sitting high on the eunuch's chair. On his left-hand side was his favorite grandson Chu Feng, and on his right-hand side was the grim-faced Chen Shijun. The three of them were having a discussion about Chen Xia's life in Wei Town, wanting to get a statement from the city guards. The atmosphere in the room was a bit stagnant. It so happened that at this time Chu Shui called. Chu Wenzhong pressed the connect button. Too lazy to hold the phone, he directly opened the speakerphone, only to hear Chu Shui cry out and add to the account of what happened in the Rolling King Mansion. The three men's faces became brilliant as they listened. Chen Shijun snorted and said, this waste of a man Chu Tian actually dares to wave his name as the Chu family's youngest master. How unlike him. However, Chu Feng frowned slightly and shook his head. I think there is something fishy about this matter. Oh, Chu Wenzhong spoke with interest. Little Feng, tell me about it. Essence light flowed in Chu Feng's eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. First of all, with the ability of the Rolling King's quest, it is impossible for him not to know about Chu Tian being swept away by us. Secondly, if the Rolling King's mission is because of Chu Tian's Chu family's youngest master's name, saying that he is the most honored guest, then what's so bad about Shuer, the Chu family's eldest young lady? So, I think there must be another reason for it. That punk Chu Tian has secrets we don't know about. Don't forget, that second uncle of mine isn't simple. Pa. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, a warm round of applause followed. Well said. Chu Wenzhong clapped his hands. His face was flushed with red, his eyes filled with admiration and relief. Little Feng, it's the Chu family's good fortune to have you. Your analysis is very correct. Hey! Suddenly, Chen Shijun looked up to the sky and sighed. Chu Wenzhong raised an eyebrow, a flash of displeasure appearing in his eyes. Chu Feng was puzzled and asked, Uncle Chen, what's wrong with you? Chen Shijun looked regretful, shaking his head and sighing. I'm blaming Xia for not having this blessing. A young genius like Chu Feng's virtuous nephew is simply rare in the world. Chu Feng lifted the corners of his mouth, a confident smile spreading across his face. Uncle Chen, although you can't be my father-in-law anymore, you're still my Uncle Chen, so feel free to open your mouth anytime you need to. Chen Shijun waited for the sentence. The regret on his face instantly disappeared into thin air, laughed out loud and said, Little Feng, with your words, it's enough. If you don't mind, just wait. I'll go home and work hard to try to regenerate a daughter and then marry you. Cough cough cough. Chu Wenzhong just drank a mouthful of tea, all sprayed out, coughing red in the face. Shijun, this cannot be allowed. Chen Shijun laughed out loud. However, Chu Feng restrained the smile on his face and slowly spoke. Grandfather, I remember that you've always wanted the Chu family to hitch a ride on the big ship that is the Rolling King's quest. Right. Chu Wenzhong nodded. That's right. The Rolling King mission's back may be the Heavenly Abyss Army. If my Chu family can become friends with the Rolling King mission, it will have immeasurable benefits for you, and for the entire Chu family. But King Roll's Jiangchang head, Yan Luo, has shunned me, and I've visited twice and thrice, but I've been turned away. Speaking of this, Chu Wenzhong's words carried a hint of dissatisfaction. However, Chu Feng's eyes were filled with a sinister smile as he said, Grandfather, then the opportunity is now at hand. Chu Wenzhong's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood. You mean to have Chu Tian come back and borrow his identity to establish a relationship with the Roll King? No. If I'm not wrong, second uncle must have left a very precious treasure for Chu Tian. With a sinister smile on his face, Chu Feng continued, what the Roll King cares about is only that treasure, not the owner of the treasure. You do? Unloading. Chu Feng's voice exuded endless killing intent. Chen Shijun couldn't help but shiver, and suddenly felt that it wasn't a good thing for this marriage to go yellow. With a son-in-law so devious and cunning, he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. Chu Wenjong pondered for a moment and nodded. Good, just as you said. Unloading? I'll call that little bastard right now and tell him to get his ass back here. Grandpa, why don't I invite him myself? Invite him? Who the hell is he to ask you to invite him? All I have to do is make a phone call and he'll come right back with his ass on the line. Chu Wenjong had already dialed the phone as he spoke. In the meantime, Chu Tian left the urban area and headed to the mission destination, Black Wind Mountain. This mission is to collect a rootless plant. In the Frontier Realm Martial Artist Quest section, difficulty level, S rank, there were rumors that there was an extremely bizarre ferocious beast within the Black Wind Mountain that was capable of stealth, and while it was clearly of the second rank, its strength was comparable to that of a third-rank demonic beast, making it difficult to deal with. At the same time, this ferocious beast was also the guardian beast of the rootless grass. The martial artists who had once accepted this mission entered Black Wind Mountain and never came out again. The mission was a visible danger. However, the payoff was also very generous, as high as 300,000 Daxia coins, and then x10. What came to hand was 3 million Daxia coins. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. Trudy is this brave man who doesn't want his mother pushing her cart out of the stall in the wee hours of the morning anymore. What is the point of practicing hard? Isn't it about protecting the people you want to protect? Buzzing. Chu Tian took out his vibrating cell phone, looked at the unfamiliar number on top of the screen, hesitated again and again, but still pressed the connect button. Immediately afterward, Chu Wenjong's majestic and unquestionable voice rang out. Chu Tian, I'll give you a chance. Immediately, get your ass back here right now. Chu Tian's face was stunned as he asked, you are Chu Wenjong? How dare you? Chu Wenjong let out a low shout and said angrily, no big deal. Call Grandpa. WQNMD. Old thing. I curse you to have sores on your ass, pus all over your face, and not to die well. Roll. Dog. I'm busy now. Chu Tian crackling, spitting fragrance, cursed and hung up, and Chu Wenjong on the other end of the phone looked at the phone on the table. Chapter 17 Backstabbing the Chu Family. Da. The sound of a busy cell phone stung in the silence of the hall. Chu Wenjong, that old face to the naked eye visible speed red, grunting and panting, gasping for air, fists clenched, bone knuckles rattling sound. Ah, asshole. Ka-ching. Chu Wenjong slapped the table. The table exploded in response, and a murderous aura that turned into substance instantly erupted, filling every corner of the hall. Chu Feng's face went pale, and he busily said, Grandpa, calm down your anger. It's not a good idea to get angry with that trash Chu Tian. Yeah, Elder Chu, don't be angry, take care of your health. Chen Shijun also hurriedly spoke kindly, but at this time, Chu Wenjong's anger was so intense that he could not listen to anyone's words. He panted heavily, gritted his teeth, and roared, ah, asshole, this brat, I'm going to break him into pieces. Grandpa, never, that punk Chu Tian dares to talk to you like that. He might have really gotten on that big ship of the Roll King. Let's let him be arrogant for a few more days first, Chu Feng said while observing Chu Wenjong's reaction. Seeing that the latter's emotions gradually stabilized, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes became sinister, and his words turned. Grandpa, the proposed battle for the heavenly abyss is about to begin. I guarantee that Chu Tian will definitely die. Chu Wenjong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I understand all the reasoning, but I harbor a fire in my heart. If I don't give that brat a little lesson, Suddenly, Chu Wenjong's tone lurched, turning his head to look at Chen Shijun on the side, and with a tone that carried a command, he instructed, Shijun, I'll leave this matter to you. Give me an outlet. Is there a problem? Chen Shijun's legs went limp and he almost slipped off the chair. Leave it to me? The old man is bad. You're afraid of that big monster. King Roll? I'm not. Nima. You screw me. I screw you. We screw each other. Although, Chen Shijun cursed Chu Wenjong in his heart, but on his mouth, he said, Chu Lao, I do things. You can rest assured. It's right to leave it to me. Very well. Go on. Chu Wenjong waved back his hand and handed down an eviction order. Chen Shijun bent down and retreated, leaving Chu's house in a car, and ordered to the driver, go to Rolling King Mansion. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Yan Wang. Hello, I'm Chen Shijun. I report, someone wants to victimize Chu Tian. That's right. Okay, I'll go over now. Black Wind Mountain. The mountain, as its name suggests, the whole mountain seems to be covered by a thick layer of black mist, and from afar, it looks like a huge beast prostrate on the earth. the wind in the mountains, with a bone-chilling chill, whistled past, emitting a low whimpering sound, swirling up the dead leaves and dust on the ground, forming a black whirlwind. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and muttered in a low voice, "Money is hard to earn, is hard to eat, and words are hard to say." After speaking, he took a step and walked inside the Black Wind Mountain. The wind, still howling, black, still spreading, and Chu Tian's figure gradually disappeared into that endless darkness. Ka-ching! Dry branches were crushed by a foot. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, shedding dappled light and shadows. Chu Tian held the Yanlong gun, his eyes as calm as an ancient pool as he walked slowly through the jungle. Suddenly, Chu Tian's footsteps lurched and he turned around with an open mind, as if he had expected it, and stabbed out with the long spear in his hand. Put! A flame shot up into the sky, and fishy hot blood sprayed out in the air. Chu Tian took a step backward and gently avoided it. Put! A first-rank blood civet cat was penetrated and fell to the ground. Lifeless. Kill value, plus 105. Kill value accumulated, 105. Chu Tian glanced at it with downcast eyes and frowned slightly. Having just entered the mountain and walked less than 100 meters, he encountered a bloody civet cat. This Black Wind Mountain was really dangerous in name only. Make sure you leave before dark or it will get even more treacherous. Chu Tian raised his hand and looked at the smartwatch on his wrist. A slide to the left was the map. There were a total of 2 points of light, one red and one white. The red color represents the location of the rootless grass. White is its own location. Judging from the distance on the map, it would take at least an hour to find the rootless grass, provided that the journey was still unimpeded and not infested by ferocious beasts. Chu Tian took a deep breath and continued to set off. An hour later, Chu Tian, whose body was covered in blood, stopped in his steps. In front of him there were two headless blizzard wolves. The fishy hot blood had not yet cooled down. It was not hard to see that they had just died not long ago. And the wound is smooth, and a sword decapitates the head. This man is strong, very strong, at least, no more so than myself. Kind of funny. Chu Tian was suddenly interested in this competitor. But, rootless grass, I aim to win. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded through Black Wind Mountain. Chu Tian's pupils contracted as he sniffed and looked. Directly in front of him, demonic chi rushed into the sky, and a berserk aura swept across the sky. It's a third-order ferocious beast. At the same time, a sword chi like a rainbow actually suppressed this majestic demonic chi. 5 turns in the frontier realm. Chu Tian's eyes slightly condensed, and his figure shifted and shot out explosively. Sinful animal, die! Accompanied by a shout, a silhouette rose up into the air. Chu Tian looked up and his eyes flashed. It's her! How could he not have expected that his competitor would actually be the impressive young girl inside the waiting room, only to see the young girl holding a 3-foot green blade, sword light like frost, her body as light as a swallow, floating down. She narrowed a pair of beautiful eyes and looked straight ahead at the tumbling mass of demonic chi. It was a peak third-stage ferocious beast, the Shadow Fury leopard, with an athletic body and fur as black as ink, almost blending in with the surrounding Black Wind Mountain. Its eyes were scarlet like blood, flashing with a cunning, ferocious light. However, the most frightening thing was that this Shadow Fiend leopard possessed the ability of stealth, able to merge into the darkness in an instant and disappear without a trace. At this moment, the Shadow Fiend leopard was crouching low in the shadow of a giant tree, its body trembling slightly as if it was storing up its strength. Its aura was completely astringent, and even its breath became faintly audible, as if it had become one with the surrounding darkness. If not for the young girl's sword chi locking onto its demonic aura, I'm afraid Chu Tian would have had trouble detecting its existence. Suddenly, the Shadow Fury Panther moved. Its figure was as ghostly as a ghost, instantly disappearing in place, leaving only a faint residual shadow behind. Next, its sharp claws approached the young girl's back with a harsh cracking sound. Watch out! Chu Tian gave a low shout, but the reminder was too late, and the young girl was sent flying with a claw. Bang! It was accompanied by a dull sound. The young girl spat blood from her mouth and slammed hard into the ground. The force was so great that it smashed a deep hole in the ground hard. Roar! The Shadow Fiend leopard let out another hiss, opened its bloody mouth and shot out explosively. Its speed was so fast that it disappeared into thin air once again. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of the young girl and violently opened its bloody mouth to bite down. Chapter 18. Happy working together. Dang! Sparks were flying. The Inferno Dragon Lance came out across the sky and hardened itself to block the Shadow Fiend leopard's fatal strike. The gun body trembled, emitting a low humming sound as Chu Tian's figure steadily blocked in front of the young girl. His gaze was like a torch as he looked straight into the scarlet eyes of the Shadow Fiend leopard. Is everything alright? Chu Tian glanced sideways at the young girl behind him, his tone calm and his voice extremely magnetic. It's okay. The young girl wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and reluctantly stood up. Her brows locked and a hint of unwillingness and pain flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath and whispered, "The two of us will join forces and try." "Good." Chu Tian's reply was very dry, and with the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand, he flung it violently, and the demonic flames suddenly rose. At the same time, he stepped on thunder and shot out explosively. "Kill!" The young girl blinked a pair of beautiful eyes with a different color, her toes tapping, her body as light as a swallow. The long sword in her hand erupted with overpowering sword chi, raging endlessly as it swept straight towards the shadow fiend leopard. Chu Tian's figure was like electricity, the Yanlong gun wrapped in blazing demonic flames, cutting through the sky and stabbing the shadow fiend panther directly in the center of his eyebrows. Wherever the tip of the gun passed, the air was torn apart. Emitting an ear-piercing shrill whistle, the shadow fiend leopard let out a low roar. His body shape was as easy to avoid as a ghost, and his sharp claws slapped out with a fishy wind. Chu Tian's gun momentum turned, and his gun pole blocked horizontally, hardening to receive this claw. The huge impact shook his arms, and the ground crumbled and dust flew under his feet. However, at that moment, the young girl's figure swept past like the wind, and her sword light was like frost as she chopped down in a smooth manner. The sword was so powerful and cold that it seemed to freeze the air. Sensing the danger, the Shadow Fury Panther twisted violently and swept its sharp claws across, colliding with the sword blade, sparks flying everywhere. Bang! The young girl was shaken back a few steps, her tiger's mouth tingling and her sword trembling slightly. The Shadow Fiend Leopard's force was too domineering, and even with her full strength, it was still difficult to shake it. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and the Inferno Dragon gun swept across once again. The demonic flames transformed into a fire dragon, roaring as it pounced on the Shadow Fiend Leopard. The Shadow Fiend Panther roared lowly, and his figure suddenly disappeared, once again hiding into the darkness. "Be careful," Chu Tian drank lowly, his gaze looking around like a falcon. However, the speed of the Shadow Fiend Leopard was too fast, and in the next second, it had already appeared from behind the young girl, its sharp claws carrying a harsh breaking sound, pushing straight into her back heart. The young girl's pupils shrank, barely turning sideways, but was still grazed by the sharp claws on her shoulder, blood instantly staining the lapel. She stifled a grunt and staggered back, her face as pale as paper. The two men stood back to back, breathing heavily, and both of their bodies were covered in color. The hissing sound of the Shadow Fury Panther echoed in the darkness, and the tension pulled right through. Dum 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 dum. It was accompanied by the sound of dull, powerful footsteps. The Shadow Fiend Leopard slowly stepped out of the darkness, its scarlet eyes glowing with monstrous hostility as it stared at the duo of Chu Tian and the young girl, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The young girl's eyebrows knitted tightly, her eyes full of gravity, and she said in a deep voice, "This Shadow Fiend Leopard is too strong. I'm afraid that with our current strength, we're not a match for it." When Chu Tian heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bland smile, only to see that he slowly raised the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand, the tip of the gun pointing straight at the Shadow Fiend Leopard, his tone carrying an unspeakable confidence and arrogance. "What about a breakthrough?" The young girl froze, and before she could react, Chu Tian's aura had already begun to skyrocket. His eyes were slightly closed, and the gifted life bone at his chest glowed with a faint seven-colored rainbow aura, and immediately after, the aura in his body rushed and flowed through his limbs and bones, forming a vortex. It was as if the aura in the air had been tugged by some kind of pull, and it was frantically converging towards him. Chu Tian's breath climbed upward, as if a volcano was about to erupt, accumulating infinite power. Frontier Realm second turn. Break! With a low drink, Chu Tian's aura violently erupted, and his aura formed a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye that spread in all directions. His realm directly broke through at this moment, leaping from the first turn of the Frontier Realm to the second turn of the Frontier Realm, but the aura in his body was still vigorous, continuing to send out an onslaught towards the third turn of the Frontier Realm. Bang! A muffled sound came from within Chu Tian's body. Frontier Realm 3 turns. Become! For a moment, Chu Tian's aura was like a volcano erupting, instantly sweeping through the entire mountain forest. He suddenly opened his eyes, pupils in the light flow, aura overflow. Under the feet of the thunder crackling sound, the Inferno Dragon gun trembled in his hands, and the demonic flames on the gun suddenly skyrocketed, transforming into a hideous fire dragon that hovered around him, emitting a low dragon roar. Flames and thunder intertwined, reflecting his figure in a blinding light. Frontier Realm 3 turns. The young girl looked at Chu Tian's back, her eyes filled with shock. She could clearly feel that Chu Tian's aura at this moment was more than twice as strong as before. The Shadow Fiend Leopard seemed to have sensed the danger as well. A trace of scorn flashed through its scarlet eyes, and the muscles of its entire body tightened as it let out a low hissing roar. Its sharp claws were deeply embedded in the ground, and its demonic aura was churning around its body, clearly having entered a state of full alert. Chu Tian slowly raised his Inferno Dragon gun, the tip of the gun pointing straight at the Shadow Fiend Leopard, his tone cold and confident. Now, it's my turn. Before the words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he had appeared above the Shadow Fiend Leopard's head. The Inferno Dragon Lance carried monstrous demonic flames and slashed down as if it was going to tear the heavens and earth apart. Boom! The Shadow Fiend Panther roared, its sharp claws meeting it, and the moment it collided with the Inferno Dragon gun, a deafening roar erupted. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the surroundings, the ground crumbling inch by inch and rubble flying across the ground. However, this time, the Shadow Fiend Leopard did not gain the upper hand. Its sharp claws were hard pressed back by the Inferno Dragon gun. Its huge body was shaken back several feet, and the ground under its feet was plowed with deep grooves. Chu Tian did not stop. His feet stepped on the shocking thunder and approached once again. The Inferno Dragon gun transformed into countless residual shadows in his hands, and each strike carried the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, forcing the Shadow Fiend Leopard to retreat. Seeing this, the young girl's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with essence, and the long sword in her hand once again erupted with brilliant sword light. With a flash of her figure, she joined the battle and fought alongside Chu Tian. Sword lights and gun shadows intertwined, and demonic flames and sword chi raged. The two were unstoppable. The Shadow Fiend Panther finally showed fatigue under their devastating attacks, and a hint of panic flashed through its scarlet eyes. It's over. Chu Tian let out a low gulp, and his Inferno Dragon gun violently stabbed out, the tip of the gun condensing endless demonic flames, aiming straight for the Shadow Fiend Panther's heart. Put! The tip of the gun penetrated the chest of the Shadow Fiend Panther, and blood saya gushed out like a pillar. The Shadow Fiend Leopard let out a mournful hiss, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud thud, the light in its eyes gradually dimming and eventually completely extinguishing. Chu Tian put away his Inferno Dragon gun and let out a long breath as the aura around his body gradually calmed down. He turned to look at the young girl, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Good cooperation. The young girl nodded, her heart actually rippling. Unspeakable. The hero's bridge is classic, but practical. The blackness of the Black Wind Mountains remained deep. The young girl finished treating her wounds, blinking her star-like pupils and guffawing. Suddenly, Chapter 19 Taste a Teenager's Body. The young girl finished treating her wounds, blinking her star-like pupils and guffawing. Suddenly, she stretched out her slender hand, her vermilion lips slightly opened. Suruwashi, Trudy. Chu Tian gently gripped it, and immediately felt a coolness come over him, soft as a bone. Many thanks to Mr. Chu for saving my life today. I can't thank you enough. If there's anything I need from Daryl, just ask. When Chu Tian heard this, he loosened his hand and pointed to the two red clover plants floating in the air not far away and slowly said, "Repayment is not necessary. 2 rootless grasses, 1 for each of us." Suruwashi's pretty face was slightly stunned, then she let out a light laugh. "Of course you can. These 2 rootless herbs are Mr. Chu's trophies. I have not coveted them. Then I'll be polite." After Chu Tian finished speaking, he quickly walked towards the 2 rootless grasses, bent down to pick them, and carefully placed them into his arms. When he had done this, he turned to leave. "Aren't you leaving?" Chu Tian looked at Suruwashi, who was standing in place, and opened his mouth to ask. "I still have one more thing to do. I'll see you later, Mr. Chu." Suruwashi smiled back. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and faintly said, "Be safe." Then, it turned away. Suruwashi looked towards the back that gradually disappeared into the jungle. She raised the corners of her mouth and a meaningful smile appeared in her eyes. Ka-ching! The void rippled and cracked in response, only to see an old crone out of the space crack, bowed and stood, eyes full of awe. "Miss, your injury, it's fine." Suruwashi retracted her gaze, the smile on her face converged, her eyes were clear and cold, and she said in a chilling voice, "Is that thing sure it's in front? Okay, open up." "Yes, miss." The old woman's hands flashed, and a runic brand appeared in her palm as she rose into the air. She gently pushed, and the rune branding disappeared into the void as much as it could. Immediately afterward, the space around them changed radically. The dark jungle all but disappeared, replaced by a lush, sky-high ancient tree. There was a white fruit on top of the ancient tree, emitting a majestic aura fluctuation. Suruwashi's face blushed and her eyes flashed. "Don't disturb me before the proposed battle at the heavenly abyss." The old woman bowed and asked, "Miss, is it necessary to tell the third master?" "No, yes." After the old woman finished speaking, she once again raised her hands and gently waved them, and the ancient trees and Suruwashi all disappeared in thin air. After doing this, suddenly, her brow furrowed. She turned her head slowly to look behind her and muttered in a small voice, "Slick." Then, the old woman's body shifted and disappeared. Phew, what horrible eyes. Chu Tian let out a long breath and patted his chest, his heart palpitating, the moment he was just gazed at by the old crone. He seemed to have seen his own two milk. It was a while before he adjusted his state and struggled to stand up to look at Su Ruwashi's direction once again, secretly casting aspersions. No wonder you gave me all the rootless grass. So it's because you have a better treasure. Chu Tian touched the rootless grass in his arms and was satisfied. One rootless grass is $300,000. Two is not $600,000. And then x 10. That's 6 million. From a down-and-out kid who was kicked out of his house, he was transformed into a millionaire. Chu Tian covered the two rootless grasses and quickly evacuated Black Wind Mountain. At this time, the sun had already set, and it was pitch black inside Black Wind Mountain. Unable to see fingers, Chu Tian was holding the Inferno Dragon gun and killing in all directions. Blood erupted in the firelight and bloomed under the night sky. With the last second-ranked Blood Civet Cat being shot in the head, Chu Tian had already killed at the foot of the mountain. Kill value, plus 205. Kill value accumulated, 5,555. The mission was rewarding and beautiful. Chu Tian stepped into the night, moving at full speed in the direction of Jiangqing City. 100 years ago, in order to reduce the number of tragedies caused by beast tides, the Great Xia Kingdom enacted a centralization system, moving all the people from villages and towns to the nearest main city. The introduction of this system has turned areas other than the main city into almost no man's land. Even during the day, it is rare to see pedestrians out and about, so much less so at night. Chu Tian hadn't seen a single living person along the way, however, did come across two bodies. Judging from the wounds, it should have been attacked by a ferocious beast. Sasha. The sharp footsteps sounded extraordinarily clear in the dark, silent night. From afar Chu Tian saw the lights of 10,000 homes, and the outline of Jiangcheng gradually became clear in the night. The walls of the city were high and brightly lit, a stark contrast to this dark and dead no man's land. Chu Tian's heart returned and he couldn't help but speed up his pace. At the city gates, heavily armed city guards patrolled the surroundings vigilantly. Seeing Chu Tian covered in blood, the guards immediately became alert and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" Chu Tian stopped, raised his left hand, opened the Rolling King's unique mission watch, and said aloud, "I'm going out of the city on a mission, and I've had a registration. What's the name?" "Trudy. Come here, scan the code." Chu Tian walked up, slid his watch, found the QR code, and swiped it on top of the code scanning machine on the left side of the city gate. His picture and basic information all appeared on the screen. The city guards double-checked that there was no mistake and opened the gates to let them through. Chu Tian entered the city and didn't immediately go home, but first called Wang Huiru to report that he was safe, then took a car and went to the Rolling King mansion. Even at night, the King Roller building continues to have a steady stream of people entering. Just as Chu Tian entered the door, a familiar voice rang out with him. "Mr. Chu." Guo Yurong ran all the way to meet her. It was a spectacular scene to watch the mountain peaks that were shaking violently up and down. Exhale. If this were to fall on the ground, would it not make two craters? The floor is blessed. "Mr. Chu, have you really completed your mission?" Guo Yurong's eyes were filled with shock. Chu Tian nodded slightly and took out two rootless grasses from his bosom, inquiring, "Where do I go to exchange my reward?" Guo Yurong gulped. As the receptionist lady, of course she knew how dangerous this mission was. 9 deaths and no life. All the people who took this mission did not come back, but now it was done by this teenager in front of him. He is, really, extraordinary. "Mr. Chu, you're too good." In the face of Guo Yurong's heartfelt praise, Chu Tian rubbed his nose in slight embarrassment and once again asked, "Where do I go to exchange my reward?" "Mr. Chu, this way please." Guo Yurong hurriedly led the way in front, holding the Rolling King black card. Chu Tian had the green light all the way, and in just 1 minute he completed the process that others needed an hour to complete. $6 million successfully arrived. Chu Tian looked at the balance on top of his cell phone and carefully counted it. The decimal points know how to get in line. "Mr. Chu, you haven't eaten dinner yet. Why don't we join together?" Guo Yurong had a red face and took the initiative to extend an invitation. Dinner was a lie. She mostly wanted to taste the teenager's body. Chapter 20 Glasses are broken. Chu Tian's eyes were full of vigilance and righteousness. "You woman, you don't want to think about my $6 million? I tell you, there is no door." After saying that, he turned away decisively. However, after a few steps, he took a step, turned around and added, "And of course, there are no windows." Guo Yurong stood in place and stomped her feet in anger. The two peaks trembled once again, spat and gritted her teeth. "Is it your money I want?" Chu Tian left from the Rolling King mansion, and then took a car to the place where his mother usually had her stall, the Jiangnan Night Market. The Jiangnan Night Market was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, bringing together people of all shapes and sizes, both cultivators and ordinary people, who shuttled through the night market with endless clamor. The sides of the night market were filled with all kinds of stalls, including those selling snacks, clothes, handicrafts, and even some vendors selling strange and bizarre contraptions. The air was filled with the scent of kebabs and grease, mixed with the sounds of people talking, laughing and bargaining. Chu Tian walked through the crowded crowd. His eyes quickly swept between the stalls and spotted his mother's position with a glance. Mother is looking down with scissors from the paper, skillfully cut a small animal. Given the aura, these small animals as if alive, loved by children. At that moment, a group of children were gathered in front of the stall, chattering, and every now and then the mother looked up and chatted with them with a smile on her face. Chu Tian looked at the smile on his mother's face and couldn't help but follow along and smile together, speeding up his steps and walking over. "Auntie, I want a groundhog." When Wang Huira heard the familiar voice, the movements of her hands froze and she hurriedly raised her head. "Xiao Tian, why are you here?" "Came to pick you up and take you home." "You kids, it's not like I can't find my way home. Just sit down for a while and we'll go home when I'm done cutting up these kids' animals." "Yes." Chu Tian sat himself down on the side and looked around for a while before his eyes landed on his mother's hands. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, and a brilliant light flowed in his eyes. "This is so dense with life. How could Mom's aura contain such rich vitality? No wonder it brings these critters to life. The mystery is here. Get out of the way. E is here." Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out. The crowd in the night market was in an uproar. The children who were originally gathered in front of Wang Huira's stall were scared and ran away in all directions, and even the surrounding vendors hurriedly packed up their things for fear of getting into trouble. Chu Tian frowned slightly and looked over at the sound, only to see 4 or 5 punks with yellow-dyed hair flanking a young man wearing golden glasses walking over. This person wore a brand-name leisure suit, playing with a jade trigger finger in his hand, with a few disdainful smiles on his face, looking svelte, but with a grim look in his eyes. "Brother E, please." A small yellow hair next to him was full of pandering smiles and nodded his head. The young man called Brother E pushed up his glasses and swept his eyes over the surrounding stalls, finally landing on Wang Huiru's stall. A cold smile curled up at the corner of his mouth as he walked slowly over to the stall, reaching out and picking up a small animal he had just cut out, cupping it in his hand and playing with it twice. Then he threw it to the ground with a snap and crushed it with his foot. "Auntie Wang, you're good at this. No wonder it's so hot. But haven't you forgotten one thing? The protection fee hasn't been paid yet." Wang Huira's face instantly turned pale, and the scissors in her hand stopped. She barely managed to squeeze out a smile and whispered, "But I've already paid the booth fee." "Booth fees?" Brother E sneered, and the little yellow hairs around him immediately followed with a laugh. "Auntie Wang, are you getting old? Your ears are not very good. I am talking about protection money. Do oil understand?" he said while reaching out his hand to pat Wang Huira's shoulder. However, just as his hand was about to fall, a slender palm appeared out of nowhere and stopped it. "Hey Neat Sao, you say He squinted and cursed. A murderous aura filled Chu Tian's eyes and he said in a chilling voice, "Get your stinking hands off me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little than cubs, you do not ask around. In the Jiangnan night market this acre of land, who dares?" Ka-ching, OH-. He covered his wrist that revealed the white bones of Mori, trembling violently, head-sized beads of sweat slipping down instantly, screaming heartbreakingly, My hand. You guys are still frozen dry set trade. Give me on, waste him." 4 or 5 small yellow hairs swarmed the room. Chu Tian's figure flickered as a residual shadow swept past. Before the few little yellow hairs could react to what was going on, they felt a huge force coming at them. Immediately afterward, they flew out uncontrollably. Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a succession of dull sounds. All the little yellow hairs slammed heavily into the ground like sandbags being kicked away, their chests all dented downwards and dripping with blood. There were screams and screams. "Kill value, +20, kill value, +30, kill value, +15, kill value accumulated, 6,050. Seeing this, Yi's legs went limp and he directly knelt on the ground, with a handful of snot and a handful of tears. "Big brother, big father, big master, spare your life, ta-da-da-da." Chu Tian walked towards Yi. Every step he took seemed to step on Yi's heart. A sense of suffocation swept through his body. Big man, you think I'm a fart? Let go. With this much skill, you still want to collect protection money? Who the hell gave you the courage? As Chu Tian said that, he grabbed Yi's cover and violently launched himself, slamming hard into the ground. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard. The pieces of Yi's glasses shattered all over the floor. His face covered in blood as he crumpled to the ground, letting out a groan of pain. Chu Tian raised his foot and stepped on Yi's head, gradually exerting force. At this moment, Yi only had one feeling. His head seemed like it was about to explode. The pain was unbearable, and the suffocation of death swept through his body. Don't kill me. I won't dare anymore. He wailed out with all his strength trembling. Kill value, +50, Kill value accumulated, 6,100. The killing aura in Chu Tian's eyes grew stronger. His voice cold as ice. Say, who ordered you to come? He shuddered violently, his eyes flickering as he shook his head. No one instructed me. Really? Master, I really didn't lie to you. Yi's voice trembled almost out of tune, his face a wretched mess of blood mixed with cold sweat. His eyes flickered, obviously trying desperately to hide something. Chu Tian looked at him coldly. The force under his feet increased a few more points. I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth. Otherwise, I don't mind shutting you up forever. He felt a sharp pain coming from his head, his skull ready to shatter at any moment. The fear of death made it impossible for him to maintain his composure any longer, and he hurriedly cried out, I say, it's, Chapter 21 Forge, the movie star. Yes, it's Li Taichung. A few days ago he came to the night market. I bought him a drink, and I overheard Auntie Wang, so he asked me to spy on Auntie Wang. And what? Say, Chu Tian let out a low shout. He shuddered violently, and hastily only stammered. And he told me to, from time to time, find some trouble. When Chu Tian sniffed, the murderous aura on his body turned into substance. For a while, the temperature plummeted, making people feel like falling into an ice cave, and even their breathing became heavy. Looks like we hit it a little light last time. In that case, how about, can you ask him out? He asked out of instinct. Master, what do you want? Chu Tian coldly looked at Yi and slowly spoke. Do you know that there is an old saying in Xia that the more you know, the faster you die? Master, spare my life. Brother Yi was trembling like a sieve. His head kept hitting the ground and knocking his head, but he didn't dare to stop at all. Boom 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 boom. Dull sounds rang out one after another, and blood dripped. Chu Tian's face was expressionless as he slowly spoke. Alright, you go wait for me outside first. If you dare to escape, I guarantee that you will die a miserable death. Master, you just lend me 10,000 guts. I wouldn't dare to run. Wow. I'll obediently wait for you. He hurriedly kowtowed another one to show his loyalty. Chu Tian waved his hand with an impatient face. Alright, get lost. You few don't pretend to be dead either. Roll together. When Brother Yi heard Chu Tian's order, his face stiffened without the slightest hesitation. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain all over his body, but he actually did get on the ground and rolled out. Seeing this, several other small yellow hairs followed suit, each curling up and following close behind. For a while, the silent night market resounded with a gurgle rolling sound. The scene is very funny, but no one dares to laugh out loud. Everyone held their breath with a hint of horror in their eyes. Even the cultivators in the crowd could not help but feel a pang of fear when they looked at Chu Tian. Who would have thought that Auntie Wang, who was usually gentle and amiable, would have a son with such bloody and decisive means? Chu Tian coldly watched Brother Yi and the others roll away. Then he turned his head to Wang Huiru, and a harmless smile suddenly appeared on his face. If he hadn't just seen it with his own eyes, who would have thought that the smiling teenager in front of him had such cruel methods? Mom, you go home first. Wang Huiru was too intelligent. How could she not know Chu Tian's plan? But she didn't say much more than an admonition. Be safe, and Mom will be waiting for you to come home for a late night snack. Aha! Mom, I still want to eat the pot roast you made. Chu Tian grinned. Wang Huiru nodded, her eyes full of worry as she watched Chu Tian leave. At this point, there was a neat row of young socialites kneeling outside the gates of the Gangnam night market. Brother Yi, are we really kneeling here? Run! I don't believe he can still find us? Yes, Brother Yi, when have we ever suffered such humiliation? As long as you give the order, we'll fight him. Do it. Who was kneeling in the head row, looked back at his red-faced, death-defying men, and had a moment of magnificent ambition in his heart, with a somewhat struggling expression on his face. Either, Master, you've come. Bang! He looked at the oncoming Chu Tian and directly knocked one. What grandeur! To hell with it! Chu Tian looked at Brother Yi and the others who were kneeling in a row. His face was stunned. Get up, all of you. Thank you, Master. He had just gotten up when he suddenly let out a scream. Ah! Chu Tian frowned slightly and his face sank. He hastily squeezed out a smile and explained. Numb, then stay on your knees. When he heard this, he really wanted to chop off the legs of these two uncontested dogs. Master, I can still stand up if I bear it. Cut the crap. Now call Li Taicheng and ask him to the west side of the city. West of the city? The corner of Yi's mouth twitched. Master, that damn place west of the city is full of mass graves. Can Li Taicheng go there? Suddenly, the corner of Chu Tian's mouth rose and he patted Yi's shoulder. Boom boom boom. And then, he said slowly, so, it's up to you. If you can't ask him out, then I'll have to take you to the west side of the city. Yi's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees again. Master, I I'll call Li Taichang right now. Aha, I believe in you. Go for it. Forge took out his cell phone, adjusted himself, and dialed. Soon, Li Taichang's confused and with a hint of unhappiness voice rang out. Calling at this late hour. What's wrong with you? Brother Chang, calm down first. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on Auntie Wen? There's a situation. What's the situation? Tell me. Listening to Li Taichang's voice, he was obviously in high spirits. Yi's face was so happy that he suddenly shouted, Brother Chang, help, Auntie Wang. His son wants to kill me and asked me to ask you to the west side of the city. And now he's right next to me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A group of small yellow hairs shouted in unison. The genius was really shown off by this anticlimactic maneuver of Yi's. Even Master Chu Tian froze. Villains can still play like this? The plot inside the novel is not like this auntie. Even Li Taichang on the other end of the phone fell into a brief silence. However, Brother E, who was the party involved, was very calm. Everything was in his plan. He was certain that Chu Tian would not kill him. Ryoko, Li Taichang's gnashing voice came from within the phone. Chu Tian? It's done. Chu Tian didn't have the need to continue pretending. Director Li, I don't know. Is it convenient to go to the west side of the city to meet? Good. Wait for me. I'll go over there now. Don't worry. I'll definitely go alone. Li Taichang also added one more sentence. And when he finished, he directly hung up the phone. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and said in his heart, this guy has masochistic tendencies? He really dares to come by himself? Or is there a scam? Chu Tian racked his brain, couldn't figure out what to do, and violently turned his head to look at Brother E on the side. Murderous aura emerged in his eyes, and without warning, he kicked out. Bang! It's a simple thing, and you're making a mess of it. I'll kick your ass, Chu Tian said as he exploded into a kick. Ah! He held his head in his hands and screamed in agony. And he felt his consciousness slipping into darkness. Miscalculation. However, Chu Tian still didn't kill him and left him with a dog's life. Phew! Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and already had an intention in his mind. First go to the west of the city, then see what happens. If there is a fraud, then run. Making up his mind, Chu Tian looked back at the group of small yellow hairs kneeling on the ground and coldly said, find me a car. At this time, a small yellow hair pointed to the old Mercedes-Benz that was older than them listening at the door and said, Master, this is Brother Yi's car. Chu Tian picked Yi up and shoved him into the car. Come up here with someone who can drive and give me a ride. Chapter 22 Jesus Can't Save You. Jiangcheng City West. Jiangcheng people ghosts. It was overgrown with weeds and littered with graves, as if it were a forgotten forbidden land. As night falls, a cloudy wind gusts, blowing a chill down one's spine, like an invisible ghostly hand gently caressing one's back. The air was sickening with the smell of decay, mixed with the fishy odor of dirt and the stench of rotting corpses. Chu Tian stood at the entrance to the west of the city and looked around. The moonlight was obscured by thick, dark clouds, leaving only sporadic points of light spilling onto the ground, reflecting dappled shadows. In the distance, a few dead trees twisted branches, swaying in the wind, making a creaking sound. Occasionally the cries of a few crows cut through the night sky, sharp and mournful. Old trees and dim crows. Brother E was dragged out of the car by Chu Tian. His face was as pale as paper. His legs were still trembling. His eyes were full of fear. His lips were shivering, but he didn't dare to make a sound. The remaining two little yellow hairs were even more frightened and shrunk into a ball, not even daring to utter a breath. Master, this place is also too evil, right? He finally couldn't help himself and asked in a low voice. Chu Tian glanced at him coldly and didn't reply, only stepping forward. The ground under his feet was loose and damp, and every step felt like stepping on rotting bones. Everywhere you look, there are graves of varying heights, some of which have been eroded by the wind and rain to the point where only shallow mounds of earth remain, revealing the ghastly white bones inside. Suddenly, a gust of cloudy wind struck, swirling up the dead leaves and dust on the ground in an eerie vortex. The whirlpool seems to be mixed with a low whimpering sound, almost like countless wronged souls crying. He was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, holding his head with both hands and mumbling, "Don't look for me, don't look for me." Chu Tian was not moved in the slightest, tugging on Yi's hair as he continued on his way. After walking for about 3 to 5 minutes, Chu Tian came to an open clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a dilapidated shrine, its door half open and half covered, and inside it was pitch black, emanating the unknown, the eerie, and the terrifying. "Just here," Chu Tian whispered to himself, then turned to Yi and said, "You, go in and take a look." When Yi heard this, he was scared out of his wits and waved his hands. "Master, don't dare, there must be ghosts in here." Chu Tian sneered and grabbed Yi's collar, lifting him up. "Don't dare? Weren't you pretty stiff just now?" Yi cried and begged. "Master, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. You spare me." Chu Tian didn't bother with nonsense and directly threw Yi into the shrine. He fell to the ground and let out a miserable scream, then rolled around and tried to escape, but he was kicked back by Chu Tian. If you come out again, I'll make you a ghost. Covering his mouth with both hands, not daring to make a sound, he shivered and climbed in. Chu Tian turned back to look at the two little yellow hairs behind him and ordered without question, "You two go in as well." The two followed Yi's example and got on the ground. Crawling inside, Chu Tian followed closely behind. The shrine was in disrepair, full of tablets, and strange noises came from time to time in the darkness. The three forges hid in a corner, hugging each other, trembling like sieves and whimpering. Chu Tian casually picked up a piece of rag and walked towards Yi. "Ta-da-da-da. Master. No, don't. I really know I'm wrong. Don't kill me. I'll be a cow or a horse for you." "No. Ooh-hoo. I'll come back to fix you guys when I finish off Li Taichung." Chu Tian stuffed the rags into the mouths of the three and used his aura to imprison them again. After doing all this, Chu Tian slowly walked to the doorway and placed himself in the darkness, looking towards the entrance of the ghostly souls without taking his eyes off. This was the only way to enter the ghostly world, so you could see Li Taichung for the first time and confirm that he was not alone. The minutes ticked by. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly, there was a rustle of footsteps in the darkness. It's light, but in the dead silence of the ghostly world, it was very harsh. Chu Tian opened his eyes and an aura burst out, only to see that a figure appeared at the entrance of the ghostly spirit, looking around as if searching for something. Li Taichung. The visitor was none other than Li Taichung, definitely looking for himself. Chu Tian did not immediately show himself and sat in the darkness to continue observing. After another 5 minutes, Li Taichung took out his cell phone. Buzzing. The vibration of a cell phone rang very suddenly, breaking the dead silence of the ghostly world. Li Taichung sniffed. In the darkness, Chu Tian slowly walked out of the shrine with the cell phone that was vibrating. Enemies are not as good as each other. Li Taichung glared angrily at him. Then he let out a cold laugh and said, Chu Tian, how could I not expect that you, a waste of space, would actually send yourself to the door, and asked me out here? What? Have you even chosen your own grave here? Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly said, I hadn't figured out at first why you dared to come on your own after being abused by me so miserably last time, but it turns out that you have broken through to the second turn of the granite realm. Shut up! Li Taichung let out an explosive cry. This matter was simply a strange shame for him. His eyes were grim as he laughed sardonically. You waste is really Auntie's mascot. I don't know what's going on these days. Chu Wenzhong, that old undead looks at me very badly. But, well now, just in time to use this cheap life of yours to make him happy. Chu Tian smiled. Have you ever thought, what if I also break through? The words just fell. Li Taichung's eyes flickered and the smile on his face froze. However, Chu Tian's tone lurched as he continued. Perhaps, I'll break 2 turns in a row. These words were equivalent to the last straw that crushed Li Taichung. His eyes widened as he shook his head and said angrily, Impossible. You've only just broken through a few days ago. How could you possibly break through continuously? Trust me, anything is possible. After the words were spoken, the aura in Chu Tian's body gushed out. His chi and blood soared, instantly forming an invisible majesty that spread out like a tidal wave. Li Taichung's face suddenly changed when he felt this powerful aura. His original confidence and arrogance was gone at this moment. His body involuntarily took a step back. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and in his haste, he operated his aura, his chi at full strength. Chu Tian, so what if you've broken through? I'm the granite realm. Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth and smiled bashfully. Is that so? With that, he fiercely took a step forward. For a while, the raging aura raged. Bam! Li Taichung was overwhelmed and retreated 3 steps in a row, his body's chi and blood surging up. His face flushed red. No, how is this possible? Li Taichung's voice trembled a little. He couldn't believe the facts in front of him. I said, believe me, anything is possible. Chu Tian repeated it once again. The smile on his face gradually converged with it. Murderous aura filled his eyes, and he said in a chilling voice, if you hit my mother's idea, you're committing a crime against the laws of heaven, and Jesus won't be able to save you. I said so. Chapter 23 3 shots for you. Chu Tian. Even if I die today, I will drag you with me. Li Taichung's furious roar echoed above the ghosts. His eyes were scarlet red, the muscles on his face twisted from extreme anger and madness, and his aura worked crazily in his body, instantly erupting a furious aura around him. Suddenly, Li Taichung clenched his fists, his bones emitted a cackling sound, and a thick layer of earth-yellow aura coalesced on his fists, which seemed to contain a mountain-like power. Open mountain fist. Li Taichung bellowed loudly and swung his fist out. In an instant, the air was torn apart with a deafening roar. Wherever the wind of the fist passed, the ground was hard plowed out into a deep gully, with dirt and debris splashing in all directions. The fist was like a rainbow, carrying a destructive force straight towards Chu Tian. A hideous smile appeared on Li Tietjing's face. This was his last card and his strongest killing move. Chu Tian's eyes slightly condensed as a cold aura erupted. Open Mountain Fist, 5th order martial skill, the Chu family's treasure. When he was the grandson of the Chu family, he wanted to cultivate a 1st order martial skill, but he couldn't even beg for it. But Li Taichung, a foreigner with a bad heart, was even able to cultivate the 5th order mountain opening fist. Chu Wenzhong, you really don't treat me like a human being. Chu Tian took a deep breath and raised his head to face this terrifying fist power directly. Next, the demonic flames around his body suddenly rose, and the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand violently flung out. The red-colored flames wrapped around the gun body as if it was a fiery dragon, and the head of the gun was pointed directly at Li Taichung. Kill! Thunderbolt! Chu Tian let out a low shout, holding the Inferno Dragon gun. His feet stepped on thunder and shot out explosively. The lance instantly penetrated the space in front of the two men. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. The Inferno Dragon gun and the fist power collided violently, generating the aftermath of the attack that swept out in all directions with ripples visible to the naked eye. The graveyard bag exploded, and white bones flew in the sky. The shrine was uprooted, and a few of Yi's men were just exposed to the air. The scene was extremely shocking. For a moment, it was as if the air had frozen. Ka! Suddenly, a shattering sound broke the dead silence, only to see a crack appear in that earth-shattering punch. Ka-ching! Immediately afterward, the cracks began to spread in all directions, densely packed, and the fist instantly collapsed. Chu Tian suddenly exerted his strength, and the Inferno Dragon gun's demonic flame flourished. With the momentum of destroying and destroying, it cut through the void and swept straight towards Li Taichung. At this moment, the suffocation of death swept through his body. No! Li Tietjing's eyes glazed over and he lost his voice in shock. However, the head of the gun wrapped in an endless killing aura stopped at a position less than 10 centimeters from his body. Put! Li Tietjing's legs softened and he fell to his knees. Xiao Tian, please, let me live, no matter what. I'm also your aunt. Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth, eyes full of teasing. Aunt? Then when you first proposed to Chu Wenzhong to dig up my gifted life bone, why didn't you think that you were my aunt? Li Taichung, momentarily speechless, stammered. Small day in fact, you wronged me. Chu Wenzhong, that old undead, has long been playing your idea. I even advised him not to dig up your life bone, but that old dang didn't listen at all and was bent on having his way. Chu Tian pretended to be full of shock. Really? Then in that case, I still have to thank you? Thanks are not necessary, as long as you don't hold a grudge against your aunt. Chu Tian shook his head and said with a serious piece of voice. No, I must thank my aunt properly. How about this? I'll send you a few shots, guaranteeing a bloody hole in the gun. Words. Without waiting for Li Taichung to react, Chu Tian pressed the gun with one hand and directly stabbed out. Put. The blood is like a column. Li Taichung lowered his head with difficulty and looked at his pierced chest. He struggled to open his mouth to speak, but was drowned out by the blood that rushed to his throat. Chu Tian raised his hand and pressed Li Tietjing's head, grinned, and asked with a smile, Auntie, do you like this gift? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Here comes the second shot. After the words, Chu Tian stabbed out a shot once again. Put. Blood spurted wildly. Li Taichung shuddered violently. His vitality was all gone, and he stared at death with wide eyes. Kill value, plus 350. Kill value accumulated, 6,450. At this moment, not far away, Brother Yi was paralyzed with fear after witnessing the bloody image of Li Taichung being pierced through by Chu Tian shot after shot. Coincidentally, this Kung Fu Chu Tian twisted his head to look at him. Under the miserable white moonlight, the blood on his face was so bright and piercing. 4 eyes. Wow. Yi was straight up pissed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Only to see Chu Tian dragging the still dripping blood of the Inferno Dragon gun step by step, the head of the gun and the ground friction, emitting choo 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 choo. Every step Chu Tian took was like stepping on Yi's heart, making him unable to breathe. I gave you a chance, but, obviously, you didn't take it, Chu Tian said as he yanked off the rag that was stuffed in Yi's mouth. Master Chu, please, let go, let me go. I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare again. Just as soon as he regained the ability to speak, he cried out, his eyes unmistakably clear. Chu Tian raised his hand and patted Yi's face, saying with great regret, I hate it when people lie to me. If I want to blame you. No, Ka-ching, blame yourself. Yi's head drooped helplessly, and Chu Tian snapped his neck with his own hands. Kill value, plus 10. Kill value accumulated, 6,460. Inside the ghostly world, it was finally quiet. Chu Tian sat on the ground and looked towards Li Tietjing's corpse not far away. His eyes were very calm and his face didn't have much expression. He couldn't see the happiness of handily killing his enemy. For him, finishing off Li Taichang with his own hands was not the end of the hatred. Instead, this is just the beginning of revenge. Chu Feng, Chu Wenzhong, and the entire Chu family would all die. Chu Tian stood up and stretched his waist. He wanted to take a breath of fresh air. But what did he expect? What he sucked into his stomach was the smell of blood in addition to the smell of rotting corpses. The air a billion points is not fresh. Chu Tian raised his leg towards the two little yellow hairs who had already rolled their eyes in fear, raised his hand to yank down the rags in their mouths, and incidentally lifted the confinement with his hand. Master Chu, Master Tian, spare my life. The two men hurriedly fell to their knees, weeping and crying out in agony. Chu Tian asked expressionlessly, if someone asks, do you know what to say? No 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 no. Big E and Li Taicheng dog eat dog and die together. The two were very much in sync with each other. Chu Tian nodded with great satisfaction, then waved his hand again. Go! Thank you Master Chu. Thank you, Heavenly Master, for not killing me. The two little yellow hairs stood up on their hands and knees, rolling and crawling into the darkness. Just then, however, a gust of cloudy wind drifted by. No! Bang! Ah! Save! Put! Chu Tian's eyes flashed. It was the miserable screams of those two little yellow hairs just now. Chapter 24 Killing God Form. Jiangcheng, Urban Area. A vehicle with special license plates speeds down the street. Snort! It was accompanied by the harsh sound of brakes. The tires rubbed violently against the ground, sending up thick black smoke. The pungent smell of burning spread. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another red light. The young man driving the car hammered the steering wheel with an anxious face. At this time, the middle-aged of the co-pilot took out his cell phone and dialed a number. And just after the call was connected, he ordered, "Hello, City Lord Qin. Listen, from now on, you have to make sure that a black SUV with license plate number T00003 on the streets of Jiangcheng is on its way to the ghostly souls in the west of the city, and that it's smooth sailing all the way. 1 second's delay and you'll be held accountable." At this time, inside the city lord's villa, the Jiangcheng city lord Qin Xizheng, who was lying on the bed with his little petite wife in his arms, was infuriated after he heard the content inside the phone call in a daze. "You're ordering me? Humph." Little petite wife let out a cold snort and said angrily, "Who is this person? So rampant." "Tian Yuan Army, Squad 7, Captain Wei Pingshang." Snap! The cell phone in Qin Xizheng's hand fell to the ground. His body was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly bent down to pick up the phone, stood upright, and said aloud, "So it's General Wei, I'm going to give the order. Don't worry, I guarantee that I won't delay you for a second." Qin Xizheng hung up the phone, and his brain was already covered with a layer of tiny beads of sweat. "Honey, who is this guy? Is it great?" Little Stepford asked with a curious look on her face as she watched her city lord husband sweating with fear. Qin Xizheng wiped the sweat on his head, a touch of awe surfaced in his eyes, holding the power of life and death in his hands, and decapitating all the demons of the great summer. "Do you think he is powerful?" Jiangcheng Street, east to west direction. A black SUV sped by, and the traffic lights at the intersection it was about to pass through were all green. "Wait until it passes the traffic light completely before returning to normal." Ha ha ha. The young man driving the car laughed out loud and said, "Rights are fascinating." Wei Pingshang rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Where's all the nonsense? Hurry up and drive. If that thing escapes, see if I don't skin you." "Gov, I'm going as fast as I can with this foot inside the gas tank," the young man muttered innocently. Wei Pingshang didn't say anything, finding a comfortable position and closing his eyes. Meanwhile, the ghosts in the west of the city. Chu Tian stared dead ahead at a black mist. Ka-ching, LOL. In the black mist, there was a creepy chewing sound. Something was tearing at flesh and blood and making noises. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, staring dead on at the black mist, the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand slightly raised, the crimson flame at the tip of the gun pulsing in the darkness. Roar! Suddenly, with a hiss, the black mist slowly dispersed, revealing a sickening picture. Li Taicheng even lived over, lying on the ground, gulping and biting the bodies of two small yellow hairs. He moved stiffly, as if manipulated by some force, his hands grasping the bloody limbs and frantically shoving them into his mouth. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth and dripped on the ground, making a ticking sound. However, what really makes Chu Tian feel a crisis is, a monster the size of an adult's arm was added to Li Taicheng's back. It had human limbs but a catfish head, which was covered with black scales, two bulging fish eyes glowing a ghostly green, and a mouth that opened and closed, revealing sharp teeth. The body was thin and dry, and the black scales glowed eerily in the moonlight. The monster's limbs were tightly clasped onto Li Taicheng's back, as if they were fused with his corpse. Suddenly, the monster slightly raised its head, its green eyes staring straight at Chu Tian, with a trace of flesh hanging from the corner of its mouth, emitting a cackling low laughter. The monster's voice was raspy and harsh, as if squeezed from deep in his throat with an uncomfortable wetness. Chu Tian's brows tightened as he lifted his Inferno Dragon gun, the tip pointing at the monster, and said in a cold voice, "What are you?" The monster didn't reply, but just continued to let out a cackle while maneuvering Li Tiecheng's corpse to stand up from the ground. Li Tiecheng's body was stiff and twisted, his neck was crooked to the side at a weird angle, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and blood and broken bones were still hanging from the corners of his mouth. Ka-ching! Li Tiecheng's corpse suddenly opened its mouth and let out a low roar before violently lunging towards Chu Tian. Its movements were stiff, but it was stronger than when it was alive. Thunderbolt! Chu Tian let out a low shout and stepped on the thunderous foot, easily avoiding Li Tiecheng's attack. At the same time, a gun stabbed out. The tip of the gun cut out a red-colored flame, and headed straight for Li Tiecheng's chest. Put! The Inferno Dragon gun stabbed into Li Tiecheng's chest, and black and red blood gushed out. However, Li Tiecheng didn't fall down. Instead, he continued to charge forward as if he couldn't feel any pain. The monster lay on Li Tiecheng's back and let out a piercing laugh, its ghostly green eyes filled with mockery. Chu Tian's eyes turned cold as he suddenly exerted force and drew back his Inferno Dragon gun, followed by a kick that sent Li Tiecheng flying hundreds of meters away. Bang! A dull sound rang out and white bones flew across the room. Li Tiecheng's chest dented and slammed heavily into the grave bag, but it quickly climbed back up and continued to lunge at Chu Tian. "Since I can't kill it, I'll kill you first." Chu Tian chilled his voice and drank lowly. "Ignorant human. Jia, you still want to kill me?" The monster's voice was sharp, ear-piercing, and made one's scalp numb. "My 10,000 scales golden armor is invulnerable to swords and spears." "Yes?" Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth and took a step out. A sea of fire appeared under his feet in shock. In an instant, Chu Tian was drowned by the sea of fire. The monster lying on Li Tiecheng's corpse stared at the sea of fire with a pair of ghostly green deadfish eyes. Suddenly, it felt an unprecedented crisis of death. Jia. This must be an illusion. I'd like to see how hard this 10,000 scales golden armor of yours is. It was accompanied by a teasing laugh, only to see that there was a slender figure slowly walking out of the sea of red-colored fire. He was surrounded by demonic flames. His pupils contained fire. A little red mark in the center of his eyebrows stood out, and he was holding the Inferno Dragon gun, just like a demon god descending into the world. Slayer form. Open. Kill. With an explosive cry, the void trembled. Chu Tian raised his Yanlong gun and swept straight out. A hint of panic flashed in the monster's eyes. It had never felt such a terrifying pressure before. Before the lance even got close, it felt its scales begin to crumble under the heat, and black liquid seeped out of the cracks in its scales. No way. My 10,000 scales golden armor is invulnerable to swords and spears. The monster let out a sharp hiss, incredulous fear in its voice. Chu Tian skimmed the corners of his mouth with a disdainful expression. 10,000 scales of golden armor? It's the 10,000 dragon armor that I'll stab. The monster twisted its body frantically, trying to dodge. However, Chu Tian's speed was too fast. Ka-ching! 10,000 scales of golden armor exploded. Put! The Inferno Dragon gun directly pierced through the monster. Ah! The monster let out a mournful scream as it struggled desperately, its limbs twitching. However, the demonic flames were like a gangrene that possessed its bones, tightly wrapping around its body and continuously burning its flesh and blood. Within a few breaths, there was a charred corpse sticking out of the Inferno Dragon lance. Isn't this a proper freshly baked fish? It's still hot. The monster completely lost its life. Li Tiecheng's body collapsed to the ground with him, never moving again. Kill value, plus 505. Kill value, plus 400. Kill value accumulated, 7,365. Phew! Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of hot air and sat on his butt, exhausted. I didn't expect there to be unexpected surprises. Just that this god-killing system is also too blue-consuming. I hope there won't be any more danger. Chapter 25 Nightshade Squad. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of footsteps was extraordinarily clear in the silence of the cemetery. Chu Tian's whole body muscles instantly tensed, braced the Yanlong gun hard to get up. The tip of the gun in the ground cut out sparks. His pupils contracted. On the broken monument 50 meters away, two figures stood at an unknown time. The middle-aged man on the left side had a stalwart face, calm eyes, and exuded an aura of unruffled authority. And a young man on the sidelines, a bit of a statement, almost prettier than a woman, with a cynical smile at the corner of his mouth, looking flirty. Middle-aged man plus little white man equals Backpack Mountain? It's hard not to think of such a combination. However, Chu Tian did not dare to show it. The military uniforms on the two were undoubtedly not indicating their identities. Moreover, it was still the most mysterious, powerful and ferocious Tian Yuan army uniform of the Great Summer Kingdom. The word Heavenly Abyss embroidered on the chest in gold silk is exceptionally eye-catching and piercing. Tian Yuan Army. Chu Tian's eyes flickered. the duo's intention of coming was calling out. It was definitely related to that monster just now. Only to see that the young man's gaze landed on top of the charred corpse of the monster beside Chu Tian's feet. His pupils contracted, and a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. He twisted his head to look at Chu Tian, then raised his hand, and the square watch on his wrist glowed red, and a line of text appeared. Target confirmed, alien number S003, Sailor Ghost, parasitic type, TSK, TSK, TSK. The young man sized up Chu Tian with interest and scat out. It's a bit interesting. You actually broke the shark ghost's 10,000 scale golden armor. Quickly tell me how you did it. Ahem. Suddenly, the middle-aged man coughed heavily. The smile on the young man's face instantly disappeared without a trace. He made a stern face and pretended to be serious. Introducing, Tian Yuan Army Special Action Team, Captain of the 7th Squad, Wei Pingsheng. I, Tian Yuan Army Special Action Team, Team 7 Assassin, Mo Lu, Pop, asterisk 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 off. Wei Pingsheng without warning threw out a large chestnut, smoked Mo Lu dizziness, dodged to the side. His mouth muttered in a small voice, you engage in sneak attacks, you can't afford to play, you little. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng looked over with wide eyes. Muroa's words changed. The sun is big and round tonight. Put. Chu Tian really couldn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Wei Pingsheng looked at the sound and his slightly hoarse voice rang out. What's your name? Chu Tian didn't dare to be slow. He quickly stood upright and saluted, saying aloud, reporting to the chief, my name is Chu Tian. It doesn't matter what the Tian Yuan army is, the main thing is that the good virtue of respecting elders should be continued. However, Wei Pingsheng's eyes flickered when he heard this name, and his unruffled face froze for a moment. Suddenly, he took a sharp step forward, his military boots crushing the white bones scattered on the ground. For a moment, the oppression pulled right through. Chu Tian's eyes flickered. A layer of tiny beads of sweat immediately surfaced on his forehead, not even noticing Wei Pingsheng's abnormality as he instinctively tried to retreat backward. But the terrifying aura emanating from Wei Pingsheng instantly disappeared into thin air, and his tone unexpectedly softened. Did you kill this shark ghost? Chu Tian nodded. I killed him. Wei Pingsheng raised his eyebrows and asked. The shark ghost's 10,000 scales golden armor is invulnerable to swords and spears. Even I can't help it. I want to know how did you do it? I'll stab it with one shot. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he was afraid that Wei Pingsheng wouldn't believe him and purposely demonstrated it live. As a result, when Wei Pingsheng and Mo Lu saw the Inferno Dragon Gun and Demonic Flame, their pupils suddenly contracted. What a terrifying flame! Mo Lu sucked in a mouthful of hot air, unable to hide the shock in his tone. Wei Pingsheng frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. The atmosphere of the scene became grave with it. Chu Tian stood in place, neither moving nor not moving, just went all stiff and stayed that way for 5 minutes. Finally, Wei Pingsheng slowly spoke. Are you interested in joining the Heavenly Abyss Army, Squad 7? The words are not shocking. Ha! Chu Tian lost his voice and exclaimed. Even Mo Lu, who was on the side, stared with wide eyes, his heart raising shock waves. The flames of the teenager in front of him were indeed perverted. But isn't it rash to invite him to join Squad 7 based on that alone? Is it? Could this be the chief's illegitimate son? Thinking of this, Mo Lu left no trace of glancing at Chu Tian and Wei Pingsheng. Results. The more you look at it, the more it looks like, gah, what did I find out? Mo Lu forced down the exuberance in his heart, and hemmed and hawed. Brother, this is the first time the chief has pulled someone in. You won't not give face to it. Of course Chu Tian wouldn't have thought that with all this bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Mo Lu could ing brainstorm so much that it was comparable to AI. Only to see, he said with a face full of excitement. I'm interested. I'm very interested. Quickly let me join the Heavenly Abyss Army. I have a bean. Interesting soul. The same way Mo Lu sympathized, but also threw a wink, causing Chu Tian to fall aground goosebumps. Brother, I'm not. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys, I'm a ing man. Pure man. Mo Lu became infuriated. That beautiful little face, anxious covered with redness. Even Chu Tian cannot help but look at the heart of mischief. Alright, will you shut your mouth for a second? Wei Pingsheng's words were filled with warnings. Muru gritted his teeth at this and twisted his head to the side. Seeing this, Chu Tian secretly said in his heart, one anger is even more effeminate. Wei Pingsheng retracted his gaze, the expression on his face easing up a lot as he opened his mouth and asked, how much do you know about the Tian Yuan army? Chu Tian pondered for a moment and said, Heavenly Abyss Army, sit in the Heavenly Abyss Rift, kill the ferocious beasts, and purge the weirdness. You're right. Wei Pingsheng nodded slightly and then continued. However, there is one thing you may not have thought of. The matter of purging the weirdness is only being done by the 7th Squad, and, not limited to the Heavenly Abyss Rift. We walk under the city's night, So Squad 7 has another name, Night Squad. So, Squad 7 is dangerous? Brother, confident, put, remove, that is quite dangerous. However, the power is also big. Like just now, the head of a phone call to the Jiangqing City Lord. Shut up, Wei Pingshang let out a low shout. Ink Road manual weak closure. Chu Tian took a deep breath, and a brilliant light flowed in his eyes. Suddenly, he stood up straight and exclaimed, I am willing to join the Heavenly Abyss Army and become a member of the 7th Squad. Very well, Nightshade Squad, welcome to the team. Wei Pingshang's eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and he actually took the initiative to extend his hand. Chu Tian was flattered and hurriedly took hold of the large, rough and calloused hand in midair. Ka-ching! A flash accompanied the sudden sound of the shutter. This scene was recorded by Muru. Wei Pingsheng took out a badge from his pocket. His face was full of seriousness. This is the Night Curtain badge. It is a symbol of identity. And even more so, it is the honor of the Night Curtain Squad. Keep it. When Chu Tian received the Nightshade badge with both hands, his arms sank downwards. It was heavy, beyond imagination. This Nightshade badge was at least hundreds of pounds. The front side was engraved with the mighty and domineering flag of the Great Summer Kingdom, while the back side had only 2 words, Nightfall. For some reason, Chu Tian had a very intimate feeling when he saw these 2 words. Wei Pingsheng seemed to sense Chu Tian's abnormality and said without a clue, Chapter 26 Was it all God's will? Those 2 words mean a lot to you, huh? Chu Tian was puzzled as he looked at the Nightshade badge in his hand. However, when he raised his head again, Wei Pingsheng and Mo Lu had already turned around and walked into the darkness, their majestic voices once again resounding through the ghostly night sky. Although, you are already a member of the Night Curtain Squad, the proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss is still a test you must go through. Perform well. Chu Tian stood at attention and saluted, shouting, Yes, small yard at home. Wang Huiro sat in the courtyard with her brows furrowed and her eyes full of worry, looking at the door from time to time, her hands full of sweat. Suddenly, dum 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 dum. The silence of the small courtyard was broken by a violent knock on the door. Wang Huiro hurriedly got up and quickly rushed to the door. But when she opened the iron door, what appeared in front of her was not Chu Tian, but 5 city guard soldiers in military uniforms. One of them asked loudly, Is Chu Tian here? Is something wrong? Wang Huiro's brows were furrowed and her eyes were full of caution. All you have to do is answer whether I'm there or not. Where's all this nonsense? No. After Wang Huiro finished speaking, she was ready to close the iron door. However, the city guard warrior raised his hand to stop him. I'm telling you, Chu Tian is suspected of murder. If you lie, it's the crime of harboring someone, and you'll have no good consequences all the same. Murder. Wang Huiru pulled up her volume. Her pupils contracted, and she suddenly thought of something, but she didn't move and shook her head, saying with great certainty, Impossible. It's impossible for Xiao Tian to kill someone. The city guard warrior sneered and said, Is it up to you to say whether to kill or not and speak with evidence? Evidence? Then I'd like to hear what proof you have that I killed someone. The crowd followed the sound and saw that Chu Tian was walking head-on, with a teasing smile on his face as his cold gaze swept past the faces of several city guard warriors. Kid, you are calm. Listen up. Someone reported you to us for murdering Li Taichang. Now go back with us to be investigated. The city guard warrior said, taking out the spirit-binding handcuffs and cuffing them to Chu Tian's hands. Stop. Wang Huiro rushed over with quick steps, opened her arms to protect Chu Tian behind her, and shouted, What kind of evidence do you have? On what grounds are you arresting people? You want proof, don't you? I am the proof. It was accompanied by a shrill voice. A large, thick woman came forward with a murderous rage. Chu Lan, the only woman in the 2nd generation of the Chu family, only to see that Chu Lan was ferocious, staring at Chu Tian in death, and said angrily, I personally heard this little bastard Chu Tian call to ask Taichang to go to the west side of the city. As a result, Iron Castle's body was found just now on the west side of the city. Isn't that obvious enough? Wang Huiru opened her mouth and was about to speak, but behind him, Chu Tian pulled him aside. The corners of his mouth rose, and he laughed. That's right, I killed Li Taichung. That one sentence instantly sent everyone's CPU dry smoking. No one expected that Chu Tian would actually give an account just like that. You all heard it. He admitted it. This little bastard personally admitted to killing my family Taichung. What are you all waiting for? Arrest him. Chu Lan was the first to react. She was like an angry wild boar, pointing her finger at Chu Tian and hissing, Little bastard, I'm going to let you die. Pay for your life with your life. The city guard fighters swarmed, but the group of aggressive city guards stood still as if they had been nailed, motionless and filled with terror. Chu Tian held up the Nightshade badge, spun around, and grinned. Recognize them all. A sense of suffocation came over me as I looked at the powerful word Nightfall. As a city guard, Of course he knew the weight of this badge. The 5 men's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly stood at attention and saluted, bursting out in unison. Reporting, sir. Recognized. Still arresting me then? Report, sir. Don't dare. At this point, however, Chulin's not-so-intelligent brain had already been swept away by anger, completely failing to realize the gravity of the matter. Her face twisted as she snapped. What do you mean? Is that a get-out-of-jail-free medal he's holding? Isn't it just a broken badge? Bang! There was a sudden, muffled sound. Chulin, a fat man of nearly 200 pounds, was kicked off by the city guard warrior. Stupid! What's a medal of immunity from death? This badge not only immunizes you from death, it also allows you to die. Fart. Chulin, who was born in a meat suit, directly ignored the pooch attack as she struggled to get up, her face full of scorn. I'd like to see what he can do to me. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes. Killing aura filled the air. Slowly opened his mouth. Li Taichung colluded with the monster and was killed by me. His wife, Chulin, is suspected of being an accomplice? Arrest and properly investigate. Yes, sir. The 5 city guards scrambled towards Chulin and rushed towards him, pressing him to the ground in death. Chulin hissed while struggling desperately. It was a scene like a New Year's Eve pig killing. Ah, are you guys crazy? I'm going to report you guys. Let go of me. I'm the Chu family Chulin. Pop. The city guard warrior fiercely flung a big slap at Chulin and gritted his teeth. Chulin, I think it's time for you to get out of the pen. Be honest to me. Reporting, sir. Subject. Under control. Chu Tian looked toward Chulin, who was pressed to the ground. The murderous aura in his eyes grew stronger, and he said in a cold voice, Now, you know what I can do to you. Chulin's big fat face rubbed violently against the ground and had long been dripping with blood. Looking hideous, she stared with eyes filled with the color of resentment and said sternly, Chu Tian, you little bastard, I won't let you go. Just wait for me. You think I'm going to let you off the hook? After Chu Tian finished speaking, he violently raised his leg and then suddenly stepped down. The kick was powerful. There was a muffled thud. Blood soared. Chulin's features have been blurred. A mouth, teeth crackling out. Miserable, can only make whimpering moans. Go back and know what to say, right? Chu Tian twisted his head to glance at the city guards and asked with a smile. Report, sir? No. Military secret. Can't advise. The 5 spoke in unison. Chu Tian nodded with great satisfaction. Ness, tough luck guys. No farewell. Sir, hard work. Eyes on the city guard machine firing. As soon as Wang Huiru pulled Chu Tian into the yard and locked the iron gate, she patted her chest, her heart palpitating. Xiao Tian, did you really kill Li Taichung? Aha! Chu Tian nodded his head slightly. Then he turned his words around and said with a smile, Mom, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. I'm hungry. Is there any more rice? There. Go wash your hands. Then change into clean clothes, and I'll go heat up some food for you. Yes. Chu Tian jogged all the way up the stairs and stood in front of his room door, looking at the groundhog that came to life above the doorknob. He lifted the corner of his mouth and smiled knowingly, and Wang Huiru stood still, looking at the stairs with very complicated eyes. Suddenly, she slowly said, Zheng Hao, could it be that all of this is heaven's will? Chapter 27. Are you that hungry? The next day, the sky in Jiangcheng was gray and drizzly. In the Chu family, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, as if the air had solidified, and a huge dark cloud loomed overhead, suffocating. Inside the hall, Chu Wenzhong's face was gloomy as he sat on the eunuch's chair, his fists clenched, and his withered body could not stop trembling. At this moment, he was like a furious ferocious beast, trying his best to restrain the monstrous murderous aura in his heart. Suddenly, Chu Wenzhong raised his head, his slightly reddened eyes sweeping over the faces of the Chu family members below who were bowing their heads and drooping their eyebrows. For a moment, the oppression pulled right through. Can anyone tell me how Li Taichung died? And why was Lan, in turn, imprisoned in the iron prison? The raspy voice broke the dead silence in the hall. The Chu family's crowd trembled violently, and no one dared to raise their heads to look directly into Chu Wenzhong's scarlet eyes. The atmosphere was once again taut. Bang! Ka-ching! Chu Wenzhong slapped his palm down and the table shattered in response. Talking. Aren't you usually quite talkative? The roar of anger was deafening. The Chu family's crowd below had their heads lowered and didn't even dare to breathe. Ta-da-da-da. It was accompanied by a rush of footsteps. Chu Feng quickly stepped into the hall. Looking at the furious Chu Wenzhong, his eyes flickered, and he was busy owing a bow. Grandpa, you calm down. Don't get angry and break your body. At this moment, the only person who could calm Chu Wenzhong down was Chu Feng. He took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, pointed to a chair full of wood shavings on the side, and slowly said, Little Feng is here. Come and sit beside me. Chu Feng hurriedly lifted his leg and walked over, first helping Chu Wenzhong pour a cup of tea. Grandpa, have a sip of tea first. Moisten your throat. Chu Wenjong took the teacup and took a shallow sip, his eyes filled with relief. Little Feng, if all of this group of losers were also as sweet as you, how would I be able to send out this huge fire? When these words came out, the Chu family's group of great injustice seeds standing with their heads bowed below were all startled, and secretly slandered in their hearts. If someone had just gone over there to calm you down and you hadn't slapped them to death, they'd have been hard. Chu Feng let out a light laugh and said, Grandpa, I did get some clues about third aunt's matter. Speak quickly, Chu Wenjong hurriedly urged. The smile on Chu Feng's face gradually converged, and he said in a deep voice, Grandfather, Auntie's death might have something to do with that punk Chu Tian. What? Trudy, Ka Ching. Chu Wenjong violently exerted his strength, directly crushing the teacup in his hand, and blood flowed down his fingers. Suddenly, a murderous aura that had already turned into substance spread out, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Say, what's going on? Chu Wenjong in this state, Chu Feng did not dare to be slow, and quickly stood up and returned. Grandpa, I have inquired that last night. It was Chu Tian who had asked his aunt to the west side of the city. Come on people, bring Chu Tian back to me. Whether it's him or not, I'll make him die. The Chu family's majesty cannot be trampled on. Chu Wenjong let out an explosive cry. When Chu Feng heard that, the corners of his mouth rose, and the smile on his face was sinister. In fact, he didn't know that it was Chu Tian who had asked Li Taiching to the west side of the city, and simply wanted to get Chu Tian killed. That's all. As long as Chu Tian died, he would be able to get the reward of the Rolling King's quest in Chu Tian's place. By that time, just as Chu Feng was brainstorming about a bright future, Chu Wenjong suddenly opened his mouth to stop the disciple who was about to go grab Chu Tian. Wait, you come back first. Grandpa, what's wrong? The smile on Chu Feng's face froze, and he asked in a puzzled manner. Chu Wenjong's brows furrowed as he gritted his teeth. It suddenly occurred to me that punk Chu Tian is a bit close to the Rolling King mission, and I'm afraid that if I make a move rashly before investigating clearly, I'm afraid that I'll offend the Rolling King mission. Chu Feng opened his mouth and was about to speak. However, he was interrupted by Chu Wenjong raising his hand. Little Feng, the proposed battle for the heavenly abyss will begin right away, and this cheap life of Chu Tian is in your hands. Yes, Grandpa, I'll go cultivate first. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left. Chu Wenjong waved his hand and blasted away the Chu family's crowd. Then, he took out his cell phone and called City Lord Qin Xizheng, wanting to get Chu Lan out first. As a result, Qin Xizheng didn't answer his calls at all. Rolling King Mansion. Just as Chu Tian stepped through the gate, a familiar voice arrived as promised. Mr. Chu, welcome to the view. Only to see, Guo Yurong came with two big thunderbolts. She was wearing a white blouse, a hip-wrapped skirt, her sexy waist twisting from side to side, and her two long legs wrapped in seersucker were so attractive. Chu Tian did not move and swept Lei a glance, looking at the deep gully, secretly said, too suitable for swimming dragons. Mr. Chu, you've come to take on another mission? Chu Tian withdrew his sight and shook his head in a serious manner. I came here today to buy a martial arts skill. Oh, then please follow me. I'll take you to the martial arts pavilion. Trouble. Guo Yurong gave a light smile and said, it's my honor to serve Lord Chu. As they spoke, the two entered the elevator. Guo Yurong leaned towards Chu Tian's side without leaving any traces, and the two big thunders rubbed against Chu Tian's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Cough. Chu Tian coughed awkwardly and asked in a low voice, are you that hungry? Guo Yurong's entire body stiffened. Her small face reddened as if it was dripping blood. Her red lips clenched. Duke Chu, you hate it. Chu Tian rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, what's going on? You know best. Vixen. Guo Yurong's person was numb, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground, so she hastily took a step backward and pulled away. An ambiguous and awkward atmosphere spread inside the elevator room. The good thing, though, is that this remains the case for just a minute. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Chu Tian stepped out of the elevator to take a look. In front of him was actually a special glass door that was a full meter back. Guo Yurong took out her work permit and scratched it above the access control, and the glass door slowly opened. And then, she suppressed the shame in her heart and bent down to make a gesture of invitation. Mr. Chu, please come in. I hope you can find a suitable martial art for yourself. I'll always be here waiting for you. Feel free to ask if you need anything. Chu Tian nodded slightly and lifted his leg to walk into the martial arts pavilion. The glass door behind him then closed. For a moment, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Chu Tian looked around, his eyes filled with shock. This place was more than 10 times bigger than the martial arts pavilion of Zhangchangno. One middle school. It was like a gymnasium that could accommodate 100,000 people. A book of martial arts was set into the wall, its surface glowing with a faint white light, just like the stars. And the middle area of the martial arts pavilion was lined with rows of independent cultivation rooms. Good lord, The Rolling King quest is really showing what it means to be rich and powerful all the time. After Chu Tian muttered in a small voice, he got up and walked over to the huge screen. His goal this time was very clear, to buy and ask for a gun martial art. When after screening your needs, hundreds of gun martial arts ranging from the 1st rank to the 5th rank immediately appeared on top of the screen. But just as Chu Tian's brows were locked in a frown and he was having trouble choosing, a gentle and pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chapter 28 13 Shots to Kill. Mr. Chu. Chu Tian turned around to look, only to see Su Ruoshi standing not far behind him with a quiet smile on her face. Daryl Su? Chu Tian's face was stunned, and when he felt the majestic aura on the young girl's body, he suddenly came to a sudden realization, secretly saying, "It seems that she has finished her seclusion." At this moment, Su Ruoshi moved her feet and came, blinking her black and white beautiful eyes with a smile. Mr. Chu, what a coincidence. It's a coincidence. You're also here to choose a martial art? I'm not. I'm here to consolidate my realm. After Su Ruoshi finished glancing at the big screen, when she saw the screening content on it, she asked curiously, Mr. Chu, you're picking out a shooting technique? Well, I want to cultivate a spear technique before the proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss. When Su Ruoshi heard this, a flash of color flashed in her beautiful eyes and she softly said, Mr. Chu, I have a spear technique here. If you don't mind, you can try it out. As she said that, she spread out her slender hand, and a blue-skinned martial art appeared out of thin air in her palm. The 13 guns. Mr. Chu, you can take a look before choosing whether or not to cultivate. Trudy raised an eyebrow. Is that good? You're my savior. What's wrong with that? Su Ruoshi spread her face and smiled, her fangs losing their colors. Seeing this, Chu Tian was no longer polite and received the 13 life-saving shots, opened it and just scanned. As a result, he sank deep into it, his eyes closed tightly, into a very subtle state. For a moment, a terrifying gunpowder exploded, with Chu Tian as the center. It spread in all directions, and wherever it passed, the air distorted. Click, 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 click. The sonic booms are frequent and deafening. Su Ruoshi stood by the side with a strange color in her eyes. Suddenly, Chu Tian's eyes snapped open, filled with shock. These 13 shots are too strong, and it was like it was made for him. Mr. Chu, how do you feel? The ringing of Su Ruoshi's gentle voice. Chu Tian returned to his senses and nodded with a face full of shock. It feels very nice. Then it's yours. Daryl Su is very generous, but Chu Tian shook his head and refused with a serious face. Su, this gun technique is too expensive. I can't take it. Take it back. Su Ruoshi blinked her eyes and said with a wry smile, I'm only afraid you've already memorized it. Cough cough. Chu Tian coughed violently and blushed. You, how did you know? Su Ruoshi rolled her eyes in style. Mr. Chu, you have too much drama. Trudy was so embarrassed that she was on the verge of stubbing out a 3-room apartment with her dame toe. With a red face, he stammered, Su, I don't want it for nothing. I can buy it. Name your price. It's for you. Keep it, and don't call me Su anymore. Call me Daryl. After Su Ruoshi finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the cultivation room. Daryl? Chu Tian could not help but stare. So called there are a billion points of intimacy it. But, what the hell? I've been given such expensive marksmanship, not to mention the name Daryl, or darling. Bite the bullet. I can barely accept it. Inside the cultivation room, Chu Tian sat on his knees and did not immediately cultivate the life-snatching 13 shots, but instead awakened the system. System, I want to improve the life-snatching 13 shots. Ding! This gunplay is already perfect, and no improvement is recommended. After Chu Tian heard the system's suggestion, he sked and praised. Conscientious system, worth having. In that case, let's get started. Chu Tian closed his eyes and instantly entered the cultivation state. First shot, thunderbolt breaks the mountain. The gun was as violent as thunder, and the mountains and rivers shook under one strike. This shot, for Chu Tian, was not very difficult. With the experience of practicing the 3,000 thunder movements, playing with thunder, he was a professional. Only to see Chu Tian openly get up, holding the gun and stand. Around the body of thunder arc jump crackling sound. He took a deep breath, and the tip of the Inferno Dragon gun suddenly erupted with a dazzling and eye-catching light, and thunderclouds began to coalesce out of thin air in the dome of the cultivation room. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down. Chu Tian's pupils contracted, and without any hesitation, he stabbed out with a gun, the gun blade arriving instantly. The Inferno Dragon gun penetrated the void and easily dissolved it. However, the protective formations on the walls, which were forged from 1,000 years of basalt iron, were scorched with spider web cracks from the thunder, and the pungent smell of ozone filled the air. Boom! Without waiting for Chu Tian to react, the second thunder struck down. even thicker than before, like a purple dragon descending from the sky. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as his yen long gun swept out, its blade cutting through the air. The moment the thunder and the spear blade collided, a deafening roar erupted, and the entire cultivation room seemed to tremble. Ka-ching! The slabs of stone on the ground exploded with a loud bang, sending debris flying across the ground and filling the air with a scorched scent. Chu Tian's arms muscles were taut and his veins were rippling. The Inferno Dragon gun seemed to have a life in his hands. The thunder on the tip of the gun was becoming more and more prevalent, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Again! Chu Tian let out a low roar, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He bent his knees and crouched down, and leapt up, his yen long gun raised high above his head, the tip pointing straight up to the sky. The third thunder struck down, even more furious than the first two. Chu Tian did not dodge or avoid, holding his gun with both hands and stabbing straight up. Boom! The moment the thunder collided with the gun blade, the thunder light was so great that the entire cultivation room was flooded with it. Chu Tian's figure loomed in the thunder light, as if he was a thunder god. Dense purple thunder patterns emerged on the surface of his skin, each one containing terrifying thunder power. Break me! Chu Tian roared, and his Inferno Dragon gun violently shook. The thunder at the head of the gun instantly erupted, transforming into a huge thunder dragon that roared and rushed towards the dome. Wherever the thunder dragon passed through, the air was torn apart, space distorted, and the protective formations of the cultivation room emitted an unbearable shattering sound. Ka-ching! The dome's protective formation finally couldn't withstand the raging force and shattered. The moment the thunder dragon broke through the dome, the Rolling King Mansion's defense array suddenly began to operate, suppressing it with ease and preventing it from causing even more serious damage. At this time, Su Ruwashi, who was only separated from Chu Tian by a wall, stood outside the cultivation room, her small mouth slightly open, her pair of beautiful eyes staring round. Disbelief was even written all over the small face of the country. This guy, so strong, she muttered, a complex look flashing in her eyes. At the same time, the Rolling King Mansion was plunged into a dead silence as everyone stared dumbfounded at the teenager whose entire body was surrounded by thunder. Suddenly the murmur went up. What a terrifying teenager! To have destroyed the protective array of the Rolling King Mansion's martial arts pavilion. That strike just now was at least at the level of a sharp realm powerhouse. How old is he? He looks to be the same age as my son. If that rebellious son of mine had half his strength, I would be able to laugh in the night spring. You should be thankful that he's not your son, or else you'd have stirred up such a big mess, and the Rolling King Mansion wouldn't still want your dog's life. Look, Yama is coming. The crowd sniffed, only to see the grim-faced Yen Wang dragon walked towards Chu Tian in a murderous manner. But right at this moment, Guo Yurong snapped out of her shock and hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Mr. Yen, that's Mr. Chu, whoever you love, causing this much damage. Even the King of Heaven won't be able to get out of the Rolling King Mansion today. Yen roared, his aura increasing. Chapter 29. Do you like my daughter? Inside the cultivation room, Chu Tian knelt down on one knee. The Inferno Dragon gun was inserted into the ground, and the thunder light on the head of the gun gradually dissipated. He was breathing heavily, sweat sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground, instantly evaporated, his arms trembling slightly, and the undissolved lightning lines still lingering on the surface of his skin. Is this the power of Thunderbolt? Chu Tian whispered to himself, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. He slowly stood up, and the Inferno Dragon gun gently shook in his hand, the tip of the gun once again pulsing with a faint light of thunder. However, at this time, Yen Luo also walked up to Chu Tian, frowned, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Chu, you almost demolished the Rolling King Mansion for me. Chu Tian was ashamed. Mr. Yen, how much compensation do you need? I'll pay it as it is. Duke Chu's atmosphere. Seeing as you're the most honored guest of the Rolling King's mission, let's charge you 100 million. How do I pay? Swipe card, sweep code, or cash? Can you brush your life? Yen Luo sniffed and immediately set his face. You mean you want to renege on your debt? Are you not too lionized? A disgruntled voice rang out, only to see Su Ruwashi walked slowly, looked straight at Yen Luo, and let out a light laugh. Mr. Yen, why don't you go and grab it? A flash of fear appeared in Yen Luo's eyes, but it passed in an instant, and he forced out a smile. Little girl, there is no business for you here. Please don't meddle. Su Ruwashi lifted the corner of her mouth and asked meaningfully, Mr. Yen, I want to know if it's your intention to let Mr. Chu pay for the damages? Dang sure. Yen Luo swallowed, his eyes flickering, but in the next second, Su Ruwashi narrowed her eyes and a cold aura flowed. I hate it when people lie to me. The icy voice was chilling. Yen Luo's legs went weak and he bowed in a hurry. Miss, yes, I'm sorry, it's the boss. The boss told me to do this. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I'm also following orders. The sudden reversal left everyone in the room reeling, looking at Yen Luo, who was bending over to apologize and was filled with fear. Those melon eaters below had a look of seeing a living ghost. Is this still the same Yama with his fierce reputation and cruel methods? I'm getting a hard-on? What did I see? Yama bowing down and admitting his mistake? Is that the ing point? What did you guys just hear Yama call that young girl? Wasn't it Miss? Seems like it. Could she be the daughter of the owner of the King of Rolls mission? Holy turtle. This is fierce. Chu Tian turned his head to look at the young girl beside him, his face full of surprise. You are Boss Ye's daughter? Su Ruwashi didn't say anything, but instead, as soon as she took Chu Tian's hand, she directly turned around and left. Miss, slow down. It wasn't until Su Ruwashi and Chu Tian walked into the elevator that Yen Luo straightened his back, wiping his sweat while muttering with palpitations. I really don't want to be a part of the play between your father and daughter. 88th floor of the top floor of the Rolling King building. Yu Wulian looked at Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi who stood in front of him hand in hand, his eyes full of shock. Is your progress too fast? Su Ruwashi then realized that she was holding hands with Chu Tian. Which, Dad, it's not what you think. I'm friends with Mr. Chu. Yi Wuliang skimmed his mouth. Friends? Friends you hold hands? Ruwashi, I don't object if you fall in love. Moreover, if you are with Chu Tian, Dad even raises his hands in favor of it. This kid is worthy of you. Dad, what are you babbling about? Su Ruwashi let out a pout. She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. On the contrary, Chu Tian had a calm face, just like a melon eater. However, Yi Wuliang did not intend to let him be so leisurely, and asked with a smile, Chu Tian, what do you think of my daughter? It's great, pretty person, gentle personality, powerful, almost perfect, Chu Tian replied without hesitation. After Su Ruwashi heard this, her heart rippled with layers of ripples and deer, secretly saying, I didn't expect my image in his heart to be so excellent. Yi Wuliang, so do you like my daughter? Su Ruwashi, Dad. Chu Tian, Boss Yi, you asked me this question. Ha, caught me off guard. Ah ha 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 ha. Yi Wulian laughed out loud and said, alright, I won't tease you. Stay and have a dinner together. Chu Tian quickly waved his hand and politely refused. Boss Yi, my mom is still waiting for me at home, so I won't bother. Bye. After saying that, he fell away. However, Su Ruwashi felt some loss in her heart as she looked at Chu Tian's back. She wasn't sure what she was missing. Suddenly, Yi Wuliang's voice rang out. What are you gawking at? No, nothing. After Su Ruwashi finished speaking, she turned around and left as if she was fleeing. Yi Wulian looked at his daughter's back as she hurriedly left. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile as he gently shook his head and muttered to himself. Young people, always so shy. In the meantime, Chu Tian took a car to the city gates after receiving his mission from the Rolling King mansion. City Guard Routine Registry. The city guard who happened to be conducting the registration was still the same city guard who had verified Chu Tian's identity last night. You kid is really a mission fanatic. This sun is setting. You should know how dangerous it is outside the city. Are you sure you want to go out of the city? Facing the disguised discouragement of the city guard warriors, Chu Tian grinned. Okay, well then, good luck with your safe return. Release. Thanks. The city gates slowly opened, and Chu Tian greeted the setting sun, his back gradually moving away. The setting sun dyed the barren grass outside the city blood red, and as far as the eye could see, it was desolate and dead. Difficulty level of this mission, S rank. Mission, according to the intelligence, a weapons processing plant under King Roll was attacked by wolves at night 2 days ago. All 100 workers of the factory and the cultivators in charge of security were killed by the wolves, with no survivors. Among them was also a peak third-order Blizzard Wolf King. However, it was not a big problem for Chu Tian. Chu Tian stood on the wasteland that was dyed red by the setting sun, and the wind swept the smell of blood to his face. In the distance, the collapsed weapons processing plant was reduced to rubble, steel twisting and stabbing into the sky. He stepped over a piece of white bone that had been gnawed cleanly, and the sound of the sole of his shoe crushing the bone crumbs sounded unusually harsh in the silence of the abandoned factory. Ow dash! A wolf howl tore through the dead silence. Immediately afterward, hundreds of wolves howled in all directions. The ground began to quake and the barren grass swayed from side to side. Countless dots of pale green light lit up from the horizon, the eyes of wolves, densely packed into a flowing river of stars. Suddenly, all the wolf howls came to a screeching halt. A giant silver-white wolf trampled through the ruins of the plant and leapt up onto the high platform, the moonlight gilding its long fur with a mercury-like cold light. The 3-meter-tall body left spiderweb-like cracks on the high platform with every step, and the shredded flesh still hanging from his fangs emphasized his bloody brutality. The creepiest part was the eyes, the left one burning with green flames while the right one was frosty. This Blizzard Wolf King actually contained 2 extreme powers within its body. or a bastard. Chapter 30 Battle the Wolf King. Seize the demon core. Huff. The Wolf King spewed out a snort, and the green flame in his left eye skyrocketed. Boom. The barren grass within 10 meters of Chu Tian's feet suddenly spontaneously combusted, along with his pant legs, and he casually shook his Inferno Dragon gun. Zip! Thunder wrapped around him like a dragon, and the fire instantly annihilated into green smoke. The wolves moved. Hundreds of first-order blizzard wolves pounced at the same time. They run with wind blades surrounding them, twisting even concrete blocks into powder wherever they pass. Chu Tian's pupils contracted. His battle spirit was full of vigor, and he shouted, "Good timing! Kill!" Words. The Inferno Dragon gun in his hand flung violently. Boom! With the head of the gun as the center, the two supreme attacks, Purple Thunder and Crimson Devil Flame, merged with each other. Fire and thunder are intertwined. For a time, the void trembled, the air exploded, and sonic booms shook the ears. Click 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 click. With a shattering sound, the demonic flames and thunder gradually formed a dark brown barrier that converged on top of the spearhead. Ow! The pack of wolves hissed and arrived in an instant. The moment the group hit the barrier, it directly turned into charred and blackened broken meat. The smell of charred paste mixed with the smell of blood spread out. The wolves behind them stepped forward over the corpses of their companions. They don't understand fear at all. Dark brown barriers are like giant meat grinders. Blood spattered and broken flesh flew. The scene was bloody as hell for a while. Kill values start to spike like crazy. Kill value, plus 130. Kill value, plus 135. Kill value, plus 150. Suddenly, ow! With a deafening roar, the Wolf King finally moved. The hurricane wind it brought up when it leapt up directly lifted the roof of the plant, and its right paw wrapped in frost slapped down, so that even the air was frozen with cracks. There was a loud bang. The Wolf King's claw smashed on top of the black-brown barrier, and the aftermath of the attack spread in all directions with ripples visible to the naked eye, causing the air to ripple wherever it passed. Ear-shattering sonic booms rose and fell. This claw of the Wolf King was as terrifying as it was. However, the dark brown barrier remained firm. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, his body exuding a strong battle intent as he took a fierce step out, and a deep crater appeared under his feet, sending debris flying. At the same time, Chu Tian suddenly exerted his strength, and the Inferno Dragon gun stabbed out in a smooth manner, and the black-brown barrier exploded. The head of the gun exploded out wrapped in endless power. The shot was so fast that the Blizzard Wolf King didn't even react. Put! The Inferno Dragon gun pierced right through the frost giant claw. Right at this moment, the green flame in the Blizzard Wolf King's left eye suddenly skyrocketed tenfold. Roar dash! Monstrous waves of fire erupted from its mouth, drowning Chu Tian, and even the 100 meters in a circle were burned into a furnace. Steel melted into iron flowing on the ground. Even the wolves watching the battle from afar were not spared, being engulfed and melted by the iron. The Blizzard Wolf King looked towards Chu Tian, who was enveloped by the green flames, with eyes full of disdain, and did not see any movement from him for a long time. Ow! He threw back his head and let out a victor's hiss of might, twisted his massive body, and was about to leave. However, just then, a snort came from the green flame. The Blizzard Wolf King's footsteps lurched and he turned back around, staring dead on at the green flame directly in front of him. Ta-da-da-da, only to see, Chu Tian stepped out on a wave of fire. Demonic flames added to his body, and not even a single strand of his hair was scorched. That's it? A trivial skill. How dare you show off in front of me? Saying that, he raised the tip of his spear and shouted, "Thunderous thunderclap breaks the mountains and rivers." The words just fell. Rumble. Thunder. Surprising thunder wandered through the void. A murderous aura filled Chu Tian's eyes as he raised his Inferno Dragon gun and smashed it down fiercely. In the next second, a streak of thunder crashed through the night like a long dragon. In an instant, it enveloped the Blast Wolf King. Ow! The Wolf King roared while struggling frantically. His ice and fire pupils alternately flickered, but they gradually dimmed under the stranglehold of the thunder. Suddenly, its silver hair exploded all over its body, and it desperately gathered all its strength. The green flame in its left eye and the frost in its right eye actually melded in the air, transforming into a twisted wind blade. Oh, a dying explosion? Chu Tian's eyes lit up, and the Inferno Dragon gun once again ignited red-colored demonic flames, sweeping out with a destructive momentum. Z-boom! The moment the Inferno Dragon gun penetrated the wind blade, the heavens and earth were reflected in a greenish-brown color. The wave of explosive air overturned the entire wilderness. When the smoke clears, Chu Tian pressed the Wolf King into the ground with one hand around its throat, his right knee pressing against its chest cavity where the still humming Inferno Dragon gun was stuck. The green flame in the Wolf King's left eye went out, and the frost in his right eye cracked into a spider web. It made a cackling sound in its throat, and its front claws still wanted to scratch at Chu Tian, but it was split into charcoal by a thunderbolt from his hand. Bastard! Stop struggling! Chu Tian's eyes turned cold and he once again exerted his strength. Put! The bloodstained head of the gun penetrated through the huge body of the Blizzard Wolf King, and it died. Kill value, plus 800. Chu Tian pulled out his Inferno Dragon gun to shake off the blood beads and looked back at the remaining wolves. Ow! The group let out a whimper, and their ghostly green eyes were full of fear, and they kept retreating backward. However, Chu Tian did not want to let them go. After all, it's all wealth. Thunderbolt! Chu Tian stepped on thunder, and in a single breath, he rushed into the wolves. The lance stabbed out frequently, and blood blossomed under the night sky. The kill value started to skyrocket again and again. Kill value, plus 125. Kill value, plus 135. Kill value, plus 140. Kill value accumulated, 10,007. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accumulating 1,007 kill values. Is it possible to immediately extract the divine ability, the magic treasure? Chu Tian didn't even think about it and directly replied. Smoke! Ding! Consume 10,000 kill values to extract divine powers. Magic treasures. Extraction avatar, stasis. Remarks, fixation. Can make the target enemy still. The length of time is determined by the host's strength. This divine ability can not poke the needle. Chu Tian muttered in a small voice. Suddenly, what's that? Chu Tian's afterglow noticed that the Blizzard Wolf King's head was shining. Is it? Chu Tian's face was ecstatic, and his eyes were even more filled with excitement as he hurriedly rushed over with quick steps. If it's really that thing, it's a great deal. Bang! Chu Tian crushed the Wolf King's head with one foot. Red and white liquids were splattered. Subsequently, a bead with a greenish-white glow rolled down, its surface covered with mysterious patterns and containing a violent energy fluctuation. Chu Tian's pupils contracted. Then he was ecstatic. It's really a demon core. This could be directly absorbed by the cultivator, transforming the aura and enhancing the realm. I wonder how much I can get for getting the King of Rollquest. $1 million should be pretty conservative. It was a lucrative mission. Chu Tian beautifully placed the demon core into his arms before turning around and leaving in the direction of the city. Draped in stars, Chu Tian was walking alone on the silent and desolate highway, and the hissing of ferocious beasts came from time to time from the darkness in the distance. Under the endless night sky, there was no telling how many unknown dangers were hidden. Boom boom boom. A roar of an engine broke the silence of the night. Chu Tian instinctively looked back. A sports car rolled up in the dust and sped by. Chapter 31. Just brush your face later. Boom. The sports car was getting closer and closer to Chu Tian, but the other guy wasn't going to stop or slow down. And listening to the roar of the engine, the other guy was still stepping on the gas to accelerate. Chu Tian's murderous aura filled the air, and red-colored demonic flames ignited around his body. However, just as he was about to make his move, the speeding sports car spewed out two blue flames. Whoosh sound, directly into a black shadow, swept past him. Chu Tian looked towards the tail lights of the car that had instantly disappeared, frowned slightly, and lifted his leg towards the direction of the city. The city gates. A Lamborghini came at breakneck speed, not slowing down even in the face of the closed city gates and city guard warriors. Open the door. It's that ancestor coming back. The city guards shouted and rushed to open the gates. The Lamborghini whizzed by. The crowd of city guards couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their heads. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Captain, who is this guy? 2J8 arrogant. Right, he's already constituted attempted murder of an active warrior. Right, one of the recruits yelled with a face full of anger, and the veteran on the side could only sigh helplessly and said, Little Lou, not to mention his attempted murder, even if it was attempted, that's nothing. Who is he? So powerful? The veteran didn't say anything, just pointed at the dark night sky. The new recruit stared at first, then came to a realization, and ran aside with a face full of horror to continue standing guard. Quiet at the gates of the city. Most of the city guard warriors drifted off to sleep. Only the recruit stood slinking straight, looking out over the city with his full attention. Sasha. Sudden footsteps broke the silence of the night. Who is the visitor? The new recruit gave a pop that nearly sent the groggy veterans packing. The captain wore a high hat and rolled his eyes in a good humor. Xiao Lu, lower your voice. We are not deaf. Report, Captain. I got it. I don't see you. Off. Scaring me here. The captain cursed and kicked Xiao Lu aside, then walked towards the city gates. When he saw the blood-covered teenager standing outside the city gates, a flash of shock appeared on his face. Ego? It's you, kid. Chu Tian grinned. Sorry to disturb your rest? The captain shook his head and couldn't help but take a closer look at Chu Tian. TSK. Good boy. You've really come back alive. Awesome. Quickly go inside, he said as he stepped aside. Chu Tian's face was stunned. Don't you need to scan the code? No need. From now on, whenever I'm on duty here, you don't even need to scan the code. Just swipe your face. There was admiration in the captain's eyes. Chu Tian clasped his hands, said thank you, and walked into the city. The captain suddenly turned his head in the direction Chu Tian had left and asked loudly, by the way, what is the mission this time? Hunt the Blizzard Wolf King. A calm voice came from the darkness. Oh, so it's killing the head wolf. When the captain heard this, he muttered with a disbelieving face, but the next second, he realized that the city guard warriors in front of him were all filled with shock and looked like they had seen a living ghost. Asterisk. What's wrong with you guys? Captain, you didn't hear that teenager just now, saying that he killed the Blizzard Wolf King. Xiao Lu finished and swallowed hard. Blast Wolf King? Blizzard Wolf King. The captain stared with reddened eyes, slapped his head, and bellowed. Asterisk. Why am I saying it sounds so familiar? He actually killed that head of? Good lord. What's this kid's origin? They had to know that they had been tortured by the Blizzard Wolf King for the past 2 days. Every day, the city guard warriors who go on patrol are attacked. Their corpses and bones are not left, and they become that belly food. But in the face of the terrifyingly strong, ferocious and bloody Blizzard Wolf King, they could only wait for reinforcements from above. However, that teenager had just said that he had killed the Blizzard Wolf King. This kid shouldn't be blowing awesome, right? Xiao Lu, you and I will go out and take a look. The captain still didn't feel very trustworthy. After all, that was a peak third-order Blast Wolf King. The duo drove out of the city and headed straight for the abandoned factory. The moment the car entered the factory, the strong odor of blood hit his nose through the window cracks. The carcass of a mutilated wolf was everywhere in a bloody scene. Asterisk. It's the slaughterhouse that's not this bloody. The captain forced himself to hold back the feeling of his stomach turning over, and said in a very unnatural manner. At this time, the co-pilot Xiao Lu's face turned pale and lost his voice and exclaimed, Captain, you quickly look. That is it the Blast Wolf King corpse? The captain looked in the direction of Xiao Lu's finger. Immediately, his eyes snapped open and his breath stopped. For a long time, the captain didn't come back to his senses until he was choking, and with a reddened face, he murmured as if he was talking to himself. He crushed the Blizzard Wolf King's head with 1 foot. After the captain finished speaking, Chu Tian's harmless smiling face slowly surfaced in his mind. Good thing I didn't offend him. Move. The captain felt a wave of gratitude and couldn't help but shiver as he hurriedly ordered Xiao Lu to hit the road back to the city. In the meantime, Chu Tian stood in front of the Rolling King mansion, looking at the Lamborghini parked aside. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. Since we've come across it, we can't just do nothing. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a wisp of demonic flame flared up and jumped around his fingertips. Chu Tian flicked it. Whoosh! The magic flame burst out and landed precisely on the gas tank of the sports car. And after that, Chu Tian walked into the Rolling King mansion with his hands behind his back like he was nothing. Mr. Chu, welcome. A pleasant voice rang out. The receptionist lady greeted him with a hot face and a quick walk. However, this time, the receptionist lady was not Guo Yurong, but an equally young and beautiful woman, and the piece of her body, naturally, needed no introduction. Sir Chu, your exclusive reception Yurong is resting tonight. I am now at your service. You can call me Schwer. Chu Tian nodded slightly. Hello, I'm here to exchange quests. Okay, Mr. Chu, this way please, I'll take you there. Cher bends down and makes a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Chu Tian seriously doubted that the receptionist lady of the Rolling King mansion must have gone through strict professional training. They always put their best foot forward and don't mince words with their guests. Yurong shows off her big thunder, and Cher shows off her legs. Mission Redemption Area. Chu Tian completed the mission delivery and $8 million arrived, but he didn't leave immediately, but inquired, I want to sell demon cores. Do you take them? Of course. Mr. Chu, please show us your demon core. We need to appraise it and grade it. Chu Tian nodded and took the Blizzard Wolf King demon core out of his arms. For a moment, demonic aura, green flame, and frost, 1 aura, and 2 powers erupted at the same time. In the entire redemption area, everyone's gazes fell on top of the demon core in Chu Tian's hand. One of the old men's eyes were filled with greed, but it passed in an instant, and a wrinkled old face was piled with smiles, looking amiable. Little friend, this demon core of yours, is it from the Blast Wolf King? Chapter 32 The Hunter and the Prey. Chu Tian twisted his head to look at the old man on the side and nodded. It's the Blasted Wind Wolf King's demon core. Something wrong? Little friend, how about lending a hand for a chat? The old man made a gesture of invitation. However, Chu Tian bristled and shook his head. No how. What do you want to do? Say directly. The old man frowned slightly. The murderous aura in his eyes flickered, and he said with a leathery smile, Little friend, truth be told, I'm very interested in this demon core in your hand. I wonder if I can let it go to the old man. Chu Tian's person was dumbfounded after hearing this and asked incredulously, why are you so powerful? The demon core that I fought to the death to get, why should I let you have it? When these words came out, the crowd watching around them burst into laughter. The old man was a bit unable to hang on to his face and forced out a smile. Little friend, you've misunderstood. I mean to buy this demon core in your hand. Chu Tian suddenly realized. Ah, you want to buy it? That's right, not for sale. You. The smile on the old man's face froze, and his eyes were filled with anger, which was also mixed with a very subtle killing aura. The cacophony of laughter around them grew louder. The old man took a deep breath, forced down the fire in his heart, and said in a deep voice, little friend, truth be told, this demon core of yours, I need it very much. I can offer the same amount of money as the Roll King. Sell it to me. Chu Tian looked at the counter-sister in the mission exchange area and inquired. He pried into your business. Don't you care? Mr. Chu, the Rolling King's mission respects the needs of every guest and deals fairly, the counter-sister explained with a smile on her face. After listening, Chu Tian nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, how much can you offer for this demon core? Counter-sister, the demon core of a peak third-order ferocious beast is worth $3 million. The old man looked at Chu Tian with eyes full of smiles and snickered. Human child, can the old man still cheat you? Now you know how much this demon core costs. Got it. In that case, I'll take it if the old man offers $3 million. Chu Tian skimmed his lips. $4 million, one hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Little fellow, you're just sitting on your hands. The old man couldn't control it anymore. His face was gloomy and furious. Chu Tian was also too lazy to talk nonsense and directly placed the demon core on the window. I'll sell it to you. Wait. The old man stopped loudly and gritted his teeth. $4 million? I'll take it. Chu Tian hemmed and hawed and stretched out his hand. Take the money. The old man snorted coldly. I don't have that much money right now. No money. Pretend to be a setter. Waste of feelings. Chu Tian reproduced the smile disappearing technique. The old man clenched his fists and said in a hurry, the money is in the card. I'll go get it for you. Don't talk out of breath. Old chap. It hurts your feelings. Go fetch it. I'll wait here. Chu Tian smiled that big smile. Looked around, the crowd froze. The heart secretly said, this kid. Not simple. Ah. The old man glanced at Chu Tian and said, you're coming with me. We'll pay with one hand and deliver with the other. I don't want to be tossed back here again. Chu Tian thought about it and thought it made sense. He was also anxious to go home so that his mother wouldn't worry, so he nodded his head and agreed. Okay, I'll go with you. A smirk flashed in the old man's eyes as he took the lead and turned to leave. Chu Tian followed closely behind. Outside the Rolling King mansion, Chu Tian glanced at the Lamborghini that was still parked in front of the entrance, safe and sound, raised his eyebrows, and muttered in a low voice, it's still quite sturdy. Saying that, he flung out another demonic flame without leaving a trace. At this time has been 10 o'clock in the evening. The street pedestrians, vehicles are less pathetic, seemingly a cold. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Walking, Chu Tian's footsteps lurched. Looking around, as a result, there wasn't even a light. It was pitch black. It seemed like a dump, and the pungent stench was sickening. Chu Tian frowned and asked with an innocent face, what kind of bank are you running? Why is it so remote? The old man walking in front stopped, slowly turned around, grinned, and laughed. Bank of Heaven and Earth. Bank of Heaven and Earth? Chu Tian's eyes were full of vigilance. You want to kill people? You're not afraid of the city guards? Ah ha 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 ha. The old man threw back his head and laughed. Little fellow, it's just you and me here. There's not even a monitor. And there's so much garbage. No one will find out if I leave your corpse here. That's a skillful maneuver. Looks like you haven't done a lot of killing and killing. I don't want to. The key is that there are always guys like you who don't know how to give up. The old man said as he stretched out his hand and laughed fiercely. Little fellow, give me the demon core and I can give you a pain in the ass. Chu Tian similarly stretched out his hand and said with a smile, old man, give me the money. I can give you a pain in the ass. Hey, little brat, you're rushing into something, aren't you? I'm the hunter. You're the prey. The old man's voice was more or less nonchalant. However, the smile on Chu Tian's face remained bright. Old man, truth be told, I also want to be a hunter. You want to be a hunter? The old man laughed as if he had heard a great joke. Seeing this, Chu Tian sighed helplessly. His body's demonic flames suddenly rose. A step was taken. Thunder ripples raged, and the Inferno dragon gun descended from the sky, smashing straight down. The old man was shocked. How could he not expect Chu Tian to actually make a move when he said he would? Not being ambiguous at all. Frantically operating his aura and storming backward. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. A deep pit appeared where the old man had just been. Debris flew across the ground, and demonic flames scattered in all directions. The old man's eyes glazed over, looking like he had seen a living ghost, and he lost his voice and exclaimed, "How come you kid is so strong?" Chu Tian shouldered his Inferno Dragon gun and grinned. "If I'm not strong, how can I take this demon core?" When the old man heard this, his pupils contracted and he became serious, his aura of the fifth turn of the granite realm instantly erupting. "Little fellow, I didn't expect that the old man would actually kick your ass this time, but I'm afraid you're still a bit too young if you want to kill me." Chu Tian raised the yen long gun, pointing directly at the old man's brow as very impatient said, "People old ass loose. Do what not in. Nonsense can be quite a lot. Roll over to die. Something that doesn't know how to die." The old man roared, reaching out and grabbing. A large sword appeared in his hand out of thin air, his chi and blood sword. "Little brat, I'll let you know today what it means to respect the old and love the young." The words were not yet spoken. Blood mist suddenly rose around the old man, scarlet reflections cutting through the dark night. The gravel under his feet exploded, and his body shape catapulted out like a cannonball. The blade rapped in a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, and slashed straight at Chu Tian's face. But in the next instant, his pupils suddenly contracted, only to see, Chu Tian stepped on thunder and instantly arrived, and the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand ruthlessly smashed down with a destructive force. Dang! The moment the Inferno Dragon gun collided with the blade, red-colored demonic flames suddenly exploded at the head of the gun. The old man only felt his tiger's mouth go numb, and the scarlet greatsword in his hand almost came out of his hand. However, before he retreated, Chu Tian flicked his wrist, and the gun barrel slid down the spine of the blade like a viper, the tail of the gun sweeping across in a smooth manner. Put! The old man spat out blood and flew backwards. Chapter 33 Am I a money grubber? Thunderbolt! Chu Tian let out an explosive cry, his feet stepping on thunder as he bullied his way up. Take advantage of your illness. The old man looked at Chu Tian, who was getting closer and closer, and violently widened his eyes, his face filled with horror. "No, how could you be this strong?" However, his words had not yet fallen. The Inferno Dragon gun in Chu Tian's hand had already cut through the void and stabbed straight out. Dang! Only a loud bang was heard. The old man's eyes widened in anger, and he tried his best to stand across his sword, resisting this strike with all his might. Not dead, but seriously injured. A mouthful of blood spurted out of him. The knife in his hand was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and his chest collapsed, with his white bones piercing through his flesh and dripping with blood, and his entire body flew out horizontally and crashed into the abandoned container. The iron was dented just enough to chisel out a human figure. Ta-da-da-da. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chu Tian walked slowly, the head of his gun dragging on the concrete floor, sparks splashing everywhere. Old thing, have you ever thought that while you were counting on me, I was counting on you? The teenager's tone lapsed and he grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth as he laughed. Those who kill people will always kill. After he finished speaking, Chu Tian violently flung his Inferno Dragon pistol, and the demonic flames splashed out dazzling rings of fire in midair, sweeping towards the old man. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The old man roared in anger, and not caring about his so-called face, he rolled on a donkey and barely dodged. The next second, his eyes full of horror to see just the container tin is visible to the naked eye, speed melting into iron, dripping when issued ZZ sound. The terrifying temperature made the air in this space look like it had melted. The old man took a step backward. His whole body couldn't stop trembling as he coughed up blood foam and stood up with difficulty on his scimitar, which could break at any time. Suddenly, the old man bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood on top of the blade. In an instant, dark red lines crawled all over the blade, and the garbage around him was actually windless, forming a blood-colored vortex under his feet. At the same time, an extremely terrifying blood cheese surged and spread like a tidal wave. The dark night sky was instantly dyed blood red. Even the hazy curved moon in the sky seemed to be gilded with a layer of blood. Creepy, evil, little fellow. You can be proud of yourself even if you can force me to use this move and die. The old man's features gradually distorted, his eyes full of crazy hysteria. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows, and when he felt this rich blood chi, he said with interest, "This is only somewhat interesting. Little brat, go die." The old man raised the curved sword in his hand that was covered with bizarre patterns and shouted in a stern voice, "Bloodshed 9 slashes." He hissed as he swung out 9 blood-colored blade diameters, with twisted skeletal ghost faces emerging from each blade's shadow. Chu Tian stepped on the thunder instead of retreating, swung his round Inferno Dragon gun and scratched out a full moon fire wheel. Boom! There was a loud bang. The moment the demonic flame collided with the blood gang, the scarlet blood chi in the sky was directly swallowed up by the crimson demonic flame and dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Discarded refrigerators, color TVs, washing machines disintegrated right in the aftermath of the attack. The mountain of rotting garbage exploded. The fluttering plastic bags turned to ash before they hit the ground. Kill! The teenager's indifferent voice pierced through the roar of the explosion. The Inferno Dragon gun penetrated through the last blade deity with a destructive force. The old man looked like he had seen a living ghost, his eyes scarlet as he shook his head. No, it can't be. This is not true. No. However, soon after, he realized with horror that the scimitar in his hand was disintegrating inch by inch in the demonic flames. This ferocious weapon that drank countless amounts of blood was actually melting like a candle at this moment. Suddenly, the old man felt a crisis of death coming on, only to see that the Inferno Dragon gun was wrapped in endless killing chi and shot explosively. No, don't kill me. I'll give you the money. Let me live. The old man shouted with all his might. Chu Tian skimmed his mouth and looked disdainful. I am the kind of person who is greedy for money. Take the money out. The Inferno Dragon gun stalled at a position less than a punch away from the old man's brow. Phew! The old man couldn't help but let out a long breath. Just a moment ago he seemed to have seen the King of Hell beckoning to him. The old man did not dare to be slow. Hurriedly said, I have a card in my pocket. The password is 135,246. Inside is all of my family's money, probably about $10 million. All to you. After Chu Tian heard this, he reached out and flipped through it, and sure enough, a bank card turned up, and he frowned and asked, Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Don't dare, don't dare, don't dare. If you don't believe me, I can go with you to get the money. The old man was afraid that Chu Tian wouldn't believe him and hurriedly set out his attitude. Barely believe you once, does that mean I can be released? Chu Tian's face was stunned as he asked back, Release you? When did I say I would release you? When the old man heard this, he was immediately enraged. You tricked me? Nope, I said that I'm not a greedy person. Chu Tian was very innocent. The old man's eyes cracked, hissed, and growled. You're not a ing money grubber. You took my bank card? You give it back. Here, Chu Tian said, stuffing the bank card back into the old man's pocket. And then, he regained his grip on the Inferno Dragon gun as the demonic flames suddenly rose. No! Bang! An expected muffled thud. The old man's head instantly exploded, splashing red and white liquids in all directions. Until the second before he died, he hadn't figured out why it would be himself who died. Chu Tian bent down and took the bank card out of the old man's pocket again, muttering to himself, This money will be the cost of cremation. Say it. With a flick of his arm, the crimson demonic flames incinerated the old man's headless body. Kill value, plus 666. Kill value accumulated, 673. In the meantime, there was a sudden loud bang in front of the main entrance of the Rolling King building. Boom! For a while, the fire was in the air. The receptionist lady ran into the radio room with a flustered look on her face and broadcast loudly. Which one of you owns the Lamborghini downstairs with the license plate Jiang AB 5478? The radio announcements traveled to every corner of the Rolling King building. Inside the waiting room, a murmur rang out. I bet the owner won't be in our house. Use your words, Cootie. No at all. If any of us poor bastards could afford to drive a $40 million Lamborghini, who would still come here to certify martial artists and have no bitter hard feelings? If you ask me, maybe it's some rich kids that came here to pick up the receptionist lady. Makes sense, I guess. However, right in the midst of all this chatter, a young man stood up and walked towards the door. When he walked to the door, his footsteps lurched and he said with a condescending face, These 10 minutes with you guys are the most humiliating moments of my life. A bunch of poor bastards. Before the young man's words left his mouth, the radio sounded again. Sorry to bother you all once more, but the owner of the Lamborghini has been found. Guys, sorry to bother you one more time. The owner of the Lamborghini has been found. Guys, sorry to bother you one more time. The owner of the Lamborghini has been found. The crowd turned their heads to look at the young man in the doorway. Just be afraid the air will suddenly go quiet. Chapter 34 Suspects. Asterisk. Don't run. You're ing pretending to be a collector and calling whoever you're poor. Stop. Damn. Almost let him get loaded. The waiting room was filled with shouts and curses as the young man shrugged his way through. Meanwhile, in front of the Rolling King building, the Lamborghini had burned away, turning into a puddle of iron that flowed in all directions. Damn. My car sure as hell didn't catch fire for no reason. Someone must be trying to hurt me. The teenager looked at the subway of water, his face grim to the core, a mouthful of certainty that it was no accident. Young, you first calm down your anger. I will react to this matter with Mr. Yen and guarantee to give you a satisfactory answer. The receptionist lady on the side was careful, afraid of annoying this furious second-generation ancestor, but the anger in the other woman's heart was not tempered by her caution. Only to see, a murderous aura filled the teenager's eyes and he said in a deep voice, I want to see the surveillance. Young, wait a moment, I'll apply with the top. I want to see it now. Young, I'm sorry, I don't have the right to access the surveillance. The receptionist lady's face was filled with a difficult look, her voice trembling. The teenager was furious, and without warning, he reached out his hand, grabbed the receptionist lady by the neck, and said in a single word, "I want to see the surveillance now. Stop." Suddenly, a chortle came from inside the door of the Rolling King mansion. The teenager looked over at the sound, and when he saw the young girl behind him, he quickly let go of his hand, and the anger in his eyes faded away as much as possible, and was replaced by a face full of smiles. "Ms. Sue, why are you here?" Sue Ruwashi's eyebrows knit tightly, frost covering her gentle little face. "What are you doing?" "Ms. Sue, my car turned into a puddle of iron in front of the Rolling King mansion, and I wanted to look at the CCTV to see who did it, but she blocked me." The reception lady's eyes filled with tears and anxiety when she heard the teenager's words. "Miss, Sue Ruwashi raised her hand to cut it off. "I can show you the surveillance, but you have to apologize to her." "Apologize to her?" The teenager couldn't help but stare, then laughed. "Fine, I apologize. I'm sorry." The receptionist lady was filled with fear and lowered her head in a panic, stammering, Young, no, there's no need to apologize. I'll apologize to you." However, the teenager didn't even look at her. His gaze landed on Sue Ruwashi's face, and he said aloud, "Miss Sue, looking at Jiang Cheng, you're the first person to make me, Peak Young, apologize." "Yes? Then I'm honored," Sue Ruwashi said faintly, then took the tablet from the reception lady and tapped on the surveillance video. As the video progress bar moves, a suspect appears in the picture. "HM?" Sue Ruwashi raised her eyebrows and said in her heart, "Mr. Chu, why is he here?" Trudy was the only one in the entire surveillance video who stayed by the car for the longest time. Although, he didn't make any suspicious movements, but there's no getting away from suspicion. After Yang Peek noticed Sue Ruwashi's abnormality, he smiled and asked, "Miss Sue, do you recognize this person?" "Recognize? That would be good. Call the people here. I want to ask them face to face." A murderous aura flickered in Yang Peek's eyes. It doesn't look like it's as simple as asking. However, just as Sue Ruwashi was dwelling on whether or not to call Chu Tian here, a teasing voice rang out. "So hilarious?" Sue Ruwashi's eyes flashed and she twisted her head to look, only to see that Chu Tian, who was full of smiles, walked head-on. Yang Peek stared at it. "Isn't this the suspect? There is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you don't want to break through." A flash of morose murderous intent suddenly surfaced in his eyes. "Did you tamper with my car?" Chu Tian pretended to be puzzled. "What kind of car are you, right? I can't understand what you're saying." The moment these words came out, the scene was plunged into a deathly silence. Whether it was the receptionist, or Sue Ruwashi, or the watching crowd, they were all dumbstruck. "This your bar is so crisp and clear. Who is Peak Yang?" "That's the son of the head of the Jiangcheng city guard. It's the little devil with a fierce reputation in Jiangcheng. Moreover, putting his birth background aside, his strength alone was not to be underestimated. Grade A plus talented fate bone, Peak frontier realm martial realm. Any one of these options can show that Young Peak is not to be messed with, and no one dares to mess with it." Young Peak looked at Chu Tian. The killer in his eyes turned into substance and gushed out. "In Jiangcheng, no one has dared to talk to me like this. That's because you didn't meet me sooner. Ha ha ha." Yang Peak laughed back in anger. "Very well, you want to die. Then I'll fulfill you." The words were not yet spoken. Yang Peak threw a punch without warning. It was powerful and the sonic boom was piercing. Ka-ching! As the crowd looked at Young Peak's fist that was wrapped in aura and exuding raging power, a flash of sympathy appeared in their eyes. It was as if they had already seen the image of Chu Tian getting his head blown off by a punch. But the next second, there was a loud bang. Yang Peak's punch that contained an endless killing aura was easily stopped by a slender palm. "Ah!" A heart-rending scream sounded out of nowhere at first, breaking the dead silence. Yang Peak's still delicate features gradually distorted. His fists were charred, black smoke curled up, and he emitted the smell of sizzling barbecue. For a while, all the melon eaters were filled with dismay. The image before them made them think for a moment that it was an illusion. Peak Yang actually lost to an obscure teenager? Sue Ruwashi's eyes were filled with a strange color. Chu Tian's power once again refreshed her knowledge. Yang Peak completely broke his defense. His eyes were flooded with a monstrous murderous aura. His face was full of grimace as he roared, "Bastard! I'll kill you! Stop!" Suddenly, a majestic voice came from afar, directly dispersing the raging aura within Yang Peak. "Who? Me, Yen Lo." Accompanied by a low voice, the stout Yen Luo walked with a dragon's stride, and the sense of oppression was directly pulled full. He opened his mouth again and said angrily, "Little brat, you don't even look at what place this is if you want to spread your wildness. Hurry up and get out of here, or don't blame me for being impolite." "Uncle Yen, you, me what? Come to me to cause trouble. Have you asked your old man?" Does he think that his position as the city guard's growth is hot ass and wants to move it? Yan Luo's attitude was very strong, and Yang Peek's face was gloomy as if water had come out of it. His fists clenched and he gritted his teeth. Uncle Yan, give me face. I'm going to let him die. Give you a face? Yan Luo laughed. Little brat, you're not a big person. Net and I nagging social kowtow. Do you have face with me? Now I'm going to give you 2 ways out. Either get out on your own or I'll send you out. You have 3 seconds to choose. 3. Yang Peek couldn't help but tremble. If he couldn't vent this breath today, I'm afraid it would become his heart's demon. 2. But there is Yan Luo stopping. Hard to come, only fear that will provoke him to anger. What the hell am I supposed to choose? 1. State your choice. The words just fell. Yan Luo fiercely took a step forward. Chapter 35. Chu Wenzhong paying a visit to the door. You can dodge the first day, but not the 15th. I'm sure I'll get you killed myself. Yang Peek put down a harsh word and turned to leave. In the end, he chose to roll his own. The crowd looked at Yang Peek's fading back, and their hearts set off shocking waves. The little demon king of Jiangcheng actually suffered defeat, and got his hand wasted and left in disgrace. If this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid it would only cause quite a stir in Jiangcheng. For a while, all the melon eaters were extremely curious about Chu Tian's identity. Not only did he finish off the little devil in terms of strength, his background was also ridiculously strong, causing Yan Luo to go so far as to offend the city guard commander in order to protect him. What kind of god is this son? The way everyone looked at Chu Tian, it was as if they couldn't wait to strip him naked and take a closer look. Everyone disperse. Yan Luo waved his hand, coaxing the crowd to disperse. Chu Tian clasped his hands and smiled. Mr. Yan, thanks for coming to the rescue. Yan Luo let out a light laugh. Duke Chu, just don't blame me for being nosy. How could it be? Mr. Yan is also doing it for my own good. Afraid that I'll do something wrong on impulse. I understand everything, Chu Tian said very seriously. How could he not understand Yan Luo's intentions? It's easy to kill Yang Peek, but the other party's father, who is the army chief, is a giant on one side, not to be messed with, and can't afford to be messed with. Yan Luo looked at Chu Tian, who was full of seriousness. His eyes were full of appreciation. No wonder the boss had such a high opinion of this young man. Whether it was heart, or strength talent, it was completely unlike what a teenager should have. This son will surely turn into a dragon once he meets the wind and rain. With this in mind, Yan Luo also put down his stance and said aloud, Mr. Chu, you can call old Yan from now on. It sounds friendly. Chu Tian hurriedly waved his hand. How can that be? I'll call you brother Yan. Good. Then I'll call you elder brother Chu. Yan, elder brother Chu. Su Ruwashi, who was on the side, raised her eyebrows when she saw the duo's stance. It seemed as if they were itching to immediately kneel down and make a righteous marriage. Ahem. Su Ruwashi lightly coughed and softly said, Mr. Chu, you went and returned just for Pekian? Egu. Look at this brain of mine. How did I forget the main thing? Chu Tian slapped his head and quickly rushed into the Rolling King mansion. While running, he said, Ms. Su, brother Yan, I still have something to do. One step ahead. Back to chat. In the meantime, Jiangcheng City Center, inside a luxurious villa, Yang Peek, right hand wrapped in bandages, full of fierce face, sitting on the sofa, eyes flooded with monstrous murderous aura, huffing and puffing, breathing heavily. The entire atmosphere in the villa was tense and depressing to the extreme. All the subordinates, chilled as if forbidden, did not even dare to breathe. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yang Peek squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Get the hell in here. A minute later, a city guard warrior literally rolled in, kneeling and saluting. Greetings, Major. Did you find out what I asked you to investigate? I've found it. Sergeant Major, please take a look. The city guard soldier held the paper bag in both hands and gently placed it on the table. Yang Peek instinctively stretched out his right hand to take it, but the sudden sharp pain made him instantly come to his senses, and the murderous aura in his eyes thickened a few more points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Peek turned over the document. The first thing that caught his eyes was Chu Tian's small 2-inch photo, followed by a 100,000 word long information introduction. More words than most fiction authors have in a book. Chu Tian? The Chu family's outcast? An outcast? How come he's still so powerful? Bang! Yang Peek slammed his fist down, and the teacup on the tabletop shook violently, splashing tea in all directions. The frightened group of subordinates simultaneously shrunk their heads. However, right at this moment, the city guard warrior lying on the ground raised his head and whispered, Major Army Commander, I have something I don't know if I should say or not. Yang Peek narrowed his eyes. His murderous aura filled the air, and said in a chilling voice, You know what I hate the most? Back to young military commander. I just saw Chu family head Chu Wenzhong visiting Lord Military Commander. This kung fu should be right in the military commander's parlor. The city guard warrior finished his sentence in one breath, and beads of sweat were dripping down from his head. Are you sure? Back to the major. I'm sure. Young Peak stood up violently and walked out of the villa in big strides, toward the military chief's parlor. Just as that city guard warrior had said, Chu Wenjong had brought Chu Feng to indeed visit Army Chief Yang Kuan in the Army Chief's parlor. Army Commander Yang, truth be told, I've long wanted to come and visit you. It's just that there are too many trivial matters at home, so I've been putting it off until today. Chu Wenjong put his attitude very low, in the face of Yang Kuan, who is in charge of military power. He really cannot be hard. Moreover, this time when he came to visit Yang Kuan, he had something to ask for. The military commander Yang Kuan was sitting in the main seat. He had a long face with an 8-character beard. His body was thin and looked a bit frail. It was hard to associate him with the military commander of the Jiangqing City Guards. However, his twin eyes were intimidating. It was a pair of eagle eyes that radiated viciousness, and being stared at by him would give you a creepy feeling. Yang Kuan faintly swept his eyes at Chu Wenjong and slowly spoke. Elder Chu, you're overstating things. You shouldn't just be visiting me this time. Chu Wenjong first laughed to hide his inner embarrassment, then went straight to the point. As expected, nothing can escape these eyes of military commander Yang. I do have a request for you this time. Elder Chu, please. Chu Wenjong turned his head and gave a look to Chu Feng, who immediately stood up and bowed. Chu Feng, greetings to Army Commander Yang. Yang Kuan raised his eyebrows and said with interest, Elder Chu, this is the S-class gifted Fate Bone Awakener, Chu Feng, who has been rumored in Jiangchang. Right. Mentioning Chu Feng, Chu Wenjong nodded with a face full of pride. That's right, it's exactly him, Army Commander Yang. Truth be told, what I came here this time is mainly to ask you to pull the strings and let Xiao Feng join the Tian Yuan army. Don't worry, no matter if this matter succeeds or fails, this favor will be unforgettable for my Chu family. Yang Kuan laughed out loud and said slowly, Elder Chu, you also know what the Heavenly Abyss Army represents. There are only a few spots every year. I don't know how many people are staring at it. Everyone is squeezing their heads to become a member of the Heavenly Abyss Army, and now you're asking me to place Chu Feng in it. I really have my heart in the right place. When Chu Wenjong heard this, how could he not understand what it meant? He hurriedly stood up and took out a Qiankuan bag from his arms, his face piled with smiles. Army Commander Yang, I know that this matter is difficult, so I have specially prepared some spirit pearls for you to use to take care of your relationship. As long as I can get Chu Feng into the Heavenly Abyss Army, if there's anything that you need, you can just ask. Yes? Suddenly, an eerie voice rang out from the doorway of the hall. Chu Wenjong and Chu Feng simultaneously turned their heads to look, only to see that Yang Peak walked in with a face full of grimace and anger. Major General, what's wrong with you? Chu Wenjong heart thump, rising a sense of foreboding. Chapter 36 Elder Chu, have a good trip. Yang Peak walked into the parlor hall with great strides, the bandage wrapped around his right hand, vaguely oozing blood, and the grim look on his face made people shudder. Chu Wenjong's heart tightened, and he hurriedly stood up, piling smiles on his face in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. Major General, what's wrong with you? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Chu Wenjong asked cautiously. Yang Peak let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over Chu Wenjong and Chu Feng, his voice icy cold. Misunderstanding? There isn't a single good thing in your Chu family. Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Although he and Yang Peak were not in the same school, he had heard about it slightly. All along, he had been disdainful of this ferocious little demon king of Jiangchang, believing that the other party was merely slightly better at casting skills. Nowadays, he was the one who was carrying the S-class gifted lifebone, and had long been pretending to be extraordinary, only to see that Chu Feng had a haughty look on his face. Brother Yang, Grandpa and I are here to pay a visit to the Lord Military Commander. Aren't you going too far by saying that? Yang Peak let out a cold laugh and walked straight to Chu Feng, saying, What the are you? And are you worthy of calling yourself a brother to me? Before the words fell, Yang Peak suddenly raised his hand and slapped it hard. Pop! The sound of a crisp slap echoed in the hall, and Chu Feng was staggered, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. This slap dumbfounded Chu Feng as he stared with wide eyes and asked incredulously, You dare to hit me? Pop! Yang Peak returned with another slap. Hit you? I'll kill you. Do you believe me? Seeing this, Chu Wenjong was shocked in his heart and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Yang Peak, compensating with a smile and said, Major Army Commander, Xiao Feng is young and unintelligent. If he has offended, please be generous and spare him this time. Yang Peak coldly glanced at Chu Wenjong and suddenly kicked him in the stomach. Chu Wenjong was caught off guard and was kicked back a few steps. When he stabilized his stance, his face turned blue, and a flash of anger surfaced in his eyes, but he was just about to snap. And once he thought that this was the military governor's residence, he held back. Chu Wenjong's back teeth clenched crunch, crunch, crunch. However, Chu Feng couldn't hold back a bit and said angrily, Peak Yang, what gives you the right to hit my grandfather? Based on what? Young Peak laughed out loud, his eyes full of teasing. On the basis that I am Young Peak. After Young Peak finished speaking, he once again bullied his way up and blasted out a fist. Raging aura raging. Shu Feng also no longer sat back and waited for death, his body's spiritual chi running wildly, and he similarly swung his fist and smashed it out. But right at this moment, Yang Peak shouted, if you dare to fight back, you won't be able to enter the Heavenly Abyss army in this lifetime. When Shu Feng heard that, the attack in his hand gave a beat. Little Feng, watch out. Chu Wenzhong's face changed drastically, and his reminder was too late. There was a bang. Shu Feng sprayed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards out of the hall like a kite with broken strings. Feng! With an explosive cry, Chu Wenzhong quickly swept out of the hall and hurriedly helped Shu Feng up. Little Feng, how are you? Put! Chu Tian once again spat out blood from his mouth. His face turned pale as he shook his head. Grandpa, I'm fine. Let's go. Heavenly Abyss Army. I won't enter. I want to go home. Good. Back. Home. After Chu Wenzhong finished speaking, he raised his head to look at the brilliantly lit parlor hall, his old face gradually twisting, his eyes scarlet and trembling violently. Suddenly, he burst out in a stern voice. Young Army Commander, I'm only asking you, why are you doing this to our grandparents and grandchildren? Yang Peak casually yanked a chair and sat in the doorway, crossed his legs, then raised his gauze-wrapped right hand and laughed sardonically. See this hand? Chu Wenzhong said angrily. What does this have to do with me? What does it have to do with Little Feng? It really has nothing to do with you guys. But, Yang Peak's eyes contained fury, murderous aura, and he laughed fiercely. But, it has something to do with Chu Tian. Trudy. The expression on Chu Wenzhong's face was nothing short of brilliant. Young Army Commander, that trash Chu Tian has long since been kicked out of my home. I know. I blame you all for being named Chu. Young Peak's words just fell. Chu Wenzhong's eyes widened in anger. His face instantly flushed red. He forced himself to hold back the monstrous anger in his heart and gritted his teeth. Army Commander Yang, farewell. Yang Kuan, who hadn't spoken a word from the beginning, finally spoke. Chu Lao, have a good trip. Bam! Chu Wenzhong trembled violently. His footsteps were disorganized and he almost fell, and behind him came the sound of Young Peak's unbridled mockery. The grandparents and grandchildren walked out of the military governor's house step by step, and it was a very fulfilling night for them. They had never dreamed that they would actually somehow be insulted so and so because of Chu Tian. Outside the military governor's residence, Shu Feng suddenly let out a roar. His face was full of grimace. Grandpa, I will make Chu Tian's life worse than death. Chu Wenzhong took a deep breath, his voice low. Little Feng, the most important thing for you right now is to stabilize the injuries on your body and deal with tomorrow's proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss. Shu Feng trembled violently as he looked back at the heavily guarded military commander's mansion, his eyes scarlet. Peak Young, I will definitely double back today's insult. Go! The two left in a car. Second floor of the small courtyard, Chu Tian sat by the window, looking at the sky full of stars and thinking, I've crossed over and I wonder how Hachi is doing. Is he still alive? Kill value, plus 550. Kill value accumulated, 1, 223. Chu Tian, who recalled the past, was pulled back to reality by the suddenly refreshed kill value. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, lifted his arms and stretched, and groggily exclaimed, Geez yeah, sleep. The bright moon hangs high, the insects chirp into the ears, the evening breeze blows into the room. The bed Chu Tian has already begun to travel too far into the void. Snoring sounds rise and fall. However, the lights on the first floor were still on. There was a figure busy inside the kitchen, steaming and fragrant. Wang Huiro leaned on her waist and wiped the beads of sweat on her head. Her face was tired, but she smiled happily and murmured to herself, Xiao Tian will definitely get a good grade. The next day, Chu Tian walked down from upstairs and Wang Huiro had already prepared breakfast. The soup, which took all night to make, was fragrant. Tian, sit down for breakfast. Don't be late. Wang Huiro was still busy inside the kitchen with her apron tied. Come, there are still buns and pickles here. Chu Tian took a sip of the soup. The entrance was soft, a line of throat. The cells of the whole body seemed to be awakened as if the aura was running on its own. Mom, you come and eat too. I'm in no hurry. You eat first, then I'll take you to school. Being a non-spoilery son starts with Trudy. In Jiangcheng 1 middle school, all the students stood on the playground in a tight formation. Some people are nervous. Some people are afraid. Some people expect. The upcoming proposed battle at Tianyan will determine their future. Whether they go into the factory and hit the nails, or make a name for themselves. Principal Huang Xiyu stood on the podium, his serious gaze sweeping over the faces of every student on the playground. And when he saw the black-clothed teenager in the first row, he was slightly stunned, a touch of relief appearing in his eyes. Chu Tian's face was stunned. and after looking at Huang Shiyu's gaze that was tinged with expectation, he nodded his head slightly. Ahem. Huang Shiyu cleared his throat and began his pre-war mobilization. 20,000 words omitted. Finally, I wish you all a good fight. Snap. Amidst a round of applause, Huang Shiyu waved his hand and said aloud, Departure, Ninth Heavenly Abyssal Rift. In the crowd, a gaze filled with resentment stared deathly at Chu Tian, who was standing in the first row. Chapter 37 Sky Abyss Army, Squad 139, Tian Yuan Proposed Battle. The annual Heavens Abyss Proposed Battle qualifying tournament was a major event of national concern for Jiangcheng and even the entire Great Xia country. All the streets of Jiangcheng were completely closed, and the parents of the candidates stood on the side of the road, earnestly hoping that their children would be successful in the battle. Of course, there are parents who tell themselves that strength and talent don't matter, and that their kids just need to have a good body that resists being punched in the face. A bus loaded with students moves quickly through the streets, unhindered. There are 4 Lingwu high schools and 1 vocational high school in Jiangcheng. Gangxiong First Middle School, Gangxiong Second Middle School, Gangxiong Third Middle School, Sangu High School, Lanxiang Vocational High School. With the exception of Lanxiang Vocational High School, where most of the students are small yellow hairs, the students of the other 4 high schools are of equal strength. All have seeded students who are favorites to win the championship. Respectively, Xu Feng, who had stolen the S-rank talented lifebone from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, the son of the military commander, Yang Peak, Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School, Kendo genius Hao Jian, Shangwu High School, born with the power of God, Zhao Dozhu. These 4 had already locked the top 4 places in the Jiangcheng Battle Zone Tian Yuan Proposed Battle qualifying tournament, and it was up to them to see who could ask for the top spot and kill their way into the top 3 in the province. The whole city is waiting to see what happens. Half an hour later, more than 100 buses drove away from the city in great numbers, arriving at a huge ruin, surrounded by a 100-meter-high copper wall standing, completely isolating this ruin from the outside world, surrounded by a group of warriors in black military uniforms, their faces cold and murderous. They stood like statues under the high wall without looking at each other. All the students stepped off the bus in good order and looked up at the towering copper wall with shock in their hearts. Extremely oppressive. That post-apocalyptic atmosphere pulls right through. Trudy looked around curiously. Remnants of walls and bones were everywhere. The air was pungent with decay. Good lord, is this the city of doom coming for me? How come there's a post-apocalyptic plot inside my Gaowu script? Trudy muttered in a small voice. At that moment, a gasp rang out from the crowd. Asterisk. Look guys, these warriors are the Heavenly Abyss Army. For a while, all the students turned their heads to look at the warriors standing under the high wall, dressed in black military uniforms. Their eyes filled with awe and they couldn't help but stand up straight. Sacrificed, Tian Yuan Army. These 3 words represented strength, talent, and the majesty of a soldier. The noisy scene was suddenly silent. Seeing this, Chu Tian's eyes flashed and he secretly said in his heart that the gold content of the Heavenly Abyss Army was still improving. Mr. Chu, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, a gentle and pleasant voice rang out. Chu Tian twisted his head to look. The young girl was standing in a purple battle dress. Smile, and you'll be in love with your country. Purple really does have a nice ring to it. MS. Su, you, Mr. Chu, didn't we agree to call me Daryl? Chu Tian touched his nose and said with an embarrassed face. Sorry, I forgot. Then you scream now. The young girl blinked those star-like eyes, full of laughter. Chu Tian opened his mouth and tried several times before finally succeeding in calling out, Ruo, she. After the young girl heard this, her pretty face couldn't help but emerge with a touch of redness, and she responded in a thin mosquito voice. Aha, Mr. Chu, I've called you Daryl, and you're still calling me Mr. Chu, what's it called? Chu Tian's eyes turned bone deep, lifted the corner of his mouth, and slowly opened his mouth, saying, Brother. Su Ruwashi's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, What do you want me to call it? Ni ini I. Nice try. Su Ruwashi rolled her eyes and turned away as if fleeing, her footsteps slightly messy. However, before Chu Tian could regain his senses from that shocking glimpse just now, the clear skies overhead began to change. Dark clouds converged from all directions, quickly obscuring the sun, and the sky became as black as ink. The wind howled, swirling up the dust and debris on the ground, seeming to completely engulf the ruins. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar came from the sky, and the heavens and earth trembled. Everyone looked up with fearful faces, only to see a huge crack suddenly open up in the pitch-black sky, as if a giant eye was slowly opening up. The crack grew larger and larger, eventually forming a huge chasm across the sky. From the rift, an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation surged out like a tidal wave. The ground began to shake violently, and the buildings in ruins collapsed and dust flew up as if the end was coming. The students were knocked around by the impact of this energy fluctuation, and some of them were even unsteady on their feet and fell to the ground. However, no one flinched. All the students tilted their young faces and stared intently at the crack. Suddenly, boom! Along with that, there was a loud bang. A figure rose up from the ground, transforming into a long rainbow that swept straight towards the crack. This person is actually the dangling and shapeless-looking Boss Yi. Chu Tian's heart shook and his eyes were filled with horror. Yi Wuliang stood out of the void. His hands flashed, and a golden glowing aura gushed out, eventually forming 8 golden chains that tore open the cracks and prevented them from healing. Tired old man. All out, Yi Wuliang said while sitting with his butt straight in the void. At that moment, only a sound of horses' hooves resounded through the sky. Ta-da-da-da. In the next second, the 8 flying warhorses were the first to step out, with ghostly blue flames burning on their hooves, and with every step that fell, space was burned with scorched cracks. The warrior on horseback was clad in pitch-black heavy armor, the armor covered with dark red blood rust, as if he had just crawled out of a sea of blood. A bloody, murderous aura swept across the sky. The middle-aged man at the top leapt down from the flying warhorse, striding towards Yi Wuliang, stopping 3 meters away, standing at attention and saluting, born like muffled thunder. Tian Yuan Army, 4th Army Squad 139 Captain Lin Fan. Meet General Yi. Yi Wuliang waved his hand with an impatient face. Alright, grab the time to start. General Yi. Lin Fan was showing his reverence for Yi Wuliang, both in his attitude and his actions. All the candidates below, including the principals of the 5 high schools, and the city guard's military commander Yang Kuan, were all curious and shocked at the man sitting above the void. Regarding Yi Wuliang's identity, opinions also began to differ, and Chu Tian's eyes were equally wide open. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air and turned his head to look at Su Ruwashi, who was not far away and looking up. Perhaps she's proud of herself now. Having a father who could make the Tian Yuan army warriors bow and salute was indeed something to be proud of. However, Su Ruwashi at this moment printed inside the real OS's, Dad, if you were not afraid of that guy fled home, now you are at least a military commander. Right. Lin Fan turned to leave and mounted his flying warhorse once again. His gaze was like a torch as he bellowed. I am the supervisor of this proposed battle for the Heavenly Abyss. Lin Fan, I'm only going to go over the rules once, so all ears perked up pretty good. Heavenly Abyss proposed battle. The battlefield you're going to enter is the area that the Heavenly Abyss army has already captured, but there will still be remnants of ferocious beasts in there, not of a high grade, no more than 4th rank, and your task is to clean up all of these remnants of the ferocious beasts. The score generated from the kill is the score of this proposed battle in the Heavenly Abyss, and the tactical watches on your wrists will judge the score based on the ferocious beast's grade, strength, and other comprehensive values. In addition, there is the most important point. After entering the Heavenly Abyss Rift, life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and honor are in heaven. Finally, I wish you all a triumphant return. Heavenly Abyss Proposed Battle. Open. Chapter 38 Ranking First. Heavenly Abyss Proposed Battle. Open. As Lin Fan let out an explosive cry, the 100-meter-high copper walls surrounding the ruins erupted with a necessary burst of white light. Bam bam dang dang. It seemed like the sound of some large machine in operation rang out. However, before the group of candidates could react, the ground began to shake so violently that it was simply unsteady to stand, and everyone fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and jerked his head down to look. The ground under his feet was rising little by little. No, it's not just the feet, it's the whole ruin that's rising up. The surrounding brick walls turned into huge engines running wildly. The whole ruin is like an elevator. Sit tight, it's going to start accelerating. Lin Fan's voice of reminder had just sounded. The rate of ascent really soared, thousands of yards in a flash. The powerful reaction of gravity makes some people dry heave and get seasick. Chu Tian, on the contrary, was calm and did not feel any discomfort. Suddenly, a gaze filled with a murderous aura shot straight from the crowd. Chu Tian captured this killing aura at the first moment and locked onto the source. It was none other than Chu Feng. The two of them looked at each other's eyes filled with an endless killing aura towards the other. Chu Feng grinned and made a neck-wiping gesture. Afterward, his mouth opened and closed as if to say, Chu Tian, I've come for my life. To this, Chu Tian directly chose to ignore it. The ruins rose from the ground to the void in just 2 minutes, and they also more intuitively felt the terror of this huge crack in front of them, far bigger than they had imagined. You guys will be divided into different areas when you go in. Lin Fan's voice suddenly resounded through the ruins, and after a pause, he continued, I hope that all of you can live by your ability. Get in there. Lin Fan waved his big hand. Thousands of students scrambled towards the pitch-black aura barrier. Chu Tian unhurriedly followed the crowd and crossed the black barrier with 1 foot. Instantly, A sickening smell of blood hit his nose. Meow! A hiss sounded out of nowhere at first. Chu Tian only felt his eardrums buzzing, and before he could react, 3 second-order blood civet cats pounced on him. The bloody mouth was wide open, and the sharp fangs flashed with a ghostly cold aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the cracking sound sounded, a thunderbolt appeared and fell from the sky. Plop! 2 sounds. The raging 2 second-order blood civet cats instantly turned into a blood mist. Their corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. Kill value, plus 199. Kill value, plus 201. Kill value accumulated, 1,623. At the same time, the 100-meter-high copper wall under the crack turned directly into a live 4D naked-eye big screen. And a scoreboard. First place, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Chu Tian, 400 points. When the rankings had just been refreshed, an unbelievable cry of shock came from within the Chu clan's camp on the VIP viewing seats. How can that be? How did this loser come first? He must have cheated. Only to see Chu Feng's mother, Lu Milan, pointed at the screen and shouted, "Cheating? Why do you have a problem with that?" Suddenly, Lin Fan on top of the flying warhorse chilled his voice and drank lowly as a fierce killing aura enveloped everyone in the Chu family. But wherever Lu Milan dares to nod her head, next thing you know, you'll be dead on the spot. Chu Wenzhong's face changed dramatically, and he shouted in a low voice, "Boss, control this mouth of your daughter-in-law. This is the proposed battle of the heavenly abyss. It's fair and just." Lu Milan had long been frightened by the aura on Lin Fan's body and trembled like a sieve. Her head lowered, not even daring to breathe. "Captain Lin, I'm sorry, this woman hasn't seen the world. Please don't get on her bad side." Chu Wenzhong hurriedly apologized. Lin Fan snorted coldly. It just so happened that a replay of the highlights of Trudy getting first place began to play on the big screen. On the screen, the teenager was holding a long spear. His feet stepped on the shocking thunder. The thunder surrounded the long spear and swept violently. The shadow of the gun was like a dragon, and the 2 blood civet cats directly turned into blood mist. This strike was fast, accurate, and strong. And this time, there's a close-up shot of Trudy's facial expression. The young man's face was calm, his eyes rippling like cold pools. What a handsome teenager. Old Huang. This little guy couldn't be the child who was destined to die. In the audience, the sudden question let Chu Wenzhong's heart thump. He sniffed and stared at Huang Xiyu, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, with a warning in his eyes. However, Huang Xiyu turned a blind eye to it and exclaimed, "That's right, it's that bitter child whose gifted life bone was scooped up by the clan." The moment these words came out, the scene was plunged into a deathly silence. Though, this has long been no secret, but being revealed in public was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Chu family. Chu Wenzhong clapped his hands and said angrily, "Principal Huang, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. What evidence do you have to prove that we dug up Chu Tian's gifted lifebone?" Huang Xiyu was about to speak when a voice took the lead. "I have proof." Chen Shijun. Chu Wenzhong's heart immediately rose an ominous premonition, gritted his teeth and said, "Shijun, you must think well." Chen Shijun held his big belly. He smile. "Chu Lao, sorry, I abandoned my darkness. You threaten me no. Moreover, don't you want evidence? Asshole, you back off." Chu Wenzhong became furious and was about to make a move. Unexpectedly, Huang Xiyu shifted his body, protecting Chen Shijun behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Bring out the evidence." Chen Shijun wiped the bean-sized beads of sweat on his head and hurriedly took out the recorder. "Principal Huang, I'll leave the rest to you." Facing a peak imperial realm, Chen Shijun wouldn't dare to fight head-on. Huang Xiyu pressed the play button on the recorder. Chu Wenzhong's sinister voice came out from inside the recorder. "Shijun, help me find a spirit doctor who can dissolve blood. I've already dug out Chu Tian's gifted lifebone. I need to replace it for little Feng as soon as possible." It doesn't matter what was said afterward. Chu Wenzhong's face was gloomy to the extreme, his eyes glowing with a monstrous murderous aura as he stood in place trembling violently. Huang Xiyu snorted coldly and said, "Chu Wenzhong, what else do you have to say?" Suddenly, Chu Wenzhong threw his head back and laughed as if he had gone crazy. "Ha ha ha, I have nothing to say. In fact, don't we all know it by heart without this recorder?" "You, in the face of Chu Wenzhong's dead pigs, are not afraid of boiling water." Huang Xiyu gasped, "Cannot say anything already." Chu Wenzhong sat down on his butt and looked around at the surrounding years and said loudly, "Chu Tian is covered in bones. Is it appropriate to fuse an S-rank talent fate bone? Everyone knows that a piker can't be held responsible for a crime. So how am I not helping him by digging up his gifted lifebone? How could I harm my own personal grandson?" After Chu Wenzhong finished speaking, his gaze landed on Huang Xiyu's body and continued, "Principal Huang, little Feng has already fused the S-ranked talent fate bone. He's someone destined to fight for your first middle school's glory. You'll be thanking me for that." Huang Xiyu's eyes widened in anger. His face was blue, and he was shivering with anger. But just then, the broadcast reappeared on the giant screen. The person in the picture is Chapter 39 Chu Tian Hegemony List. The person in the picture was none other than Chu Tian. At this moment, he was surrounded by 5 second-rank blood civet cats that blocked his path. Even through the screen, it wasn't difficult for everyone to feel the tense atmosphere of the scene, and the blood breath spewing out of the blood civet cat's mouth was as if it was sprayed in their faces. All 5 of these blood civet cats are of the second rank, and their strength is at least equivalent to the third turn of the Granite Realm. In the Chu clan's camp, Chu Feng's father, Chu Sheng's voice rang out with a hint of gloating in it. As for Lu Mylan, she was much more direct, her eyes full of resentment, gritting her teeth. Waste, I'll see you this time. Still not dead. For a while, everyone in the audience was staring intently at the big screen. Chu Tian's clear and cold face appeared on top of the 8K Pure Share's large screen, his eyes calm and without ripples. Meow. Suddenly, the 5 blood civet cats hissed at the same time, their fangs flashing with a cold light as they violently pounced on Chu Tian. Their speed was extreme, and their sharp claws tore through the air, bringing up a gust of fishy wind. Ahahaha, why is this punk not moving at all? He's not scared, silly, is he? Lu Mylan's shrill voice rang out, very harsh, but the next second, her laughter came to a screeching halt, like a screaming chicken suddenly pinched by the neck. Trudy moved. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. The Inferno Dragon gun in Chu Tian's hand swept horizontally. Its body erupted with dazzling thunder power. Arcs of electricity jumped in the air as if a thunder dragon roared out. Poof! Put! Poof! The shadow of the gun was like thunder, instantly penetrating through the skulls of the 3 blood civet cats. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the corpses slammed heavily on the ground. Before the remaining 2 blood civet cats could react, the lance in Chu Tian's hand stabbed out once again, and the head of the lance wrapped in the power of thunder violently stabbed out. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the heads of the last 2 blood civet cats were also penetrated by the head of the gun, and their huge bodies collapsed helplessly, their blood staining the ground red. From the beginning to the end, Chu Tian had only used less than 3 minutes of time to forcefully kill the 5 second-order blood civet cats with a destructive force. Thundering and killing. Kill value, plus 199. Kill value, plus 201. Kill value, plus 198. Kill value, plus 200. Kill value, plus 202. Kill value accumulated, 2,623. At the same time, the scores on the screen began to jump again, and Chu Tian's score instantly soared to 1,000 points, placing him firmly at the top of the list. And this scene was clearly seen by everyone on the scene. The audience was quiet, dead silent. The faces of the Chu family's people were hard to see, especially Chu Wenjong. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his fists were clenched and his nails were deeply embedded in his palms, but he was oblivious to the pain. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? He doesn't even have a talented life bone. This is unreasonable, unscientific. How could this be? Lu Mylan turned pale and lost her voice in shock. Her lips trembled as if she had eaten a fly in disgust. The gloating Chu Sheng stared at the screen and gritted his teeth. How is it possible that this punk can? Ha! Huang Xiyu let out a cold laugh, looked toward Chu Wenjong, and said indifferently, Chu Wenjong, is this the waste you speak of? I wonder where the genius Chu Feng in your eyes is. The words just fell. The guide teacher, who was not too big to watch the fun, directly pulls out the footage of Chu Feng. The Chu Feng in the picture was being chased by the 3 saber-toothed tigers as he fled in haste, not daring to fight head-on. A screen split in 2, with the extremes of the 2 men in stark contrast. One kills big, the other runs around. The Chu family's crowd couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. The snarky Lu Mylan lowered her head and didn't move. Schadenfreude Trunks looked at his cell phone and forced himself to be calm. And Chu Wenjong's hands clenched his fists and trembled violently. In his eyes there was unwillingness, there was anger, there was murderous anger, only there was no regret. He said in a deep voice, Little Feng will win in one fell swoop, for sure. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, the picture on the screen changed once again. Chu Tian stood in a pool of blood, his long spear pointed diagonally at the ground, blood dripping down the tip of the spear. His gaze was cold as if it had penetrated the screen. Suddenly, he raised his lance, pointing it straight at the Chu family crowd. I will personally send you all to hell, he whispered to himself. His voice was soft but carried endless killing intent. On the VIP seats, the Chu family's crowd was sitting on pins and needles, their faces as ugly as if they had eaten. Chu Wenjong's forehead oozed cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the potential of this waste. And at that moment, Chu Tian had already put away his spear and walked towards the distance. The teenager's back was like a huge mountain that stretched across the Chu family. For a long period of time, the leaderboard of the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle had been dominated by Chu Tian. What with the 4 favorite seeds for the title, all stomped underfoot, he's riding way ahead of the pack. The scores are refreshing and soaring all the time. Scoring is as easy as drinking water. Chu Tian didn't act like the protagonist in the novel, first meticulously developing and then striking out with a bang. He has been amazing, killing through the cracks of the heavenly abyss. Phew! Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and sat on his but on the pitch-black ink-like ground, resting in place. His sleeve was wet, and when he gently twisted it, blood flowed out. From the time he entered the heavenly abyss rift until now, he had only traveled 10 kilometers, but he had already killed hundreds of ferocious beasts, both first and second rank. Points, 9,783. Kill value accumulated, 12,406. The harvest was great. Ding! Kill value accumulated, 12,406. Whether or not to immediately extract the divine power, the magic treasure? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow and secretly pondered. The heavenly abyss rift was full of crises. One more divine ability or magic treasure would be one more ability to protect oneself. The sky is the limit, but a small life is the biggest. So, Trudy, smoke. Ding. Consume 10,000 kill values to extract divine powers. Magic treasures. Killing value remaining, 2,406. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the avatar, Rebirth by Fire. Remarks, reborn from the fire. The magic flame will not be extinguished. Life will not stop. Super self-healing. With the end of the system beep, Chu Tian clearly felt that there were countless small flames spread throughout every corner of his body, and these small flames contained endless vitality within them. Suddenly, a small flame bloomed without warning. A rich vitality exploded within his body as well. The exhaustion in Chu Tian's body was swept away. Even his depleted aura reached a state of abundance in an instant, recovering to its peak. Is this the flame of life? Chu Tian was first stunned, and then, he lifted the corners of his mouth, and the smile on his face was that of a brilliant smile. This avatar can be pinned without poking, especially within the crisis-ridden heavenly abyss rift. It was simply like a tiger with wings. Mom won't have to worry about my safety anymore. After Chu Tian muttered in a small voice, he was about to get up when a miserable scream filled with panic suddenly came from the side. Help! Help me! Help! I don't want to. I don't want to die. Ah! You don't come over. You get out. Get out! Chu Tian sniffed and looked over. Chapter 40 Chu Shui. Die! Chu Tian sniffed and looked over, a murderous aura surfacing in his eyes. The one who shouted for help was actually Chu Shui. Injustice. At this time, Chu Shui was bruised and battered. Her hair was disheveled. Her mouth was shouting for help, and her legs were desperately running wildly. And behind her were two giant ants half a meter tall and a meter long in hot pursuit. Sharp fangs emitted an eerie chill. Two whiskers fluttered through the air like vipers, ugly looking and creepy. Chu Tian also couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw these two giant ants. Peak second order, troll ants. The ferocious beasts that only existed inside the 10,000 Beasts illustrated book actually appeared before his eyes. Worthy of being a heavenly abyss rift, there were all kinds of beasts in the forest. Trudy. At that moment, Chu Shui also discovered Chu Tian, who was directly in front of him. She was overjoyed. Chu Tian, come and save me. Quick, help me kill these two beasts. However, Chu Tian stood still and did not move, just looking on with a smile. Chu Shui fiercely widened her eyes and snapped. Chu Tian, what are you still standing there for? Quickly come over to save. Put. Chu Shui screamed miserably, and while she was in a daze, the giant demon ant suddenly accelerated, its long whiskers bursting out, directly piercing through its shoulder. Ah, Chu Tian, you punk, save me. Chu Shui screamed hysterically while charging towards Chu Tian. However, Chu Tian's body swayed and stormed backward, instantly pulling away. Seeing this, Chu Shui's eyes widened violently, her eyes filled with fear. Chu Tian, what are you doing? Save me. I'm your sister. Blood is thicker than water. Sister? Chu Tian grinned broadly and said with interest, my good sister, but what about the fact that my brother wants to watch you die with his own eyes? Chu Shui sniffed, and the fear of death swept through her body. The troll ants in the back were getting closer and closer. Long whiskers were waved and the sound of pumping air was heard frequently at first. Bang! Chu Shui's feet slipped and she suddenly fell. The giant demon ant followed the trend and opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, biting down hard. In the nick of time, Chu Shui was actually inspired with her potential, and a majestic aura erupted from her body, kicking the giant demon ants away before struggling to climb up. Chu Tian, you bastard! Chu Shui's still delicate features gradually distorted, her face full of grimace as she pounced on Chu Tian, her voice hissing, I'm just going to die, but I'm also going to pull you along for the ride. Sister, I'm your brother. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he violently raised his hand and lifted Chu Shui up by the neck. Next, there was a click. Chu Shui's head was bitten off by a bite from a giant demon ant. The blood was like a pillar, spurting wildly. Bastard! I will avenge my sister. Chu Tian looked at his fingers that had been cut by the giant demon ant. Murderous aura erupted in his eyes, and in a deep, explosive voice, he blasted out with a fist. The speed was so fast that the giant troll ant could not avoid it. Bang! It was accompanied by a dull sound. The giant demon ant's head directly exploded, and even Chu Shui's head inside its mouth was not spared. Blood and brains erupted. Such a bloody scene scared the other giant demon ant out of its wits, and it turned around and ran out of instinct. Where to run? Chu Tian roared angrily and bullied his way up. Crackle! He sparks with lightning all the way. The Inferno Dragon Gun descended from the sky and smashed straight down. Put! The giant demon ant turned into a blood mist in response, dispersing with the wind. Kill value, plus 301. Kill value, plus 299. Kill value accumulated, 3006. Slaying 2 giant demon ants was just a sprinkle to Chu Tian. He carried the Inferno Dragon Gun and set off on his journey once again. I wonder, who will be the next lucky beastie? Nightfall. In the urban area of Jiangchang, the Jiangnan night market was bustling with activity. A large screen was erected in the center area of the night market, and on it was broadcasting the standings of the proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss. The screen was filled with stall owners and customers, and it was like watching the World Cup, with chatter, cheering and clinking of glasses. Auntie Wang, your son has also gone to participate in the proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss, right? A female customer asked curiously in front of the paper cutting booth. At this time, Wang Huiru, who was looking down at the paper cutting, glanced sideways at the big screen, her eyes filled with pride, and nodded. Aha! Xiao Tian is in the Heavenly Abyss proposed battlefield. Coincidentally, my family's boss also went to participate in the proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss, and his results were not bad. I just saw that he had already killed his way into the top 500. Isn't that quite impressive? It's quite impressive. Wang Huiru smiled back. The customer sighed, pretending to have a melancholy face and said, I don't know if I can finally make it into the top 100. Right, Auntie Wang, didn't you look at where your son ranked? Did he make it into the top 1000? Get in there. When the female customer saw Wang Huiru's face beaming with pride, she immediately blushed and asked again, did your son make it into the top 500 as well? Just then, however, a spirited young man ran up to the stall and delivered the glad tidings. Auntie Wang, I've shown you, Tian is still number 1, a full 1,000 points more than number 2. Capped. When the female customer on the side heard this, her cheeks twitched and she lost her voice and exclaimed, what? Your son is the number 1 ranked Chu Tian. Wang Huiru wore a smile on her face and nodded slightly. Aha! It's my son, Xiao Tian. Don't be discouraged. Trust me, your son will definitely be able to enter the top 100. The female customer was so bashful that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and show off his 499th ranked son in front of his number 1 ranked mother. Isn't this a toad playing with a frog in an ugly-looking flower? The female customer turned to leave, dropping a sentence, that, Wang, Auntie Wang, I still have something to do. Let's talk later. Hey, your paper cuts. No, don't. Wang Huiru looked at the female customers who fled, shook her head and smiled bitterly, then turned her head to look at the big screen. That name was so dazzling. Ranking number 1, Chu Tian, 10,040 points. Wang Huiru's eyes were reddened and covered with a layer of water mist. As if she was talking to herself, she whispered, Zhang Hao, did you see? Our son is the first in the proposed battle in Tianyuan. The saga continues. Under the 9th Heavenly Abyssal Fissure, the faces of the Chu family's crowd had become so hard to see that at one point, no one even dared to look at the points on top of the screen. The number 1 ranked Chu Tian was like a thorn stuck at the throat of everyone in the Chu family, like a fish in the throat. Dad, what the hell is going on here? How is that punk still so strong? Could that bone not be a talented life bone? Chu Sheng frowned, puzzled. Chu Wenzhong's face turned blue as he bit out. That's the gifted life bone. I dug it with my own hands. I'm sure there's no mistake. Then what's going on? Little Feng has fused the S-rank talent life bone. Why is he still inferior to Chu Tian? Who the am I going to ask if you ask me? Why don't you think about whether or not your genes suck? After hearing this, Chu Sheng muttered in a small voice. My genes are so bad. Isn't that inherited from you too? You're the source. Pop. Chu Wenzhong was furious and clapped his hands. For a moment, everyone craned their heads to look over, and everyone's eyes were playful. At this moment, Chu Wenzhong felt like a clown. No way. It can't go on like this. Chu Wenzhong's brows were furrowed as he stared at Chu Tian's name with a deadly stare, and a maddening smile surfaced on his face. Chapter 41 Wild Barbecue. The 9th Heavenly Abyss Crack. Although it was dark outside and it was late at night, but it was still gray inside the abyssal rift, and there was no day or night here. Chu Tian didn't team up or gang up, just one person and one gun strutting around. Suddenly, Dum 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 dum. The ground is shaking up and down. It's the sound and vibration frequency of the behemoth when it treads on the ground. To be able to produce such a great commotion, this ferocious beast was only feared to be a behemoth. It exceeded Chu Tian's knowledge. As the footsteps got closer, the ground trembled more frequently. Chu Tian gripped the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand tightly, narrowed his eyes, and stared directly at the direction of the voice directly in front of him. Dang! The behemoth leapt up from 100 meters away. Chu Tian raised his head violently, his feet stepping on the thunder and storming backward. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. The ground was hard smashed out into a nearly 2-meter deep pit, and a crack spread out in all directions. Chu Tian's blood rushed up and he fixed his eyes on it. It was a bear, big and white. Third-ranked white dipper bears, with strength proportional to their massive size, were infinitely powerful. Roar! The white dipper bear let out a roar, nearly 5 meters tall. It looked down at Chu Tian, a pair of copper bells big bear eyes full of disdain. Chu Tian tilted his head, carrying his yen long gun, and coldly shouted, "Dog bear, take your life!" Roar! The white dipper bear seemed to have understood as if it had, and immediately became furious. Once again leaping up, the bear's paw wrapped in a gale, fiercely slapping down. Chu Tian's pupils contracted, his body swayed, thunder flashed under his feet, and he instantly moved 100 meters away. The white gang bear slapped his palm into the air, and the ground instantly crumbled, splashing rubble and smoke. Boom! When Chu Tian saw this, he couldn't help but stagger, secretly saying, "What a terrifying power." The white gang bear's bear eyes were rounded, and the fact that it missed with a single blow completely galvanized its ferocity, slapping its chest and tilting its head back to roar. Roar! It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs, with human flesh and blood trapped between its teeth, and the smell of blood poured out of its nose. Although Chu Tian was not good, he was definitely not bad. The murderous aura in his eyes grew stronger when he saw the white gang bear's mouth full of crushed human flesh. Kill! The Inferno Dragon gun in Chu Tian's hand flung violently, the demonic flames rising suddenly, the head of the gun pointing straight at the white gang bear as he shouted in a deep voice, "Bastard! Roll over and die!" Roar! The white dipper bear was furious. Its limbs were used, its speed and fast to the extreme. It turned into a white shadow and shot explosively. Dum 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 dum. The sharp vibrating sound of limbs hitting the ground sounded numbing. Chu Tian did not retreat but advanced. The yen long gun was swung round, and the red-colored demonic flame wrapped around the head of the gun was swung out with the immediate feeling of a round of blazing sun. A man and a bear instantly penetrated the space in front of them. The attacks blasted together for a split second. The void trembled. This strike seemed to have pierced through the spatial boundary of the ninth heavenly abyss rift. Bai Gang Xiong pressed the head of the gun with both palms in death. Stalemate. Chu Tian grinned and laughed. "Bastard! I'm hungry." The words were not yet spoken. The magic flame wrapped in the head of the gun exploded. A demonic flame that burned everything fell on the white dipper bear's body as much as it could. For a moment, the smell of sizzling barbecue hit his nose. Roar! Ow! The white gang bear was hard burned out of the wolf's cry, and its huge body lay on the ground frantically rubbing, trying to extinguish the demonic flames on its body. But how? The demonic flames spread rapidly, and the white fur of the white dipper bear's entire body was scorched black. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth rose as he let out a light laugh and said, "If you eat my clan, then I'll eat you." With that, he stabbed out with a shot. The white gang bear exploded and died. Kill value, plus 567. Kill value accumulated, 3,573. Chu Tian touched his rumbling stomach and said in his heart, "Wouldn't it be beautiful if he ate a fire-roasted bear paw in this hellish place?" Say it and do it. You can't treat anything less than your mouth. Chu Tian casually flung out a magic flame. Mr. Fire. Then, carrying the Inferno Dragon gun, he unloaded the 4 huge paws of the white dipper bear, skewered them all on the Inferno Dragon gun, and roasted them on the fire. The sound of oil bubbling in the air is so appetizing. The smell of sizzling barbecue hits your nose. It soon attracted many students who were fighting around the area, and one by one, they converged on the smell. When everyone saw the Chu Tian who was feasting, they were dumbstruck. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell is this? Treating the Tian Yuan proposed battle as a wild camping trip? An ing roasted bear paws. How extravagant. It smells so damn good. I'm hungry. This brother not only has a life, he has a program. Sinning. I'm going to report him for affecting our combat status. Amidst the surrounding murmurs, Chu Tian took a big bite of the meat and slurped. This bear's paw is really good. It's not firewood at all, and it's very soft and tender. It's a good thing. Hearing his comment, the crowd around him got even hungrier, but Chu Tian didn't invite, and no one had the good sense to come over and beg for a bite of meat. They just gulped and watched. Very torturous. I do not know how long. Chu Tian will be the last bite of the bear paw into the mouth. This wild barbecue finally came to an end. Hiccup. A burp finishes it off perfectly. Chu Tian twisted his head to look at the surrounding eyeballs, straight drooling crowd, and opened his mouth to ask, "Want to eat?" Everyone nodded at the same time. Chu Tian hemmed and hawed, suddenly discovering a new way to make money. The Inferno Dragon gun gently scratched. A piece of bear meat appeared in his hand, and then slightly processed by the magic flame. A sizzling roast is made, $10,000 apiece. Line up if you want some. When these words came out, all four were shocked. Immediately, someone loudly accused, "Why don't you go and rob? $10,000. I can buy a bear when I go to the black market." In the face of this kind of poor customer who has a lot of things and little money, Chu Tian always did not care about this stinking problem of his. A cold aura erupted in his eyes, and he said coldly, "If you can't afford to eat, get out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the do you mean? What a lot of pussy talk." Chu Tian swung his Inferno Dragon gun, and a demonic flame swept straight towards the candidate in the crowd who was looking for trouble. Ka-ching! There was a shattering sound. The demonic flames were actually shattered by a single punch. Immediately afterward, a lanky teenager slowly stepped out of the crowd, and all the candidates stepped back, taking the initiative to make a path for him. "Kid, do you not know who I am?" the lanky teenager asked with eyes full of teasing. On the contrary, Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. His face carried a trifle of seriousness. The other party had shattered the demonic flame with a single punch. There was still a need to show some respect. He looked at the lanky teenager and shook his head. "I don't know. Listen up. My name is Zhao Deju, the bearer of Shanwu High School. Now do you know?" "Got it." And then, the air was suddenly quiet. After about 3 seconds, Zhao Doju, who was old-fashioned and had his hands around his chest, snorted coldly and said, "Since you know about it, what are you still waiting for? Give me a piece of meat to taste. You're a beggar. If you want to eat, take money to buy, $10,000 apiece. No money, get lost." Chu Tian waved his hand with an impatient face. Zhao Deju's eyes widened violently, and for a moment, he thought that he was experiencing an illusion. "I'm Shanwu High School's bearer, Zhao Doju. How dare you talk to me like that? You love J8 say? Stop pushing and delaying my business. Don't blame me for being rude." Chu Tian cursed, and the Yanlong gun in his hand gave a hard thump. With a bang, the ground shook violently. Chapter 42 covered? Zhao Doju. Hey! Zhao Deju's face was green. His fists were clenched. His knuckles emitted a click-click sound. His eyes opened angrily. His voice was low and full of anger. "Kid, you're looking for death." Before the words fell, Zhao Deju fiercely stepped out, and the ground instantly cracked and rubble flew across the ground. He blasted out with his fist, his aura raging. Seeing this, the corners of Chu Tian's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Then his body swayed, easily avoiding it. The Inferno Dragon gun spun in his hand, its head pointing straight at Zhao Deju's chest. "That's all you've got? You can still cover it?" "I don't think you can cover it." Zhao Deju fell short of a blow, once again bullying up. Sandbag-sized fists wildly bombarded and smashed, weighing 1,000 pounds. Fist wind whistling, sonic boom ear-shattering. Chu Tian was walking leisurely, the Yanlong gun in his hand, with heavy shadows, collided with Zhao Deju's iron fist, emitting a muffled sound of bang-bang. The duo's attack speed was so fast that the surrounding candidates could only see two remnants of shadows fiercely exchanging blows. Boom! Zhao Deju landed another punch, and the ground instantly caved in. Chu Tian used the momentum to leap up, and the Yanlong gun drew a crimson arc in the air, the head of the gun pointing straight at Zhao Deju's brow. "Take my shot." Zhao Deju raised his head. A flash of madness flashed in his eyes as he crossed his fists over his head and blocked it, hardening himself to receive this strike from Chu Tian. The huge impact caused his feet to sink into the ground, but he forced himself to pull hard and grinned. "That's all the strength you have? It's not enough to tickle me, yes?" Chu Tian snorted, and the demonic flames on the Inferno Dragon gun suddenly erupted, with red-colored flames wrapping around the gun body like a fire dragon. A spear stabbed out. The fire dragon seemed to roar. The dragon roared. The air melted and sent up layers of ripples. When Zhao Deju saw this, his pupils contracted and an unprecedented sense of crisis swept through his body as he threw both fists against each other. Bang! With a muffled sound, a powerful aura erupted from within him, forming an invisible barrier. Boom! The two forces collided, erupting with a deafening roar, and the surrounding candidates were set back by the airwaves, exclaiming, "Are these two people monsters?" Zhao Deju looked at Chu Tian, who was stopped 2 meters away. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, lifting his head, and then the confident teenager, Zhao Doju, can cover it. Are you sure about the cover?" Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth and asked a rhetorical question with a smile. When Zhao Deju heard this, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Yet just then, Zip, zip, zip. The sound of electricity suddenly rang out. Zhao Deju followed the sound and saw the purple thunder pattern attached to the head of the gun at a glance. This is crackle. For a moment, there was a great deal of thunder, only to see that a purple thunder and a red-colored flame rapidly fused. In the next second, a crack appeared in Zhao Deju's hood, spreading in all directions like a spider's web. I said, you can't cover it. Before the words fell, the head of the gun wrapped in two kinds of supreme power swept straight in with a destructive momentum. Zhao Deju's tiger eyes widened, and the fear of death instantly swept through his body. At this moment, it was as if he saw his great-grandmother beckoning. Are you covered? An icy voice rang out. Zhao Deju came back to his senses, looking at the head of the gun that was only one finger away from his eyebrows. His heart was shaken, his eyes were full of panic, and he stammered. What do you want to do? Chu Tian hemmed and hawed. Not doing what? I just want to ask you, can you cover it? Cover, can't cover. Very well. Get lost. Kill value, plus 100. Kill value accumulated, 3,673. Zhao Deju looked at Chu Tian's back and secretly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But soon, like a deflated ball of leather, he let go of his hand with a disheveled look on his face. It's too strong. That shot just now, ridiculously strong, stood out completely in his heart. I Lua Bean. Zhao Deju actually lost? Do you know what this means? It means that Zhao Deju is defeated and can't be covered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're here to show me nifty bull asterisk 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 literature. Zhao Deju's defeat means that this guy could be a T0 level existence in this proposed battle for the heavenly abyss. Egu. When you say it like that, it's really true. Which school is this guy from? Why haven't I heard of him before? In the midst of the surrounding chatter, Chu Tian re-entered next to the white Big Dipper bear and shouted, stay open. If you want to eat, line up. $10,000. You can't lose. Can't be fooled. Absolutely let you value for money. Tian Yuan proposed war so bitter and so tired. Treat your own wrong? That's right. Give me a piece. A sudden shout. The crowd turned their heads to look, and when they saw Zhao Deju, who was walking in large strides, the expressions on everyone's faces were nothing short of brilliant. Chu Tian also didn't expect his first customer to actually be Zhao Deju. He couldn't help but ask with wary eyes, what do you mean? Didn't you get enough of a beating? Zhao Deju's face was piled with a pandering smile. Brother Tian, I'm convinced. From today onwards, I'll be hanging out with you. Chu Tian skimmed his mouth with a skeptical look. You let me beat you, silly? Brother Tian, I'm shrewd. My dad taught me since I was a kid. If you can't beat them, join them. Zhao Deju spoke very seriously. Chu Tian gave a thumbs up after hearing this. 6-0. An hour later, the business of Chu Tian's small store was hot beyond imagination, and an entire white gang bear was sold out, tearfully and bloodily earning $1 million. Profiteering. It's too profitable. Zhao Deju looked at Chu Tian, who received money with his hands, and said with eyes full of envy, Brother Tian, you're too business-minded. Genius. Dry middle school. Chu Tian had a huge smile on his face and casually grabbed a handful of money from the ground. This is your paycheck. Although, Zhao Deju's family is not poor. On the contrary, it is very rich, but through their hard work in exchange for payment, it is another feeling. Zhao Deju was very happy and hastily extended his hand. Thank you, Brother Tian. You're welcome. It's not a lot of money. Consider it a token of appreciation. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he very mercilessly shook his hand. A large handful of money, and in the end, only 3 were left. Zhao Deju's person went numb when he saw this scene. Brother Tian, you're the apprentice of our school's rice-beating auntie, aren't you? Too little? Big slap or not? Threats. A naked threat. Zhao Deju looked up to the sky and sighed long and tearfully took his hard-earned money, $300. In the old days, there was Joe Poppy. Now there is Chu Shake Hands. Meanwhile, above a black mountain, a teenager sat cross-legged, his aura surging and surging, the air around him rippling with layers of aura. Ka-ching! A slight cracking sound rang out. It was as if something shackled inside the teenager's body was broken, and a powerful aura instantly erupted out. His eyes snapped open and his essence exploded. Immediately, the teenager slowly got up, his aura surging around him like a tidal wave, and his robes hunting without wind. An invisible pressure filled the air. Click 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 dash. The rocks of the black mountain under his feet cracked inch by inch under the impact of his breath, and rubble rolled down with a dull sound. The young man slightly raised his hand, and the aura in his palm was as heavy as a rock. Finally, broke through. He whispered to himself, a hint of undisguised excitement and confidence in his voice. As his words fell, the surrounding aura seemed to be summoned by some sort of call and converged crazily, forming a huge aura vortex that hovered above his head. The teenager took a deep breath and felt the surging power in his body, as if every inch of his flesh and blood was filled with infinite energy. He gently clenched his fist, and the air was instantly compressed, emitting a buzz sound. Is this the granite realm? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a glint of stern light flashed in his eyes. Chu Tian, our account. It's time to settle it. Words. The teenager took a step out. His figure was like electricity, and he instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind only a residual shadow and the aura fluctuations in the air that had yet to dissipate. Chapter 43 Chu Tian crowns the field. Brother Tian, opening the door is unlucky. How come we've traveled for so long and haven't seen a single ferocious beast? Zhao Dezhu scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Chu Tian's brows were similarly furrowed and his eyes were filled with doubt. At least 3 hours had passed since the last time he made $3 million in blood, and as a result, he hadn't seen a single ferocious beast. It was as if the ferocious beasts inside the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle had all disappeared. This situation, it's very wrong. Moreover, it wasn't just them who didn't see the ferocious beasts. The rest of the candidates did the same. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Chu Tian looked around. A touch of gravity surfaced in his eyes. Be careful. There might be some crisis waiting for us. Brother Sky, Zhao Dezhu, the martial arts nerd, had been completely overwhelmed by Chu Tian's might. The duo continued walking for about another hour, and the result was still not a single ferocious beast. Just then, there was a commotion from the front, a cacophony of chatter. What's the situation? Is this white gang bear dead or alive? It's just so weird. Look at its eyes. They're still spinning. More than that, it just got up and took 2 steps. Suddenly, the white astral bear lying on the ground with no vitality stood up, frightening the crowd. Chu Tian's eyes stared. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. This white dipper bear was indeed very strange. It was clear that it was completely lifeless, but it was able to move. It's not scientific. Brother Tian, look at this dead beast's eyes. How did they turn red? Blood red eyes. Zhao Dezhu lost his voice and exclaimed. Chu Tian's pupils contracted and he shouted, move backward. After saying that, aura gushed out from his body and he stormed backward. Roar! Suddenly, the white gang bear let out a hiss and opened its bloody mouth, attacking the surrounding students. Save! Ka-ching! A candidate who couldn't dodge in time was bitten by the white dipper bear and had the upper half of his body crushed in one bite. The blood instantly dyed the white fur of the white dipper bear's entire body red, making it look even more bloody and brutal, with a great visual impact. Roar! The white gang bear hissed again and attacked once more. After a short period of fear and daze, the surrounding candidates all slowed down as well, running their auras to surround this white dipper bear. Blood soared. The white dipper bear's entire body was bruised and battered, a gruesome wound that was deep enough to be seen through the bone. However, even after the white dipper bear had received such a heavy injury, its raging hostility had not diminished in the slightest, and its scarlet eyes exuded endless ferocity. Roar! The white gang bear hissed and launched a frantic attack. Bastard! Go to hell! All the candidates burst out in unison and launched their fatal strikes at the same time. Directly exploded the white astral bear's head. The huge head exploded, spraying red and white liquid. The huge body of the bear collapsed with a thud. Bang! There was a muffled, dusty sound. Zhao Dezhu cursed. This beast finally karma. On the contrary, Chu Tian's tightly wrinkled brows did not stretch out. As he stared at the white dipper bear, the sense of crisis in his heart not only did not disappear, but instead grew stronger. What's going on? What exactly is the problem? Chu Tian's eyebrows had already twisted into a Chuan character. Puzzled. Why is its stomach still moving? Is it still breathing? At that moment, there was a candidate who muttered while walking towards the white dipper bear. Chu Tian suddenly realized something. He fiercely widened his eyes and shouted once again, run! The next second, only to hear a loud boom. The white gang bear exploded itself, the void trembled, and the spatial boundary collapsed. At least a dozen of the surrounding candidates were affected by the horrifying aftermath of the explosion, and all of them were blown into pieces. The scene was bloody. After the aftermath of the explosion subsided, the remaining candidates were all dumbstruck, looking around with palpitations in their hearts, and the broken flesh all over the ground was shocking to the eyes. Zhao Dezhu wiped the crushed meat that splattered on his face and asked with eyes full of confusion. What's going on? This beast is dead beyond death. How can it still explode itself? At this moment, Chu Tian's brows were tightly locked in contemplation. Just at the moment when the white dipper bear blew itself up, he detected a very bizarre aura fluctuation. Deja vu. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't recall where he had encountered this bizarre aura. Brother Sky? Brother Sky? Brother Sky? Zhao Dezhu carefully called out with a single voice. Chu Tian retrieved his thoughts and walked forward without looking back. Zhao Dezhu's face was stunned and he hurriedly followed. What Chu Tian didn't know was that bizarre changes like the white gang bear had occurred in multiple places. In just an hour's time, thousands of candidates' corpses were gone. Meanwhile, outside the ninth heavenly abyss rift, although it was already early in the morning, the audience was enthusiastic, and the principals of the schools, as well as the families of Zhangcheng, and the powerhouses of the forces had no sleep, and were all staring at the scoreboard with full attention. The name Chu Tian was still at the top of the scoreboard, shining brightly and riding high, crowned the field with a horrific 3,700 points. Old Huang Ah, the winner of this Tian Yuan proposed battle is none other than your first middle school. I congratulate you in advance. The principal of Shanbu High School, Zhao Lin, clasped his hands and his words were filled with envy. Huang Xiyu laughed out loud and said without modesty, borrowing your advice, Dezhu isn't bad either, keeping 3 and fighting for 2, very promising. That brat, empty of power, can hold on to the top 3, even if it gives me credit. After Zhao Lin finished, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, but right at that moment, the scoreboard underwent an earth-shattering and shocking change, and the candidates who were close to 6,000 were reduced to 5,000 in almost an instant. A shriek rang out from the audience. What's going on? Why has my son's name disappeared? My boy's name is missing too, and my daughter's name is gone? Is the scoreboard stuck in a bug? More and more puzzled voices rang out. Captain, something's not right. Something seems to have happened. At this time, a Heaven's Abyss army warrior deliberately lowered his voice in order not to cause panic. Lin Fan opened his eyes and slowly asked, what's wrong, Captain? The candidates within the rift died by the thousands in an instant. What? Lin Fan sat up in a flash, then rolled off his horse and looked at the scoreboard. But before he could speak, hundreds more candidates' names were erased from the top of the scoreboard. Captain Lin, what's going on? Where's my son's name? Captain Lin's name disappeared. Is that people died inside the crack? Are so many people dead? Speak up instead. Yeah, Captain Lin, give us an explanation. The voices in the audience grew louder and louder, and the parents of those candidates whose names had disappeared were all very emotional. Lin Fan frowned tightly and droned in a low voice. Quiet, I will investigate as soon as possible. I'll sit down first. Sit for what? Can we sit down? If anything happens to my daughter, I'm done with you. That's it. It's not over with you. Boom. Lin Fan's tiger eyes widened as he stomped his foot in the air, and the aura spread in all directions with ripples visible to the naked eye, enveloping everyone. For a moment, the oppression pulled right through. Chapter 44. The mouth opens up. Under Lin Fan's pressure, the emotionally agitated crowd was like being given a shot of tranquilizer, and they all quieted down. The audience was silent. Lin Fan said in a cold voice, I will investigate the reason, but I don't want to hear another word of nonsense. The nature of the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle is clear to all of you. This is no ordinary examination or training. The moment you and your children choose to join the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle, it's the equivalent of signing a contract of life and death. One last message to all of you, whatever the outcome, hold it together. Lin Fan was still so strong, but what he said was not unreasonable. By joining the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle, one had already signed a life and death contract by default. Life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and riches are in the hands of God. The proposed battle in Tianyuan was meant to weed out the old sixes who were rookies and fun-loving. There was dead silence. Inside the ninth heavenly abyss crack, Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu were still continuing to rush, and the atmosphere around them was getting weirder and weirder. There was an unsettling scent in the air, as if something was spying on them from the shadows. Brother Tian, why do I feel that something is getting wrong? Zhao Dezhu scratched his head and whispered. Chu Tian did not reply, his gaze always looking around vigilantly. Ever since the white dipper bear blew itself up, an ominous premonition had been lingering in his heart. That weird fluctuation of breath, he always felt that he had encountered it somewhere, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. Be careful, don't be careless, Chu Tian said in a deep voice. Zhao Dezhu nodded, clenched his fists, and followed behind Chu Tian. Just then, a low growl suddenly came from the front. Ow! Immediately afterward, the ground began to shake slightly. Brother Tian, something is coming. Zhao Dezhu let out a low shout and stopped in his tracks. Standing by, Chu Tian similarly stopped, his body's aura quietly revolving as he prepared for battle. In the space of 2 breaths, a ferocious beast of enormous size rushed head-on. It was a huge wolf covered in pitch black, with scarlet eyes and exposed fangs, exuding a furious and hostile aura. It's this bizarre ferocious beast again. Chu Tian's heart sank, immediately realizing that the situation was not good. This black wolf, like the white dipper bear, was clearly devoid of life, but it was able to move freely, and it was even more furious and ferocious than ordinary ferocious beasts. Ow! The black wolf let out a low growl and violently pounced towards Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu. Kill! Chu Tian shouted loudly. His feet stepped on the thunderbolt and shot out explosively. Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist. Both fists blasted out at the same time. and the demonic flames rolled into a dragon and tiger silhouette that exploded out. The dragon's roar was deafening. The terrifying fist power fell straight towards the Wolf King's head with a destructive momentum. If this strike had hit, the Wolf King would have been punched in the head. Ow! The Wolf King hissed again, doing his best to avoid the vitals. However, unbeknownst to him, Chu Tian's true killing move was not in his fists, but rather the Inferno Dragon Gun. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out very abruptly. The Wolf King's entire body was covered in black fur, and he turned his head violently to look backward. The red-colored head of the gun was infinitely enlarged in its scarlet eyes. Bang click! The huge wolf's head directly exploded. The headless body of the Wolf King slammed heavily into the ground, but Chu Tian did not let his guard down and stormed backward. Boom! There was a loud bang. The Wolf King blew himself up and his corpse was nowhere to be found. Kill value, plus 333. Kill value accumulated, 4006. Zhao Dezhu secretly thankful. Fortunately the one who made the move was Chu Tian. If he were to do it differently, although it is not as bad as GA here, he would definitely have to pay a small price. The current Zhao Dezhu had already admired Chu Tian and was conquered just like that. Brother Tian, what the hell is wrong with these, as if they all ate Mad Dogder? Chu Tian's eyes flashed, pondering, they should be manipulated by some kind of power, and this power is very weird. Brother Tian, then what do we do next? If the entire ferocious beasts within the 9th Heavenly Abyss Rift are controlled by that weird force you mentioned, won't we all die here? Zhao Dezhu finished, gave himself a cold sweat, hastily blah blah blah, a psychological comfort. But just then, there was a roar, a hiss, and a faintly audible cry for help from all directions. The air was suddenly quiet as the two looked at each other. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Is your mouth open?" The words were not yet spoken, only to see that nearly 100 maddened ferocious beasts chased after thousands of fear-filled candidates rushing in their direction. Brother Sky, what should we do? Run, what the else to do? Chu Tian threw down a sentence and followed the large troop of people who flung their arms around and ran wildly. He is strong, but in the face of hundreds of ferocious beasts that have eaten like a mad dogder, he doesn't dare to take a risk. Not to mention that this group of people will also explode themselves. There is no solution at all. You can only run one step at a time. Inside the 9th Heavenly Abyss Rift, it was as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart, and berserk swarms of ferocious beasts surged in from all directions like a black tide. Their eyes were scarlet, their fangs were exposed, and their mouths spewed out fishy breath, causing the ground to tremble with every step. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood and raging hostility, as if even breathing had become difficult. Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu mixed in with the crowd and ran desperately. Brother Sky, the front, there's one in front too. Zhao Dezhu's voice carried a hint of trembling as he pointed not far ahead. Chu Tian looked up and his heart sank. The road ahead had been blocked by a dozen or so large-sized white dipper bears and saber-toothed tigers. Their eyes were equally scarlet, their fangs exposed, and they were staring at them intently. Damn! Surrounded! Chu Tian gritted his teeth and roared lowly, a layer of cold sweat seeping out from his forehead. The candidates around them were already in disarray. Some people began to frantically run their aura and wielded their weapons to try to break out, but they were bitten by the ferocious beasts, and their screams were instantly drowned out in the roar of the ferocious beasts. Brother Tian, what should we do? We can't run away. A flash of despair surfaced in Zhao Dezhu's eyes, then he clenched his fists and said angrily, "Weeds, how about fighting this group of people?" Chu Tian glared at Zhao Dezhu, who was looking at death as if he were dead, and said, "If you want to go, you go, I'm not going." The corner of Zhao Dezhu's mouth twitched. "Then what? Follow me." With a low shout, Chu Tian violently turned around and dashed to the side. Zhao Dezhu didn't even think about it and followed closely behind. For a moment, the fleeing hordes followed. Chu Tian drilled into a very narrow crack that could only accommodate one person to pass through, and in front of him was a pitch-black cave. Everyone fishtailed. The narrow rift just stopped all the ferocious beasts. Roar! The ferocious and tyrannical ferocious beasts watched the prey at the edge of their mouths slip away and suddenly became furious, and many of them chose to self-detonate, wanting to blow open the crack. But since this was the 9th Heavenly Abyss Rift, the material of all substances was incredibly hard, and this rift was probably an unknown meteorite that was incredibly hard. Facing the beast's self-detonation, he was actually intact. The cave was dark and heavy panting was heard. An eerie aura filled the air silently. The crowd did not have the joy of the aftermath of the robbery. In the darkness their faces instead became more and more gloomy, their eyes filled with fear of the unknown. "What kind of place is this?" a candidate asked with a trembling voice, his voice echoing in the empty cave, seeming particularly harsh. Chapter 45 Chu Feng pulls down the lower limit of human shamelessness. "What kind of place is this?" a candidate asked with a trembling voice, his voice echoing in the empty cave, seeming particularly harsh. No one answered him, because no one knew the answer. The darkness was filled with fear of the unknown in every heart. They didn't know where the cave led, or if there was something even more terrifying hidden here. Suddenly, a sharp laugh broke the silence. Ha 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 ha, ha-iya. The laughter was maniacal and bizarre, like a laugh or a cry. Everyone sniffed and looked, only to see a candidate huddled in a corner, holding his head in his hands and laughing madly. He is mad, someone shouted in horror. That candidate's laughter grew louder and more piercing, and his body kept trembling as if controlled by some invisible force. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, his eyes bloodshot, a wry smile on his lips. All of you will die here. Ha ha ha. No one can escape, he shouted frantically, his voice filled with despair and madness. The crowd was frightened by his words and took a few steps back, the uneasy feeling in their hearts growing stronger. Someone stepped forward to stop him, but just as he approached, the candidate lunged forward and put his hands in a death grip around the other's neck. Get off me! Let go of me! The choked candidate struggled desperately, his face reddening. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to pull him away. That crazy candidate was pressed to the ground, still laughing madly and chanting under his breath. Die! 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 This scene made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. Fear spread quickly like a plague, and despair was written on every face. What do we do? A girl asked in a trembling voice, her eyes filled with tears, but the only thing that answered her was the laughter of the insane candidate. In the darkness, fear and despair were like a big hand that clutched everyone's heart tightly. At this moment, everyone's nerves were taut like rubber bands and had reached the breaking point. But just then, bang! With a muffled thud, blood erupted. That candidate slammed his head against the wall and his head exploded on the spot. That splash of bright red plunged the dark cave into a deathly silence. He killed himself. The girl's eyes were wide and her face was pale, her hands gripping her hair, her mouth repeating over and over again. He killed himself. He killed himself. He killed himself. The girl's voice was like a curse, and the crowd was disturbed and more terrified to hear it. Pop, only to see a boy wearing glasses with a face full of grimace flung a slap to the girl and threatened. Shut up. If you keep grumbling, I'll kill you first. The girl held her head in her hands and slowly crouched down, curled up in the corner and shivered. Her eyes were dull, like the Walking Dead. Can someone tell me what to do now? The man with the glasses looked around with scarlet eyes and hissed. Ta-da-da-da. Suddenly, a footstep sounded, only to see a teenager with an extraordinary temperament walked up to the people. He had his hands behind his back, his mouth holding a smile, and his gloomy eyes looking at the crowd. Chu Tian, aren't you coming out to give us all an explanation? At these words, the dark cave was silent. The teenager looked at the crowd, whose eyes were full of confusion, and said with a smile, you guys forgot how we got here, but I remember. What do you mean? Zhao Deju let out a roar. It caught everyone's attention at once. In the corner, the essence light in Chu Tian's eyes flowed through the darkness. Chu Feng, I didn't expect you to be here as well? That's right, the young man was Chu Feng, who was also a member of the fleeing army. Moreover, Chu Feng had long since discovered Chu Tian, and he was waiting for a time to put Chu Tian to death. It is now. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Chu Tian, you're the one who brought all of us here. What should we do now? Shouldn't you give a statement? I'll you up. Zhao Deju spat Fanfong and said angrily, dogs, who let you guys in? It was you guys who followed yourselves in. Also, if you hadn't come in, you'd all be dead by now. And it's important to be a man who knows what he's doing, not what he's doing. Chu Feng glanced at the enraged Zhao Deju, his eyes full of mockery, and said, don't you get sold and help count the money? You dog, brother Zhu, I'm really giving you a ing face. Chu Tian raised his hand to stop Zhao Deju, who was about to make a move, and then, he looked at Chu Feng, who had a sinister smile on his face, and slowly spoke. I have no way. There's no way? The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Then do you know that because of this foolish behavior of yours, you will get all of us killed here? Chu Tian laughed. He had ultimately underestimated the extent of Chu Feng's shamelessness and lowliness. How the hell did this guy do it, pulling one's downward spiral so low? Chu Tian said in a cold voice. First of all, I didn't ask you guys to come in with me. And secondly, if you guys didn't come in with me, you would have already been eaten by that group of people outside by now. After hearing that, Chu Feng threw back his head and laughed as if he had heard a heavenly joke. He laughed, and his laughter ended abruptly as he loudly questioned. What's the result? You brought us in with no way out, and we're still going to die here. So what's the difference between you and the bunch out there? Boom! The moment Chu Tian stood up, the murderous chi within his body turned into substance and surged out in an overwhelming manner. Chu Feng trembled violently when he felt this killing aura, and the fear of death instantly swept through his body. He shook his head hard, trying to shake the feeling out of him. But just then, ta-da-da-da, the sound of scantily clanking footsteps broke the dead silence. Chu Feng's eyes stared, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the fear in his heart grew stronger as Chu Tian took one step at a time. No way. How could I be intimidated by this loser? He clenched his fists hard and looked straight at Chu Tian, who was walking towards him, his eyes full of gloom. What? Getting annoyed? Could it be that what I said was wrong? You brought us to this hellish place with no way out, and now everyone is going to die here because of you. Chu Feng's words were inciting, especially in this situation. The vast majority of candidates need someone to step up and take the consequences. They need an outlet. Obviously, Chu Tian was the vent. For a time, everyone's eyes were filled with hostility when they looked at Chu Tian. However, Chu Tian turned a blind eye and continued to walk towards Chu Feng. With every step, the murderous aura on his body would thicken. Chu Feng's brows furrowed as he stared dead at the expressionless, murderous Chu Tian, and said angrily, "Waste, why don't you say something? Do you think that by pretending to be mute, this matter will pass?" The words were not yet spoken. Chapter 46. Chu Feng broke the great defense. Chu Tian suddenly increased his speed, transforming into a thunderbolt and swept straight out. His speed was fast to the extreme. In the next second, he almost instantaneously moved in front of Chu Feng. No unnecessary bull ********. A punch is thrown. Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist. The dragon and tiger silhouettes formed by the demonic flames roared out, accompanied by the dragon's roar and tiger's whine. Chu Feng's pupils contracted violently, and he answered the battle in haste. Open Mountain Fist. With an explosive cry, he similarly swung out a fist. The terrifying fist power pressed towards Chu Tian with a mountainous momentum. Although the punches were ferocious, they seemed so pale and powerless in front of the dragon tiger flaming fist. The moment the two fists collided, Chu Feng could only feel an irresistible force coming in like a tidal wave, and it was as if his arm was being burned by a blazing fire, with severe pain spreading throughout his body. Ah! Chu Feng screamed miserably as his body flew backwards, smashing heavily into the ground with a dull thud. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. One move, instantaneous seconds. This, how are you? You so strong? Chu Feng stared with wide eyes, with a look like he had seen a living ghost, a hint of trembling in his voice. Actually, I've always been this strong. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he blasted out another punch. Chu Feng's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly got up, but right at that moment, Chu Tian's fist had already landed. Bang! Chu Feng once again flew out and crashed into the rock wall of the cave, the pain from his broken ribs making him almost unable to breathe. Ahem! You! Chu Feng raised his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with panic and unwillingness. How could he not expect that Chu Tian, who he had always treated as a waste and snatched away the talented lifebone, would actually rebound? Suddenly, a fiery breath came over him. The fist wrapped in terrifying demonic flames enlarged infinitely in Chu Feng's pupils. Boom! Bang! With a muffled thud, Chu Feng's body was like a kite with broken strings as it took off in place and once again came into close contact with the rock wall of the cave. Put! Blood spattered. Ka-ching! Only to see that Chu Feng's chest was sunken, and the sound of ribs breaking was clearly audible. His features gradually twisted. His voice hissed, No way. How could I lose to you? Chu Feng had already been completely dry-breaked by Chu Tian's terrifying killing aura and powerful strength. Even begin to doubt life. He just couldn't understand even if he thought about it. He had obviously fused the S-rank talent Fate Bone. So why did he lose? Why? However, Chu Tian did not fail to give him time to think about his life. His figure flashed and instantly moved again, his icy cold eyes containing endless killing opportunities. Bang! Another punch landed. Chu Feng's head tilted backward, his nose breaking on the spot and dripping with blood, and his body was once again blasted away, skidding more than 10 meters close to the ground before stopping. Ah! Chu Feng let out a miserable scream, his hands covering his face as blood continued to gush out from his fingers. However, Chu Tian did not intend to stop there, as he once again bullied his way up, his fists wrapped in demonic flames falling like a rainstorm. Bang! 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 Punching. Chu Feng's body was like a sandbag being punched and kicked by Chu Tian. The sound of bones breaking continuously resounded, and blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. Chu Feng's miserable screams echoed in the cave. Everyone was chilled to the bone by the bloody and brutal scene in front of them, and stepped backward with eyes full of fear. After Zhao Deju saw the crowd's small movements, he skimmed his mouth and said, "A bunch of trash." The words were harsh, but no one dared to refute them. Each of Chu Tian's punches carried an endless killing aura. Chu Feng clasped his head with both hands, curled up and fell to the ground, his mouth shouting loudly, You can't kill me." Chu Tian may have gotten tired of fighting. His movements gave a beat and slowly said, "Don't worry, so many people are watching. I won't kill you. After Chu Feng heard that, his heart hanging in his throat was just about to fall, but at that moment, he saw the teasing in Chu Tian's eyes, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. You, what do you want? Chu Tian grinned, smiling that brightly. Don't be afraid, I really won't kill you, but, shouldn't what you owe me be returned to me? I owe you? Chu Feng's eyes flickered as he suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened violently as he lost his voice and exclaimed, You want my talented life bone? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, the smile on his face instantly converging. Say that again. Your talented life bone. Yours. Chu Feng said with a shudder. Chu Tian snorted coldly. Give me back mine. Before the words fell, the clothes on Chu Feng's body instantly fell to ashes. Some of the girls turned their heads away in a hurry, not really having eyes to see. At the same time, Chu Tian's hand was holding the Inferno Dragon gun that was only about 10 centimeters in length, and the head of the gun was still shrouded in reddish-colored demonic flames, which came with a disinfecting function. Come on, start. No, Chu Tian, don't, I beg you, don't dig up my talented life bone, I'll die. Chu Feng's eyes were glazed over. Suddenly, as if he had returned to his senses, a violent wave of aura erupted within his body, and his chi and blood soared. I'll fight you. Chu Feng roared angrily and stood up, knocking the frozen Chu Tian back headfirst, and immediately afterward, he madly rushed towards the incoming crack, forgetting all about the ferocious beasts outside. At that moment, in Chu Feng's view, Chu Tian was even more terrifying than that group of ferocious beasts. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was run, desperately running. This grandson ran away. Brother Tian, I'll go after him. Zhao Deju roared angrily and threw off his arms just before going after Chu Feng. However, Chu Tian stopped him and shook his head. Don't chase after him, let him run. Zhao Deju's face was stunned, then suddenly realized. Brother Tian, do you mean that Chu Feng that scum will be eaten by that group outside? Maybe. Trudy retracted her eyes and lifted her leg to the side to sit down, resettling herself in the darkness. Zhao Deju followed closely behind. Kill value, plus 555. Kill value accumulated, 4,561. All the candidates all sat down honestly, not daring to make a single sound. The crisis of the unknown is certainly terrifying, but what about the known dangers that didn't frighten them? Chu Tian's bloody methods had left a very deep impression on the crowd, engraved in their minds and lingering. The minutes ticked by. The cave was quiet and unsettled. The quiet ones are the normal ones, and what wasn't quiet, the girl curled up in the corner. She looked straight at the headless body on the ground, her mouth always repeating, he's dead. An eerie and terrifying atmosphere permeated the cave. No way. I can't take it anymore. It's better for me to be eaten by those ferocious beasts than to die of fright here. The man with the glasses let out a roar and charged towards the crack. As the crowd watched his back gradually disappear, they pricked up their ears and listened carefully to the movement outside. After a while, there weren't any screams going off outside. It's safe. It's safe out there. Come on. At that moment, the crowd was filled with ecstasy and scrambled towards the crack. At this moment, there were still 3 people left in the cave without any movement. Chu Tian, Zhao Deju, and that crazy girl. However, Zhao Deju was a bit perturbed. Looking at the empty cave, he asked cautiously, Brother Tian, aren't we going out? Chapter 47 I fell asleep. Zhao Deju cautiously asked, Brother Tian, aren't we going out? Chu Tian opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and was about to speak. At that moment, a heart-rending scream came from outside the cave. Here and there, Chu Tian reached out and made a gesture of invitation, saying with a smile, please. The corner of Zhao Deju's mouth twitched as he sat down on his butt, his head shaking like a rattle drum. No going out, I won't go out even if I die. Chu Tian smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl huddled in the corner no longer repeated the phrase he's dead, but looked straight into the darkness, her face full of devotion. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction the girl's gaze was gazing, but all he saw was endless darkness. Help! Help me! A weak voice broke the dead silence within the cave. Chu Tian and Zhao Deju simultaneously sniffed and looked over. At the mouth of the crack there was a candidate covered in blood. He had lost his legs and his eyes were filled with fear as he scrambled on the ground. However, before Chu Tian and Zhao Deju could make a move, this candidate slumped down and didn't get up again, completely lifeless. Zhao Deju muttered with palpitations, it's a good thing I didn't go out. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chu Tian with eyes full of gratitude. Brother Tian, how did you know that group of ambush outside? I didn't know they were ambushed out there. Ha, Brother Sky, then why didn't you go out with them? Chu Tian rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, I'm asleep. If you hadn't called me, I'd still be asleep. The corner of Zhao Deju's mouth twitched, and he asked again, then what did you want to say to me when I woke you up? Chu Tian rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Are you sure you want to know? Okay. Actually, I was going to scold you for not waking me up earlier. After hearing this, Zhao Doju, with a black line on his head, couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air and said with palpitations, Brother Tian, it's fortunate that one of us slowed down by half a beat, and our lives were not meant to be. Chu Tian rolled his eyes and stretched, then stood up and walked towards the mouth of the crack. It should be safe now. Are you leaving, Tian? You're not sleepwalking this time. No. Zhao Deju was then relieved and quickly chased after him. Go wow. Brother Tin. Chu Tian raised his leg, but then stopped, looked back at the crazy girl in the corner, and slowly opened his mouth. Are you going out? There was no reaction from the madwoman. Chu Tian frowned slightly and repeated the question. Are you going out? I can take you out. However, the madwoman still didn't respond in any way. She just looked into the darkness with such devotion, as if she was worshipping something. Seeing this, Zhao Deju said in a deep voice, Brother Tian, she might be safer here. Chu Tian looked deeply at the madwoman and did not continue to persuade her. Lifting his leg and walking into the crack, Zhao Deju followed closely behind. Dead silence returned to the cave once again. The madwoman looked into the darkness with eyes full of devotion, and she didn't move a muscle, as if she were an old monk in meditation. The clock is ticking. I don't know how long it took, but the madwoman suddenly fell to her knees and knocked her forehead heavily into the ground with a dull thud. Her movements were mechanical and determined, as if driven by some invisible force. Each time she kowtowed, her forehead would collide with the ground, making a thud, thud, thud sound. Blood ran down her cheek. Tick tock tick 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 tick. Blood was flowing, but a wry smile appeared on her face, the corners of her mouth grinning, revealing her white teeth, and a frenzied gleam in her eyes. The madwoman's laughter echoed through the empty cave with a creeping sense of pleasure. She seemed to be experiencing some kind of extreme relief. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder and shriller, tearing the air throughout the cave. Zhao Deju and Chu Tian had already stepped out of the rift, but the crazy woman's laughter pierced through the walls of the cave and reached their ears. Zhao Deju couldn't help but shiver and asked in a low voice, Brother Tian, she won be okay, right? Chu Tian frowned and glanced back in the direction of the cave, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He didn't answer, just quickened his pace as if he wanted to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the madwoman's laughter came to a screeching halt. She stood up slowly, her face an eerie mix of blood and a smile. Her gaze remained dead fixed on the depths of the darkness, as if there was something there that called to her. The madwoman took a step into the darkness. Her movements were slow and determined, her figure gradually being swallowed by the darkness and eventually disappearing completely into the depths of the cave. A few moments later, a sharp cry suddenly came from the cave, a voice that seemed inhuman, with an indescribable twist and pain. The screams echoed chillingly through the cave. Gradual, gradual, gradual. The screaming stopped abruptly. Inside the cave, the darkness was still deep, and the crazy woman's figure had long since disappeared. Meanwhile, Chu Tian and Zhao Deju had already walked out of the crack. Looking at the picture in front of him, Zhao Deju sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so damn bloody. The whole army was wiped out. The ground was full of broken limbs, and there was hardly a single intact body. Zhao Deju barred his lips, turned back to Chu Tian, and asked, Brother Tian, have you found Chu Feng's body? Chu Tian shook his head slightly. No, that scumbag actually escaped? Maybe. Let's get out of here first. I always feel creeped out by this place, so I'm not sure what other dangers are out there. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he looked around with eyes full of vigilance, and then, without waiting for Zhao Deju to react, he quickly walked forward. The duo hadn't been gone for long when a fierce wind rose. The broken limbs and corpses on the ground were swept up by this bizarre tornado and swept towards the crack. Outside the ninth heavenly abyss rift, a very good-looking young man drove up. Lin Fan led the heavenly abyss army to welcome him respectfully, and then with Yi Wuliang's help, the young man entered the heavenly abyss rift. Lin Fan said in a deep voice, wait for the results. After saying that, he restraddled the flying heavenly warhorse and closed his eyes to rest. The crowd in the audience once again set their eyes on the top of the scoreboard. The top 5 were, first place, Jiancheng No, 1 middle school, Chu Tian, score, 36,666. Second place, Su Ruoxi, score, 30,345. Third place, Jiancheng No, 2 middle school, Yang Peak, score, 10,001. Fourth place, Shangu High School, Deju Zhao, score, 10,000. Fifth place, Jiangcheng 3rd Middle School, Hao Jian, with a score of 8,900. Old Huang Ah, this championship, it's not Chu Tian's. You can rest assured. The principal of Sangmo High School congratulated again. Huang Xiyu laughed loudly. not until the last moment, or not good to say This session of candidates are very strong, especially the second place that Tsuruwashi's girl, do not know which school, very strong when you put it that way. I'm also curious as to where this girl came from. Bang, Agu, who dares to sneak up on me? Zhao Lin let out a roar, covering his red and swollen forehead, eyes full of anger, looking around, but did not find any suspicious people. Old Yellow wouldn't be you, would it? Would I be that bored? Zhao Lin scratched his head and muttered, who could that be? Out of the ghost. Right, where were we? Huang Shiyu rolled his eyes without a good look. Godly. Speaking of Tsuruwashi, where did this girl come from? Chapter 48. You in front of the screen. Bang! Another muffled thud. Huang Shiyu covered his brain and stared at Zhao Lin dead in the face. Old Zhao, are you not bored? The corner of Zhao Lin's mouth twitched. Not me. The two looked at each other and simultaneously looked up into the void. An icy cold gaze let cast, and an unprecedented suffocation made them fall into the ice cellar. Chu family area. Chu Sheng's face was gloomy to the extreme as he gritted his teeth and said, Dad, what should we do? This Heavenly Abyss proposed battle is 2/3 of the way through, and Little Fang's ranking still hasn't caught up. This trash Chu Tian is hogging the top of the list instead. If this continues, it's not good. Chu Wenjong raised his head to look at the scoreboard. His cloudy eyes, a sinister smile surfaced. So what if the top of the list? I'm sure Little Feng can win the championship. Dad, although Little Feng is my son, but it's already this time, let's not blow it off. I'll burn a hole in my heart if Little Feng can get into the top 5. Chu Wenjong glared fiercely at Chu Sheng and snorted coldly. Who said that you can win the championship only if you rank first in the standings? Dad, what are you looking at without looking at the scoreboard? Look at the talented lives. Chu Sheng's tone lurched, then his eyes widened and his face was filled with joy. Dad, you mean, the lamplighter? That's right. As long as Little Feng can light the sky lantern, then he is the champion. It's useless even if Chu Tian scores higher. I guess Little Feng thinks like me. Build up his strength and make a splash. Until now, Chu Wenjong still had confidence and illusions in Chu Feng. The gloom on the faces of the Chu family members was swept away after they heard Chu Wenjong's words. One by one, they swore and regained their confidence, looking at Chu Feng's name with anticipation in their eyes. In the Great Summer Kingdom, there was an unwritten rule for each of the proposed battles for the Heavenly Abyss. Light the lanterns and illuminate the Heavenly Abyss. The battle for the title shook the 9 heavens. Within each Heavenly Abyss rift is a mountain called the Demon Locking Mountain. Thousands of ferocious beasts were connected and imprisoned by chains. At the same time, there was a force of rules on the Demon Lock Mountain that was wearing down the strength of the ferocious beasts all the time. Every time the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle opened, the strength of the ferocious beasts would be worn down just below the peak of the 2nd rank. But the ferocious beasts that can ascend the Demon Locking Mountain are all above the 4th order at their peak, and are extremely vicious beasts. Even if their grades fell below the peak of the 2nd rank, their strength was as terrifying as it was not to be underestimated. And there is a light above the summit of the Demon Locker Mountain. It needs to be illuminated by the candidate who participates in the proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss. The one who lights the lamp, even if he is not the champion of the proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss, will enjoy all the treatment of a champion. However, the previous Heavenly Abyss proposed battle lamplighter and champion were the same person. Wanting to climb to the top of the Demon Locking Mountain is not an easy thing. Roaming mountains of ferocious beasts blocking the way, not to mention, there are candidates competing with each other. Therefore, in the eyes of many, there was only one winner of the proposed battle in the Heavenly Abyss, the one who lit the lamp. At this time, there was a teenager and young girl standing under the Demon Lock Mountain. The teenager was dressed in black, hunting, a violent aura surrounded his body. His aura was amazing, and his eyebrows were sharp. Zhangcheng City Guard Junior Commander Yang Peak. The young girl is dressed in a purple battle dress, gentle and quiet, with a pill-head catfish whiskers, and I don't know whose white moonlight she is. She had a majestic aura, no less than the teenager on the side. Rolling King's Quest First Miss Tsuruwashi. The corners of Young Peak's mouth rose, revealing a smile that he thought was very handsome, and he said aloud, Miss Su, I didn't expect us to be so destined to run into each other here as well. Tsuruwashi's face was expressionless, not even bothering to look at Young Peak. Her body flickered as she prepared to climb the mountain. Miss Su, wait for me. Young Peak was not willing to show weakness, and with an explosive shout, his aura was like a rainbow, and he took a big step out, and under his feet, rubble flew across the ground, and a deep pit appeared at once. Roar, roar, roar. Demon Lock Mountain. The outline of the ridge was engulfed by dense black shadows, and the hissing of 10,000 beasts converged into a monstrous wave of sound that shook the void. The rock walls began to crumble under the impact of the chains of the string of ferocious beasts, and debris poured down like a torrential downpour, being trampled into pieces by the wave of beasts before they even hit the ground. The scarlet pupils of the beast flickered in the dust and fog, like a sea of fire burning in the depths of hell, searing one's spine. The air was sticky and suffocating. The fetid smell of rotting flesh and the burning breath of the beasts intertwined into a giant web that strangled the entire mountain range in death. The sky lanterns at the top of the mountain swayed in the gale, their faint golden light like the fingertips of a drowning man, ready to be swallowed up by the darkness of the beast tide. An 8-armed demonic ape suddenly pounded its chest and roared, and the mountain rumbled and cracked 100 feet of gully. That was the final warning. At this moment, the demon mountain has become a prison of purgatory. More and more candidates converged at the foot of the mountain, and the final showdown, quietly, was upon us. Whether or not we can change our destiny against the odds depends on this battle. T-on, it's the final round. No brothers on the battlefield. Bang! A muffled sound. Without warning, Chu Tian's punch sent Zhao Deju flying, and the rest of his words were slammed hard into his stomach. After a while, Zhao Doju, who was bleeding from the nose, returned to Chu Tian with a dazed face, and when he saw the latter raise his fist up again, he hastily stepped back. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Hit me dry trade? Zhao Deju was furious. Chu Tian clenched his fists and rubbed them together. Wasn't it you who said there are no brothers on the battlefield? I Lu a bean. Zhao Deju gritted his teeth and said, Brother Tian, I haven't finished my words yet. I want to say that there is no brother on the battlefield, but I don't think so. Chu Tian grinned a sinister smile. But I think there are indeed no brothers on the battlefield. The words were not yet spoken. Another punch was thrown. Zhao Deju's face changed drastically and he hastily stepped back. As a result, Chu Tian's punch changed its attack trajectory halfway and smashed straight to the side. Boom! With a loud bang, a giant demon ant that had touched behind Zhao Deju at some point was blown up by a punch, turning into a bloody mist with no bones left. Brother Tian, you still love me? Zhao Deju was grateful to the point of babbling. Koyun. Chu Tian rolled his eyes without any good humor and looked up towards the roaming mountainous ferocious beasts. The smile on his face instantly disappeared without a trace, and the murderous aura in his eyes erupted. Brothers, charge! For the tribe! Zhao Deju's sudden voice eased the tense atmosphere slightly. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and said, You conspicuous bag, stay away from me. He. Tian, they all call me a living treasure. Who? Zhao Deju reached out and pointed. You in front of the screen. Who did you learn this from to be so flirty? Self-taught. The words were not yet spoken. Swish, a stern sword chi descended from the sky, hardly chopped a crack in the rock wall. 2 blood civet cats were in pieces. Blood spurted out like a column. The crowd craned their heads to see. For a moment, a brief silence fell at the foot of the mountain, only to see a white-robed teenager, holding a 3-foot blue blade strolled in. The young man was covered in sword aura and sharp. Zhao Deju looked unhappy, coldly snorted, and said, Asterisk. This sword man definitely didn't install GPS. GPS? What's the catch? Doesn't know his position well? Does he think he's the main character? Making such a tawdry appearance. Zhao Deju's voice was already loud, and the scene was quiet and silent. Therefore, these 2 words clearly reached everyone's ears, including, of course, the teenager with the sword aura. Zhao Doju, if you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Chapter 49. This moment is eternity. Zhao Doju, if you want to die, I'll fulfill you. The young man's icy voice all contained a sword aura that was overbearing. Zhao Deju skimmed his mouth with a disdainful face. How Jian, you pretend in front of others, but in front of me, I advise you to restrain yourself. I'm not used to you. Seek death. A cold aura appeared in Hao Jian's eyes and he raised his hand to strike the sword. Zhao Deju did not retreat but advanced, raising his fist to meet him. Boom! The aftermath of the attack generated under the collision of the sword chi and fist power spread out in all directions with ripples visible to the naked eye. Both were motionless and the battle was drawn. Chu Tian didn't want to waste time here and looked up towards the faint light above the peak of the demon-locking mountain, his eyes full of battle intent. I'll light the sky lantern. Chu Tian held the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand and stepped on the thunderbolt as he swept straight towards the demon-locking mountain. Roar! The hissing of the herd was deafening. A blood-colored miasma rose from the foot of the demon-locking mountain, and Chu Tian had just stepped over that scarlet boundary when the entire mountain suddenly trembled violently. Hundreds of arcane iron chains on the rock wall trembled madly, sputtering sparks turning into thousands of ghostly flames in the miasma. The air was heavy with the sickening smell of blood, mixed with the stench of rotting flesh. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid rock, but blood-soaked mud, and every step was like stepping in a sticky swamp. It makes a gurgling sound. Roar! A low growl came from the front. Chu Tian looked up and saw a huge-sized ferocious beast slowly coming out of the shadows. It was a 3-eyed demonic wolf, covered in pitch-black fur, with ghostly green phosphorescence flickering between the fur. Its 3 eyes were like 3 blood-red jewels, flashing with greed and ferocity. Fangs were exposed and saliva dripped down the corners of his mouth, corroding a small crater in the ground. Behind the demon wolf, more ferocious beasts gradually revealed themselves. There is a huge python covered with scales, and a hissing sound is emitted between the snake's letters. There were two-headed griffins with wings spread out 10 meters wide, their sharp claws cutting deep grooves in the ground. There was also a swarm of blood-red bats comparable to the size of vultures, densely hanging from the rock wall, with sharp claws like blades, and ghostly cold auras appearing at first glance. The gazes of these ferocious beasts locked onto Chu Tian in unison. There was disdain, indifference, and even more ferocity and bloodlust. Their breathing rose and fell, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. An eerie silence filled the air, with only the low roars of ferocious beasts and the sound of chains rubbing together echoing. Suddenly, the bright red blood civet cat burst out from one side. Its speed was so fast that it only left behind a blood-red residual shadow. However, Chu Tian did not even turn his head, and the Inferno dragon gun in his hand gently swung, its head surrounded by demonic flames. Put! The blood beaver cat's body was instantly chopped in two, and blood spurted out. Kill value, plus 199. Kill value accumulated, 4,760. Boom! Before the corpse of the blood civet cat hit the ground, more ferocious beasts had already pressed on and pounced. Chu Tian coldly laughed as the Inferno dragon gun rotated in his hand, and the demonic flames suddenly rose. He stepped on his feet, and his figure rushed into the beasts like lightning. The shadow of his gun was like a dragon, and wherever he passed, the ferocious beasts fell to the ground, and blood dyed the entire ground red. However, the number of ferocious beasts was too much, as if it was endless. When one head goes down, 2, 3 or even 10 heads will fill the empty space. Can't kill enough. It's simply too much to kill. There is not the slightest fear in the eyes of this group of people, only madness and greed, as if Chu Tian's flesh and blood has a fatal attraction to them. Chu Tian held the Inferno dragon gun in his hand, the gun's body dazzled with demonic flames, like a roaring fire dragon tossing in his hand. His figure weaved through the beasts, his feet stepping on thunder, as fast as lightning, each swing of his spear bringing up a blazing wave of fire. Wherever the tip of the gun passed, the screams of ferocious beasts rose up and blood and flesh flew everywhere. At this moment, a huge two-headed griffin swooped down from the air, its sharp claws going straight for Chu Tian's head. Chu Tian's eyes turned cold, his foot slammed down, his body rose up in the air, and his yen-long gun swept out. The tip of the gun cut through the air, bringing up a blazing arc, and the griffin's twin heads were instantly chopped off, blood spilling like rain, blood spilling into the sky. Roar! The ground was shaking as an 8-armed demonic ape wielded a huge fist and violently blasted out. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, and instead of retreating, he advanced, stabbing out with his gun, the tip of the gun colliding with the demonic ape's fist, erupting in a deafening roar. But the next second, the demon ape's fist was penetrated by a shot. Blood spurted out, and the smell of blood made it wield its remaining 7 arms even more frantically. Chu Tian snorted coldly, his gun body suddenly shook, and the demonic flame that burned everything instantly erupted, devouring all 7 arms of the demonic ape. Roar! The devil ape let out a miserable scream, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chu Tian raised the Inferno dragon gun in his hand and slammed it down fiercely. Put! The 8-armed demonic ape was turned into a mist of blood on the spot. After Chu Tian forcefully killed several ferocious beasts with a destructive force, those bloody and brutal ferocious beasts in the surroundings were deterred. For a while, it didn't dare to launch an attack. They are beasts, but not stupid. Chu Tian looked up with his Inferno dragon gun in hand. The sky lanterns at the top of the mountain were swaying in the gusty winds, and the faint light seemed to reflect his resolute face. There wasn't the slightest bit of retreat in Chu Tian's eyes, only burning battle intent. Roar! Suddenly, the Inferno dragon gun echoed with the battle intent within Chu Tian's body, and the gun trembled with a dragon's roar. Come on! Chu Tian let out a low roar, his voice filled with endless battle intent. Let me see just how ferocious you are. Roar! Being so provoked by a mole-like human, the ferocious beasts were furious and completely lost their minds. Their roars shook the heavens and the entire Demon Lock Mountain trembled. Chu Tian stepped out in large strides, his figure weaving through the beasts like a bolt of lightning. Wherever he passed, ferocious beasts fell, but soon there would be more ferocious beasts coming from all directions, drowning him completely. At this time, the locked Demon Mountain was being broadcast live in its entirety. The huge screen that originally put up the standings turned into a live screen. Gangnam Night Market. Both the merchants who set up stalls and the customers who visit the night market all gathered in front of the huge screen. They were staring at the screen dead on, their eyes reddened, their fists clenched, and their faces filled with tension. The screen was dominated by a dozen or so bloody and brutal ferocious beasts. Chu Tian didn't move at all. Everyone's heart clenched at this moment with it. Wang Huira with tears in her eyes, silent flow down. looking at the screen of the ferocious beast hissing, "Heart to the gods and Buddhas prayed, bless my son, safe and sound." Not only her, but even the strangers around her, folded their hands and prayed silently. Suddenly, kill! An explosive shout resounded through the sky. The image was filled with fire, instantly lighting up the entire Demon Lock Mountain, only to see that a slender figure stood up in the sea of crimson fire. He was surrounded by flames, his pupils contained fire, a little red mark in the center of his eyebrow stood out, and he was holding the Inferno Dragon gun, just like a demon god descending into the world. This scene is eternity. Chapter 50. The shot was enough to seal God. This moment is eternity. Die. Slayer form. Open. Chu Tian violently flung his Inferno Dragon gun, and the demonic flames transformed into fire dragons that tumbled up, and the brutal and bloody ferocious beasts around him were instantly reduced to ashes. Zip, zip, zip. At this moment, the sound of the flames burning seemed to have become the only sound of the ninth heavenly abyss crack in the night market. The teenager stood proudly with his feet on the sea of fire, holding the Inferno Dragon gun. Ryoko! Wang Huiro cried tears of joy. She had never been so excited as she was now. Xiao Tian, you are mom's pride. The words were like a bomb dropped into the silent night market. All the vendors and customers looked at Wang Huiro with envy and respect in their eyes. Sister Wang, your future stall fees will be completely free. In addition, I will build a store for you in the best area of the night market, and there is an additional subsidy of $20,000 a month. A big-bellied Mediterranean was full of pandering smiles and offered to ball. Wang Huiro quickly waved her hand and politely refused. Manager's son, thank you for your kindness. I'm fine in my original booth. No need to change. How can that be? How can the original stall be worthy of the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle champion's mom? Just do as I say. Manager's son waved his hand and spoke very broadly. The surrounding stallholders are full of envy. Those with children go home and beat them up. Uncontested things. Those who don't have kids go home and make them and fight for them too. Such a scene also happened at the viewing site of the proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss. Compare that to the normal big screen broadcasts at the Gangnam Night Market. The feeling of the first live broadcast scene is even more shocking. Chu Tian's shot just now made everyone feel as if they were there. Good boy. This shot is enough to seal God. Lin Fan, who was straddling on top of the flying warhorse, did not begrudge his compliments, and a smirk appeared on his cold and merciless face, his eyes full of admiration. The crowd on stage had their jaws dropped when they heard this slightly exaggerated compliment. This shot is enough to seal a god. Recognition from the colonel of the Tianyuan army. In everyone's opinion, Chu Tian had already stepped through the gate of the Heavenly Abyss army with one foot. The one who could not accept this result the most was naturally Chu Wenzhong, who had driven Chu Tian out of his home. That old face was as ugly as, "Dad, what should we do? If Chu Tian joins the Heavenly Abyss army, we won't have any good fruit to eat in the future." There was a hint of panic in Trunk's tone. Chu Wenzhong glared angrily at him, gritted his teeth and whispered, "Shut up." Chu Sheng shrunk his head and kept his mouth shut, not even daring to utter a single breath. Chu Wenzhong's fists clenched tightly, and when he looked up and saw the fire-soaked teenager on the screen, his eyes flashed with a smirk, and he slowly spoke, "When the proposed battle for the Heaven's Abyss is over, I'll pick up Chu Tian and return him to the Chu family." "What?" Chu Sheng lost his voice and shrieked, his face dramatically changing. "Dad, you want Chu Tian to return to the Chu family? Dad, if Chu Tian comes back, what about Little Feng? Are you planning to give up on Little Feng?" Lu Mylans was alarmed, her tone revealing dissatisfaction and nervousness. However, Chu Wenzhong coldly glared at the duo. "I will not allow anyone to disrupt the harmony of the Chu family." The voice was low and unquestioning. Chu Sheng and Lu Mylan looked at each other, and the color of resentment filled each other's eyes. They would never allow Chu Tian to return to the Chu family. "Hey, old Huang, look, that's my grandson Deju. Although he's not as good as that little guy Chu Tian, he's very brave when he fights ferocious beasts." Zhao Lin looked at Zhao Deju, who was waving his fists on top of the screen, and was beaming with pride. The solo show belonging to Chu Tian ended and the live broadcast returned to normal. The other candidates have also started their hiking journey, each with their own skills. Young Peak held a long black sword, its body entwined with berserk aura, and each swing of the sword brought up a black blade aura. His figure weaved through the beasts, powerfully harvesting the lives of the ferocious beasts. Su Ruashi, on the other hand, was holding a 3-foot green blade, and her sword was flashing with a soft sword chi. Her swordsmanship and stance were light and agile, extremely ornamental, and a pretty girl who killed a beast with even a single step and dribbled blood with each step was pleasing to the eye. The camera cuts to Hao Jian, who was covered in sword energy. His sword technique was powerful, and every time he swung his sword, he brought up a piece of powerful sword chi, and the ferocious beasts were either dead or crippled. As for Zhao Deju, this guy slammed a batch. He waved a pair of iron fists. His fists were as strong as a mountain, and every swing brought up a furious wind of fists, punch to the head and the gore level is pulled right up to full. At that moment, another teenager appeared at the foot of the hill. He as well as its strong stance charged up towards the demon-locking mountain. The teenager similarly held a long spear and stabbed out with a single shot. As a berserk aura erupted, the second-ranked ferocious beasts were not a match for the teenager at all. He advanced forward with absolute strength, and the long sword in his hand was like a viper, tricky and bizarre, always able to surprise people in unexpected ways. Soon, the teenager attracted everyone's attention. In the Chu family area, the duo of Chu Shang and Lu Milan, whose faces had been gloomy in the last second, were so excited that they took off in place, saying in unison, "Little Feng, it's Little Feng." Chu Wenzhong also did not expect that at the time when he was about to give up hope on Chu Feng, this grandson of his appeared within everyone's sight in this manner. "Good boy, I knew I hadn't misjudged anyone." Chu Wenzhong rose up boldly and raised his arms. His face finally revealed a long-lost smile, just like a chrysanthemum blooming. Seeing this, Chu Sheng cautiously asked, "Father, it's enough for the Chu family to have Little Feng alone, right?" Chu Wenzhong's laughter came to a screeching halt, and after a slight contemplation, he shook his head and said, "Shengzi, the Chu family's interests are above all else. I hope you can understand." "Father, you..." Chu Wenzhong raised his hand to interrupt him and said very seriously, "All right, this matter has been decided by my will. Don't talk about it. However, one thing that won't change is that Little Feng's position in my heart. No one can replace it." This latter sentence was a small psychological comfort for Trunks. He was still not happy about what had happened. Meanwhile, the ninth heavenly abyss rift, Demon Lock Mountain. The scene was extremely shocking. The candidates fought with the ferocious beasts. Blood flowed into rivers, and bones piled up into mountains. The air was heavy with the sickening odor of blood. The roars of the ferocious beasts, the roars of the candidates, and the clashing of weapons were intertwined together, forming a battle song that struck one's heart. It was a battle between life and death, and a clash of wills and madness. Kill, kill, kill. After Chu Tian turned on his god-killing form, his combat power exploded, killing through the roaming ferocious beasts that sealed the mountain and blocked the way with one person and one gun. The baptism of blood made him more and more courageous. He was born for war. Moreover, the spike in kills was even more motivation for him to kill all the way up. Kill value accumulated, 17,777. At this moment, there was only one thought inside Chu Tian's heart, and that was, to light the heavenly lanterns. God stops the gods and slaughters the beasts. Roar! A peak second-order bloodwing bat descended from the sky. Chu Tian's eyes flashed, and without any unnecessary movements, he stabbed out with a gun, directly piercing through it. Kill value, plus 300. Kill value accumulated, 18,077. Such a battle could no longer raise any interest for Chu Tian. It was just boring. He lifted his leg and continued walking towards the sky lantern at the top of the mountain. But right at that moment, Chu Tian's body trembled violently. His eyes filled with shock. Chapter 51 Breakthrough. Chu Tian shuddered violently. The aura in his body surged like magma, flowing through his limbs and bones, sending out a roar as if every bone was burning. "Break me!" Chu Tian let out a low roar as his aura climbed once again. The magic flames of the Inferno dragon gun in his hand suddenly rose, converging in the void to form a giant dragon of flames, circling its circumference and emitting a heaven-shaking dragon's roar. At the same time, the flames under his feet transformed into a giant fire lotus that slowly bloomed, and the blazing waves of air vaporized the surrounding ferocious beasts instantly. Not even ashes were left behind. An invisible pressure swept across the entire Demon Lock Mountain like a tsunami. Whether it was the vicious beasts or the candidates who were showing great power, when they felt this terrifying aura, their eyes were all filled with horror. Breaking through at this time, does he not want to die? The art is great. A werewolf. Werewolves? Just a little more than ruthless. If he breaks through, he'll definitely be able to light the sky lanterns. A hint of sinister flashed in the eyes of Peak Yang on the mountainside as he listened to the rising and falling chatter. He gripped the long black blade in his hand tightly, aura surging furiously above the blade, and his gaze was dead set on Chu Tian, something that doesn't know how to die. At this time, you still dare to break through? Watch me destroy you, Yang Peak whispered to himself as his figure flashed and sped towards Chu Tian. However, just as he was about to approach Chu Tian, a sinister shadow appeared out of nowhere and blocked him. "Miss Su?" Yang Peak frowned as a huff appeared on his face. "Get out of the way," only to see, Su Ruwashi was holding a long sword, its body flickering with soft sword chi, her gaze calm but firm. "Peak Yang, taking advantage of someone's danger. You're not afraid of being laughed at. Joke?" Yang Peak sneered. "Miss Su, this is the Demon Lock Mountain, and doing whatever it takes is the most basic rule of the tour. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite." Su Ruwashi gently shook her head, the tip of her sword slightly raised, sword chi raging. If you insist on this, then I'll have to learn the strength of this young army commander of yours. Good. As you wish. A hint of anger flashed in Young Peak's eyes as the long black blade slashed down. Suruwashi's body swayed and easily avoided it. However, Young Peak's slash split the watching white gangbear in two, and there was no doubt about his power. Your sword. It's not fast enough, Suruwashi said indifferently, with a hint of disdain in her tone. Young Peak's face was gloomy and he was about to strike again, but he suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from Chu Tian's direction. He turned his head violently, only to see that Chu Tian was already completely wrapped in crimson demonic flames, and the dragon's shadow on the Inferno dragon gun was becoming more and more solid, as if it would break through the air at any time. Damn it! Young Peak let out a low cry, his brain spinning rapidly. With his strength facing Chu Tian and Suruwashi teaming up, he would definitely lose. The most important thing at the moment was to light the heavenly lantern and win the proposed battle of Tian Yuan. As for the rest, it will have to be put aside for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, Young Peak, although his heart is not willing, but can only give up. Miss Su, believe me, you will regret your choice today. Suruwashi seldom hated a person so much. Even a second glance was an insult to her eyes. You really make me sick. Get lost. Humph. Young Peak snorted coldly and said, sooner or later, one day, I'm going to go crazy on you. Whoosh! It was accompanied by a cracking sound. A sword she cut through this dark night and chopped straight down. Young Peak's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly crossed his sword. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. Young Peak's blood rushed up and his throat was sweet as he stormed backward. His face twisted as he snapped. Suruwashi, you wait for me. The words were not yet spoken. A fire dragon swept straight from the mountain, and wherever it passed, the spatial boundaries twisted and distorted, and the ferocious beasts were reduced to ashes, with no bones left. It's a very powerful image. At this moment, Young Peak felt an unprecedented crisis of death. His whole body was sweating upright, and he madly operated his aura and swung his long sword. In just a few seconds, hundreds of blade awnings were chopped out. However, in front of the fire dragon, it was unbearable, and all the blade awnings fell apart in an instant. No! Young Peak took off in place, leaving behind only a roar that contained endless killing aura and resentment. Suruwashi looked up. The teenager was holding the Inferno dragon gun, with crimson flames surrounding his body like a dragon, walking slowly, and with every step, the ferocious beasts in front of him prostrated themselves on the ground and retreated backward. Suruwashi's beautiful eyes were filled with strange colors, and her vermilion lips slightly opened. Red flames burn the sky and break the nine skies. The dragon's roar shakes the ground to deter the demons. A pleasant and gentle voice resounded through the demon lock mountain. Great poem. Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth in praise. With four eyes facing each other, there seemed to be an inexplicable sentiment sprouting in the bottom of their hearts. Suruwashi guffawed and smiled. A flash of splendor. The bloody scene seemed to become beautiful. She put away her long sword and said softly, congratulations on the breakthrough. Chu Tian nodded slightly with gratitude in his gaze. Many thanks. Then how will you repay me? Suruwashi finished, blinking her black and white eyes with a playful smile. Chu Tian first froze for a moment, then smiled and said, I'll escort you to the top of the mountain. Hooray! The two of them smiled at each other and lifted their legs towards the top of the mountain at the same time. At the peak of the demon lock mountain, the faint bright light swayed in the wind, waiting for the one who would bring it back to life. Damn it, Chu Tian! I will definitely break you into pieces. In the shadowy corner, a twisted-faced Young Peak slumped to the ground and slammed his fist into the ground. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Suddenly, an eerie voice rang out. Young Peak sniffed and looked over, his eyes scarlet as he gritted his teeth. It's you? You came to see me laugh? No, 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 young army commander. I'm here to help you take revenge. For Chu Tian's power, I'm sure you know it well. If you want to take revenge, the only way is for you and I to join forces. How about it? You would be so kind? Young Peak asked skeptically as he looked at the teenager in front of him with a grim smile on his face. The young man laughed loudly. Young army chief is smart. Firstly, I also want Chu Tian to die. And secondly, if I help young army chief to take revenge and help you to light the lanterns of heaven, I want a satisfactory result in the matter of the Heavenly Abyss army. Young Peak frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, Good, I promise you, as long as you help me kill Chu Tian and help me light the heavenly lantern, I'll leave the matter of the Heavenly Abyss army to me. It's a deal. It's a deal. The two high-fived. The killing on Demon Lock Mountain continued. The scent of blood filled the air, as if even the wind was dyed scarlet. On the ground, the corpses of the ferocious beasts were piled up as high as a mountain, and the blood gathered into a thin stream that snaked down the mountain, staining the entire mountain red. Dismembered limbs and broken arms were scattered all over the place, some of them still twitching slightly. Finally, the summit. Chu Tian looked at the top of the mountain that was less than 100 meters away, and as he spoke, he waved his Inferno Dragon pistol, and the demonic flames transformed into fire dragons that whistled out, and the ferocious beasts in front of him were turned into a blood mist without even uttering a scream. Tsuruwashi on the side was holding a long sword. Her sword aura was overpowering, and although her attack did not come with special effects like Chu Tian's, it was not to be underestimated. Each sword chopped out, bringing up a rain of blood. Stay close to me. Suddenly, Chu Tian let out an explosive cry and advanced towards the top of the mountain at full speed. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening hiss sounded out of nowhere. Chu Tian hurriedly stopped his steps and looked at the image in front of him. He shuddered violently. His whole body was shocked out of a cold sweat. Chapter 52. She's not falling in love with me, is she? Chu Tian jerked to a halt, and the sight in front of him caused his heart to tremble. A huge ferocious beast slowly appeared from the darkness. Its body was like a small mountain. Its skin was as black as ink and covered with uneven bumps. The most chilling thing was its bloody mouth, which took up almost half of its body, covered with sharp fangs and emitting a fishy odor. Its eyes were as scarlet as blood, staring at Chu Tian and Tsuruwashi as if it was waiting for its prey to throw itself into the net. Abyssal giant mouth frog. Outside the ninth heavenly abyss rift, Huang Xiyu rose up with a start, losing his voice and exclaiming in shock, his pale face filled with shock. In the Chu family area in the audience, Chu Sheng asked with a puzzled face, "Father, why is this old thing Huang Xiyu reacting so violently? Isn't it just a toad?" When Chu Wenzhong heard the last sentence, the corners of his mouth twitched, his old face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and said, "Idiot, this is an abyssal giant mouth frog, one of the great evils of the ancient times. Although its realm has been dulled, its strength is still comparable to the peak of the granite realm. This beast doesn't appear very often, but when it does, it means that the lighting of the heavenly lanterns has failed, as there will be no candidates to defeat it." Trunks was filled with excitement when he heard it. "Great! That's great!" When these words came out, the entire viewing gallery fell silent. I don't know how many angry gazes were thrown at Chu Sheng. "Stupid! You shut up!" Chu Wenzhong let out a low gulp and gritted his teeth. "You only think about getting Chu Tian killed. Have you ever thought about what to do about Xiao Feng?" The smile on Chu Sheng's face came to an abrupt end when he sniffed. "Father, what about little Feng? Get out!" At this moment, Jiangqing fell into dead silence. The entire city was staring intently at the abyssal giant mouth frog and the lance-wielding teenager in the picture, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The atmosphere is especially gloomy at the Gangnam night market. Wang Huiro clenched her hands in front of her chest, her heart contracted suddenly, and her face turned pale. "Auntie Wang, don't worry, Xiao Tian will definitely be able to defeat this toad. That's right, he's the #1 genius on the scoreboard. Let's all cheer for Trudy." "Yes, Chu Tian, go for it, Chu Tian, go for it, Chu Tian, go for it." At the same time, within the ninth heavenly abyss crack, abyssal giant mouth frog, Tsuruwashi exclaimed with a hint of nervousness in her voice. "This is one of the legendary ancient great ferociousnesses. Its saliva contains intense poison. Once bitten, one will surely die." Chu Tian's face was stunned and he said with great surprise, "The ancient great foe is actually a toad." Before the words fell, the abyssal giant mouth frog violently opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening hissing roar, and the fishy-smelling airwaves poured out, almost suffocating people. Immediately afterward, its tongue was like a huge whip, lightning-like as it lashed towards Chu Tian. "Be careful," Tsuruwashi hurriedly warned. Chu Tian's entire body muscles tensed. Having prepared for this, his figure flickered and easily avoided it. Immediately, the Inferno Dragon lance in his hand swung violently, and the crimson demonic flame transformed into a fire dragon that headed straight for the giant mouth of the abyssal giant mouth frog. Boom! The fire dragon crashed into the giant mouth frog's tongue, instantly erupting into blazing flames, and a charred smell filled the air. The giant mouth frog let out a mournful hiss in pain, and its tongue quickly retracted. But under the severe pain, the ferocity of the giant mouth frog was also completely aroused, only to see its huge body leap violently and pounce towards Chu Tian, its huge shadow almost completely enveloping Chu Tian. "Seek death." A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, the aura in his body surged crazily, and the dragon shadow on the Inferno Dragon gun became more and more solid, as if it would break through the air at any time. He leapt up fiercely, the Inferno Dragon gun pointing straight at the top of the giant mouth frog's head. The crimson demonic flames and thunder fused together, converging into a single point at the tip of the gun before violently erupting. "You toad trying to eat me! Whimsical!" Thunderclap! With Chu Tian letting out a low roar, the head of the gun wrapped in demonic flames and thunder wrapped in endless power and ruthlessly stabbed into the giant mouth frog's head. Put! Blood spurted out like a spring. The giant mouth frog let out a mournful wail, and its huge body trembled violently. then smashed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kill value, plus 555. Kill value accumulated, 18,632. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid, he's too perverted too. In the audience outside the 9th Heavenly Abyss Rift, Zhao Lin exclaimed out in shock with a reddened face. Chu Wenzhong's eyes were filled with fervor, and he had already made up his mind to agree to Chu Tian's return to the embrace of the Chu family. Chu Tian steadily landed on the ground, and the demonic flames and thunder on the Inferno Dragon gun gradually dissipated. He walked over to the corpse of the giant mouth frog and gave it a cold look, then stomped on its head, crushing it completely. That's it? Chu Tian coldly snorted with disdain in his tone. Su Ruwashi walked forward and looked at the bloody scene in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. You're also too strong, blah. Looking at the jaw-dropping young girl, Chu Tian's face was stunned. He even ghostly raised his hand and touched the other party's head and said with a smile, "Brother, awesome." In the face of such intimate movements, Su Ruwashi's delicate body trembled as she violently raised her head to look at Chu Tian. Her pretty face was covered with redness at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Awesome. Chu Tian also came back to his senses at this time, looked at his hand, and then looked at the shy and timid young girl in front of him. For a while, it was hard to know what to do. She didn't seem angry. Chu Tian hastily retracted his hand, touched his nose, and said with an embarrassed face, "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. It's fine. I'm not upset." After Su Ruwashi finished speaking, she turned around to leave as if she was fleeing, her footsteps slightly messy. Chu Tian looked at the young girl's back and muttered in a small voice, "She won't fall in love with me." That just happened to go out live. The quiet, intense atmosphere within the entire river city instantly dissipated, erupting into a thunderous burst of applause and shouts. This kid, he's so self-absorbed, but this girl is really pretty. It would be nice to be with little Tian. Wang Huiro similarly muttered to herself, clearly satisfied with this future daughter-in-law of hers. The night market resounded with an uproarious sound, and had already begun to celebrate the early lighting of the sky lanterns for Chu. However, what Chu Tian didn't know was that in the shadowy corner, a pair of scarlet eyes were staring at their backs with resentment and killing intent in their eyes. Chu Tian, you won't be able to be complacent for much longer. Young Peak whispered to himself, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a grim smile. He withdrew his gaze, looked at the teenager behind him, and asked, "When do we start moving? What's your hurry, Major? If you don't do it." He's about to light the lantern. It's too late. Young Peak was filled with anger and roared out in a low voice. The teenager grinned. Don't be in a hurry. Just wait. Are you kidding me here? Yang Peak's arm shook. A cold aura appeared, and the long black knife was suddenly on the teenager's neck. As long as he gently exerted force, the other party would fall to the ground with his head. However, the smile on the teenager's face didn't diminish, but instead grew brighter. Major Army Commander, I advise you not to be impulsive. I'm your ally, and the only partner who can help you get both fame and women. A touch of murderous aura surfaced in Young Peak's eyes, and he said in a chilling voice, I hate being threatened, and you've violated my major taboo. Words, Yang Peak's sudden power. Chapter 53. Let's watch my brother kill in a big way. Yang Peak suddenly exerted his power. Ka-ching, the sonic boom sounded, but there was no image of heads falling to the ground and blood spattering, only to see Peak Yang's backhand slash cut through the air. You're not afraid I'll kill you? The teenager laughed loudly and said aloud, not afraid. I believe that the major army commander is a smart man and would never make a stupid decision. When Yang Peak heard that, his face was stunned as he looked deeply at the teenager and slowly spoke. Chu Feng, you've changed. The teenager was none other than Chu Feng. He was indeed like a changed man, calm and collected, especially those eyes, which were eerie and terrifying, giving one the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose as he said with a smile, if I don't make a change, how will I face Chu Tian, a great enemy in life and death? Who makes me feel fear? The pupils of Young Peak on the side contracted, and his mind could not help but recall that Chu Tian's earlier shot was still fresh in his memory. Suddenly, Chu Feng stretched out his hand and said with a smile on his face, happy cooperation. Have fun working together. The hands of the two clasped together, and the wolf began to make love. In the meantime, Chu Tian ascended to the top of the demon-locking mountain step by step, and was only less than 10 meters away from the heavenly lantern that made countless candidates fight desperately for it. At your fingertips. Come on, the sky lantern belongs to you. Su Ruwashi's voice was gentle and pleasing to the ear, and a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with different colors. Thanks. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he raised his leg and walked towards the sky lanterns that swayed in the darkness. Every step he took seemed to step on the hearts of everyone in Jiangcheng. The tension pulls right through. The whole city is watching. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. However, just then, The mutation was sudden. Tsuruyashi's face changed drastically and she lost her voice and exclaimed, "Be careful!" Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, the black blade cut through the night and descended from the sky. It was as if Chu Tian had eyes behind him, and without turning his head back, his feet flashed with thunder, easily dodging. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. A deep gully appeared where Chu Tian had just stood. Debris flew across the ground, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. "You don't deserve to light the sky lantern." A cold and resentful voice came from the darkness. Immediately after that, Yang Peak slowly walked out holding a long black sword. For a time, everyone inside and outside the ninth heavenly abyss rift froze in place. "I thought the end was in sight, but I didn't expect it to be in vain." And Chu Tian seemed to have expected it. Looking into the darkness with interest, "You also come out. All this time, still hiding? Anyone else?" The crowd stared at the big screen holding their breath. "Pa. My good brother, how could I have never imagined that you, who lost your talented life bone, would be able to come this far and would become so powerful?" Chu Feng applauded as he revealed his figure. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes as a murderous aura filled the air. "This time, I won't let you escape. What is owed to me will have to be returned sooner or later. Big brother, you and I have at least a third of the same blood flowing in our bodies. Do we need to distinguish so clearly? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine." Chu Feng had taken shamelessness to the extreme. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Good, then I want your life now. Come on, show." When Chu Feng heard those words, the smile on his face froze, and his just-established Dao heart nearly bled out. "Okay, cut the crap and scrap him first." Yang Peak was worried about the long night and opened his mouth to urge. Chu Feng nodded slightly, the smile on his face converging, the murderous aura in his eyes turning into substance as he held his spear, his chi and blood soaring. "Kill!" The two of them shouted low in unison, and at the same time, they bullied their way up. "Let me help you." Tsuruyashi let out a delicate cry and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Chu Tian raising his hand. "Don't let these two trash dirty your hands. I'm good enough on my own." Looking at Chu Tian's serious eyes, an unprecedented sense of trust rose in Tsuruyashi's heart as she nodded and softly said, "Brother, be careful." "What did you call me?" "Ni Ini. Can you scream again?" "Brother, brother." "Ah ha 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 ha." Chu Tian threw his head back and laughed. His face flushed red as if he had beaten chicken blood. His body's aura surged like a tidal wave and exploded. "Let's see brother. Make a big kill." Chu Tian's voice echoed from the top of the Demon Lock Mountain. He then violently raised his Inferno Dragon gun. In an instant, the demonic flames rose up, and the head of the spear was pointed straight at the two of them as he bellowed, "Get over here and die. How can this guy be so strong?" Yang Peak gritted his teeth and roared lowly. The long black blade in his hand trembled slightly. The cold aura on the blade appeared dim under Chu Tian's aura. Chu Feng's face was equally unsightly as he stared at Chu Tian with scorn in his eyes. He had thought that he and Yang Peak joining forces would be enough to completely crush Chu Tian, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated his opponent's strength. "Don't panic. He's only one person no matter how strong he is. We'll be able to consume him to death even if we join forces." Chu Feng's words were more like self-assurance. "You two, together." The words were not yet spoken. The Inferno Dragon gun in Chu Tian's hand swung violently, and the crimson demonic flame transformed into a gigantic fire dragon that headed straight for Yang Peak and Chu Feng. Roar! The dragon roared, and the demonic flame that burned everything instantly set the surrounding air ablaze. Even space was burned and twisted out of shape. Yang Peak and Chu Feng didn't dare to receive it hard and hurriedly dodged to avoid it, but the fire dragon continued to force them back and forth with a devastating momentum. "Damn! How is this guy's flame so terrifying?" Yang Peak hissed through clenched teeth as bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. Chu Feng did not say anything, but only stared at Chu Tian in death, gripping the lance in his hand tightly as he frantically built up his strength. Rift gun. Chu Tian. Suffer. Suddenly, Chu Feng roared angrily, and his long spear erupted with a violent spiritual chi, directly tearing through the void and stabbing straight towards Chu Tian's heart. Yang Peak's face was ecstatic at the sight, and he just laughed out loud. As a result, the laughter came to an abrupt end in the next second, only to see that Chu Tian merely skimmed his lips, and with a gentle flick of the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand, he easily dissolved Chu Feng's attack. "That's it? You really let me down." Chu Tian shook his head and sighed. As for Chu Feng, his face instantly turned iron blue. How could he not expect that his full force strike would be stopped so easily by Chu Tian? And he was also mercilessly mocked. No, Naya. Garbage. Cursing, Chu Tian blasted Chu Feng away with a punch and smashed him into the hard rocky ground, spraying blood furiously. Chu Feng, seeing that, Yang Peak's face changed drastically as he crazily urged the aura in his body and swept straight out. Chu Tian slowly turned around and drank in a deep, low voice. Thunderclap. In an instant, a purple thunderbolt appeared above the dark ink-like dome of the sky. traveling like a swimming dragon. Chu Tian raised the Inferno Dragon gun with one hand, and thunder poured down from the sky, converging on the head of the gun. An aura of destruction exploded. At this time, Zhao Doju, who had just climbed to the top of the demon-locking mountain, saw this scene and his legs softened, almost falling head over heels. His cheeks twitched and he muttered in a low voice, "If that shot had hit his body, it would have been bruised and purple, wouldn't it? Chu Tian, my dad is the commander of the Jiangqing City Guard. Yang Kuan, let me go, let me go." Yang Peek's eyes were filled with fear as he hissed and growled. Chapter 54 Digging Up Bones by Hand. Chu Tian looked at the twisted-faced Yang Peek, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes, only endless indifference and killing aura. "Yang Kuan, your dad is Wang Feng, and it's useless." Chu Tian let out a cold smile. The Inferno Dragon gun in his hand was raised high. The thunder and demonic flames on the tip of the gun were intertwined, emitting a palpitating aura of destruction. "Chu Tian, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will die as well." Yang Peek's voice had a hint of trembling in it, and his eyes were filled with fear. When Chu Tian heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up a disdainful smile. "Kill you? Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. But, dead sins can be waived, but living sins cannot escape." Before the words fell, Chu Tian held the Inferno Dragon gun and slammed it down in a smooth manner. The thunder and demonic flames on the tip of the gun instantly erupted, transforming into a brilliant light that swept straight out. "Ah!" Yang Peek let out a miserable scream, and his entire body was lifted out by this force, falling heavily to the ground. A deep wound was oozing blood from his chest, and what made him even more desperate was that he felt the aura in his body was rapidly draining away. You wasted my natural life bone." Yang Peek's face was filled with panic, and his voice carried endless despair. Chu Tian raised his leg and walked in front of Yang Peek, condescendingly looked at him and suddenly grinned. "How was it? Surprised or not? Unexpected or not? Yang Peek gritted his teeth and hissed. Unmoved, Chu Tian turned around and picked up the long gun that Chu Feng had dropped on the ground, then walked to Yang Peek and grinned. "By the way, I forgot to tell you that your Lamborghini was burned by me." "What?" Yang Peek's eyes widened in anger, the bottom of his eyes scarlet as he snapped. "It's really you." Chu Tian nodded. It's me. Surprised or not? Surprised or not?" Before the words fell, without waiting for Yang Peek to react, he stabbed out with a shot, directly piercing through his shoulder and nailing him dead on top of the rock wall. "Ah!" Yang Peek's screams tore at his heart, and blood flowed down the lance, staining the rock wall red. Kill value, plus 333. Kill value accumulated, 18,965. This scene caused the entire Jiang city outside the 9th Heavenly Abyss Rift to fall into dead silence. What a murderous little fellow. I didn't expect that even I, the city guard commander, wouldn't put it in my eyes. A deafening roar resounded through the audience. It wasn't difficult for anyone to hear the killing intent and anger contained in this voice. Huang Shiyu's face changed drastically, and in his heart, he said, "Damn, Chu Tian had wasted Yang Peek's talent lifebone. Yang Kuan would definitely not let it go." For a while, the atmosphere in the audience became subtle, and everyone chilled, not even daring to breathe. However, right at this moment, Chu Sheng stood out and said aloud, "Lord Military Commander, I have a sentence that I don't know if it's appropriate to say or not." "Say." Yang Kuan let out a low roar. Chu Sheng clasped his hands and owed a salute, then painfully and angrily said, "Lord Military Commander, this Chu Tian's thief's methods are bloody and cruel. If we let him grow, I'm afraid that he will become a great danger. I think that we need to kill him before it's too late in order to eliminate future troubles." At these words, the scene was silent. However, most people were cursing Chu Sheng in their hearts. What an animal! Yang Kuan glanced at Chu Sheng and nodded slightly. "Very well. It seems that the Chu family still has people who are deeply righteous." Huang Shiyu's brows were furrowed and his face was filled with anxiety. With his strength and status he was categorically unable to stop Yang Kuan. How can this be? Suddenly, Huang Shiyu's light appeared, and he quickly took out his cell phone and sent a message, saying in his heart, "Success or failure is here. The big deal is, I'll spell out this old life and send him away. Not good. This punk he still wants to make a move on." Little Feng, Lu Milan, who was all smiles 1 second, changed her face drastically in the next second and lost her voice in shock. Chu Sheng shouted with the same anxious face, "Army Commander Yang, please also quickly take action to stop Chu Tian." Yang Kuan spread his hands helplessly. "This is the proposed battle of the Heavenly Abyss. I have no right to intervene." Chu Sheng's face was ashen after hearing this, and he could only look up at the big screen with his eyes wide open. On the screen, Chu Tian walked step by step towards Chu Feng who was lying on the ground. Ta-da-da-da. Every step of Chu Tian seemed to step on Chu Feng's heart, and the suffocating sensation of death swept through his entire body. "No, don't you come over here." Chu Feng roared hysterically while retreating backward. But how could he climb as fast as Chu Tian walked? I let you get away last time, but not this time. As Chu Tian spoke, he had already chased after them. Chu Feng raised his head, fear in his eyes. Chu Tian, brother Tian, please, let me go. Spare me, let me go. Boom, 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 boom. It was accompanied by a succession of dull sounds. Chu Feng cowed out and admitted his mistake. His head kept hitting the ground, his head cracking and bleeding, but Chu Tian's eyes were full of teasing and said with a smile, last time I let you run away. Do you know how much I blamed myself? Chu Feng shuddered violently. Blood had blurred his vision, and the feeling of dizziness was especially strong, but he still bit through his tongue with force to keep himself awake. Brother Tian, I am sorry. I am sorry. I shouldn't have asked for your gifted life bone. It's my bad. I'm not a human being. I'm a human being. Don't you talk to me in general. Since you know you shouldn't want my gifted life bone, then give it back to me. After Chu Tian finished speaking, his palm flipped and a wisp of demonic flame ignited, instantly burning Chu Feng's clothes into ashes, revealing his already sunken chest. No, don't. Let go of me. You let go of me. Chu Feng struggled desperately. Chu Tian grinned. The smile on his face was a brilliant one. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt very much, just a billion points of pain. Before the words fell, his left hand formed a claw and viciously grabbed at Chu Feng's chest. Put. Ka-ching. Blood accompanied by bone-cracking sounds sprayed outward along Chu Tian's 5 fingers. Chu Feng's eyes were glazed over, his eyeballs calling out. At this moment, he even forgot to scream. Ouch. Tearing pain. This kind of pain of digging the bones with bare hands was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more painful than Young Peak. It's not even in the same order of magnitude. Ah! Chu Feng only let out a miserable scream, screaming from the beginning to the end. Yang Peak, who witnessed the whole process with his own eyes, suddenly felt that he was lucky, as if it didn't even hurt that much anymore. A white light gradually seeped out of the flesh and bone. Chu Feng's eyes were wide with anger as he snapped. Brother Tian, I beg you, for the sake of Grandpa's face, let go, let me go, I beg you. When Chu Tian heard those words, the movements of his hands lurched as he looked at Chu Feng incredulously and asked, You, what the hell are you talking about? On whose face? For a moment, Chu Feng thought that his words had worked, and hurriedly said, for the sake of Grandpa. Good, then I'll do it for Grandpa's sake and get you killed. Chu Tian gritted his teeth, and incidentally, his hand broke all of Chu Feng's exposed ribs. After all, Chu Feng was unable to carry through, and with both eyes rolled over, he directly fainted. No matter how Chu Tian tortured, froze a little reaction, if not still have a faint breathing in, he thought that this goods have already karma. Little crunchy, that's fainting? I haven't had my fun yet. Chu Tian muttered in a small voice and had no choice but to dig out the S-ranked gifted life bone that was already his, but he had just taken it in his hand when a sudden change occurred. Chapter 55 Lighting the Sky Lantern. Chu Tian looked at the empty palm. His face was stunned, then he looked down at his chest. A flash of white light appeared and slowly disappeared. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of fluency swept through his body. The auras in the body all became active and restless, and began to operate on their own. The realm that had just been broken through was once again loosened. Chu Tian's eyes flashed, and in his heart, he said, it seems that this talented life bone has suffered old age within Chu Feng's trashy flesh. The two talented life bones fused smoothly. The white light disappeared completely. Chu Tian clearly felt that his enlightenment had increased by more than a factor of 2, which was heaven-defying. Perhaps there were unexpected surprises waiting for him to discover. However, there is no time for that at the moment. The sky lanterns on top of the mountain were dimming and about to go out. Once the sky lanterns go out, the consequences are unimaginable. The rules of the demon-locking mountain will collapse, and all the ferocious beasts locked on the mountain will lose control and regain their strength. When that time comes, all of them candidates will die. Chu Tian hurriedly turned towards the sky lantern that was swaying in the darkness. For a while, all the candidates on Demon Lock Mountain and the entire Jiang City were all nervous. Finally lighting the sky lantern? Ta-da-da-da. In this moment, the sound of clanging footsteps is the only sound on the scene. Chu Tian stood in front of the sky lantern, his eyes gazing at the ordinary oil lamp that couldn't be any more ordinary. The body of the lamp is made of cast bronze. The surface is covered with traces of age, and the mottled patina tells of its long history. The wick of the lamp swayed slightly. The light was weak, but it could penetrate the endless darkness and illuminate the entire Demon Lock Mountain. The flame pulsed gently, like the pulse of life, with an ineffable power. And next to the sky lantern is a beer bottle that has been wrapped and contains half a bottle of lamp oil. It all seems so haphazard. When Chu Tian picked up the beer bottle, Zhao Deju's mouth twitched. lost his voice and exclaimed, I Lu a bean, the courage to break into the sky. Brother Tian is to spin one? When Chu Tian sniffed, his hand shook and he almost threw the bottle out. This old six. Phew. Chu Tian took a deep breath, picked up the beer bottle and poured it against the sky lantern. As the lamp oil flowed down, the sky lantern gradually lit up and rebloomed. Boom! The heavenly lantern suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light, as if a blazing sun was rising from the top of the mountain. The light swept in all directions like a tidal wave, instantly lighting up the entire Demon Lock Mountain. The golden light dispersed the darkness, revealing densely packed chains, each of which wrapped around the massive body of the ferocious beast. The chains were also plated with a dazzling golden color at the moment. Roar dash! Ow dash! 10,000 beasts hissed, deafening the ears, and even the chained demon mountain trembled. The bodies of all the ferocious beasts were tightly bound by the chains, and golden runes flowed over the chains, tightening with the naked eye as the demon locking grand formation was completely activated. The ferocious beasts struggled frantically, and the chains clanked, but they were never able to break free of the shackles. Above the top of the mountain, Chu Tian stood proudly, his black clothes stained with blood, his robes hunting in the gusty wind. He held the Inferno Dragon Lance, the demonic flame at the head of the lance rising abruptly, mirroring the golden aura of the heavenly lantern. At this moment, Chu Tian shone brightly. Zhao Dizhu stared with wide eyes and said with a shocked face, asterisk 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 asterisk, handsome I'm almost bent. Su Ruwashi blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, colorful, her vermilion lips slightly opened. This guy, he's really handsome, Omega. On the other hand, Yang Peak, who was nailed on top of the rock wall, was filled with resentment. His face twisted, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, all this should have belonged to me. Chu Tian, I must make you worse than death. Must. Who the hell sneak attacked me? Suddenly, Yang Peak, who had given the harsh words, sprayed out a mouthful of blood and screamed miserably. Zhao Dizhu hemmed and hawed and shrunk his head. Who understands the joy of being a sixth wheel? The family. With the lighting of the heavenly lantern, it also meant that this proposed battle for the heavenly abyss had come to an end. Each candidate was enveloped by a wave of aura and brought away from the ninth heavenly abyss rift. In a matter of 10 minutes, all candidates were evacuated. But at this moment, there was another figure moving quickly within the ninth heavenly abyss rift. A young man who looked even more beautiful than a woman. It's none other than the heavenly abyss army, the 7th squad of assassins. Mo Lu. Suddenly, Muru stopped, his brows furrowed as he looked at his watch and muttered to himself. Its scent was clearly right here. How could it suddenly disappear? He finished by raising his arm and reporting into his watch. Chief, that thing's gone. An authoritative and husky voice came from within the watch. Come out. Chief. Just as Mo Lu was about to cut off the call, Wei Ping Sheng on the opposite side suddenly said in a deep voice, Chu Tian may be in danger. I can't leave for the time being, so you'll see what you can do when the time comes. Roger that. Chief, whisper to me, is Chu Tian really not your illegitimate son? Roll. Don't you dare mention this again, or I'll rip your mouth off. Muru was so shocked that he cut off the call in a hurry. In fact, after collecting Chu Tian last time, he couldn't help but ask Wei Ping Sheng on the way back. As a result, he crawled in bed for 3 whole days after that night. That ass is a pain in the ass. The fire hurts. Outside the ninth heavenly abyss rift, all the candidates stood in the midst of the ruins, looking very tired, and almost every one of them had colors hanging from their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. Before entering the ninth heavenly abyss rift, there were as many as 6,000 candidates. When it was over, however, fewer than 4,000 remained. This time, more than 2,000 candidates were sacrificed in the proposed battle of Tianyuan. This is the worst ever. Although all parents and candidates were prepared to die before the proposed battle at the heavenly abyss began, but when it does happen, who can be honest enough to accept it? After all, it's a live life. The parents of those candidates who died within the rift of the heavenly abyss were heartbroken and cried out. The atmosphere at the scene was oppressive to the extreme. The sky was so overcast that it seemed as if it could wring water out of it, and thick, dark clouds hung low, weighing down the sky. Occasionally a few flashes of lightning streaked through the clouds, but no thunder could be heard. The wind swept up the dust on the ground with a hint of coolness, blowing over the ruins and over everyone's face, but it couldn't blow away the heavy atmosphere. There was a faint odor of blood in the air, mixed with the oppressive scent of scorched earth in the ruins. But at that moment, a roar filled with resentment rang out. Dad, help me kill Chu Tian. I want him dead. In the crowd, Yang Peak's face was pale and hideous. His shoulder still had Chu Feng's spear stuck in it, and blood dripped down the barrel of the spear, and the sound of snapping sounded particularly ear-piercing. Yang Kuan was sitting on top of the high platform. His face was terribly gloomy. He was staring at Chu Tian. The killing intent in his eyes almost condensed into substance, and he was about to explode in the next second. Chu Tian. Yang Kuan's voice was low and cold. Even if your strength and talent are too much, but your methods are bloody and cruel, if I let you grow up, you will be an unstable factor. So, in order to eliminate any future troubles, I have decided to abolish your cultivation. Words. A deathly silence fell over the ruins. The eyes of the crowd looking at Chu Tian were filled with sympathy. Chapter 56. Do you want the body? The crowd's eyes couldn't help but fall on the top of the scoreboard. First place, Chu Tian of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. 789 points. At this point in time, the ranking looks more than a little ironic. In the face of power, even the first place winner of the proposed battle in the heavenly abyss was like an ant. Chu Tian raised his head to look straight at Yang Kuan, lifted the corner of his mouth, let out a light laugh, and said, Military Commander Yang, as the military commander of the city guards, don't you know that the proposed battle in Tianyuan is a battlefield? Your son wanted to put me to death. I wasted his natural life bone. Is that wrong? There's a mistake. What's wrong? The fault lies in the fact that he is my Yang Kuan's son. Before the words fell, Yang Kuan fiercely stood up, and a berserk aura exploded, surging towards Chu Tian like a sky and earth. The feeling of oppression from the commander of the Jiangcheng city guards pulled right through. Army Commander Yang, have mercy, Huang Shiyu bellowed explosively, his body flashing as he shielded Chu Tian behind him. Seeing this, Yang Kuan had a murderous look in his eyes. Principal Huang, you're an intelligent person. What should be done and what shouldn't be done? I think you should be able to tell the difference. Facing Yang Kuan's threat, Huang Shiyu didn't take half a step back as he said in a deep voice, This is what I should do. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kuan laughed back in anger, and then he turned his words around. Then you'll go to hell with him. After the words, the aura in Yang Kuan's body gushed out. The moment the U-Realm powerhouse's mighty pressure was released, everyone within the ruins felt a sense of suffocation. Huang Shiyu's face flushed red as his blood surged. Seeing this, Chu Tian was greatly touched in his heart and hurriedly said, Principal Huang, thank you, but first, get out of the way. Today, I am sparing this old life to protect you. After Huang Shiyu finished speaking, he fiercely took a step forward, his chi and blood soaring. Yang Kuan's face was gloomy to the extreme. A fist blasted out. Endless fist power descended from the sky with a destructive momentum. Old thing, if you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Dad, what are you waiting for if you don't make a move? Suddenly, an anxious voice rang out, breaking the dead silence within the ruins, only to see that Su Ruashi's pretty face was taut and a touch of anger surfaced between her eyebrows. Hey, you girl, what's the hurry? It's not just a small city guard captain. Do you still need me for this small matter? A teasing voice came from the void. After hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded, and they all looked up at the figure sitting cross-legged in the void, only to see Lin Fan leading the Heavenly Abyss army stood respectfully to the left and right. The respectability of his status is evident. As early as before the opening of the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle, the crowd had speculated about Yi Wulian's identity, and it was highly likely that he was a big shot of the Heavenly Abyss army. Now when combined with the words he had just said and Lin Fan's attitude, it all confirmed their guesses. However, if this big shot didn't help Chu Tian, who else at the scene could stop Yang Kuan? At the same time, Yang Kuan was secretly relieved. His greatest fear was that Yi Wuliang would intervene. On the contrary, Chu Tian's person was numb. The reason why he dared to waste Yang Peak's talented lifebone was because Yi Wuliang was there. Results: this guy is so unreliable. Yang Kuan's attack was about to fall. Huang Shiyu desperately released his aura to block it, but the gap in strength was like a chasm. The moment the punch landed, Huang Shiyu's aura fell apart. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. The entire ruin trembled violently. Dust was flying and blurring everyone's vision. Ha ha ha. Yang Peak stared dead on at the area shrouded in dust and laughed fiercely. Chu Tian, so what if you're the ING champion? So what if you light the heavenly lantern? Offend me, you're still going to die. For a time, everyone felt sympathy for Chu Tian, such a genius who died under the power. Are the lives of ordinary people so lowly? There was dead silence. A dropped pin can be heard. Yet just then, the dust is dissipating. Chu Tian and Huang Shiyu appeared unharmed in front of the crowd. The smile on Yang Peak's face froze on the spot and he snapped, Dad, why isn't he dead? Kill him quickly. Boom! A loud bang came along with it, splashing up countless pieces of debris and dust, as if a small explosion had taken place there. The crowd looked in astonishment, only to see an old man with white hair and a kind face but revealing a majestic aura standing steadily on top of that pit. His stance was erect like a pine, his hands were behind his back, and his purple robe fluttered in the wind, making him look extraordinarily ethereal and dusty. Its back is embroidered with a blue sky that appears to be stirred by storm clouds. This is the emblem of Tianyan Shuyuan. The crowd in the audience was filled with horrified colors. They were all from the famous and powerful families of Jiangcheng, so they naturally knew something about the Tianyan Academy. There were not 1,000 but 800 martial arts academies in the Great Summer Country. There can be such 8 colleges and ranked as the most of the Great Summer Country, collectively known as the 8 colleges. The 8 courts, established 1,000 years ago by the 8 pioneers of the Great Summer, absorbed the world's geniuses, and painstakingly advanced their training to fight for the human race. It was the holy land in the heart of every daxia person, nearly monopolizing all the geniuses in the entire daxia. The Tianyan Academy happened to be one of the 8 great academies, and according to the Tianyan Academy's martial robe color hierarchy, the purple robe was at least a Vice-Dean level, a proper superpower. As for why it's here, it's already calling out. The old man turned around, narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up Chu Tian as he did, nodding frequently, very satisfied. Good, good, good. It's a good seedling. Chu Tian was a bit uncomfortable by the old man's look. He couldn't help but touch his nose, clasped his hands and owed a salute. Many thanks to the senior for coming to the rescue. The old man gently stroked his long beard and shook his head. No need to thank you, kid. The old man is asking you, are you willing to join the Heavenly Diffusion Academy? When these words came out, all 4 were shocked, although everyone had guessed the outcome. However, coming from the mouth of the old man himself, he was still shocked fiercely. Elder, of course I want to join the Heavenly Diffusion Academy. Does the corpse want it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This brat, what a black mouth. The corner of Yi Wuliang's mouth above the void twitched as he cursed with a laugh. The old man raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you mean by that? Chu Tian raised his hand and pointed at the grim-faced young Kuan, saying lifelessly, Elder, I wasted the gifted life bone of the son of the military chief, and now Lord Military Chief wants to kill me. Humph. The old man sniffed, violently flung his sleeve, coldly snorted, and said, if he dares to touch you, then there will be no more city guard commander position in Zhangchang. Zhao Dezhu in the crowd exploded with a nationalist comment upon hearing this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This old man is really powerful. Directly, cancelled the Zhangcheng garrison. As for Yang Kuan, the person in question, his face changed drastically, while others didn't recognize this old man. He did. The vice president of Tianyan Academy, Yan Hua. It really has the power to cancel the River City garrison. Yang Kuan took a deep breath, forced out a smile, and said aloud, Dean Yen, Chu Tian is the champion of my Zhangcheng Tian Yuan proposed battle. How could I bend the law? Am I not messing around with him? You say, it's Chu Tian. After Yang Kuan finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Chu Tian. His brows furrowed and a threatening flavor filled his eyes. Chapter 57 Stripped Naked. Haunted play? Chu Tian pretended to be shocked and said, your family wants people to die? Just now, you claimed to want my life, but everyone was listening. The forced smile on Yang Kuan's face once again solidified. He looked around and gritted his teeth. Who heard that? In the way of his power and threat, the crowd in the audience lowered their heads and chose to remain silent. However, there are still people who are brave enough to say no to the evil forces. I hear you. A pleasant voice came from the crowd, caught everyone's eye. The corners of Su Ruwashi's mouth rose. Her strong smile was gentle and brilliant as she slowly opened her mouth. I personally heard Army Commander Yang say that he wanted Chu Tian's life. Moreover, he moved his hand as well. Asshole. Shut up. Yang Kuan violently turned around, staring at Su Ruwashi with a deadly stare, and roared, where do you get off talking? The words were not yet spoken. Bang. Only a muffled sound was heard. Yang Kuan was suppressed by an irresistible force, and his entire body slammed hard into the ground, spitting out blood. Immediately afterward, a cold voice rang out. Who the hell are you to heckle my daughter and apologize? The voice was undeniable. Yang Kuan still wanted to resist, but just as he ran his aura, the pressure on his body suddenly multiplied. Put! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Yang Kuan immediately felt a deathly suffocation sweep through his body. Yeah, sorry. Louder. Seriously. Yang Kuan gritted his teeth and shouted, Ms. Su, I'm sorry. At this moment, he lost face, but the force that pressed down on them receded like a tidal wave. Yang Kuan struggled to stand up and look deeply at the figure sitting above the void, his eyes filled with scorn. Afterward, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Yan Hua, saying in a deep voice, Dean Yen, this matter is indeed a matter of poor consideration on my part. Please forgive me. From now on, Chu Tian has officially become the chief of my Tianyan Academy. If you have any more ill intentions, then you'll be going against the Tianyan Academy, and you'll have to bear the consequences. The old man's voice was deafening. Whether it was Yang Kuan or the crowd in the audience, they were all dumbstruck. Becoming a student of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy was already honorable. As for the chief student, that's totally genealogy alone. Even if Yang Kuan was no longer unwilling, at that moment, he could only nod slightly. Don't worry Dean Yen, I know the importance of it. Farewell. Yang Kuan left, leaving in a grayish manner with young Peak, who had his natural life bone abolished. Who would have thought that the grand feudal official, the captain of the city guards, would fall on a teenager's sword? In the Chu family region, Chu Wenzhong's old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum in excitement after hearing Yin Hua name Chu Tian as the chief student of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy. He instantly warmed up, his eyes filled with fervor. Cough cough cough. He cleared his throat, then stood up and said aloud, "Many thanks to Dean Yen for appreciating Xiaotian. This is the honor of my Chu family. You can rest assured that I..." "Shut up, what the hell does it have to do with you? If you keep pushing, I'll let Dean Yen sacrifice you to heaven first." Chu Tian wasn't spoiled at all, and directly opened the pairing mode. "Xiao Tian, I know that you have a great deal of preconceived notions about the family, and about me. Today in front of Dean Yen and everyone else, Grandpa apologizes to you." Chu Wenzhong wasn't angry either, and after smilingly saying so, he bowed deeply towards Chu Tian. "Xiao Tian, I'm sorry, forgive Grandpa." Seeing this, Chu Tian lifted the corners of his mouth. The smile on his face was that of a wide smile, and in his heart, he secretly said, "This is still only the chief of the Tianyan Academy." If he then let this old dog Chu Wenzhong know that he was a Heaven's Abyss army warrior, wouldn't he immediately kneel down and beg for himself? With that in mind, Chu Tian snorted and coldly looked around, his gaze sweeping over those Chu family members who had once treated him coldly. It finally landed on Chu Wenzhong's hypocritical smiling face. "Chu Wenzhong, do you think that a light apology can erase everything your Chu family has done to me?" Chu Tian's voice was icy cold, and his tone carried undisguised mockery. The smile on Chu Wenzhong's face froze slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. He sighed and said in a fake helpless manner, "Xiao Tian, I know you have grievances in your heart, but after all, blood is thicker than water. We are family. Now that you've become the chief student of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy, you have a great future ahead of you, and the Chu family needs a talent like you to lead the family to glory. Let's let bygones be bygones, okay?" "In the past?" Chu Tian coldly laughed, a hint of sternness coming out of his eyes. "How did you treat me back then? Have you forgotten? Disregarding my life and death, digging up my gifted life bone, and then kicking me out of the house like a lost dog. Have you forgotten all these?" Chu Wenzhong's face finally changed. He didn't expect Chu Tian to be so unforgiving in revealing this in public. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and took a deep breath, forcing himself to hold back the displeasure in his heart as he continued to advise. "Xiao Tian, it is true that I am sorry to you for what happened in the past, but you are now the chief student of the Tianyan Academy. Your status is different from the past. As long as you are willing to come back, all the resources of the Chu family can be used for you." "You..." Chu Tian raised his hand to interrupt it, his eyes filled with smiles. "Tell you what, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can do it, I'll return to the Chu family." You say, Grandpa can definitely do it." Chu Wenzhong was overjoyed in his heart, secretly saying, "Brat, I knew you still wanted to return to the Chu family and get my approval." Chu Tian hemmed and hawed. "All of you take your clothes off, then hold hands and run around the ruins while singing Ding Dong Chicken. Run enough laps for 10 laps, and I'll go back to the Chu family." The smile on Chu Wenzhong's face froze. "Xiao Tian, you're deliberately making things difficult for me, right? It's just to make things difficult for you on purpose, and besides, I told you right away that I wouldn't go back to the Chu family if you really did what I said. You asshole." Chu Wenzhong roared angrily, suddenly turned his head to look at Yen Hua and said in a deep voice, "Dean Yen, you see, this is Chu Tian's true colors. All goodness and filial piety comes first. People like him are even more gifted, but their character is not good. It's simply a discredit to the Tianyan Academy. ****** off. Yen Hua waved his hand with an impatient expression, and aura exploded out along his palm. Chu Wenzhong let out a miserable scream and flew straight out. Seeing this, the Chu family's people's faces changed drastically, following Chu Wenzhong's flight trajectory in hot pursuit. There was even a great cleverness shouting at the top of his voice, "Master, you fly slowly, we can't catch up." When Chu Wenzhong heard this, he almost died violently on the spot without taking a breath. With the departure of the Chu family and Yang Kuan, the ruins were quiet once again, and everything returned to normal. A touch of killing aura surfaced in Chu Tian's eyes. As long as the Chu family was not eliminated, it was difficult for his heart to be at peace now. At this time, Lin Fan slowly dropped down and said aloud, "I announce that the top 3 in the proposed battle for the Heavenly Abyss are: 3rd place, In Si Yen; 2nd place, Su Ruoshi; 1st place, Chu Tian." Speaking here, Lin Fan's voice lurched and he looked up in Chu Tian's direction, the appreciation in his eyes undisguised. With 50,789 points, Chu Tian successfully took the top prize in the Chailin Ro province. Lin Fan's words were deafening. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. Brother Sky is mighty. Zhao Dezhu shouted. He waved his arms. His face was red, and those who didn't know thought he was a provincial scholar. The scene after a brief silence. Applause. It seemed to be lifting the sky above this ruin. At the same time, the footage of Lin Fan announcing his results was broadcasted all over the city. Earlier, because Yang Kuan wanted to kill Chu Tian, he specially ordered to stop the broadcast. However, just after resuming the broadcasting screen, we heard such a powerful news that Jiangcheng was stirred up by it. Next please, Chu Tian, Su Ruwashi, and In Xian come up to the stage to receive the rewards from the Heavenly Abyss Army. As Lin Fan's words fell, Chu Tian's trio walked towards the temporary podium provided by Yi Wuliang. When Chu Tian went up to the stage and saw the girl on the side, his eyes widened violently and his whole body froze in place. It's her. Chapter 58 Student ID. It's her. Chu Tian's pupils contracted as he stared dead on at the girl on the side, and the other party seemed to have noticed his gaze as well. Turning her head and smiling lightly, Chu student, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? That's the sound. Even if the light was murky and he was a little fuzzy on what the girls looked like and couldn't be sure, but the voice, it was fresh in my mind. However, before Chu Tian could open his mouth, Su Ruwashi on the left side said somewhat tastily, could it be that brother has fallen in love with classmate In? At this moment, Chu Tian's entire mind was on In Xian's body, his brows slightly furrowed. You're better? In Xian raised her eyebrows. Chu student, I've always been good. What are you referring to? Chu Tian was just about to open his mouth and say, aren't you crazy? But on second thought, it was a bit presumptuous to say so he expressed himself very politely. You're hurt. My injuries are not a big problem. In Xian's tone lurched, her face tinged with a little bit of pettiness. Classmate Chu, thank you for your concern. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows. A flash of color flashed in his eyes. His intuition told him that there was something not quite right about this girl, but as to what was wrong, he couldn't say. Chu Tian shook his head and suddenly noticed that Su Ruwashi's small face was red and looked like she was very angry. Daryl, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Brother, done talking? Chu Tian's face was stunned. Wide-eyed surveyed the young girl in front of him who had written anger on her face, and asked skeptically, Ruwashi, you wouldn't be jealous, right? I'm just jealous. What's wrong? After Su Ruwashi finished speaking, she huffed and puffed her way to the center of the temporary podium, leaving a dumbfounded Chu Tian standing in place. At this moment, a weak voice rang in his ears. Chu student, being so outstanding and considerate, it really makes it hard not to like. Ha! When Chu Tian came back to his senses, In Xian was already standing beside Su Ruwashi. The two women looked like they were in a silent battle, a special magnetic field forming between them. Chu Tian stood in the center and only felt a chill down his spine. It was good that Lin Fan's voice rang out in time. Third place, the Heavenly Abyss Army rewards a fourth-ranked martial art. Great Summer Coins, 500,000. For second place, the Tian Yuan Army rewards a fifth-ranked martial art, and Daxia Coins, 1 million. For the first place, the Tian Yuan Army rewards a sixth-order martial art, Daxia Coins, 2 million, plus 1,000 spirit beads as a reward for the provincial scholar. What Sao? 1,000 spirit beads. Chu Tian directly took off in place. I don't envy that he's the champion of the proposed battle in the Heavenly Abyss, and I don't envy that he's the provincial scholar, but this 1,000 spirit beads, I'm envious. The Heavenly Abyss Army is also too generous. 1,000 spirit pearls. The entire family base of a first-class family is nothing more than that. A teenager carries the family fortune of a first-class family in his pocket. A fierce and incredulous murmur rang out within the ruins. Even Chu Tian, the person in question, couldn't help but be jaw-dropped. Spirit beads, like demon cores, could be directly absorbed and transformed into aura, which was beneficial to cultivation. The price of a spirit bead was at least $1 million, and usually for a price. Spirit beads were issued under the control of the Great Summer Kingdom and were incomparably precious. As far as he knew, the Chu family's entire fortune added up to only 500. Once, Chu Wenjong drank too much and spat out that he couldn't find a second family in the entire Jiangcheng that could take out 500 spirit beads. If that old man knew he had 1,000 of them in his hand, would he not immediately strip naked and run around naked? Back to try. While Chu Tian was trying to find ways to fix Chu Wenjong, the rewards for the top two had already been handed out. Lin Fan walked over to Chu Tian with a Qiankuan bag in his hand, and a smile actually appeared on his cold and heartless face as he said aloud, Chu Tian, congratulations. Thank you, Captain Lin. Trudy stood at attention and saluted. Lin Fan had a pitying look on his face. Hey, such a good seedling would definitely shine if he joined my squad 139. Chu Tian sniffed, rubbed his nose, and whispered, Captain Lin, why don't you go talk to the guards? Fight for it? The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched and his face paled. Guard? It's fine for you to call the guard. I have to call the guard general. After saying that, he handed the Qiankuan bag to Chu Tian, then turned around and returned to the center of the temporary podium, looked around, and droned in a deep voice. I declare the proposed battle for the heavenly abyss to be successfully concluded. As Lin Fan's words fell, Yi Wuliang above the void waved his hand and the 8 golden chains collapsed, turning into strands of golden aura that floated in the air. The 9th heavenly abyssal fissure slowly merged. Lin Fan rose up into the air, mounted his flying warhorse, and led the members of the 139th squad towards the crack. The Tian Yuan army warriors around the ruins stood at attention and saluted, bursting out in unison, "Salute!" As Lin Fan led the 139th squad to leave. The proposed battle for the heavenly abyss also meant that it was completely over, and the candidates returned to the city one after another on the buses they came on. What are your plans next? Will you go to Tianyan Academy? Su Ruoshi suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Chu Tian pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Aha! Join the Heavenly Diffusion Academy. Then I'll see you at the Tianyan Academy. You're going to Tianyan Academy too? Su Ruoshi blinked a pair of beautiful eyes with a different color. Of course. Don't you want to be in the same academy as me? Think. Chu Tian didn't even think about it and almost blurted it out. Only to see. Su Ruoshi's gentle and watery pretty face surfaced a layer of faint redness. She pretended to be calm, carried her hands behind her back, turned around and walked down the podium. Anyone can easily see that this girl is gorgeous, and her heart must be as sweet as honey. Yin Xian suddenly and inexplicably said, Classmate Chu, I'll also be going to Tianyan Academy. Chu Tian's face was stunned as he looked at the other party's back and muttered, It's none of my business if you go or not. Under the podium, Huang Shiyu's eyes were full of pride. Good boy, provincial scholar, you've really given me a big surprise. Chu Tian clasped his hands and owed a bow. Principal Huang, if it wasn't for you today, I'm afraid that this provincial top scholar of mine would not be able to escape death. That's right. Yan Huan nodded his head in agreement. It's indeed thanks to old Huang's timely message with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to arrive so promptly. When Chu Tian heard this, he suddenly realized that it was the rescuer that Principal Huang had found. For a while, he was even more filled with gratitude to Principal Huang, and secretly said in his heart, Great kindness is not to be thanked. See you in the future. At this moment, Yan Hua took out a transparent card from his pocket and said with a smile, You write your name on this. Chu Tian did as he was told, and wrote down the word Chu Tian in his best script. The moment you close your pen and lift your hand, the transparent card glowed with a blinding golden light. When the light fades, a golden card appeared in Chu Tian's palm. Front side, a small 2-inch photo of Trudy. Below the photo are 2 very striking words. Chief. Further down the page is Trudy's bio. Tianyan CO1, student ID. School registration number, 003. Name Chu Tian. Sex, male. Note, this certificate certifies that the above student is a student of this school, and that the sun and the moon are shining, and the sky is diffused, and that the students of this school are still respectable. Any place passes on the side of a student of this school, either he goes there or this institution sends someone there. Chapter 59 A 7-day limited deal. What a bully. Chu Tian looked at the golden student ID card in his hand, and couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth with feeling. With this student ID card and the Nightshade badge, you can run roughshod over the territory of Daxia, right? Yan Hua stroked his long beard and smiled smugly. This chief student ID card has only been held by 3 people so far, and you are the 3rd. Put it away and report to Tianyan Academy within a week. Chu Tian clasped his hands and owed a bow. Yes, Dean Yen. Go back and get some rest. Dean Yen, President Huang, then I'll go back first, bye. Chu Tian turned around and walked onto the bus of Zhengcheng No. 1 middle school, following the large group back to the city. However, Huang Shiyu looked in the direction Chu Tian left and did not return to his senses for a long time, and as if he was dreaming, he said, This little fellow probably doesn't know that the demon-locking mountain has another name. Yan Hua's pupils contracted, and his eyes seemed to carry a touch of reminiscence as he slowly spoke. Jianghao Mountain. Nightfall. In the urban area of Jiangcheng, all the houses are lit up. In the military governor's residence, the atmosphere was depressing and dull, and an invisible murderous aura filled every corner. Inside the villa, Yang Kuan sat expressionlessly on the tiger-skin sofa. The temperature around him had reached the freezing point. The air was frozen. No one dared to approach half a step. Suddenly, it was accompanied by a rush of footsteps. Outside the door, an old man walked quickly. In the position of 5 meters away from Yang Kuan, Pudong fell to his knees, reporting military commander. Less military commander's injuries have been stabilized. He lay down asleep. Yang Kuan raised his head and slowly spoke. Is there a way to repair Fomer's gifted life bone? Forgive me, military commander. The old man is useless, unable to repair the young military commander's talent. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard. A mist of blood appeared where the old man had just knelt. If you know you're useless, why are you still alive? Yang Koan has a raspy voice that sends shivers down one's spine. The city guard warriors and subordinates inside the villa simultaneously dropped to both knees, bowed their heads and lowered their eyebrows, trembling violently as fearful and heavy gasps rose and fell. Yang Koan narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Which one of you can tell me what to do with Fang's gifted life bone? Speak! Speak for me!" Ka-ching! 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 All the glass in the villa exploded. Shards of glass splattered everywhere, lodging into the bodies of the kneeling city guard warriors and underlings, dripping blood, but no one dared to make a single grunt, gritting his teeth and swallowing it down. It hurts, better than dying. At that moment, there was a very abrupt knock on the door. "Come in." The city guard warrior pushed the door in, knelt on the ground shivering, and stammered, "Army Commander, Shu Wenjong has come to beg for an audience. Tell him to get lost." "No!" Yang Kuan roared angrily, the murderous aura on his body increasing a few points. Army Commander." The warrior climbed up in panic, yet Yang Kuan's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "Let him in." "Ha!" The warrior couldn't help but freeze. Young Gon repeated again, "Let him in. Do you hear me? Listen and understand." 5 minutes later, Shu Wenjong's voice came through the door. "Army Commander Yang, old man is here to intrude again. Come in." Shu Wenjong pushed the door and the pungent smell of blood hit his nose. He was on his feet, and the blood all over the floor was shocking. "Elder Chu, come in." Yang Kuan took the initiative to extend an invitation. Shu Wenjong looked up, took a deep breath, walked into the villa, and sat down on a side chair. "Army Commander Yang, are you in a rage over the destruction of the young army commander's gifted life bone?" Yang Kuan sniffed. "Lazy nonsense, directly open the door. I know you have a way. Say it, your purpose." Shu Wenjong was first stunned, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, Military Commander Yang is smart. Then I'll be straightforward. I want Chu Tian's talented life bone." Shu Wenjong's eyes were filled with the color of resentment, and his voice was emitting an endless killing aura. Yang Kuan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Chu Tian is now the chief of the Tianyan Academy. Didn't you see that old thing Yanhua's attitude today?" Taking a step back, "If I can dig out Chu Tian's gifted life bone, why give it to you and not leave it behind for Fenger?" The corners of Chu Wenjong's mouth rose in a transporting manner. "Army Commander Yang, have you forgotten that transplanting the gifted life bone is at the cost of your life?" Yang Kuan snorted coldly and said, "I can help you arrest Chu Tian, but I won't intervene in the matters behind." The words were not yet spoken. Shu Wenjong stood up and shouted, "Deal." Yang Kuan's face was stunned, suddenly feeling that he was being counted by this old thing. However, for the sake of his son, he could only hold his tongue for now. "Deal." At this time, Shu Wenjong took out a reddish-brown elixir from his pocket and said with a smile, "Army Commander Yang, this is the bone and blood condensing elixir. It can stabilize the major army commander's condition for 7 days. Yang Kuan narrowed his eyes, a cold aura erupting. "You're threatening me? Don't dare. I just want to account for the duration of the bone and blood condensing pill's medicinal effects, so please don't be too concerned." "Army Commander Yang," Shu Wenjong said, bending down and taking a step forward, offering the pills with both hands before straightening up. "I'll take my leave first." "Slow down." Shu Wenjong walked out of the military governor's residence and left in a car. "Ahem, Master, Grandpa, Yang Kuan, will he help us?" Shu Feng, who was on the side, coughed violently, and blood sprayed wildly along. Shu Wenjong raised his eyebrows. A flash of sulkiness appeared in his eyes, but it passed in an instant. "Yang Kuan isn't helping us. He's helping himself. Don't worry, he'll definitely make a move." "Grandpa, but Chu Tian, he's now the chief of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy. Isn't it too risky to do this?" Shu Wenjong's eyes widened violently. His face twisted, looking ferocious as he roared in a low voice, "Are you afraid?" A grim, murderous aura filled the car. For a time, Shu Feng's eyes were wide open. The suffocation of death swept through his entire body, and his mouth and nose furiously sprayed more than just blood. "Master, Grandpa, I'm not afraid." The blood made a gurgling sound in his throat. The murderous aura on Shu Wenjong's body receded like a tidal wave. "The car is back to normal." Shu Feng covered his neck, his face covered in blood, and greedily breathed in fresh air. For a moment, he really thought he was going to die. "Feng, are you alright?" Shu Wenjong asked with concern. Shu Feng looked at the kindly old man in front of him, and for a moment, he thought that he had just been an illusion. "Grandpa, I am fine. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay." Grandpa was a little too excited just now. "He didn't scare you, did he?" Shu Feng really wanted to nod his head and say, "Lao dang, I'm going to be scared to death by you." However, the words on his lips were, "Grandpa, I understand you. I'm sorry, I failed you. If I'm given another chance, I won't let you down again. Chu Wenjong touched Chu Feng's hair with a gratified face. Good. Grandpa believes in you. Get some sleep. I'll call you when you arrive home. Chu Feng nodded and closed his eyes and leaned back. Chu Wenjong twisted his head to look out of the car window. A scarlet color appeared in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose in a very weird smile. Chapter 60. You're not trying to pick me up, are you, brother? Small second floor courtyard. Crunch. Chu Tian pushed open the rusty iron door, and a scent hit his nose. The whole small courtyard was hot and fragrant. Wang Huiru tied her apron and was busy, with a happy smile on her face, completely not noticing Chu Tian standing in the doorway. Mom! Chu Tian opened his mouth and gently called out. Wang Huiru, who was frying vegetables, froze in her hands and violently turned her head to look at the door. Xiao Tian. She hurriedly threw down the spatula and walked quickly towards Chu Tian. Come on, let mommy see. Are you hurt? Wang Huiru circled around Chu Tian, her eyebrows frowning deeper and deeper as she asked with eyes full of concern. Xiao Tian, why is there so much blood on top of your clothes? Is there an injury on your body? Do you need to go to the medical center for a checkup? What's not to love about nagging in your ear? The corners of Chu Tian's mouth rose as he smiled and said, Mom, I'm not injured. The blood on top of my clothes are all from that group of ferocious beasts inside the Heavenly Abyss Rift. Really? Don't you dare lie to mommy. Really? Wang Huiru finally breathed a sigh of relief. The smile that had just disappeared reappeared. You go upstairs first to take a shower, change into clean clothes, and then come down for dinner. Yes. Chu Tian hemmed and hawed, quickly ran upstairs, looked at the groundhog hanging on the doorknob, and gently pressed it with his hand. Ah ha ha ha. The groundhog let out a squeal. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched and he hastily retracted his hand. And then he picked up the groundhog and took a closer look at it. And it turned out, really, to be a paper cutout. Mom's handiwork is simply divine. Trudy let out an exclamation and rehung the groundhog back up. The water pours down. Trudy stood under the shower and closed her eyes for a short nap. Outside the bathroom door, the night squad watch she'd tossed on the bed buzzed incessantly. Half an hour later, Chu Tian wore a pair of small pants and leisurely walked out of the bathroom, stinking at the mirror and sked. So damn handsome. Not only is it handsome, it's huge. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Chu Tian's whole body stiffened, slowly raised his head. Through the mirror. Ah! A scream rang through the dark night. I don't know how long it's been. Chu Tian was fully dressed, his eyes full of anger as he looked at the beautiful mail paper reclining on the bed. His whole brain went blank. Mo Lu, you give me down. Mo Lu flirtatiously rolled her eyes, and for a moment, Chu Tian actually felt flirtatious. Snap! He slapped himself 3 times to kill the dirty thoughts in his head. Mu Ru, I advise you to die. I'm not ing and I don't want offense with you. Chu Tian spoke very seriously. Instead, Muru took his warning directly as a joke. Cluck cluck cluck. Silver bell laughter is so magical. However, the next moment this leprechaun pulls a face with a magnetic voice. I'm a man. A pure man. Chu Tian's cheeks twitched and he took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Why are you here? Why are you inside my room? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You see how many times I called you? You didn't answer and I thought something had happened to you so I rushed over in a hurry. How was I supposed to know you were in the shower? Chu Tian was indeed touched, but reason told him not to be. So you won't knock on the door to let me know you're here? I knocked. You didn't hear me. Trudy, just be afraid the air will suddenly go quiet. The two look at each other. Ha! Chu Tian couldn't help but shiver coldly while dropping goosebumps. He hastily changed the topic. You have a mission? Mo Lu instantly became serious. His brows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, Aha! A foreign aura has appeared in the 9th Heavenly Abyss Rift. The 9th Heavenly Abyss Rift? Chu Tian's eyes flashed. Isn't that the place where I just ended the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle? That's right. Mo Lu nodded slightly, his eyes heavy. Do you still remember that group of bizarre ferocious beasts? Remember? You mean the Fae did it? Muru raised his arm and tapped furiously on top of the watch, followed by a gentle tug, directly yanking out a virtual screen. Alien number S002. Undead. Control type. Characteristics, can control the emotions of humans and ferocious beasts, causing them to go into a berserk rage, and can also silently survive in the bodies of humans or ferocious beasts. Risk factor, SS-level. After Chu Tian swept a glance at the introduction about the undead above the virtual screen, he frowned slightly and a face appeared in his mind. In Si Yen. For some reason, he always felt that In Sion was the undead. So did you find the undead? Chu Tian asked curiously. Mo Lu shook his head and said, No. When I entered the 9th Heavenly Abyss Rift, the undead aura had completely disappeared, leaving no clues behind. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes as a brilliant light appeared. You say, will it be among our group of candidates? Dang, Muro snapped his fingers. A hero's opinion. Just then, Wang Huiru's shout came from downstairs. Xiao Tian, come down for dinner. Hey, I'm coming down. After Chu Tian finished looking at Mo Lu, he said with an apologetic face, sorry, I'm going to eat. No sending. Icarus stretched and hemmed and hawed. Who says I'm leaving? However, before Chu Tian could react, Mo Lu pushed open the door of his room and went downstairs. Auntie Wang, let me help you serve the dishes. No, you sit down. Xiao Tian, what are you waiting for? Greet your classmates. The smile on Wang Huiju's face was very kind, and Chu Tian stood aside, dumbfounded. Classmate? Hammer classmate? Colleague is more like it. A hot meal and occasional laughter. It was a very cozy meal. The moonlight sprinkled in the small courtyard, reflecting dappled light and shadows, making it seem extraordinarily serene. After eating and drinking, Muru got up and left. However, before he left, he threw Chu Tian a car key. Brother, congratulations on getting a provincial scholar. This is my gift to you. Chu Tian glanced at the car keys and muttered without any good humor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're also too stingy, right? Wouldn't send me a car that's one of the 3 big moms on the road. Mo Lu said without looking back. Who are you looking down on? When Mr. Mo makes a move, it's bound to be a good one. Chu Tian skimmed his mouth and walked out of the small courtyard door with a skeptical face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Vader, Land Cruiser, or V18. Chu Tian lost his voice and exclaimed. This was simply his dream car. In the next second, he asked with a wary face, Brother Lu, you're not trying to pick me up, are you? Ink Road rolled his eyes in dismay. Koyun, let's go. Don't leave your watch. Be ready to stand by. Chu Tian stood at attention and saluted, shouting, Roger. Late at night, the night wind outside the window gently brushed, blowing the leaves rustling, insects chirping, cicadas chanting. Everything is so cozy. Chu Tian's eyes slightly closed and his consciousness moved. Kill value accumulated, 20,003. Ding. Does the host extract divine powers? Magic treasures? Trudy, smoke. Ding. 10,000 points of kill value consumed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the avatar, Dharma Heaven and Earth. Elementary. Remarks. The effect of Dharma Heaven and Earth is better when combined with the killing god form attack. Ding. 10,000 points of kill value consumed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the avatar, Rift. Remarks. Warm reminder. Rift art. Tearing the void. Traveling through space. Insufficient strength. Use with caution. Chu Tian has always been especially looking forward to Fa Tian Xian Di. This is a very powerful divine ability. I do not know after casting. Will that place follow? Hey, guys, give me a minute. Chapter 61. A movement of 3. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun pierced through the mist and poured down on the earth. Wake up early in the morning and open the window. The sun is beautiful. Chu Tian pushed open the window and took a breath of fresh air. The whole person was refreshed. At this time, he suddenly had a sense of relief after the college entrance exam. Just want to dash. Just want to indulge. Just want to play. But at that moment, the cell phone on the table vibrated out. Picked it up. It was an unfamiliar number. Hesitated for a second, but still pressed the connect button. Hello? Ni Ini. A pleasant voice with a hint of playfulness came through the cell phone receiver. Aha. Is it really a good idea to be this exciting this early in the morning? It's a not so nice feeling. Holding it in is about to explode. Darryl? What? Suruwashi let out a light laugh, then asked rhetorically, can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? That's not what I meant. It's just that when you call this early, normally it's either something or you miss me. As soon as Chu Tian's words fell, Suruwashi's slightly nonchalant voice sounded less stinky. I'm not thinking about you. Then something's wrong. Aha! A mysterious person is going to borrow the Rolling King mansion and hold an auction. Are you interested? Chu Tian raised his eyebrows. An auction organized by a mysterious person? So mysterious? Exactly. Very mysterious. Suruwashi's tone gave a beat and continued. My dad called this morning and asked me to attend. To get a long look. Moreover, he specially instructed me to ask you if you want to attend. There might be an unexpected surprise. After hearing this, Chu Tian smiled helplessly. Since you said so, then of course I'll go. When? Meet in front of the Rolling King mansion in half an hour. Okay. After Chu Tian hung up the phone, he simply cleaned up and went downstairs humming a little song. Tian, are you going out? If classmates asked me to go to an auction for a long time. Classmate? Wan Huira shot a glance at the flickering-eyed Chu Tian with a wry smile. It wouldn't be that little girl called Suruwashi, would it? Almost out of instinct, Chu Tian asked. Mom, how do you know? Little Tian, do you still remember the words you said during the proposed battle at the Heavenly Abyss? She shouldn't have fallen in love with me. Trudy's eyes snapped open and her face flushed red. Mom, did you plant a bug on me? You child. What nonsense. Your words were broadcast live. The entire people of Jiangcheng heard it. Chu Tianrun was numb. Originally I was the biggest presentable bag. That Su Ruwashi girl is good looking, and I can see that you're not bad for you, so if you guys can really be together, Mom will support you. After Wang Huiru finished speaking, she suddenly turned around and ran into the room. Not long after, she walked out with a bank card. There's $200,000 in this card. It's not a lot of money, but when you're with a girl, don't let them spend it. Mom, Trudy couldn't help but feel a rush of headache. We're just normal friends. We haven't gotten that far yet. At this moment, his explanation paled in comparison. Wang Huira forced the bank card into his pocket and said with a smile, "Go on. Don't forget to tell me in advance if you don't come back to stay at night." The corners of Chu Tian's mouth twitched frequently as he fled. Boom! With a ferocious beastly growl, Darth Vader catapulted off. A powerful pushback that gets the adrenaline pumping. Inside the car, there were incense tablets, sunglasses, and fortune cats that Maru had prepared for him. And when he opened the armrest box, there were a box of Gambin 001 with ultra-thin threaded ice and fire. Isn't that ing redundant? 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Rolling King building, automatic sensor doors opened to both sides. Chu Tian had just taken a step in when a familiar and excited voice rang out. "Mr. Chu." Chu Tian sniffed and looked. Guo Yuron walked quickly with her long legs wrapped in sea silk, her two big thunders trembling up and down. Really eye-catching. I wonder how spectacular the scene will be when she jumps on the rocking sun. However, after Guo Yuron felt Chu Tian's hot gaze, her charming little face was covered in redness and she took a step forward without leaving any traces. Cough cough cough. After Chu Tian was recognized, he hurriedly coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Guo Yuron was still firm, her lips slightly opened. "Mr. Chu, congratulations on winning the top prize and the provincial scholar." "Thanks. I'm also a bit lucky." Chu Tian was in a rare moment of modesty. Guo Yuron laughed and said, "Mr. Chu is a real name. You came to Rolling King today. You didn't come to take over the mission again, did you?" Chu Tian nodded slightly and was about to speak. Ni. Suddenly, a pleasant and gentle voice rang out, only to see. Su Ruwashi combed her pale hair and walked quickly. Chu Tian's eyes lit up and his heart thumped. Guo Yuron, who had been observing his changes from the sidelines, retreated glumly. 3 people are happy in sport, but 3 people are unhappy in love. Su Ruwashi blinked her watery eyes and spread a smile. "Let's go. Follow me upstairs." "Wait, what's wrong? I want to trade this martial art for money." As Chu Tian said that, he took out a blue leather martial skill from his bosom. It was the champion's reward given by the Heavenly Abyss Army, the 6th Order Fist Technique. After he practiced last night, he realized that this fist technique didn't have much of an increase in his strength, and it seemed very chickenish. So, he intends to convert it into money. Simple and practical. Guo Yuron stepped forward to receive the martial skill. "Duke Chu, leave it to me." "Trouble. It's no trouble. It's my honor to help Sir Chu." Guo Yuron was smiling in dainty. Su Ruwashi's eyebrows raised, and a trace of color flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. She gently pulled Chu Tian's sleeve and said softly, "Brother Tian, let's quickly go up. The auction is about to start." Chu Tian nodded and said to Guo Yuron, "Then I'll trouble you. I'll look for you after the auction." Guo Yuron smiled faintly and watched the two leave, and in the next second, the expression on her face was somewhat complicated. The Golden Girls are a match made in heaven. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi took the elevator to the 87th floor of the Rolling King mansion. The place had been set up as a luxurious auction venue, with crystal chandeliers emitting a soft glow and expensive artwork hanging on the surrounding walls. The whole venue looks extraordinarily high-end. A number of people had already gathered in the venue, all well-dressed and imposing. Chu Tian swept over with a glance. Other than the Jiang city's native powerhouses, there were also some unfamiliar faces with strong auras. What exactly was being auctioned that could actually attract so many people to attend? Chu Tian was getting more and more curious. "Darryl, do you really not know what's being auctioned?" "I really don't know." Su Ruwashi shook her head. Her tone was helpless. The two casually found 2 empty seats and sat down, waiting quietly for the auction to begin. Meanwhile, inside the military governor's residence, "Dad, is my life ruined?" Yang Peek's voice trembled, his face filled with unwillingness and fear. Yang Koan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Fonger, don't worry, I'll be able to help you repair your gifted life bone. Even if I don't have to use that old dog Chuanzhong, I've got a solution." "Dad, really? Really?" Yang Peek was flushed with excitement, his chest rose and fell violently, blood penetrating the gauze, and he hurriedly asked, What method?" Chapter 62. Lick the plate and make him happy. "I just received word that the Rolling King Mansion will be hosting an auction. And one of the items up for auction is a gong method that can be cultivated to great completion, allowing one to become a saint in the flesh. This technique is for those who have a low grade of gifted fate bone, or those who don't have a gifted fate bone. Yang Kuan finished his sentence. Yang Pictang a moment, sat up, not caring about the bleeding chest. A hand grabbed Yang Kuan's hand, full of excitement, said, "Dad, I want it." Yang Kuan heavily patted Yang Peek's shoulder, with a face of conviction. "Don't worry, this gongfu, I'm determined to get it. Whoever snatches it with me, I'll kill whoever's whole family. You stay at home in peace and wait for me to get the gongfu back for you." Yang Peek nodded vigorously. "Good." Yang Gon walks out of the hospital room. At this time, Yang Peek reclined under the assistance of a small nurse on the side. However, just as the little nurse was about to straighten up, she was grabbed dead center by Yang Peek, and ordered without question, "I'm on fire, let off some fire for me." Major, how could the little nurse dare to retort half a sentence, and hurriedly lifted the covers and buried her head in her hands. Yang Peek closed his eyes, a face of enjoyment, maybe feeling not too much, patted the little nurse, "Sat on my face to come." It's a little known pet peeve of his, lick the plate and make him happy. In the Chu family villa in the east of the city, Xu Wenjong looked at the invitation in his hand, his brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. An auction? Why would the Roll King make an auction with a big invitation for a good cause? Dum 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 dum. Come in. Xu Shan walked into the room and bent down to salute. "Father." The people below saw Yang Kuan take a car and go to the Rolling King mansion. City Lord Qin also went there, and there are people from other clans who are on their way there as well. When Xu Wenjong heard this, his frown deepened, rubbing his temples, his eyes full of confusion. Xu Sheng stood quietly at the side, not even daring to breathe, for fear of interrupting Xu Wenjong's thoughts. Time passes by. Ryoko. Xu Wenjong's straightened eyes streamed with refined light. "Prepare a car. Go to the Rolling King mansion." "Yes, father." Trunks stooped and retreated. At this moment, the Rolling King mansion was overcrowded. The Sharp realm was everywhere. The Imperial realm was everywhere. And even the Yao realm powerhouses had no less than 5 people. The Yu realm was invariably in existence at the level of a first-class lineage's oldest ancestor. Rare and powerful. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi were probably the two with the lowest seniority and weakest strength at the venue. Even the waiter who serves tea and drinks is in the Pan realm. "Daryl, is it really okay for the two of us to be here on this occasion?" Chu Tian looked around and doubled his heart. However, Su Ruwashi's face was calm, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. "Why is it bad? It's just an auction. What's more, I'm the sole heir to the Rolling King's mission, and you're the top scholar of the Heavenly Abyss proposed battle province, with more spirit pearls on you than a first-class lineage." Chu Tian sniffed, and on second thought, it made sense. Although, I don't have a background, how am I not my own? Suddenly, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes. A murderous aura filled his eyes. He saw Yang Kuan and Xu Wenjong appearing at the entrance of the venue at the same time, the two of them exchanging words, not knowing what kind of collusion they were having again. "Do you need me to have someone blow the two of them out?" Su Ruwashi said in a very domineering manner. Chu Tian's face was stunned and he shook his head slightly. "No need. Let's take a look first." Those who had received invitations from the King of Rolls arrived one by one, and the doors to the venue slowly closed. Just then, the bright and spacious auction venue fell into darkness. For a while, there were shrieks of horror. Chu Tian looked around and reached out, but this lasted only 10 seconds before the venue once again returned to light. A man appeared out of nowhere on the originally empty stage, dressed in a black suit, holding a walking stick in his hand and wearing a clown mask on his face, looking very creepy. "Welcome to my Sachs auction house. It's a pleasure to meet you all here." The clown finished and bowed deeply. However, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at the clown on the stage with eyes full of shock, and a hint of fear gradually surfaced on some people's faces. Sark? He's actually Sark. Damn, is King Roll trying to get me killed? Why did you send me an invitation? It's hard to imagine that one day I'll be sharing a room with Sark. As Chu Tian listened to the surrounding murmurs, a flash of incomprehension surfaced in his eyes. "Sark? Is this person famous?" Su Ruwashi nodded, her eyes a bit gloomy. "Can't describe him as very famous. To be more exact, he's ferociously famous. He also has a nickname, Demon Clown." Chu Tian immediately stared with wide eyes, with a look of living hell. He didn't know who Sark was, but he knew the infamous clown's name. Killing without blood, eating without spitting. Demon clowns. "I know you all don't have a good impression of me, but this time, I come with sincerity to make friends with you all, and thank you to King of the Rolls Quest for providing a stage for me. I love it." Sark finished, owing slightly an apology. The crowd on the stage was on pins and needles. All comers are guests. It was City Lord Qin Xijing who opened his mouth to break the dead silence as he said in a loud voice, "Sark, I wonder what you want to auction." Grab it. City Lord Qin is painfully honest. Well then, let's get straight to the point. The first piece, a fifth-order weapon, the Dragon Slayer sword. As Sark's words fall, two men, also dressed in black suits with clown faces, walk onto the main stage carrying a large knife together. The long knife was pitch black, with a wide and thick body, and the blade was glowing with a cold, chilling aura. The hilt of the blade was entwined with a lifelike dragon tattoo, and there were two blood-red gemstones set at the location of the dragon's eyes, exuding a hostile aura. The back of the blade was engraved with ancient runes, vaguely releasing a palpitating pressure. Sark gently stroked the blade. His voice was low and full of temptation. This Dragon Slayer knife, legend has it that it has killed a real dragon. There is a dragon's soul sealed in the body of the knife, and the holder can utilize the power of the dragon's soul to be infinitely powerful. Starting bid 10 million dasha coins, or 10 spirit beads. Words. The venue was in an uproar. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on that Dragon Slayer sword, with shock and desire in their eyes. A fifth-ranked weapon was enough to be considered a treasure of the town and a first-rate family in Jiangcheng. No one expected Sark to open with a fish fry. What a big deal. Even Shu Tian was deeply attracted by the aura of this Dragon Slayer sword. If he also used a sword, he would definitely take it down. $10 million. A loud voice rang out, breaking the dead silence of the venue. The crowd sniffed and looked. It was the military commander Yang Kuan. I'm afraid the reason he auctioned off the knife was for peak Yang. $10 million a time. 10 million 2 times. 10 million 3 times. Sark waved his hand and said aloud, "Deal. Congratulations to Army Commander Yang." Yang Kuan nodded expressionlessly as he managed to take the Dragon Slayer's knife by virtue of his military commander's majesty. A wry smile surfaced on Sark's face hidden under the clown mask. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The following treasure. Everyone should keep their eyes peeled and watch it carefully. I dare say it hasn't appeared in any of the auctions. These words successfully drove the atmosphere of the scene and filled everyone with anticipation. Sark cleared his throat and bellowed, "Please welcome the second gem. To the stage." Chapter 63 Kirin Kidney, Kirin Arm. Roar. A sudden hiss resounded through the venue. Deafening. Two clown-masked men reappear, carrying a cage covered in runes onto the stage. In the cage was a massive beast, covered in dark red scales, the edges of the scales glistening with a metallic luster. Its head resembled a cow, yet it bore a pair of short horns, the tips of which flashed with an eerie purple light, containing a powerful force. The most striking thing was its eyes, with pupils of a deep golden color, not bloody and brutal, but more majestic. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and the cage made a dull vibrating sound with each step. The tail, on the other hand, resembles a long whip, and the end bears a flaming mane that sways gently as it breathes. The first time Chu Tian saw this ferocious beast, the one word that popped up in his mind was, Qilin. However, this Qilin's bloodline was not pure, but the pressure from the ancient times was still palpitating. Its breath sounded like thunder, and each exhalation sent a wave of heat inside the cage, shivering even as the air shuddered. Its appearance instantly plunged the entire venue into a dead silence as everyone held their breath and stared intently at the ferocious beast. Sark's voice rang out at the right time with a hint of teasing and smugness. "Everyone, this is a griffin, and even though its bloodline isn't pure, it still inherited some of the griffin's power. Now it's still a cub. It can be completely domesticated, and in the future, if there is a chance for the bloodline to return to its ancestor, it might be possible. This is definitely a very meaningful investment. This Qilin, starting price 30 million dasha coins and 30 spirit pearls. 3, 2, 1. Start bidding." A murmur of discussion rang out from the originally quiet venue. For this unicorn, the vast majority of people wanted to own it. The bloodline is impure, though, and there is a great deal of difficulty in domesticating it. But the unicorn is full of treasures. Even killing it and drinking its blood is a great tonic. If you were harder on yourself, you'd get the right unicorn kidneys and unicorn arms. That dear aspect. Who else? Directly the world is invincible. A trace of surprise flashed through Chu Tian's eyes. He did not expect that such a rare ferocious beast would appear in this auction. He turned his head to look at Su Ruoshi and realized that her eyes were equally filled with shock. "This Qilin, I'm afraid it will cause everyone to raise the price like crazy," Su Ruoshi whispered. Chu Tian nodded, his gaze once again going to the Qilin in the cage. The ferocious beast seemed to have sensed the gazes of the crowd and violently raised its head, letting out an earth-shattering roar. At that moment, the runic branding on the surface of the iron cage shone brightly. There was a muffled thud. The Qilin was directly suppressed by a terrifying force and slumped to the ground, roaring out in a low voice, 30 spirit beads, bidding begins. The crowd twisted their heads to look. It was a gorgeously robed teenager with an imposing aura, exuding an extremely violent aura fluctuation all over his body. The young man sat beside City Lord Qin Xizhen, his face full of pride. Its status is evident. This young man is the son of the Qin City Lord's family? No, I've seen the young city lord before, and the age doesn't match. How old is the young city lord? I remember. He's the third son of the royal family Shen clan, Shen Fei. No wonder you can sit beside the city lord. The Shen family's young generation has been full of talent in these years, and the third son Shen Fei is an S-ranked gifted lifebone, the winner of the Fengtian city's Tian Yuan proposed battle. What's the use of that? The provincial scholar is in our Jiangchang. Sark's voice rang out over the murmurs around him. 30 spirit beads at a time. 30 spirit pearls. 40. A calm voice rang out and managed to attract everyone's attention. Trudy, Chu Wenzhong and Yang Kuan spoke in unison, but soon a grim smile appeared on the duo's faces, only to hear Chu Wenzhong let out a cold laugh and chided. Chu Tian, you thing that doesn't know how to die, bidding against the third prince. Don't you want to die? Old thing, blocking my way, don't you want to die? Suddenly, Sark on the stage spoke grimly. After the words were spoken, a monstrous blood aura exploded, enveloping Chu Wenzhong. Tut! Chu Wenzhong stifled a grunt as the suffocation of death swept through his body, but he also wanted to save face in front of all eyes, and immediately roared. Sark, what do you mean? It's none of your business for me to teach a lesson to an unknowing junior in my family? When did I get in your way? Sack snorted, his eyes full of disdain. I couldn't care less if you want to be the Shen family's dog, but if you dare to talk nonsense again in this auction, I'll kill your entire family. Sark's voice was cold and piercing, each word carrying endless killing intent. The eyes under the clown's mask flashed with a scarlet glow, like the gaze of a demon. As his words fell, the blood aura once again skyrocketed, as if it had turned into substance, emitting a pungent bloody odor that instantly enveloped the entire venue. The temperature in the venue plummeted, and everyone felt the suffocation of death. As for Chu Wenzhong, he was even more furious. His face flushed red, his body trembled involuntarily, and a fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead, as if an invisible hand had strangled his throat, preventing him from breathing. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, but more than that, it was resentment and anger. When had the head of the Chu family ever been humiliated like this? But in the face of Sark, Chu Wenzhong really didn't even dare to say a word of rebuttal. The demonic clown, who killed like a man, was cruel to the extreme, and if he were to be truly enraged, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this in mind, Chu Wenzhong gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and shut his mouth. Sack snorted coldly and looked up at Chu Tian in the corner, his eyes full of smiles. Little brother, just don't worry about raising the price. I'll protect you in this auction. Pa 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 pa. Before Chu Tian could open his mouth to speak, a burst of applause rang out. Immediately afterward, Shen Fei laughed out loud. Worthy of being a demonic clown, killing your entire family at the drop of a hat. You're really lawless. Sack heatedly smiled. Third Duke, I'm a reckless person. I don't know what is the law and what is heaven. I only know that whoever stands in the way of my fortune is my enemy. The highest bidder wins. That's my rule, and I ask for the cooperation of the third Duke. Of course I will cooperate. After Shen Fei finished speaking, he similarly turned back to look at Chu Tian, who was sitting in the corner, and he narrowed his eyes as a cold aura erupted. Chu Tian, right. First you stole my provincial scholar. Now you're here to compete with me for this Qilin. What? You think I, Shen Fei, am easy to bully? Chu Tian sniffed and scoffed. The provincial scholar is something I took by merit, and this Qilin, the highest bidder gets it. Well. Shen Fei laughed back in anger. I'd like to see what segment you are at. Daring to fight me? 45. It was the image Sark wanted most. 45 spirit beads at a time. 45 spirit beads twice. 60. Chu Tian's words had just fallen, immediately causing the scene to fall into a deathly silence. At that moment, an ominous premonition rose in Chu Wenzhong's heart, and he fiercely stood up, loudly questioning, Chu Tian, where did you get so many spirit beads? Only to see, Chu Tian said with an innocent face, aren't we a family? Chapter 64 Installment Payments. Aren't we family? I'm going to your grandpa's family. Chu Wenzhong's face flushed red as he hurriedly brushed off his relationship with Chu Tian to Sack. He doesn't have a dime's worth of relationship with my Chu family. 60 spirit beads was already close to 1/10 of the Chu family's family fortune. Chu Wenzhong had worked hard for his entire life and had only saved a few hundred. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. Chu Tian snorted and did not pay any attention. However, Shen Fei frowned slightly. 60 spirit beads was not a small amount. Even if he took it out it would hurt. And, the family side has to apply in advance. When he thought about this, Shen Fei looked at Chu Tian in the corner without leaving any trace, and immediately harboring a fire in his heart, he waved his big hand. 65 pieces. Sark's eyes under his clown mask were full of laughter. 65A. 100. Asterisk. And I don't know who it was, but it was a straight-up nationalist. Everyone looked incredulously at Chu Tian, who directly increased the price by 100 spirit beads. For a moment, their heads all short-circuited. Does this guy have a grudge against Spirit Pearl? What a family! So profligate. He can't be ATO. At this moment, even Sak on the stage did not expect Chu Tian to top the bidding directly to 100 spirit beads, completely exceeding the budget. While he was ecstatic in his heart, he was somewhat skeptical. Little brother, are you sure it's 100 spirit beads? The corners of Chu Tian's mouth rose as he smiled confidently. Don't worry, it's only 100 spirit beads. I can take them out. Not to mention, my grandfather is here. What are you afraid of? Chu Wenjong, who was watching the joke, once again changed his face drastically, flushed red, and roared, "Asshole, I'll say it for the last time. You've already been kicked out of the family by me. You don't have half a penny to do with the Chu family. Shut up, old thing. Don't blame me for being impolite if you dare to yell at my most honored guest again." Sark snorted coldly and released his blood chi again, successfully making Chu Wenjong shut his mouth. And then, he turned his head to look at Shin Fei and asked with a smile, "Third prince, what do you say? Still adding? More?" Shin Fei's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth. "I'm still adding a ing hammer 100 spirit pearls I'm not enough even if I sell my kidney." Sark also did not have any nonsense to directly drop the hammer and shouted, "Sold! Congratulations to this little brother, successfully auctioning at Qilin Head." Next comes the part that everyone cares about, paying with one hand and delivering with the other. Sark himself picked up the cage and headed toward Trudy. The crowd's eyes followed Sark's footsteps in the same frequency. 2 minutes later, Sark walked over to stand in front of Chu Tian, at which point the people sitting around here got up and stepped aside. Sark lowered the cage slowly, and the ground shook with the sound of a thud. "Little brother, this black Qilin is yours." Chu Tian had a cloudy smile on his face, and the moment he raised his arm, a dense aura exploded, enveloping the entire venue. The entire 100 spirit beads were just held in Chu Tian's palm. The scene was plunged into a deathly silence. Chu Wenjong's eyes flashed as he hurriedly checked the spirit beads inside his storage ring. As it turned out, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after realizing none were missing. So here's the question. Chu Tian, how did you get so many spirit beads? Where did you get them? Chu Wenjong let out an explosive cry, looking extremely angry. Chu Tian sneered and said, "It's got nothing to do with you, Lao Dang." At the same time, with a wave of his hand, Sark pocketed as many spirit beads as he could. "Have fun working together. Have fun working together." Chu Wenjong saw the situation. His face was gloomy to the extreme. His back teeth biting crunch 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 crunch. "Loser, 100 spirit beads, you buy a beast. I ask you, do you still have spirit beads on your body? Bring it to me." Chu Tian opened his mouth and smiled very brightly. "Give it to you? Sorry, you're not as good as this beast. When I domesticate this black Qilin, I'll bite you to death then, asshole." "You." Chu Wenjong was really angry, not light. Brain melon buzzing, cannot stop shivering up. However, before he could calm down and return to the stage, the moody Sark said aloud, "The third treasure, the 9 turns golden body decree. A technique that even if you don't have a gifted life bone, but cultivate it to its great completion, you can still become a saint in flesh. The grade of the 9 turns golden body determination is unknown. When it comes to strength, it's strong. Starting price, 50 million dasha coins, 50 spirit beads." The words were not yet spoken. Yang Koan directly opened his mouth to raise the price. 100 million dasha coins, 100 million at a time, 100 million twice. Just when everyone thought that Yang Koan would successfully take the second auction item based on his status as an army commander, a hoarse voice rang out, 200 spirit beads. The venue was in an uproar as the crowd sniffed and looked, their gazes all falling on an old man in the last row dressed in rough linen clothes. He wore a certain straw hat that covered his entire face and made it impossible to see his appearance. The scene was silent. Everyone looked at the old man with eyes full of shock. They were shocked not only by the sky-high price of 200 spirit beads, but also by the courage of the old man who did not put the status of Yang Koan's military commander in his eyes. Yang Koan's face was expressionless as he began to raise the price again. 300 million, 400 spirit beads, 500 million, 600 spirit beads, 700 million, 800 spirit beads. At this point in the venue, the only thing left was the sound of being Yang Koan and the old man's bidding against each other. 800 spirit beads was definitely a heavenly price amongst heavenly prices. Both of them were determined to obtain this 9 turns golden body decree. We'll see who gets the last laugh next. Chu Tian didn't care about this at all. Right now he only wanted to domesticate this black Qilin and turn it into his beast pet. One man and one beast looked at each other. Ho 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 ho. The black Qilin's golden pupils revealed that the hostility was too heavy and very oppressive. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows, raised his hand to slap him, and whispered, "What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll eat you up." The black Qilin seemed to be able to understand human speech, violently opened its bloody mouth, and exhaled a bloody breath from its mouth, which came to the face. How can I domesticate it? Chu Tian scratched his head and muttered in a small voice. However, just at that moment, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The system can help the host to control the beasts. When Chu Tian heard this, his face was ecstatic. How are you going to help me? Ding! The host can consume the kill value. Chu Tian, how much kill value is needed? 50,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why don't you go grab it? Chu Tian let out a shocking cry, immediately breaking the dead silence in the venue. The crowd craned their heads in unison. Sark frowned and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by that? I didn't rob them. They took the initiative to raise the price." Chu Tian hurriedly explained. "Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I wasn't talking about you." Sark laughed and didn't continue to say anything more. Chu Tian sighed in relief and gritted his teeth. 50,000 kill value? Why don't you go and rob it? What's more, where am I going to get you 50,000 kill values right now? Ding! The host can choose to pay in installments. Is it Imperial? Chapter 65 War Soul Robe. Chu Tian frowned and fell into contemplation. How could he not expect that he had traveled across the world and still encountered such a thing as early consumption? Are you going to fix it? Hole! Ding! Signed the beast pet. As the system's beep ended, a slightly childish voice appeared in Chu Tian's mind. Master! Chu Tian's face was first stunned. Then he violently raised his head to look at the black Qilin in the cage, who was staring at him with wide eyes, the hostility in his eyes disappearing. It's you talking? Chu Tian asked incredulously, only to see that the black Qilin nodded, and its childish voice sounded once again. It's my master. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth straightened and he couldn't help but sigh. Spending money is good. Other people have money that can make the devil grind, and I'm awesome. I have the kill value that can make the Qilin recognize its owner and talk. The black Qilin was lying at Chu Tian's feet through the cage, looking meek as a cat. When Su Ruwashi saw this scene, her beautiful eyes glared round, her mouth slightly opened and she exhaled. Brother Tian, you tamed this Qilin? Aha! Chu Tian nodded his head slightly, and the expression on his face was like saying, don't be alarmed by the base. Su Ruwashi's pupils contracted, her heart set off shocking waves. This black Qilin was a 3 peak rank, coupled with the Qilin bloodline. Its strength was comparable to that of a sharp realm martial artist. How the hell did he do that? Dang! Deal! That's when the stage was hammered home by Sak. Congratulations to Army Commander Yang for winning another supreme treasure. The final price was $1 billion Dasha dollars. It has already set a new record for the auction in the Great Summerland. Army Chief Yang threw away $1 billion for his beloved son. A father's love is like gold. The venue, led by Thacker, thundered with applause. However, Yang Kuan turned back with a grimace to look at the hemp-clothed old man in the last row, and the latter might have sensed Yang Kuan's gaze. The old man slowly raised his head, and the face under the straw hat gradually appeared within everyone's sight. When the crowd saw the old man's true face, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The old man's face was wrinkled like the bark of a withered tree, and his skin was so pale that it was almost transparent, without a trace of blood. His eyes were deep-set and cloudy, as if they were covered in a gray mist that gave off an eerie light. The most chilling thing was the corners of his mouth, which were slightly upturned in a wry smile. The air in the meeting hall froze. Someone held their breath. Someone subconsciously stepped back. Some people even dropped the cups in their hands to the ground with a crisp shattering sound. Everyone's gazes were dead set on that face, as if they were gripped by an invisible force in their throats, and even breathing became difficult. Fear spread like the plague. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Only the sound of the heartbeat in the ears bang bang bang. He's Jade, the jade-faced old ghost. It's over. Finished. It's finished. The jade-faced old ghost seemed to have glanced at me just now. How could the jade-faced old ghost have appeared here? Army Commander Yang is also confused. Once again, amidst the rising and falling murmurs, the crowd coincidentally looked at Yang Kuan in the first row, just as the man had just said. At this moment, Yang Kuan was indeed in a daze. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes flashed with a color of gravity, even mixed with a trace of scorn. How come it's this guy? GGG. Suddenly, a hoarse, piercing laugh rang out, like rusty razor blades scraping across glass, piercing one's eardrums. The laughter of the jade-faced old ghost echoed within the venue, and an invisible force permeated the room, causing everyone's heartbeat to follow suit and cold sweat to slide down their spines. Army Commander Yang, you are indeed rich and generous. I am convinced that I have lost. The jade-faced old ghost slowly stood up, and the face under the straw hat looked even more eerie in the dim light. Yang Kuan's face instantly turned iron blue, his fists clenched and his knuckles white. He forced down the scorn in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Jade-faced old devil, what are you doing here? This is not the place for you to come." Army Commander Yang, where the old man I should go and where I shouldn't go. I don't need you to tell me, much less tell me what to do. Yang Koan had been publicly slapped in the face for 2 days in a row, and as the commander of the Zhongqing city guards, the anger in his heart had long reached a critical point. The words of the jade-faced old ghost were the last straw that broke the tipping point. Yang Koan rose up boldly, the murderous aura in his eyes turning into substance as he roared, "Jade-faced old devil, have you forgotten that this is Zhongchang? So what?" After the jade-faced old ghost finished speaking, he took one step, and the entire Rolling King mansion trembled with him, as berserk auras gushed out. Yang Kuan's heart was shaken, and he hurriedly ran his aura to counteract it. However, just as the swords were drawn, the door of the meeting place opened wide and the stout Yen Luo walked in with a dragon's stride. "Stop!" Yen Luo let out an explosive cry as his aura raged. Yang Kuan and the jade-faced old ghost were simultaneously flabbergasted under this terrifying aura, and a flash of shock appeared in their eyes. Yen Luo droned in a deep voice, "Both of you, here in the Rolling King mansion, no matter what grudges you have, please still go out and settle them. King of Yen really lives up to his name. The old man admires him." After the jade-faced old ghost finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed his straw hat downward. Then he turned his head to look at Yang Kuan. He smiled eerily. "Yang Kuan, keep the 9 turns of the golden body decree well." After the words, he directly turned around and left. Dead silence once again returned to the venue. Yen Luo's majestic gaze looked around, his voice like muffled thunder. "Sark, the boss told me to tell you, give you a mouthful of food and you smash your own bowl." Sark sniffed. The pupils under the clown mask suddenly contracted, clasped his hands and owed a salute. "Please ask Mr. Yen to convey to His Excellency that I cherish this meal." At this moment, the strength of the Rolling King mission boss was once again materialized. To be able to make the demon clown so scornful and fearful, his identity could be imagined. Yen Luo turned around. His gaze inadvertently swept over the faces of Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi in the corner. He nodded his head in greeting before leaving the venue in large strides. Sark straightened his back and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. His voice became a little low. "Next, we have the last treasure." The words fell. Sark dropped to one knee and held his hands flat on his chest, his eyes filled with awe, as if in prayer. Buzzing. Suddenly, the void trembled, sending up layers of ripples that spread in all directions with ripples visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterward, the ripples in the void gradually coalesced, as if an invisible force had torn a crack in the air. With a low humming sound, a long black robe slowly emerged from the void and hovered above Sark. This robe was pitch black, with dark golden lines faintly flowing on its surface, like ancient runes pulsating. The robes were windless and fluttered gently, and each swing seemed to carry the majestic momentum of 1,000 armies. The air in the venue instantly became heavy and was pressurized by an invisible force. Everyone's eyes were attracted to this robe. It was not just a piece of clothing, it was more like a lofty mountain, a vast battlefield. This is, someone murmured in a low voice, with a shock in his voice that was hard to hide. Battle Soul Robe. Chapter 66. Who's the one with the destiny? Battle Soul Robe. Sark's voice was low and solemn. Legend has it that this robe was coalesced from the thousands of souls of the ancient battlefield, and that wearing it, one would gain mystical power. With Sark's introduction, the dark golden lines on the robe suddenly lit up, as if the shadows of countless warriors were floating around the robe. They were armed with spears, clad in armor, their eyes were like torches, and their aura was like a rainbow. Astonishing. The crowd in the venue held their breath and their hearts raced. However, Chu Tian was different from the others whose eyes were filled with fervor. His brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with incomprehension. For some reason, he felt a sense of déjà vu at the first sight of this Battle Soul Robe, a feeling of blood connection. Sark held up the Battle Soul Robe with both hands and slowly spoke. "This treasure is a bit special, and will not be passed on by way of bidding, but rather by a matter of fate." When this was said, there was a lot of talk at the scene. Karma? Even in the world of high martial arts, the word fate is still very mysterious. Sark cleared his throat and increased his voice. "Quiet. All the people on the spot who participate in the bidding will have a chance to obtain this Battle Soul Robe. Everyone come to me? Whoever can take this Battle Soul Robe, then it belongs to whoever can take it." As soon as the words fell, Shen Fei, who was in the first row, spoke up and asked, "You can run your aura and take it away by force?" Sark nodded slightly. "Yes, you can do whatever you have to do. Use whatever you have to do. If you can take it, it's yours." After hearing the rules that weren't rules, the expressions on the faces of the people were wonderful, all of them rubbing their fists and jumping up and down, with Sark shouting, "Begin!" Zhongcheng City Lord Qin Xijing was the first to go up to the stage and marched in front of the battle spirit robe. His eyes were like torches, and as he took one step, the entire venue seemed to be shaken. His aura surged crazily around him with a majestic aura. "Drink!" Qin Xijing let out a low gulp and his hands violently probed out, heading straight for the Battle Soul Robe. His power was so terrifying that even the air was torn apart. making a snorting sound. However, the next scene almost made people's jaws drop. Qin Shijing grabbed the robe as his aura raged and his power soared, but the black robe that Sark held in his palm didn't move. The dark golden lines flickered slightly. Unbelieving, Qin Shijing tried again by frantically running his aura. As a result, the battle soul robe was still motionless and unresponsive. How is this possible? The crowd in the venue all sucked in a breath of cool air as they looked at the sweating Qin Shijing and the motionless battle soul robe. Qin Shijing's strength was unquestionable in Jiangchang. Even he couldn't shake the battle soul robe in the slightest. The terror of this robe could be imagined. Even City Lord Qin can't hold it. How much does this battle spirit robe weigh? It's not the weight, it's the fact that this robe seems to have a spirit of its own. And it is in denial. Spiritual intelligence? Looks like it's really up to fate. Like Sark said. Amidst the surrounding murmurs, Qin Shijing finally withdrew his hand helplessly. Worthy of a battle soul robe. Interesting, it seems that I'm not its destiny. Qin Shijing's words were filled with reluctance, but he could only regretfully withdraw. I'll try. At this time, Shen Fei, who was sitting in the first row, walked to the front of the battle soul robe. The light in his eyes flowed, and his chest was glowing red as his S-grade talent fate bone was functioning. He wanted to borrow his S-ranked gifted life bone to be the one with the destiny. As a result, Shen Fei raised his hand, and before he could touch the battle soul robe, he was bounced off by an irresistible force, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out as the qi and blood in his body surged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Shen Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while cursing and retreating from the stage. When the crowd saw this, their pupils contracted and their hearts were scared, but faced with the temptation of the battle soul robe, they still chose to give it a try, in case they were the one destined to be the chosen one. But while the idea is rich, the reality is revealing. Half an hour had passed, and still no one had managed to pick up the battle spirit robe. Now there were only 4 people left who hadn't tried on stage: Yang Koan, Xu Wenzhong, and Su Ruoshi and Chu Tian in the corner. Everyone's eyes ran over the 4. At this time, Xu Wenzhong took the lead in breaking the silence and said with a leathery smile, "Army Commander Yang, after you." "Good, I'll give it a try then." Yang Koan finished, stood up, and walked onto the stage. The murmur from the stage again? If even Army Commander Yang can't make it, then I'm afraid this battle spirit robe will be put up for auction. Army Commander Yang is the one who looks the most like a karmic person on the scene, both in terms of his identity and strength. Go Army Chief Yang. Phew. Yang Koan protruded a mouthful of turbid air, drilling into the tiger's eyes. The aura in his body exploded. A killing aura instantly shrouded the battle spirit robe. Rise for me. Yang Koan let out a growl and lightning-like probed out his palm to grab the battle soul robe. Look! Army Commander Yang successfully touched the battle spirit robe. A shriek came from the crowd. Is it really going to work? Some people are so nervous that they gag and their mouths go dry. Up! Yang Koan let out another bellow. Buzz! The runes on the surface of the war soul robe glowed greatly. Yang Koan was flushed with excitement and said with wild eyes, "I succeeded." Bang! Accompanied by a sudden dull sound, Yungon took off in place and slammed hard into the ground. Put! Blood spurted wildly. He was the one closest to succeeding, but also the one who was hurt the most. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Yang Koan struggled to stand up, his face filled with unwillingness as he stared deathly at the battle soul robe. "I'll try again." "Whatever." Sark reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Yang Koan ran his aura, adjusted his state, and once again walked onto the stage with firm steps. This time, instead of being as reckless as he was the first time and directly running his aura to grab the battle spirit robe, he first released his aura that was uniquely belonging to a soldier. The light on the surface of the battle spirit robe was actually really gradually converging. The crowd tensed up when they saw this scene. Yang Koan was even more excited to the point of trembling slightly, and in his heart he said, "It really works." With that in mind, he began to raise his hand, and little by little, he reached his hand towards the battle spirit robe, getting closer, more and more. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the entire venue trembled. Yang Koan's body was like being struck by a huge invisible force and instantly flew backwards. His figure disappeared from the sight of the crowd, leaving only a huge hole filled with dust and debris. There was a dead silence in the meeting hall, and everyone's expressions were frozen in place. "Where's Army Commander Yang?" Cough cough cough. There was a violent coughing fit from the 86th floor. The crowd craned their necks to look down, only to see that Yang Koan was lying on the ground, spitting out blood furiously in large mouthfuls. Sack stood in the center of the stage, that trademark clownish grin still on his face, not surprised by any of this. He gently clapped his hands and said in a relaxed tone, "It seems that Army Commander Yang isn't the one with the destiny either." The crowd was even more shocked when they heard these words. Even Yang Koan didn't make it. Who else can take this battle spirit robe? Elder Chu, aren't you coming up to try? Sark actually took the initiative to extend an invitation to Chu Wenjong. Chapter 67 The Kirin Protector. I won't take that risk at my old age. Chu Wenjong smiled and waved his hand in rejection. Then his words turned and he looked back to Chu Tian in the corner. A touch of sinister flashed in his eyes. Chu Tian, aren't you, the provincial scholar, going to give it a try? The words just fell. The gazes of the crowd fell on Chu Tian's body in unison. Su Ruoshi raised her eyebrows and said softly, Brother Tian, are you going to give it a try? Chu Tian's eyes flashed and lifted the corner of his mouth. Try it. What if I'm the chosen one? After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the stage step by step under the attention of the whole audience. Battle Soul Robe Front. Chu Tian did not operate his aura, nor did he release the unique aura of the SSS grade talent Lifebone. He raised his hand and just grabbed it directly towards the Battle Soul Robe. In the next second, a sudden change occurred. The Battle Soul Robe looked like it had come to life, instantly detaching itself from Sak's hands and turning into a stream of light that flew straight towards Chu Tian. Dark golden lines flashed madly on the surface of the robe, and with a gentle shake, the robe was automatically draped over Chu Tian's body. There was a dead silence in the meeting hall, and all eyes were frozen for it. At this moment, Chu Tian felt that he was wrapped in a warm power, and the battle spirit robe became one with him, as if it had become a part of his body. Moreover, even the surrounding auras surged into his body on their own. For a time, Chu Tian was enveloped by golden light. His aura stirred, and it was as if 1,000 armies stood behind him. With a majestic momentum, the crowd in the venue finally recovered from their shock, and murmurs rose and fell. How is this possible? He just picked up the Battle Soul Robe so easily? Could he really be the chosen one? No way. What right does he have? Even City Lord Qin and Army Commander Yang failed. How can a young man like him? Chu Wenjong's face was horribly gloomy, and a trace of jealousy and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He stared at Chu Tian with a deadly stare, his fists clenched, knuckles white, and in his heart he said, Damn, why were all the good things taken up by this rabbit brat? Elder Chu is still really fat. You wouldn't have expected Chu Tian to succeed and play all of us here, would you? At this time, Yang Kuan's conspiratorial voice rang out. Chu Wenjong's face was stunned as he gritted his teeth. Army Commander Yang is really realistic. He can't use the old man, so he's starting to taunt? Yang Kuan was speechless, snorted coldly, and flung his sleeve away. Chu Wenjong once again turned his head to look at Chu Tian on the stage, a murderous aura filling his eyes. Coincidentally at this time, Chu Tian also looked at Chu Wenjong. The smile on his face was very bright as he slowly spoke. Old dang, angry or not? I'm pissed off at you, asshole. Bang! Chu Wenjong clapped his hands and rose up. Murderous, you ungrateful son or grandson. I am bound to clean up my house today. Boom! A raging aura exploded. At this moment, Chu Wenjong really moved to kill. Roar! An earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out, and the entire venue trembled with it. The sound was like a thunderous explosion that shook one's eardrums, and the air was filled with a furious aura. Everyone's gazes were instantly attracted, only to see that the black qilin that was originally suppressed by the runic iron cage violently raised its head, and a regal light erupted from its golden pupils. Its body trembled violently, and its dark red scales shimmered with a metallic luster in the light, as if each scale was accumulating infinite power. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the runic branding on the iron cage began to crumble, and the light quickly dimmed. The black qilin's limbs were so strong that its thick muscles bulged like gnarled dragons, and the iron cage made an unbearable creaking sound. Not good. It's going to break through the cage, someone exclaimed in shock. However, it was too late. Boom! With a loud bang, the iron cage instantly split into pieces, and the fragments were scattered and splattered in all directions. Like a dark red lightning, the black qilin leapt out violently. Its huge body drew an arc in the air and landed steadily in front of Chu Tian. It stepped on the ground with all its limbs, and the ground instantly cracked and rubble flew across the ground. The tail whipped like a long whip, and the flaming mane at the end of it traced a blazing trajectory through the air, filling the air with a scorching aura. The black qilin let out a low roar, its voice filled with majesty and tyranny. Its golden pupils stared deathly at Chu Wenjong, and an icy killing intent flickered in its eyes. Each scale trembled slightly, containing destructive power. Chu Wenjong's pupils contracted as he felt a pressure from the distant past, but he quickly adjusted his state and gently waved his sleeves as his aura exploded out. The oppressive feeling from the griffin suddenly disappeared. A head of the district also dares to show off in front of the old man, something that does not know how to die. Chu Wenjong's cold and icy voice was permeated with endless killing intent. Roar! The qilin roared out once again, its eyes glowing with monstrous hostility. At this time, Chu Tian patted the qilin's head and said with a smile, Back off! Don't let this old dog bite. The qilin's body lurched, and the killing intent in its eyes quickly converged, turning around to return to Chu Tian's side, meekly lying at his feet. The people in the venue were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They suddenly realized that Chu Tian had actually domesticated this Qilin. This was simply even more unacceptable than Chu Tian taking away the battle soul robe. Of course, the one who was most unable to accept this fact on the scene was still Chu Wenjong, an old face gradually twisting, the murderous aura in his eyes turning into substance. He absolutely could not be allowed to grow up like this anymore. Suddenly, Chu Wenjong blasted out with a fist, his aura raging. For a moment, the venue was silent, and everyone's faces changed dramatically. However, Chu Tian stood still, not moving at all, as if he was stunned, allowing the attack to fall. Something that doesn't know how to die. Are the rules of the Rolling King something you can break? The roar sounded out of nowhere at first, only to see Yan Luo's burly figure appeared in front of Chu Tian, protecting him tightly behind him. Chu Wenjong's attack was like a stone sinking into the sea without making a single wave. Immediately after, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, "Mr. Yan, this is my family matter. Please stay out of it." Family matters? Yan Luo sneered and threw out a slap without warning. Pop! Chu Wenjong fell down in response to the sound. 5 scarlet fingerprints immediately surfaced on his face, and the left half of his face was instantly loyal to a pig's head. "I don't give a damn about you. You'll have to pay for breaking King Roll's rules." As Yan Luo spoke, he bullied his way up, condescendingly looking down on the grim-faced Chu Wenjong, and chillingly said, "I beat you, and you're still not convinced, are you?" Chu Wenjong was slapped in front of so many people. The anger in his heart could be imagined. Asshole! Yan Luo, you bully people too much. He had completely lost his mind. His eyes were glazed over, his voice was hoarse, and the aura in his body gushed out. Boom! Chu Wenjong stood up violently, his aura surging wildly around him. His eyes flickered with madness, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously Yan Luo's slap just now had caused him to suffer a considerable amount of injuries. Yan Luo, do you really think that old me is afraid of you? Today, even if I put my old life on the line, I will make you pay. Chu Wenjong's voice was filled with hysterical madness, and he raised his hands violently. Chapter 68 Teenage Girl Fluttering. Chu Wenjong's voice was filled with hysterical madness, and he raised his hands violently. As a result, in the next second, a large slap fell from the sky, infinitely enlarging in his pupils, getting closer. Pop! The slap came as promised. Having just stood up, Chu Wenjong, whose aura was stirring all over his body, once again made a very violent contact with the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Chu Wenjong sprayed blood wildly, his breath instantly wilting. Those 2 slaps from Yan Luo almost sent him away. At this moment, Chu Wenjong's eyes cleared up a lot, and also sobered up a lot. His eyes were full of fear, just like a lingering old dog, curled up and fell to the ground. Mr. Yan, I was wrong. Once these words came out, it also meant that Chu Wenjong was convinced, completely beaten. Yan Luo woke up Chu Wenjong with 2 slaps. Get out! Yan Luo waved his hand with a look of impatience. Chu Wenjong struggled to stand up and stumbled towards the door of the venue. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. At this time, Chu Tian behind him bowed. Grandpa, have a good journey. Southwest Avenue, take the Great Bright Road. Second bow, Grandpa, go all the way. Southwest Boulevard, take the Bright Road. 3 bows, Grandpa, travel well. Southwest Boulevard, take the Bright Road. As Chu Tian's 3 bows settled, Chu Wenjong shuddered violently and sprayed a mouthful of blood furiously. Put! For a moment, Chu Wenjong's already aged back became even more stooped, almost moving out of the door 1 step at a time. The crowd in the meeting hall saw this and whispered, Elder Chu is Chu Tian's grandfather after all. This child has gone too far. Not knowing others' bitterness, not commenting on others' wrongs, Chu Wenjong personally dug out Chu Tian's gifted life bone and gave it to Chu Feng, and then kicked him out of the family home regardless of his death or life. Chu Wenjong did nothing more than that? I've heard before that Chu Wenjong favors Chu Feng, whether it's cultivation resources or family benefits, all of them go to Chu Feng, and Chu Tian is not even living like the following. Everything happens for a reason. Chu Wenjong is to blame. Chu Tian didn't pay attention to the surrounding murmurings as he raised his hand and patted the Qilin, walking towards Yan Luo. Mr. Yan, thanks for coming to the rescue. Yan Luo glanced at the black Qilin that was as meek as a kitten beside Chu Tian, and a flash of color flashed in his eyes. Obviously he also did not expect Chu Tian to actually be able to domesticate this Qilin. The deeper you get in touch, the more you feel that this young man is extraordinary. The gold standard of the boss's level of people watching is still rising. After Yan Luo sighed in his heart, he withdrew his thoughts and said aloud with a smile on his face, Sir Chu, you're welcome. Chu Wenjong broke the rules first, not to mention you're the most honored guest of the Rolling King's mission. Protecting your safety is what I should do. After the crowd watched Yan Luo's slightly respectful attitude towards Chu Tian, they were all stupefied. Is this the same Yama who didn't even give face to the military commander Yang Koan and who warned the demonic clown Sark in public? How it seems so much kinder. Chu Tian let out a light smile. Mr. Yen, then I'll bother you. I still have things to do. Goodbye. Take care, Mr. Chu. Yen Luo reached out and made a pleased gesture, watching Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi leave side by side. Rolling King Mansion, first floor reception hall. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi were sitting on the sofa, and the Qilin was meekly lying on the ground basking in the sun. Suddenly, Su Ruwashi blinked her watery eyes and leaped forward, tentatively asking, Brother Lin, me, can I touch it? Roar! The Qilin turned his head violently, his golden pupils glowing with hostility and ferocity. Pop! Chu Tian raised his hand and slapped the Qilin, which caused it to let out a bark. Blackie, no rudeness. Be a good boy and lie down there. The unicorn had to get down with eyes full of reluctance. Chu Tian looked at Su Ruwashi who was on the side and grinned. Touch it. Su Ruwashi stretched out her hand, but then hastily retracted it, as thin as a mosquito's voice. I don't dare. What are you afraid of? I'll help you. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he gently held Su Ruwashi's icy cold and soft as if it was boneless jade hand, and then placed it on the Qilin's body, from top to bottom, and stroked it along the hair. The two were close together and looked quite ambiguous. Su Ruwashi's pretty face was covered in redness, her red lips were tightly bitten and delicate, but right at that moment, Chu Tian suddenly didn't move. Su Ruwashi raised her head slightly puzzled, with four eyes facing each other. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Su Ruwashi's eyelashes fluttered gently, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and her heartbeat accelerated. Chu Tian's hand was still covering the back of her hand. The temperature coming from her palm made her breathing become rapid, her chest slightly rising and falling, and the roots of her ears were so red that they could almost drip blood. Gulp! Chu Tian swallowed hard, the knot in his throat rolled, and his heartbeat involuntarily sped up a few points. The faint scent of the young girl's body lingered on the tip of his nose, sending him into a trance. Tin, what's wrong with you? Su Ruwashi asked with a trembling voice. Chu Tian slowly spoke. Darryl. The voice was low and husky, with a hint of tentativeness. Roar! Suddenly, the Kirin let out a low roar and snapped to his feet, getting into a fighting stance. The fluttering between teenage girls was broken in an instant. Su Ruwashi woke up as if in a dream, hastily drew back her hand and stood up, her head lowered, standing with difficulty. Chu Tian, on the other hand, turned his head violently to look at Kirin, wanting to knife the other party's eyes unabashedly. Master, I'm not to blame. Someone's coming. Blackie's childish words just fell. Gui Yuron's panicked voice followed. Mr. Chu, Miss, I'm sorry, am I disturbing you? Chu Tian glared fiercely at Hei Zi, while then waved his hand and forced a smile. No, not disturbing. By the way, where have you been? Gui Yurong hurriedly explained. Sir Chu, there's a new task that I need to hand over, so I came back late. New mission? Su Ruwashi raised her eyebrows, and although the blush on her face hadn't faded, a touch of doubt surfaced in her eyes. What kind of mission is it that even your reception needs to go and hand it over? Gui Yurong's face was full of gravity as she said in a deep voice. Back to Miss. The isolated Grey House village was massacred last night. Thousands of villagers in the village were left with no bones overnight, and only one survivor escaped. Su Ruwashi, is it a beast tide? Or something else? Beast tide. Third-ranked ghost-faced wolves. Ghost-faced wolves. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi spoke in unison, their faces instantly becoming grave to the extreme. Ghost-faced wolves were the product of a crossbreed between ferocious beasts and fae, and although they were categorized as ferocious beasts, the level of danger was not weaker than that of the fae at all. Ghost-faced wolves not only had the treacherous evil of the fae, but also the strong physical body of a ferocious beast. With 5 stars on the danger scale, Ghost-faced wolf pulls a straight full. Chu Tian's brows twisted into a Chuan character, his tone low. Ruwashi, if I remember correctly, the Grey House village is the necessary route from Jiangqing to Tianyan Academy. That's right. Su Ruwashi nodded slightly, and then, as if she had thought of something, her eyes flashed and she opened her mouth to ask, Brother Tian, you're going to take on this mission? Chu Tian was about to speak when the watch on his wrist buzzed and vibrated. Chapter 69. If you do it, you have to be responsible for the girl. Mo Lu sent a message. A ghost-faced wolf has appeared in Grey House village. Go deal with it. I'm going to stay in Jiangqing and keep looking for that thing. After Chu Tian returned an okay expression, he lowered his arm and slowly said, This mission, I must go. Su Ruwashi sniffed and was very curious as to who the person who sent the message was. However, the smart and intelligent woman knew very well what she should ask and what she shouldn't ask. At this point she just smiled and said in a firm tone, Then we're in this together. Chu Tian had a smile on his lips. Good. When do we leave? The sooner the better. Su Ruwashi's eyes flashed as she proposed. Then why don't we set off now, and when the mission is over, we'll go directly to the Tianyan Academy to report. Chu Tian's face was stunned, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. Okay, but I have to make a trip home. Tell you what, you wait for me at the Rolling King Mansion. I'll go home and pack my stuff, then come back and pick you up. Aha! Suruwashi agreed very painfully. Chu Tian kicked Blackie, who was lying on the ground in a drowsy state, and said in a good-natured manner, "Don't sleep, let's go." Roar! Blackie grunted and stood up, following Chu Tian's lead as he walked towards the entrance of the Rolling King Mansion. A man and a beast stood in front of the Black Warrior, wide-eyed. The full-size Black Knight had a lot of space, but in front of this black unicorn, which was almost 2 meters tall and nearly 3 meters long, it was like a toy car. Couldn't care less. Time is short and the task is heavy. It's the only way. Blackie, master. Chu Tian pointed to the roof of the car and ordered, "Lie down on it. Can you stay down?" Blackie looked up at the tiny roof of the car. A pair of golden pupils stared round. "Master, you can't blame me for crushing it. You won't collect your strength. Get up there." Oh. Blackie leapt forward and flopped lightly on the roof of the car. The Black Knight's dampening instantly sank 10 centimeters. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly shouted, "Tighten up your strength. Master, I've tried very hard to control it. Why don't I go down and I'll follow you, okay? Don't make things difficult for each other," Blackie said in a raw voice. Chu Tian immediately shook his head and refused. "No way. If you were to follow me now, wouldn't that cause panic? Forget it. Let's leave it like this. Let's go." After saying that, he slammed his foot on the gas. The Black Knight let out a roar as the exhaust pipe whined black smoke and started slowly. The black unicorn on the roof of the car lay like a small mountain, its limbs clinging to the roof, its tail drooping over the back window, swaying gently with the bumps of the car. Pedestrians passing by stopped and gaped at the scene. Someone rubbed his eyes and wondered if he was blinking. Is that big guy a Tibetan Mastiff? How to lie on the roof of the car? Really windy. Roar! Blackie let out a hiss and cursed. "You're the Tibetan Mastiff. Your whole family is a Tibetan Mastiff. I'm a Kirin, the ancient beast Black Kirin, your grandpa's flesh and blood." Chu Tian sighed helplessly and said in his heart, "It would be good if Blackie could change his size at will." "I can change the size." Koriko's voice rang out in time. Chu Tian mouth corner a draw, gritted his teeth. "That you still when set trade present I beg. Become smaller. Come in Master, you didn't say that either. So now I'm talking. Hurry up and get smaller and come inside the car." Master." Blackie shifted to the size of a rabbit and plopped down honestly on top of the co-pilot's chair. Seeing this, Chu Tian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling that the 50,000 kill value spent wasn't a loss at all. Small second-floor courtyard. Trudy pushed her way in. Wang Huiru, who was drying her clothes, had a startled look on her face and asked, "Xiao Tian, why are you back so early?" Chu Tian smiled and said, "I'll be back as soon as the auction is over." "Hungry? I'll go make you dinner," Wang Huiru said, wiped her hands and headed for the kitchen. Chu Tian hurriedly opened his mouth to call him back. "Mom, I'm not going to eat dinner, and I probably won't come back to stay tonight either." "Not coming back to stay?" Wang Huiru was first stunned, and then came to a realization. With a serious face, she urged, "Xiao Tian, you're not young anymore. This kind of thing, sooner or later, you have to experience it. But Mom must emphasize one point with you. After you've done it, you have to be responsible for the other girl to the end. Got it?" Chu Tian had a head full of black lines. His face flushed red in embarrassment. "Mom, I'm going to do a mission and then I'm going to report to Tianyan Academy." "Where do you think you're going? Doing a mission?" Wang Huiru was also bashful. "You child, you don't make it clearer. Then you have to pay attention to safety when doing missions." "I know, Mom. I'll go pack then." "Go on." Chu Tian packed up his things, and under Wang Huiru's 1,000 instructions, he walked out of the house and drove away. Grey House Village, located in the deep mountains between Jiangcheng and Tianyan Academy, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The houses in the village are staggered, with green tiles and white walls, rustic and tranquil. Because of the special geographic location, coupled with the fact that Grey House Village is surrounded by a natural barrier, any exotic species will be lost once they enter this barrier. Therefore, the villagers of Grey House Village have always been safe and sound even among the mountains infested with ferocious beasts. At the entrance of the village there is a meandering brook with crystal clear water that flows all year round, and the villagers live by the water, living a simple and peaceful life. However, all this peace and beauty was completely shattered overnight. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi drove for an hour to arrive at Grey House Village. At this time, it was already late in the day, and there were 5 city guard soldiers drowsily in charge of standing guard at the entrance of the village. When they heard the roar of the engine, the 5 of them hastily got up their spirits, raised their weapons in their hands, and stopped the car. One of the city guard warriors bellowed, "Get out of the car." Get inspected. No traffic. Chu Tian dropped the window of the car and took out the Tianyan Academy student card from his pocket. Tianyan CO1, student ID. School registration number, 003. Name Chu Tian. Sex, male. Note, this certificate certifies that the above student is a student of this school, and that the sun and the moon are shining, and the sky is diffused, and that the students of this school are still respectable. Any place passes on the side of a student of this school, either he goes there or this institution sends someone there. The city guards took the student ID card and took a closer look at it, their faces instantly becoming respectful. He hurriedly put away his weapon and handed his student ID back to Chu Tian with both hands, a hint of awe in his tone. So you're a student of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Chu Tian took the student ID card and nodded lightly, then raised the window and prepared to drive into the village. But right at this moment, the city guard warrior outside the car stammered. Duke Chu, the inside of this village is not too peaceful right now. Are you sure you want to go in? Wasn't it attacked by a ghost-faced wolf? A flash of fear appeared in the eyes of the city guard warrior and shook his head. No, it's more than that. Chapter 70 Brother my eyes are the ruler. More than? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, his foot reapplied on the brake, and twisted his head to look at the city guard warrior with a touch of fear in his eyes. What do you mean, Mr. Chu? The inside of the village seems to be haunted. Speaking of this, the city guard warrior looked at the inside of the darkened village with palpitations, then moved forward and lowered his voice. A few of us went into patrol just now, and we vaguely seemed to see a red-clothed woman, but when we got closer, there was nothing. Could it be that you guys are blind? The co-pilot Su Ruwashi opened her mouth and asked. However, the city guard warrior shook his head very firmly, biting out, no blinking. I'm not the only one who saw it, they all saw it. The four remaining city guard warriors nodded their heads heartily. Su Ruwashi raised her eyebrows and looked at Chu Tian for advice. At this time, the city guard warrior added, Mr. Chu, I forgot to tell you that an hour ago, 3 students from the Tianyan Academy entered the village and haven't come out yet. This was also the reason why the city guard warriors were so respectful to the students of the Tianyan Academy. An hour ago, he had a deep appreciation for the power of the Tianyan Academy's student pass. Army Commander Yang Kuan personally ordered them to let them go. Chu Tian's eyes flickered and he was not very surprised that the students of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy appeared here. Ash House Village was only 30 kilometers away from the Tianyan Academy, and after such a big incident, the Academy would definitely send someone to investigate. In that case, let's go inside. Chu Tian's words just fell. Without further ado, the city guard warriors simply let them go. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi drove slowly into Grey House Village, their headlights cutting out 2 faint beams of light in the dark night. The air was heavy with the smell of blood, which seeped into the car through the cracks in the doors and windows and hit his nose. Just as the car entered the village, the tires ran over a sticky liquid with a gurgle. Chu Tian looked down. On the ground illuminated by the headlights, the dark red blood had already dried and mixed with the dirt. It looked particularly hideous. The village path was empty and terribly silent, with only the rustle of the wind blowing through the leaves. Most of the houses along the roadside had their doors and windows wide open, violently vandalized, with wooden panels shattered into several pieces and scattered on the ground. The walls were splattered with blood, as if someone had splashed it on randomly with a brush. Some of the blood was still wet and ran slowly down the wall, creating a shocking trail. As the car continued on, the scene on both sides of the trail became more and more harrowing. The ground was strewn with broken meat and entrails, some of which had been gnawed away by the beasts, leaving only a few tattered pieces of skin and bone. A severed hand lay alone in the center of the road. The fingers curled stiffly, and it was not difficult to see that the owner of the hand was still struggling desperately before death. Not far away, a head rolled down in the corner, a twisted and agonized expression on its face, its eyes staring extremely wide in death. Bastard! Su Ruwashi's jade hands clenched, that gentle and tranquil little face filled with murderous aura. A cold aura erupted in her eyes. Brother Tian, do you think the ghost-faced wolf is still in the village? Chu Tian shook his head. Not sure. Logically speaking, with that beast's insidious and cunning nature, he definitely won't linger after slaughtering the village. But now the entire village is revealing strangeness. I'm worried that the ghost-faced wolf is slaughtering the village in order to cover up something. Ha! Su Ruwashi's face was stunned when she heard this. Brother Tian, do you mean there's some kind of conspiracy in the ghost-faced wolf's slaughter of the Grey House village? I always feel that this village is not normal everywhere. Just as the two of them were talking, the Qilin lying on the back seat let out a low roar and stood up violently, its pair of golden pupils flashing with a ferocious light, and its nostrils twitching slightly as it sniffed the surrounding scent. Master, we have a situation. Rustle. The noisy footsteps were so clear and shrill in the silence of the dark village, coming from far and near. Chu Tian slowed down the speed of the car and quietly operated his aura. Tsuruwashi's hand was also placed on top of the hilt of the sword inadvertently. The unicorn stared out the window with a deadly unheard low growl. The two men and the beast were all in combat mode, ready to go. Stop the car. Suddenly, a slightly shrill voice rang out. Three figures appeared within the coverage of the tear-eyed headlights, and although they could not be seen, the identities of the three could be easily guessed. Those three students of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy in the mouths of the city guard warriors. Boom 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 boom. A chiseled young man shielded his eyes, walked quickly to the car, and knocked hard on the window. Then he pressed his face against the top of the glass of the car, trying to get a good look at the inside of the car, which was a sharp-tongued face, and most of all he's right on the eyes. Brother, I shouted. Hey, who are you two? Get out of the car. Chu Tian frowned slightly and pressed the window drop button. Crunch! Ouch! I screamed as his face was deformed by the glass of the car, nearly blinding him in the opposite eye. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You did that on purpose. I covered his burning face and cursed. Roar! Without waiting for Chu Tian to open his mouth to speak, the Qilin on the side roared out in a low voice, its eyes full of hostility. Brother, I was startled and stormed backward, but when he saw the unicorn, which was as big as a small rabbit, he immediately stopped and said angrily, What are you barking at, you little black dog? Roar! The Qilin was furious and was about to return to its original form when it was stopped by a look from Chu Tian. Is there something wrong with you? Get out of the way if you're fine. Something's up. Brother, I looked at Chu Tian and said with a condescending face, The students of the Tianyan Academy ahead are on a mission. Idle people, stand back. Which one of your eyes saw that we're loafers? I saw it with both eyes. Chu Tian looked at the pair of eyes in front of him and skimmed his mouth, saying, Brother, you're quite arrogant. You never look at people with a straight eye. Brother, I didn't react at first, thinking that Chu Tian was praising him. He clasped his hands on his shoulders and said with a smug look on his face, That's true. Master Ben is proud. What can I do about it? Put. The co-pilot Tsuruwashi really couldn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. I froze and began brainstorming. In just 10 seconds or so, he had killed at least 100 million brain cells. Oh, you taunted me. Chu Tian shook his head and said in a serious manner, No, I'm not mocking you. I'm praising you. Get out of the car. I suspect something is wrong with you now. Come on, get out of the car. I roared. Chu Tian smiled and asked, What proof do you have? Brother, I pointed to his eyes and said in a single word, My eyes are the ruler. Put. Ho ho ho. In the car, Chu Tian and Tsuruwashi, along with the Qilin, laughed. This tease. Laugh? I'll let you laugh. Eyes became infuriated and threw a punch without warning. Chapter 71 I'll kill you. Boom. Brother Ice fist smashed straight into Chu Tian's face. Let's not talk about how this guy's head and eyes are, but the strength definitely speaks for itself. Peak Frontier Realm. Berserk auras gushed out. With such close proximity and eyes surprise, it can be a dominant suit stack. This punch was difficult for even a Granite Realm powerhouse to dodge. However, he was Chu Tian. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard. I stared with wide eyes and a look like he had seen a living ghost, looking at the fist that had been stopped by a white palm, and lost his voice as he exclaimed, No, how is this possible? Chu Tian grinned, revealing his white teeth. Anything is possible. Words. Chu Tian's 5 fingers closed and suddenly exerted force. Crunch! The sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded creepy. I craned his head to look at a man and a woman not far away, yelling, Stop! It was accompanied by an explosive cry. Ai's teammates walked quickly. The male was tall and powerful, quite a bit of a king. The female is sexy and flirty, walking these 2 steps, wringing her waist and shaking her butt, wearing a little halter top with snowy mountains calling out, and very house-trained yoga pants underneath. This outfit, by the way, doesn't look like it's on a mission. It looks more like it's a field trip. When the boy saw no response from the other, he was offended, and once again, his voice intensified as he ordered, Let go, no release. As Chu Tian spoke, his 5 fingers suddenly fired. It hurts. Let go of me. What will you do to let go of me? Say it. I sweated in pain, his voice trembling. Apologize. After Chu Tian finished speaking, before Brother I could say anything, the boy on the side was the first to yell out, No way, Lu Shuai, you can't apologize to him. I go to your great master Li Jida. Rush, not you were pinched by him. Brother, I roared. A smile worse than tears appeared on his face. Brother, I was wrong. Louder. Brother, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Junjia Benji Iur. Trudy said, letting go of her hand. Brother I regained his freedom and hastily stepped back. He covered his already deformed right fist and said with red eyes, Baby, are you okay? I can't lose you. This tawdry maneuver of brother eyes caused Chu Tian to stare in disbelief. But right at this moment, Li Jida took a big step forward, a cold aura bursting from his eyes. Do you know who we are? Chu Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly took out the Tianyin Academy's student card from his pocket. Recognize it. You're also a student of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy? Li Jida frowned, his words filled with skepticism. Chu Tian smiled and opened his student ID. The word, chief, is so blindingly obvious. Li Jida's pupils contracted, and then he let out a cold laugh, his voice carrying a few points of sarcasm and disdain. You think that you can fool us by casually getting a student ID card? There are only 2 chiefs of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy. This is something that everyone knows. Do you know the consequences of impersonating the chief of the Tianyin Academy? When Chu Tian heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his eyes were filled with a teasing look. Slowly, he pocketed his student ID, rested his arm on the car window, and said lazily, "Oh, is that so? Then have you ever wondered why my student number is 003? Li Jida froze, then his face became more ugly, gritted his teeth and said, "You are really the chief." Chu Tian smiled without saying anything and suddenly stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom. The Black Knight growled and disappeared into the night. Ah Tay! I opened his mouth, spat out a mouthful of bloody mud, and said angrily, "Fark!" Li Jida stood in place, his fists clenched tightly, obviously still not relieved from Chu Tian's student ID card that represented the highest honor of the Tianyin Academy. Could this little brother be the chief freshman of this class? Yoga's sister on the side looked at the direction where the black warrior disappeared thoughtfully and asked. Li Jida came back to his senses, twisted his head to look at Yoga's sister, gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want to do, you little Tai Hof? Old me didn't satisfy you, did I?" Yoga's sister retracted her gaze, raised her hand and gently touched Li Jida's iron face, blew out a breath and laughed. Giggle, my dear, you look so cute when you're jealous. I'm just saying, I'm your man. Li Jida snorted coldly, count on you to be sensible, otherwise you to death. Yoga's sister rolled her eyes, and secretly slandered in her heart, if blowing awesome was taxed, you would have lost your family long ago. Brother 3 seconds. So what if he's the chief? My father, Li Gang. A sinister smile flashed in Li Jida's eyes as he continued. Go to the front and take a look. If I can kill the ghost-faced wolf this time, maybe, the academy will give me a chief as well. Before the words left his mouth, I dry heaved. Vomit. The smile on Li Jida's face froze and he gritted his teeth. Lu Shuai. What the do you mean yes? Asterisk. A piece of bloody mud stuck in the throat. Shouting for the fair. I cursed and stood up, taking the lead and walking forward. Li Jida gritted his teeth and said, dead right. If it wasn't for the fact that your old man and my father are friends, I would have punched you right in the eye long ago. The Black Knight slowed to a halt, a dark jungle ahead of him. At the same time, Blackie let out another low roar. Its snout twitched slightly, and its golden pupils flickered with caution. There was a strong, fishy odor in the air, as if death was approaching. Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi glanced at each other, the aura in their hands quietly condensed, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Daryl, there's no road ahead. Get off. Yes. The two got out of the car one after the other, with Blackie following close behind. Chu Tian looked around. The dark jungle looks unusually gloomy. The ground is covered with thick dead leaves. Stepping on it issued a creak sound. Every step makes people feel uneasy. Suddenly, a cold wind swept by, and between the swaying shadows of the trees, it was as if something was peering at them from the shadows. Su Ruoshi gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, the blade of the sword chilling under the moonlight. Brother Tian, the atmosphere here is not right. Chu Tian nodded and frowned slightly. Indeed, there is clearly no blood on the ground, but the air is filled with the smell of blood. The light in Su Ruoshi's eyes flowed, and her red lips slightly opened as she analyzed. Could it be that the ghost-faced wolf is nearby, and the smell of blood emanating from it? Chu Tian opened his mouth before he could make a sound, only to hear the sound of rapid footsteps coming from behind. Li Jida's trio panted and chased after him, and Brother I rubbed his red and swollen face, cursing under his breath, obviously haunted by what had just happened. Yoga's sister, on the other hand, followed closely behind Li Jida with a hint of uneasiness on her face. There seems to be something in front of us. Brother Lu Shuai suddenly stopped and pointed at a darkness in front of him, his voice trembling a little. Chapter 72. This big gun, so strong. Li Jida frowned. Although his heart was also a little hairy, he still forced himself to calm down and said, what are you afraid of? With me here, even the ghost-faced wolf wouldn't dare to be reckless. However, as soon as his words fell, a low growl suddenly came from the darkness. Immediately after that, a huge black shadow violently sprang out of the bushes and came straight at them. Ow! Asterisk. It's a ghost-faced wolf, only to see that this ghost-faced wolf was huge, covered in black hair, Its huge head was covered in hideous scars, its fangs were exposed, and its scarlet eyes were full of hostility. Its speed was so fast that it rushed to the crowd almost instantly. Brother I stood in place scared straight and cursed. Fark, Nezha. Ghost-faced wolf doesn't even want to hear you blow awesome. Cut the crap and run. Nezha rolled and crawled towards Chu Tian. At this moment, there was only one thought inside his head: even if he died, he had to pull 2 cushions. However, how could Nezha's little thought escape Chu Tian's eyes? Seeing that Nezha was about to rush in front of him, Chu Tian pulled back and landed a big flying kick, directly, sent it back into the arms of the ghost-faced wolf. Ow! The ghost-faced wolf also didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly, opening its bloody mouth and biting down hard. In the heat of the moment, in a flash of inspiration, Nezha got down on the ground and yelled, "Dad!" Splat! Saliva from the ghost-faced wolf's mouth slid down Nezha's face, and his fangs, sharp as knives, were less than a fist away from his head. For a moment, the world was silent. Trembling violently, Nezha tentatively called out again, "Dad!" Ow! The ghost-faced wolf let out a strange cry and actually really let go of Nezha. I brothers saw the situation. Mouth straight, I lua wipe. Good one. Wolf venom does not eat the child. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi also didn't expect that there would actually be such a dramatic scene. Dum 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 dum. The ghost-faced wolf took a step, its massive size making it make a sound with every step it took. Extremely oppressive. Chu Tian squinted his eyes. His battle intent was high. Ghost-faced wolves are really strong, as their name suggests. Ow! Another roar. The ghost-faced wolf suddenly accelerated, transforming into a black shadow that swept straight out. Chu Tian advanced instead of retreating and took a step out. A deep pit appeared under his feet and debris flew across the ground. Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist. Before the words fell, the demonic flames rose suddenly, and the dragon and tiger silhouettes converged. The dragon's roar was deafening. Chu Tian slammed his fist down, and the dragon and tiger silhouettes exploded out. The ghost-faced wolf's attack did not abate, and he slapped out with a claw. There was a loud bang. The aftermath of the attack spread in all directions with ripples visible to the naked eye. One person and one wolf stormed backward at the same time. Chu Tian's feet hard plowed 2 deep grooves in the ground. Ghost-faced wolf is no better. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Screaming miserably, just collided with the magic flame of the sharp claw burning wisps of black smoke. Cannot stop the violent trembling, do not dare to touch the ground. However, there was no fear in its scarlet wolf eyes. There was an endless murderous and hostile aura. Ow! With another growl, the ghost-faced wolf attacked again. Good coming! Chu Tian let out an explosive cry. His feet stepped on the thunder, and he instantly arrived. Boom! 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 Dull sounds rang out one after another. It shook the void frequently, sending up layers of ripples. One man and one wolf were on equal footing, fighting to the death. Su Ruwashi kept her hand on top of the hilt of her sword, ready to join the fight at any time. And his brother I stared at his pair of opposite eyes. Even if what he saw was a heavy shadow, it didn't affect his ability to judge how powerful Chu Tian was. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The chief's gold is still growing. As for Nezha and Sister Yoga, they hid far away, with shocked and frightened expressions on their faces. Suddenly, ow! The ghost-faced wolf that was in the middle of a fierce battle with Chu Tian raised his voice to the sky and whistled. His voice was mixed with endless pain and madness. In the next second, his body began to tremble violently, and the black hairs that originally covered his entire body stood up at the roots, as if they were being eroded by some kind of bizarre power. The size of the ghost-faced wolf expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its muscles gnarled and its bones made a click 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 sound, threatening to break through the skin at any time. Those hideous scars on the huge wolf's head began to twist and distort, eventually transforming into a ghastly white and twisted ghostly face. The corners of his mouth split to the base of his ears, revealing blood-stained fangs, and his scarlet eyes were like 2 blood lamps, emitting a creepy hostility. This is some kind of monster. Eyes was filled with fear and couldn't help but hug Blackie tightly as he cried out in a broken voice. That's the real thing, a ghost-faced wolf. Su Ruwashi coldly threw out a sentence, and the aura in her body began to revolve. Brother I was so scared that he sat on the ground with his butt, and his speech became even more incompetent. I Lua go. This ghost-faced wolf can transform? This ing open hanging it. Nezha and Yoga's sister hurriedly turned around carefully and stepped back. Ow! After the ghost-faced wolf had completed its mutation, even its bark changed, becoming even more ear-splitting. It stared at Chu Tian with its scarlet eyes staring at him in death, its eyes filled with blood and viciousness. Boom! There was a loud bang. The ghost-faced wolf's thick limbs stepped down with force, and the ground instantly cracked. a crack spreading rapidly in all directions like a spider's web. Immediately after that, the ghost-faced wolf's huge figure rose up into the air and opened its bloody mouth to bite down. From Ai's point of view, coupled with the innate physical outgrowth of his eyes, he saw just what he saw: a Tengu eclipsing the moon. Tian, watch out! Without any hesitation, Tsuruwashi held her long sword and bullied her way up. However, at that moment, Chu Tian suddenly raised his hand to stop him. I'll do it myself. Strike that! Chu Tian raised his hand and grabbed it. The yen-long gun appeared out of thin air, and his arm shook with force. Buzzing, the body of the gun trembled, and the head of the gun was shrouded in demonic flames and thunder. The surrounding space boundary collapsed with a bang. It makes a click, 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 thunderclap. Chu Tian's gaze was like a torch as he exploded in a deep voice. The Inferno Dragon gun stabbed out like thunder, the tip of the gun slicing through the air and bringing up a long dragon of blazing flames. This shot, as fast as lightning, was unstoppable. The Inferno Dragon gun pierced through the body of the ghost-faced wolf with unparalleled precision. Brother I's three men looked up at the ghost-faced wolf being picked up by the Inferno Dragon gun. For a moment, the mind went blank. Asterisk. This Big Daddy, open up. Brother I felt like he was dreaming, his voice revealing his disbelief at the scene before him. It's too strong, it would be outrageous. And although Li Jida is unconvinced, but at this moment, can only obediently shut his mouth, Yoga Sister's eyes were straight up, licked her lips, and whispered, this big gun, it's so strong, sure is cool. Little Tai Hoof, did you prick and scratch? Li Jida gritted his teeth. However, at this time, Chu Tian was frowning tightly, and there was a hidden ominous premonition in his heart, and he slowly raised his head to look at the ghost-faced wolf that was pierced by his gun. For a moment, four eyes met. Chapter 73, Stepdad. Chu Tian's pupils contracted. The scarlet eyes of the ghost-faced wolf and the wild and bizarre aura emanating from his body seemed like déjà vu. It was the same as those rioting ferocious beasts inside the ninth heavenly abyss rift. Alien, undead. The damn thing really came out. The mastermind behind the slaughter of Ash House Village wasn't a ghost-faced wolf at all, but an undead. Ow! The dead and revived ghost-faced wolf let out a hiss. It actually opened its bloody mouth once again to bite towards Chu Tian. Not a care in the world for the lance that had gone through his body. Brother Ice grasped the horns on top of Blackie's head with a death grip, and lost his voice and exclaimed, Asterisk. This is not even dead. Fake it. Roar. Koriko was furious, but just as it was about to swallow this presumptuous fellow in one bite, there was a sudden loud bang in his ears. Boom. The ground shook. A crack spread out. The surrounding jungle was instantly leveled. Brother Ice three men sprayed blood furiously. The ghost-faced wolf exploded itself at a position only less than a meter away from Chu Tian. Flesh and blood are flying. Tin. Tsuruwashi's eyes widened and her voice trembled as she rushed towards Chu Tian. However, at this moment, Chu Tian was standing at the center of the explosion. He was covered in blood and hanging from broken flesh. His eardrums were buzzing and he was dizzy. Tsuruwashi's eyes were filled with worry as she asked, Brother Tian, where did you hurt yourself? I'm fine, it's just my ears. Chu Tian's heart palpitated. Just now, at the moment when the ghost-faced wolf had exploded itself, he clearly felt the battle soul robe on his body emitting a powerful force. It was the battle spirit robe that resisted all. It was so close, I almost got boxed in. With that in mind, Chu Tian touched the battle soul robe on his body with eyes full of gratitude, and then, with a tremor of his tiger's body, the blood and broken flesh immediately disappeared. The war soul robe is clean as a whistle. When Tsuruwashi saw this, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, her hanging heart falling smoothly. Scared the hell out of me just now. Trudy hemmed and hawed. So concerned about me? Who cares about you? I don't. Tsuruwashi's mouth was in the wrong place, her pretty face covered in redness, and she quickly stepped aside. Chu Tian stroked his chin and secretly thought, according to this trend, taking down White Moonlight was just a matter of time. Kill value, plus 887. Kill value accumulated, 890. Ah, help. Suddenly, a fear-filled shout rang through the dark night. Roar. Blackie let out a low growl and looked down on I, who was already paralyzed with fear, his sharp fangs rubbing together and flashing coldly. I looked up at the behemoth that was close by, his mind going blank. How could he not have expected that the little black dog that he had held in his arms one second had turned into a ferocious and tyrannical beast the next? This. Roar. Blackie let out another roar and raised his giant claws to slam down. I shuddered violently and hastily dropped to his knees, shouting, Dad! Bang! With a muffled thud, I disappeared into the night, but he left behind a sentence that read, You're a stepdad. This dad. Blackie didn't stop after slapping I away. but walked towards Li Jida and Yoga sister, whose eyes were full of panic. Dum 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 dum. The resounding footsteps were very oppressive. No, you stay away. Help! Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds in quick succession. Li Jida and Yoga sister repeated the course that Ice had just taken off on. The world went silent as the trio was slapped away by the black sun. Su Ruwashi's eyebrows were slightly frowned as she pondered. Brother Tian, is this ghost-faced wolf the same as the group of ferocious beasts inside the proposed battle in the heavenly abyss? Humph. Chu Tian nodded slightly, a cold aura erupting in his eyes. There is a foreign race named Undead, capable of controlling the emotions of humans and ferocious beasts, causing them to fall into a berserk rage, as well as surviving in the bodies of humans or ferocious beasts without a sound. Fei. Su Ruwashi pulled up her volume, her eyes full of shock. As the Rolling King's eldest young lady, she certainly knew what a foreign race was. Immediately after, Su Ruwashi's eyes flashed as she suddenly realized something. Brother Tian, you mean that the ghost-faced wolf is just a puppet, and the real mastermind behind the scene is a foreign race, the undead? I'm just guessing, but this matter is beyond our ability. Someone will specialize in it. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he stretched his waist and walked towards the outside of the jungle. Su Ruwashi looked back behind her. She always felt that there was a pair of eyes behind her staring at her. A creepy feeling. Daryl, what's wrong? Go. Chu Tian asked with a puzzled expression as he took a step. Su Ruwashi shook her head. No, it's fine. The two men walked out of the jungle and drove away. Boom. The roar of the engine grew fainter and fainter, finally until it disappeared. However, 10 minutes after Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi left, a rustling sound came from the jungle, only to see a person whose entire body was shrouded under a black robe slowly walked out. And this person was also holding a ghost-faced wolf cub in his arms. This person's entire body only revealed a pair of eyes. Looking straight at the direction Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi had left, a strange smile flashing in his eyes, his red aura flickering erratically. Interesting, the flesh and blood of you two must be delicious. An eerie and raspy voice. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Early in the morning, the first rays of sunlight poured down. Tianyan Academy. As one of the 8 great academies, whether it was in terms of heritage or strength, it was a premier existence in the Great Summer Country. The entirety of the Tianyan Academy is built on Jade Dragon Mountain. From afar, it looked like a giant dragon creeping above the earth. Jade Dragon Mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, the complex of Tianyan Academy loomed like a fairyland. The main gate of the academy stood majestically, and on the plaque, the 4 big words Tianyan Academy were strong and powerful, exuding a simple and ancient atmosphere. Snort! The brakes squealed. Chu Tian parked his car steadily in front of the main gate of the academy. Back on the way here, he had told Wei Pingshang what time he would probably arrive, so he wasn't in a hurry and just waited at the school gate. Time passed minute by minute. Under the warm sunlight, Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi, who had been rushing all night, drifted off to sleep. As for Blackie in the back row, he was already snoring like a baby, but just as Chu Tian adjusted his seat and prepared to squint for a while, a smiling face clung to the car window. Still the same familiar pair of eyes. Chu Tian, instantly sleepy, fell out of the car window. Spit fragrance, sick, always lying on my car window dry scented Brother Ice pair of opposite eyes narrowed slightly, full of pandering smiles. Brother Tian, are you unable to enter the school gates? Go wow, I'll take you in. Chu Tian took a deep breath, forcing back the anger in his heart and gritting his teeth. Thank you, but I don't need it. Brother Tian, don't mention it. Without waiting for Chu Tian to finish his sentence, an explosive voice sounded out of thin air at first. I'm reporting. This freshman is harboring ferocious beasts in his car. Quick, arrest him. Chapter 74, calling it a job title at work. Asterisk. This dog's son. The moment Brother I turned around, his exit became dirty. Those pair of eyes full of anger. Li Jida, are you sick? Brother Tianer, but our benefactor. Li Jida snorted coldly. Righteously, Lu Shuai. It's not too late for you to regret now. Otherwise, beware of even disposing of you. Colluding with ferocious beasts and betraying characters. This is a capital offense. WQNMD. How could I have been in the company of your despicable, shameless and underhanded dog son before? I hate. The heavens have blinded my eyes. Brother I looked up to the sky and wailed, his voice mournful. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement. The heavens haven't blinded your eyes. They've broken them crooked. The corner of Brother I's mouth twitched with righteous indignation. Brother Tianer, don't worry. Lu Shuai, will protect you safely. I'll call my own father right now. This brother can get along. If there is something he really let his father on Chu Tian actually some small touched. Brother I's although crooked, but the person is right. Unlike some people, who have right eyes but are crooked. Li Jida's eyes were full of disdain. Lu Shuai, you're a pitiful retard. If your father knew that you're harboring a person who's harboring a ferocious beast here, he wouldn't whip you to death. Dog son, shut up. Although I, Lu Shuai, am greedy for life and death, greedy for money and lust, but I know how to repay kindness. Without brother Tian'er, we would have been eaten by ghost-faced wolves long ago. Eyes looks like he's getting really angry and red in the face, but he's so handsome in this look. But just then, 3 young men in black uniforms appeared at the entrance of the school, and all of them had the word, ruler, embroidered in gold silk on their chests. In the sunlight, the gold shines. The 3 of them walked majestically, facing each other. Who's harboring ferocious beasts? The young man walking in the center looked cold and indifferent, his body exuding the aura fluctuations of the peak of the granite realm. Li Jida was ecstatic when he saw the visitor. Big brother, you came just in time. Humph. Unexpectedly, the young man frowned and raised his hand to cut him off, saying in a chilling voice, "What, big brother? How many times have I told you to call your position at work?" "Yes, Captain Li. I'm reporting this person for harboring a ferocious beast and trying to bring it into the academy." Li Jida pointed at Chu Tian and shouted. The young man followed the direction of Li Jida's finger. A cold aura appeared in his eyes, and he ordered without question, "Get out of the car and accept the inspection." But without waiting for Chu Tian to react, Brother I opened his arms and dodged in front of the car. "Li Jikong, I'm telling you, you can't move this person. Get out of the way. Harboring a ferocious beast is a crime punishable by death." Lu Shuai, I'll look at your father's face and not bother with you in general, but if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for taking you away with me. As Li Jikong spoke, he took a step out, his aura raging within his body, facing the pressure of the aura of the peak of the granite realm. Brother I was unable to fight. His blood rushed to his throat. Asterisk 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 off. Li Jikong let out another low shout. Brother I didn't resist after all, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. But he still clenched his teeth and didn't budge an inch as he angrily said, "Li Jikong, you big shot. Brother Tian'er is the chief. What qualifications do you have to arrest him?" "Chief." Li Jikong's eyes flickered and his body's aura visibly trembled as he looked back at Li Jida, who nodded reluctantly. Li Jikong's pupils contracted and his face turned blue. In Tianyan Academy, no one knew better than him what chief meant. It was always his dream to become chief. If I arrest this person, the academy there might recognize me very much. It's not out of the question to give me the chief when the time comes. Thinking about this, a smirk appeared in Li Jikong's eyes, but it faded in an instant as he droned. What can the chief do? Colluding with a ferocious beast is an unforgivable offense. Make your move. If you want to catch Brother Tian'er, step over my body. When I finished, he was ready to lie down, but he was stopped by a hand. Brother Tian'er? Chu Tian did not say anything, but pulled Brother I up with force, then pushed open the car door and walked down with an expressionless face. Just a bunch of jumpers. Get up. Not so much. Unbridled. Li Jikong exploded in a deep voice, his aura gushing out. The 2 behind him bullied their way up. Li Jida's face was full of sinister smiles as he whispered, "What can the chief do? Fight with me? It's still a dead end. I advise you to hand over the ferocious beast at once, and you may still be able to stay alive. If you dare to resist, there is only a path to death." As Li Jikong spoke, his aura gathered in his palm. As long as Chu Tian dares to say half a word of no, he will immediately take action. The precepts will have the power of decapitation? Chu Tian's eyes flashed, full of teasing, and he slowly spoke. "Good." After the words, he knocked on the car window. "Blackie, come out." Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, a dark shadow flashed. Blackie lay on the ground and leered. Seeing this, Li Jikong's face was stunned as he said coldly, "I asked you to hand over the ferocious beast, not the pet dog." "Brother, Captain Li, be careful. This ferocious beast will change body." Roar! Not waiting for Li Jida to finish his sentence, a deafening roar sounded out of nowhere at first. Li Jikong lifted his head with difficulty. When he saw this behemoth close at hand, his face changed drastically, and he hastily stormed backward while ordering loudly, "Do it! Take it down!" The other 2 looked at each other. Each other's eyes were filled with panic, but in the face of Li Jikong's order, they didn't dare to disobey, so they could only charge upwards. Roar! Blackie threw back his head and growled again. Results next. Put! One of them fell head over heels and lay motionless on the ground. The teammates around him saw this and cursed. Old Six is shameless, but he learned his lesson by tripping over his left leg and falling straight down. 6-0. I gives a thumbs up and a top rating. Li Jikong's entire body was dumbfounded. His eyes widened in anger. Wastes, you 2 losers. The face of the Preceptors Association has been disgraced by you. However, let his voice roar and roar. The two on the ground slept better than anyone else. The main event is in no listening. No listening, Wanker's recitation of the scriptures. Chu Tian asked with a smile. Captain Li, still arresting? Arrest! The aura in Li Zhikang's body worked frantically. The charge of you harboring a ferocious beast has been realized. Even if I die today, I will arrest you all. Running Thunder Fist. Sinful animal. Die for me. Li Zhikang shouted angrily. The aura in his body surged crazily, and a layer of dazzling thunder light instantly condensed above his two fists, crackling as if there were countless tiny thunderbolts jumping on his fists. Blackie's golden pupils were filled with endless hostility and ferocious tyranny. Master, I want to eat him. Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth and laughed. Sleep when you're sleepy. Eat when you're hungry. Do you still need to ask me about this little thing? Roar. Blackie grinned, his sharp fangs chilling. In reality, it is laughing. Chapter 75 Gathering Spirit Formation. Hostility surged like a tidal wave in Blackie's golden pupils. Li Zhikang immediately felt a fear of death, but at this time, he had no way to retreat. A fist blasted out. The wind of the fist roared, and thunder and lightning were intertwined. There was a burning scent in the air. However, Blackie, in the face of this incoming punch, only gently raised his front paw, the movement seemingly casual, but containing endless power. As its claws fell, even space was torn apart with an ear-piercing sonic boom. Boom! Li Zhikang's running thunder fist clashed with Blackie's claws, and the aftermath of the attack exploded like a small thunderstorm. Next, only to hear click a crisp bone-cracking sound rang out. Li Zhikang's arm was helplessly sagging, his entire palm was bloody, and under the heart-rending sharp pain, it made his features gradually distorted and full of grimaces. Ah! The screams were hysterical. However, Blackie had no intention of stopping and once again opened his bloody mouth to pounce. No! Don't! Li Zhikang's voice trembled and his eyes were filled with fear, his previous condescending demeanor disappearing without a trace. Seeing that the black is about to fall. At that moment, an old voice rang out. Almost ready, little one. Before the words fell, the void boundary cracked open a gap. Wei Pingshang walked out with a smile on his face. Chu Tian clasped his hands and bowed. Student Chu Tian, meet Dean Wei. Haha. Wei Pingshang lightly stroked his long beard and laughed out loud, saying, your kid really doesn't stop. Just coming to report and making such a big commotion? Chu Tian sniffed with an innocent face. Dean Wei, I didn't make a move the entire time. Dean, he didn't do it, but he colluded with the ferocious beasts and betrayed the human race. Li Zhikang finally grabbed onto a lifesaver after seeing Wei Pingsheng appear. He pointed at Blackie, his eyes wide with anger, and snapped, Dean Wei, this is his ferocious beast that almost killed me. The witnesses and material evidence are all there. The evidence is overwhelming. Wei Pingsheng sniffed and simply asked, don't you know he's the chief? Li Zhikang immediately had an ominous premonition in his heart. He stammered, no, but Dean, the chief can't collude with the ferocious beasts either. Wei Pingsheng fluttered his sleeves and carried his hands behind his back. Invisible power filled the air. Li Zhikang trembled violently, and finally plopped on the ground, spitting blood. Colluding with a ferocious beast? This Qilin is Chu Tian's beast pet. Slandering the chief. How dare you? Wei Pingsheng let out a low gulp, and Li Zhikang once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Just then, Brother I suddenly swung his fist of justice, pointed at Li Jida, and shouted, Dean, this dog's son has slandered Brother Tianer too. Lu Shuai, you big master. Put. Li Jida didn't even finish his sentence before he slumped to the ground. None of the brothers were spared. Wei Pingsheng snorted coldly and said, defile the chief. Remove Li Zhikang from being the captain of the Preceptor Society squad, and Li Jida's credits are zeroed out. Do you have any objections? Yes, there is dissent, and it stands. After Wei Pingsheng finished speaking, he turned towards Chu Tian, his face once again filled with a smile. Go, I will personally bring you and Girl Su to your dormitory. Thank you, Dean Wei. Only to see. Wei Pingsheng casually waved his arm, his palm gently brushing the space in front of him. Ka-ching! There was a shattering sound. The space in front of him was actually directly torn open with a crack. The lightning-like spatial crack opened up. The interior was void, as if it was an endless abyss, faintly emitting a terrifying spiritual pressure. Is this the rift in space? Go! Wei Pingsheng stepped out first, half of his body disappearing into space, then turned back and said, keep the car running. Ha! Koroko go! Chu Tian hurriedly sat in the Black Vader, pressed down on the gas, and rushed into the spatial rift. When a few people left, Brother I walked towards Li Jida and threw down, Dazi, you can't be too much of a dog. And then, it sailed away. Li Jida gritted his teeth. You, Lu Shuai, I am not finished with you. Shut up, you stupid ass. Get your ass over here and help me up. Li Zhikang's voice was filled with endless anger. Li Jida's heart tightened. He didn't dare to disobey at all. Brother, don't be angry. Let's go to father. We can definitely restore your identity as the captain of the Preceptor Society. Villa complex of Tianyan Academy campus. Ka-ching. A spatial rift was suddenly torn open in the courtyard of a villa. Wei Pingsheng took the confused Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi, as well as Blackie, and walked from there. Dang! With Wei Pingsheng's ringing fingers snapping down, the two men and the beast came back to their senses from their stupor. Chu Tian looked around his surroundings for the first time, and after seeing the courtyard in front of him, he opened his mouth in surprise. This is the villa area of Tianyan Academy. Wei Pingsheng pointed to the villa behind him and said, "This will be your residence from now on. It has all the facilities inside, so you don't need to prepare anything. That's pretty luxurious." Chu Tian sighed. The villa had 3 floors, and at a glance, it covered an area of about 200 square feet, and if you added the courtyard, it was estimated to be 500 square feet, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was extravagant. You're the chief. These are just the most basic. If Tianyan Academy can't even do this, then what face do I have to recruit you in? Wei Pingsheng said, looking to the empty space around him with a wave of his sleeve robe. Wow! Spiritual energy surged. The ground around the courtyard suddenly lit up with a complex pattern, and these patterns spread rapidly like living creatures, interweaving into a huge formation pattern. Each line of the formation emitted a faint spiritual light, as if there were countless tiny points of light flowing through the lines, converging into a radiant web of light. Buzz! A low humming sound came from the air as the spirit-gathering formation was officially activated. The surrounding auras seemed to be summoned, frantically converging towards the center of the formation. The concentration of aura in the courtyard increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a fresh scent filled the air as if one was in a sea of aura. Chu Tian couldn't help but close his eyes. Between exhaling and breathing, the aura was running on its own in the body, and the feeling was just one word: really cool. Su Ruoshi couldn't help but feel a little envious. The treatment of the chief student of the Tianyan Academy really lived up to its name, and she wondered if her own dormitory would have a spirit-gathering array. Dean Wei, where is my dormitory? Your dormitory? Wei Pingsheng's face was stunned as he pointed at the 3-story villa in front of him and said, "Isn't this your dormitory?" Chu Tian's face was stunned. "Isn't this my dormitory?" Wei Pingsheng, yeah. Daryl Su, what about my dorm room? Wei Pingsheng, here too. Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi spoke in unison. You mean the two of us live in one dormitory? Chapter 76 Lonely Men and Women. Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi spoke in unison. You mean the two of us live in one dormitory? That's right. Wei Pingsheng's face was stunned as he asked back, "Is there a problem?" Su Ruoshi blushed and pouted. "Of course there's a problem. On the contrary," Chu Tian muttered in a small voice, "it's not really too much of a problem." "Tian, why are you like this?" Su Ruoshi's little face was as red as if it was dripping blood. Chu Tian said in a very serious manner, "Ruoshi, you might have misunderstood. What I mean is that we can save resources by living in a dormitory. Moreover, the condition of my dormitory, as you can see, it's hard to find a second one in Tianyan Academy." Chu Tian is right. This dormitory is indeed the best in Tianyan Academy. Wei Pingsheng chimed in. You two live in a villa. It's not like you're in the same room, so what's the point? Cultivators don't bother with small things. Su Ruoshi, with a face of shame and indignation, stammered, "Alright, you guys stop talking. Is it okay for me to live here?" "Okay." Wei Pingsheng let out a long breath as if relieved, as if he had accomplished some task, and then twisted his head to look at Chu Tian with a very ambiguous wink. "Ahem, then it's so happily decided. In addition, the artificial assistant will notify you at the first time of some important notifications from the Tianyan Academy, so feel free to call me if anything happens." Wei Pingsheng gave an explanation and left in a hurry, leaving behind the blushing Su Ruoshi and Chu Tian, who was snickering in his heart, as well as the sunbathing, drowsy Blackie. The air was suddenly quiet. For a while, Chu Tian took the lead to break the quiet. He said tentatively, "Ruoshi, why don't we go inside and take a look?" Yes. Su Ruoshi turned around and walked towards the villa with slightly messy footsteps. Blackie wobbled to his feet and followed the two. Bang! But the next second, it took off directly in place. Immediately after that, Chu Tian's gnashing voice sounded in its mind. "Get the hell out of here and stay down outside." Blackie let out a low growl, blinking his golden eyes in seeming understanding. Inside the villa, just as Wei Pingsheng said, the facilities were all there. The decoration style was simple but not too luxurious, and on the first floor was the living room, plus a maid's room. There are 2 bedrooms on each of the second and third floors. On the top of the building was the cultivation room, equipped with various instruments, Qi and blood tester, speed evaluator, strength tester, and so on. After the two of them took a brief glance, Chu Tian opened his mouth and asked, "Ruoshi, are we staying on the same floor, or are we staying separately?" Separate. I live on the third floor. After Su Ruwashi finished speaking, she quickly walked up the stairs. Looking at the young girl's flustered back, Chu Tian raised his hand and stroked his chin, his eyes full of smiles. All living in one house. Can it be far from living in one room? Meanwhile, after Wei Pingshang left the villa, he immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. The thing you asked me to arrange. It's arranged. Don't worry. It's definitely the best dormitory in Tianyan Academy. Don't worry about my work. You're welcome, and don't forget you promised me a drink. Hanging up the phone, Wei Pingshang had a conspiratorial smile on his face. In the evening, the full moon was high in the sky and the stars were dotted. Jiangcheng, the military governor's residence. An angry roar rang out, and the city guard warriors instantly entered combat mode, surrounding the parlor with a sense of oppression. Inside the hall, Chu Wenzhong's face was grim as he angrily said, Army Commander Yang, what do you mean by this? You want to leave me behind? Yang Kuan's eyes were full of disdain. Chu Lao, I can understand your feelings, but anger won't solve the problem. This is the military governor's mansion. I advise you to calm down. Calm, bang. Chu Wenzhong clapped his hands. His old face was ironic. Army Commander Yang, once we agreed. Within a week you help me capture Chu Tian. I'll help the young army commander to repair the life bone. Now why don't you count on your words? Just an hour ago, he suddenly received a phone call from Yang Kuan. The other party told him that the previous agreement is all null and void. Chu Wenzhong was completely furious when he heard the news, and immediately rushed to the military governor's residence overnight to question him face to face. Thus, there was that scene just now, where the city guard warriors besieged the parlor hall. Yang Kuan skimmed his mouth. Elder Chu, we agreed before, but there's a saying, plans can't catch up with changes fast enough. My son is at the peak and already doesn't need the life bone, so why would I still want to take the risk of making a move on Chu Tian? Chu Wenzhong can grunt and tell himself in his heart, cannot be impulsive, cannot be impulsive, cannot be impulsive. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Army Commander Yang, that Chu Tian wasted the life bone of the young army chief. This revenge will not be avenged? Revenge? Of course we have to take revenge. Then why are you still talking out of your ass? Army Commander Yang? If you can wait, then I don't mind continuing to honor our agreement. How long will you wait? Chu Wenzhong asked, holding back the anger in his heart. Yang Kuan laughed loudly. Maybe a day, maybe a week, maybe a month, or a year. The exact time depends on when Fomer will be able to cultivate the 9 revolutions golden body decree successfully. It doesn't take a year, a month. Chu Wenzhong couldn't even wait. To be exact, Chu Feng couldn't wait. In Chu Feng's current condition, if he lasted 10 days at most, he would exhaust his origin and be reduced to an invalid. Chu Wenzhong's brows furrowed, his features gradually twisting. Army Commander Yang, you're determined, wanting to see death, is that it? Ha ha ha. Yang Kuan laughed out loud, and then, the smile on his face disappeared as much as it could, killing intent in his eyes. Chu Wenzhong, when you threatened this army chief earlier, did you ever think that there would be such a day? Yang Kuan raised his hand to interrupt Chu Wenzhong, who wanted to argue, and said in a chilling voice, I've already given you a lot of face by not looking for trouble. Don't be ungrateful, get lost. As soon as the word roll was uttered, a violent aura erupted. Chu Wenzhong was knocked back by this powerful aura, and his face instantly turned pale. He never expected that Yang Kuan would turn his back so much. Good, good, good. Chu Wenzhong said 3 good words in a row, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Yang Kuan, today's matter, I've written it down. We'll see. Yang Kuan waved his hand with an impatient face. Scram! If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll slaughter your Chu family tonight. Chu Wenzhong's expression was austere, and with a cold snort, he flung his sleeves away, and Yang Kuan also got up and left the meeting hall, came to the door of the cultivation room, just raised his hand and prepared to knock on the door. But then, he suddenly sniffled, and a pungent smell of blood hit his nose. Yang Kuan's face changed drastically, and he smashed the door of the cultivation room to pieces with one fist. Ka-ching! The door to the room shattered in response, sending wood shavings flying. Yang Kuan rushed into the cultivation room with great strides, full of blood, and there is a piece of the ground. Chapter 77. If you want to practice this technique, you have to self-circumcise first. Yang Kuan rushed into the cultivation room with big strides. There was blood all over the floor, and there was also a bloody piece of meat with hair on the floor. This is peak child. You. Yang Kuan's eyes of the skittering round, breathing for a moment of stagnation. He moved upward little by little to move his gaze. Take your time, take your time, take your time. Yang Peek's crotch that had been dyed red with blood appeared within Yang Kuan's line of sight. At this moment, Yang Kuan, who was a father, his brain went blank and his body trembled violently. He rushed toward Peek Yang in 3 steps and 2 steps, took a deep breath, and asked with a trembling voice, Peek, you, what? have you done? Young Peak raised his head, his face pale, his voice slightly hoarse. Dad, I weeded that thing down. After saying that, Young Peak laughed with a rueful face. Thump, thump, thump. Yang Kuan's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted, taking several steps backward. Peak, why? Why are you practicing yourself so much? Why? Yang Kuan roared out in anger, but Young Peak looked very calm, smiled sagely and said, Dad, it is written on this gong method that if you want to practice this gong, you must first self-circumcise. I want to practice. I want to become stronger. I want to take revenge. So it's fine if you don't want that thing. Yang Kuan's old tears filled his eyes with self-reproach. Feng'er, it's me who caused you. It's me who caused you. After saying that, he carried Young Peak into his arms and casually picked up the 9 turns golden body decree that caused his son to lose his handle. The first page really did have 8 big words written on it. If you want to practice this technique, you must first self-cannibalize. How could there be such a harmful technique in the world? I'd like to see what the difference is. Why did you have to self-flagellate first? With that in mind, Yang Kuan turned to the second page. Suddenly, his eyes stared, and in one of the pieces at the beginning of the second page of feats, there was a line of very, very small words in the lower right corner. Yang Kuan fixed his eyes on it. It doesn't have to be self-inflicted to be successful. Ah, asshole. Boom. A raging aura exploded. It instantly filled every corner of the cultivation room. The surrounding aura stirred. Young Peak's blood surged and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Dad, what's wrong with you? Feng'er, in fact, this gong method. Yang Kuan's tone lurched and his face was gloomy to the extreme. Dad, what's wrong with you? Yang Kuan opened his mouth and secretly said, if he told Feng'er that he didn't have to self-cannibalize to succeed, would he go crazy? No, he mustn't know. With this in mind, Yang Kuan gently twisted his thumb and index finger, and a wisp of aura flowed from his fingertip, erasing the small line of words in the lower right corner. Afterwards, he forced a smile and shook his head. Father is fine. Feng'er, since you've already decided, Father fully supports you. When you cultivate this technique to perfection, I'll find a way to make you a man again. Young Peak nodded. Perhaps when that time came, he wouldn't like the identity of a man anymore. At the same time, the Tianyan Academy Villa area, Chief One House, Chu Tian came to the balcony. The slightly cool evening breeze came to his face, and some of his tiredness dispersed with the wind. He leaned on the railing with his hands, his dark eyes like a ghostly spring under the moon, and he looked out at the landscape, thinking of his inner monologue. As a 10-year-old bookworm, I have fantasized countless times about a play like crossing over happening to me. However, when the fantasies became reality, Chu Tian had moments of confusion, fear, and even nostalgia for the time when he was a cow or horse on earth. But over time, he grew accustomed to who he was now, and fell in love with the world of high martial arts, where martial arts are honored. A big fist is reason in law. Phew! Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked up at the starry sky, as if talking to himself. Let me surpass countless novel protagonists and stand on top of the world. Playing awkward, Chu Tian dropped a land of goosebumps. The corner of his mouth straight draws, muttered a sentence. Such a Thai words, really is not my kind of decent people can handle. I'm sure you can. Just then, a gentle but pleasant voice rang out. Trudy looked back, only to see that Su Ruwashi was blinking her black and white eyes, looking straight at him. Chu Tian was slightly stunned, looking at Su Ruwashi's eyes that were as clear as water. His heart inexplicably moved. The moonlight sprinkled on her face, reflecting a soft halo, and her cheeks were slightly flushed, seemingly a little shy, yet with a hint of determination. The night breeze gently brushed by, bringing up a few strands of hair around her ears, and the air was filled with an ambiguous scent if nothing else. How did you come out? Chu Tian asked softly, a trace of imperceptible embarrassment in his voice. Su Ruwashi pursed her lips, her gaze slightly dodged, but she couldn't help but look at Chu Tian. I heard you outside, so I came out to take a look. Her voice was soft, like a wisp of a whisper on the night breeze, with a hint of shyness and tentativeness. Her fingers unconsciously twisted together as if to hide her inner panic. Chu Tian looked at this appearance of the young girl and couldn't help but smile. His tone also became softer. It's windy outside. Aren't you cold? Su Ruwashi shook her head. Her voice was so light that it was almost inaudible. It's not cold, are you? Chu Tian didn't answer and just looked at her quietly. The two men's gazes met, as if an invisible force was pulling at each other. There is a subtle sentiment in the air, like a tender bud in early spring, quietly breaking through the ground, but not daring to grow unchecked. Su Ruwashi's cheeks were getting redder and redder, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She lowered her head, thin as a mosquito voice. I heard everything you just said. Chu Tian froze, then scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. You heard it all? I'm just talking casually. Don't take it seriously. Tsuruwashi raised her head and said very seriously, "No, I believe in you. You can definitely do it and stand on top of the world." Her tone was firm, a trusting glint in her eyes. For some reason, Chu Tian, who had wanted to laugh at himself, suddenly felt that he might actually be able to do it when he saw the young girl's gaze that was filled with trust. "Go back. Are you hungry? I'll give you something to eat down there." "Ha?" Tsuruwashi was staring straight at Chu Tian. Her face flushed slightly and she whispered. Chu Tian sniffed and asked curiously, "Is it good down there for you?" "Sure. What flavor do you want? I'll make it for you." "Seafood noodles." "Yes." The two turned and walked into the room. The Chu family in Jiangcheng. The atmosphere of the Chu family at this moment was depressing to the extreme. Chu Wenjiang's old face was hideous and ghastly, his eyes glowing with endless killing intent. "Bang! Asshole! Yang Kuan, you're ing bullying me too much. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Chu Wenjiang let out a roar. But just then, there was a knock on the door. Dum 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 dum. Chapter 7828. Come in. The hoarse voice contained the endless anger in Chu Wenjiang's heart. LOL. The door to the room opened slowly. Xu Sheng bent down and carefully walked in. "Father, Xiao Feng's situation is somewhat not very optimistic. He just vomited a lot of blood again, and his breath is also what?" Chu Wenjiang frowned slightly, his words revealing impatience. Xu Sheng hurriedly said, "Little Feng's breath is shriveled. He hasn't eaten for a few days in a row. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold on." "I know. I'll go and persuade him. You go down first." Xu Wenjiang waved his hand, dismissing Xu Sheng. LOL. The room went dark the moment the door closed. A pair of scarlet eyes, hostility raging. "Chu Tian, why have you suddenly become so strong? Why? Young Ho Ah, what exactly did you leave behind for this beast?" The eerie voice was creepy. The next day was sunny and cloudless. Chu Tian slept until he naturally woke up. When he opened his eyes, it was already noon. When he walked out of the room, Tsuruwashi was not in the living room on the first floor. It looked like it might be in the practice room on the roof. Chu Tian poured a cup of water and took a shallow sip to moisten his throat. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The sudden doorbell rang. In the next second, a virtual screen appeared in front of Chu Tian, and Brother I appeared on the screen with a pair of eyes. "Brother Tianer, is it in?" Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. "Something's wrong?" When Brother I heard Chu Tian's voice, he returned cautiously with a pandering smile on his face. "Aha, but it's not a big deal. I'm not thinking that Brother Tianer is a new student, so I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the academy and act as a tour guide for you." This was the conclusion I had come to after a night of deep thought when he returned to his dormitory last night. He was already determined to follow Chu Tian. Of course, for Brother I's Chu Tian could also feel it, but how could he not expect the change to be so big? He shook his head and rejected it. "I'm not going anywhere." The smile on Brother I's face froze, but he soon piled on the smile once again. "Brother Tianer, I wonder if you've ever heard of an underground ring?" "Heard that." Brother I laughed cheaply. "Brother Tianer, Tianyan Academy has some underground rings of its own. Are you interested in going to take a look? It's guaranteed to be very exciting and not a wasted trip." Chu Tian was really a bit surprised. Normally speaking, underground rings were the favorites of cultivators who didn't want to die and pursued excitement. It's synonymous with blood and cruelty. The underground ring is all about signing a life and death contract. More than 90% of the students at the Heavenly Diffusion Academy were geniuses. The remaining 10% are super geniuses. They can be strong as long as they live. How could anyone fight their way out of the ring to take a chance? Brother I was late in hearing Chu Tian's reply and probably guessed the reason. So he hurriedly explained. "Brother Tianer, although the underground ring is dangerous, the reward is also very generous. Dasha coins, spirit beads, and credits." When Chu Tian heard this, he suddenly realized that this was the case. People die for money. Birds die for food. The sky is the limit. The world is bustling with interest. After all, it's the word profit that counts. This set-up world is pretty much set in stone. What time does the underground ring start? A smirk surfaced inside Brother I's pair of opposite eyes, and he busied himself by saying, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're just in time to go for a meal, and then we'll go to Qiao's octagonal cage. Chu Tian nodded slightly. Good. Wait for me to change my clothes. Okay, Brother Tianer, there's no rush. I'll wait for you at the door. Chu Tian cut off the visual intercom and went up to the top floor. The door of the cultivation room was tightly closed. Tsuruwashi was indeed cultivating inside, and as soon as she approached, she felt an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. Chu Tian's pupils contracted, and in his heart, he said, Daryl's talented fate bone is only afraid that it's also at the S-class level. What a terrifying aura. He did not make a sound to disturb Tsuruwashi and left quietly. Villa entrance. Chu Tian had just gone out the door when Brother I walked over quickly. Brother Tianer, here, I'll take you to eat at a Heavenly Diffusion Academy's Treasure Bistro. How much treasure? Chu Tian smiled and made a snide remark. He was now becoming more and more impressed with Brother I. After all, how bad can a person who knows what's good for him be? Not to mention that this guy isn't bad. Before that, it was at best a case of making bad friends and going astray. Brother I scratched his head, one eye on guard duty and one on sentry duty, his two asymmetrical eyeballs bony. Brother Tianer, let me put it to you this way, just this treasure bistro, I guarantee that after you eat it, you won't be able to forget it, and you'll surely want to come back for it every day. Chu Tian's eyes were full of skepticism. I'm a mouthful. Tianer, will you just watch? With that, I slammed his foot on the gas. The big Range Rover ejected with a bang. Chu Tian's heart all lurched a bit, couldn't help but grab the handle tightly. His mouth straight. Brother I, slow down. Your eyes open so fast. Can you see over? Brother I smiled evilly. Tianer, then you're underestimating these eyes of mine. A natural-born racer. One eye stares ahead, the other one observes the 6 paths. 2 without delay. Showers. The car sped through the boulevard of Tianyan Academy and finally stopped at the entrance of a small alley. The alley is not wide, lined with ancient buildings and paved with green stone slabs that look dated. Brother I parked his car and led Chu Tian into the depths of the alley. This is it. Brother pointed to an inconspicuous small store. Wooden board above the crooked carved with 4 words in 2 pinyin, 2-8 big bar xiaokao. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows. Let's not talk about the taste. This signboard is already a masterpiece. Brother I scratched his head with an embarrassed face. Brother Tianer, believe me, this boss's craft. Is this? I said while giving a thumbs up. If you're here, you're here. The two pushed their way inside. The store was small, with only a few tables, but cleaned up neatly. The boss was a middle-aged man who was sitting behind the counter smoking a cigarette. Seeing someone come in, he looked up and smiled. Young Lu is here. Bringing a friend today? Brother I nodded. Old Bai, you have to show your hand today. My brother Tianer's mouth is gripping. Old Bai laughed. Alright, you guys sit down first, I'll go get ready. Chu Tian and Brother I found a seat by the window and sat down, and it wasn't long before Old Bai walked over with a handful of moist and oily meat skewers. Fragrance. Gulp. Chu Tian swallowed a mouthful of spit, picked up a skewer to open the jerk, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This flavor is really good. Brother I smiled smugly. How's that? I didn't lie to you, did I? Old Bai's craftsmanship is one of the best in Tianyan Academy. How many people queue up to eat it? Trudy nodded, jerking straight up. The two chatted as they ate, and their relationship advanced a few more points. After eating, Brother I looked at the time. Brother Tianer, it's almost time. We should go to Qiao's octagonal cage. Chapter 79 Underground Ring. Chu Tian wiped his mouth and stood up. Let's go. I want to see how exciting this underground ring is. The two of them exited the store and I drove Chu Tian straight to Zhou's octagon cage. On the way, I briefly explained the rules of the underground ring. Brother Tianer, although the underground ring is dangerous, the rules are simple. Sign a life and death contract before going to the stage. There are generous rewards for winning and losing. That depends on luck. Chu Tian sniffed and asked curiously, does the academy allow the existence of underground rings? Allowed, and support is encouraged. While the two were talking, they had arrived at Zhou's octagonal cage. There were many luxury cars parked at the entrance, including some sports cars worth millions of dollars. It seems the underground ring is popular with the rich. Brother I parked his car and led Chu Tian towards the entrance of Zhou's octagonal cage. At the door stood two burly security guards with stern, menacing eyes. I greeted him familiarly and handed over 2 black cards, which the security guards scanned and released. Walking through the front door, he was greeted by a strong mixture of blood and sweat. Excited shouts and low growls abounded. Chu Tian frowned slightly, but he was soon captivated by the sight in front of him. The venue of the underground ring was extremely large, with a huge octagonal cage in the center, and the cage's iron net was covered with mottled bloodstains, and in some places you could even see black traces of dried blood condensing into it. The cage is surrounded by a circle of stepped seating, which is full at the moment, with frenzy and anticipation written all over the faces of the spectators. There was a heart-pounding tension in the air. Several harsh spotlights hung above the octagonal cage, and the light shone down on the center of the cage, reflecting a ghastly white light. The floor around the cage was stained with blood. Brother Tianer, how is it? Is this atmosphere strong enough? Brother I approached Chu Tian's ear and said loudly. Chu Tian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, and his heart could not help but be infected by the atmosphere. Although he disliked such overly bloody occasions, he had to admit that this kind of environment did stimulate some kind of impulse deep inside a person. It hasn't even started yet, and these people are so excited? Chu Tian asked. Brother I heatedly smiled. Brother Tianer, you don't know, the audience of the underground ring can be old farts. they've long been used to this kind of rhythm. The match hasn't even started yet. The atmosphere has to be fired up first. Look over there dash. I pointed to a group of people not far away, who were gathered together, holding a few pieces of paper in their hands, seemingly discussing something. That's where the bets are placed. Brother, I explained. Before the start of each match, spectators can place bets on who will win. Some people come here just for that, and they can make a lot of money if they win. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. The academy doesn't care? Pipe? The academy can't wait for this. Brother, I laughed. The existence of the underground ring was originally meant to stimulate the students' fighting spirit and potential. Placing bets is just a small game that comes with it. The academy turns a blind eye as long as it doesn't cause a big mess. Chu Tian nodded, and in his heart, he gained a deeper understanding of the rules of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy. This really isn't an ordinary place. The strongest is the strongest. The weakest is the strongest. The academy encourages competition, even to the point of life and death, to stimulate students' potential. Come on, Brother Tianer, let's go upstairs. Upstairs? Chu Tian raised his head and swept his gaze. Ooh, what a guy. It turned out that there was another circle of boxes on the second floor, which were filled with young men of great aura and strength. Tianer, I'm a VIP here. I can go up to the second floor. Moreover, the location for watching the battle up there is excellent. It's immersive. Brother, I said while pulling Chu Tian through the crowd, straight to the second floor box. After sitting down, Chu Tian looked down and looked around below, realizing that not only were there students in the audience, but there were also some audience members who looked like they were very old. They were suited and booted, and their demeanor was subdued. Those people are? Chu Tian pointed to a group of middle-aged men not far away. Brother, I followed Chu Tian's gaze and laughed. Those, are all the higher-ups of the academy or powerful people from the outside world. And the underground ring is not only a stage for the students, but also a place for them to look for investment targets. Some students with outstanding performance will be favored by them and directly recruited into their forces. Trudy nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the underground ring was not just a place to compete in strength, but also a platform to showcase oneself and obtain resources. Just then, the music in the arena suddenly stopped, followed by a loud voice that traveled through the loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Joe's Octagon. Tonight's match is about to begin, so let's wait and see who will be the king of the night. Next, please welcome Joe's 5-crown champion, the Beast, to the ring. Before the words fell, deafening cheers erupted from the audience, and the atmosphere was instantly pushed to a climax. The underground ring, true to its name. As the host's words fell, an iron door next to the octagonal cage suddenly opened, and a teenager wearing a tiger head mask walked out. He was shirtless, his muscles gnarled, his body covered in scars, and there was a beastly ferocity in his eyes. He slowly walks up to the ring and lets out a low growl as he grabs the iron mesh with both hands. The crowd instantly boiled over, screaming and whistling as if they were going to topple the entire venue. Brother Tianer, this is today's first player, nicknamed Beast, who has won 5 matches in a row. Brother, I excitedly introduced. He beats his opponents half to death every time he goes on the court, and even once directly tore off his opponent's arm. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the man in the ring. He could feel that berserk aura radiating from the other party, truly like a wild beast. The peak of the frontier realm was comparable to the strength of the granite realm. Perhaps this is the reason why the Heavenly Diffusion Academy allows underground rings to exist, Chu Tian secretly said in his heart. Meanwhile, the host's booming voice sounded again. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the ringmaster of the previous match, Shadowblade, to the ring. Oh ha! Ho 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 ho! Aha! Cheers and chants once again resounded throughout the underground ring. Immediately afterward, another iron door opened and a thin man stepped out. He wore a black leotard and a ghastly white mask over his face, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. This person's pace was light, and in the flash of his body, he had already traveled to the center of the ring. This is the Shadow Blade, extremely fast and good at sneak attacks. This guy's blade is so fast that he can't even see his opponent. Brother, I continued his introduction. Chu Tian nodded slightly. Just then, the host shouted, the first ring match officially begins. Chapter 80, Brutal Octagon Cage. With the host's order, the atmosphere inside the entire octagonal cage instantly tightened to the extreme. The beast let out a low growl, his fists clenched, his muscles as taut as steel, the floor beneath his feet shaking slightly at the sight of him stepping on it. His eyes were like a beast staring at its prey, locking onto the opposite side of the Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade stood still, his eyes as cold as frost under the mask, and in his hand there was a short knife with a cold light flashing at an unknown time. His figure was slightly leaning forward, ready for a fatal strike, and his entire body's aura was tightened to the extreme. Even his breathing had stopped. Suddenly, the beast moved, like a tiger out of its cage. he charged at Shadow Blade, the floor thumping under his feet and the ring shaking. Boom! Beast threw a punch, and with the sound of the wind, his fist slammed straight into Shadow Blade's face. Click 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 click. Sonic boom bursts. However, the Shadow Blade flickered lightly and his figure disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he was behind the beast's flank. A flash of coldness appeared. Put! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh was clearly audible, and blood instantly spurted from the beast's ribs. Roar! The beast let out a growl of pain, but instead of flinching, he inspired a ferocious, bloody violence within him, and beast out. He violently turned around and swept out a fist, which was wrapped in a terrifying aura and headed straight for Shadowblade's head. This punch was powerful and came with great force. Shadowblade's stance was short, narrowly avoiding the punch, but his mask was grazed by the wind of the punch, instantly cracking a seam. He quickly took a few steps back, distancing himself from the beast. The short blade still held steady in his hand, blood dripping from the tip. Deafening shouts erupted from the audience, and everyone was captivated by the intense battle, their emotions running high to the extreme. Beast! Tear him apart! Shadowblade! Finish that beast! Shouts rose and fell, and the entire underground ring seemed to have turned into a crazy gladiatorial arena. Chu Tian sat in the box on the second floor, his gaze fixed on the two people in the ring. He could clearly feel the raging power within the beast, and could also detect the deadly threat of the Shadowblade that was like a poisonous snake. The two had very different fighting styles, but were equally dangerous. Brother Tianer, who do you think will win? Brother, I asked excitedly, a frenzied gleam in his eyes. Chu Tian did not reply immediately, but carefully observed the movements of the two. After a moment, he slowly said, the beast's strength and defense are strong, but his speed is the short board. The Shadowblade's speed and skill is superior, but his strength is lacking. Once the beast seizes the opportunity, the consequences will be unimaginable. If I have to choose one, I feel that Shadowblade it. Brother, I nodded. A hero's opinion. I also think Shadowblade has a better chance of winning. His blade is too fast for the beast to catch him. Chu Tian didn't say anything and just continued to focus on the ring. At this moment, the battle in the ring had entered a white-hot stage. Meanwhile, inside another box on the second floor, two young men were half lying on the sofa. Off to the side were two girls from the in-death service. Clothes were disheveled and private parts were visible. A pungent, fishy odor filled the air. Phew! Only the young man on the left closed his eyes and exhaled a cloudy breath. Brother Lee, what's wrong with you today? Out of shape? It's over so quickly. The companion at his side laughed and joked. Throne, don't you knowingly look at me funny here? Ha ha ha. The young man called Throne laughed out loud and suddenly pressed the girl's head hard. Phew, comfy. Wang Bitdu let go of his hand and grinned. Brother Lee, how could I look at you as a joke? I just want to ask you what you plan to do next? The other young man's face was grim as he gritted his teeth and said, what else can we do? Of course, it's to step down as the captain of the Preceptor Society's squad first. However, I, Li Jikong, will go back one day. Brother Li, I believe in you. The throne lifted his wine cup and said with a smile, come, clink one, wishing you an early return to the Preceptor's Council. Dang! A crisp clinking of glasses sounded. Li Jikong tilted his head back and sent the wine down his throat. At this moment, in the octagonal cage, the beast's entire body was covered with dense wounds, dripping with blood, and it looked shocking, but his attack became more and more ferocious. His fist slammed into Shadowblade like a raging storm. Boom boom boom. Dull sounds rang out one after another. However, Shadowblade was like a slippery loach, always able to avoid an attack in the nick of time, the short blade in his hand occasionally leaving a wound on the beast's body. Blood flowed down the beast's body, staining the floor of the ring. Roar! Suddenly, the beast let out a hiss as his eyes became bloodshot and the muscles on his body swelled once again, as if he had entered some kind of berserk state. His speed increased steeply, and he smashed his fist into the Shadowblade, the wind whistling as if even the air had been torn apart. Shadowblade's face changed and he hastily dodged, but this time, his movements were a beat slower. Bang! The fist grazed Shadowblade's shoulder, and the immense force lifted his entire body out, crashing heavily into the iron net of the octagonal cage. The iron net issued a heavy burden of creaking sound, as if at any time will be broken. Shadowblade stifled a grunt, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He quickly got up from the ground, but the beast had already charged again, his fist smashing into his head like a cannonball. In the nick of time, the Shadowblade slammed into a short stance, and the short blade in his hand stabbed at the beast's abdomen like a viper. Put! The sound of a blade piercing flesh resounded again. Beast's movement stalled slightly, but his fist still slammed down hard. Bang! Shadowblade was smashed in the chest by this punch, and his entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily on the edge of the ring and spraying a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. Crazy shouts erupted from the audience, and everyone was shocked by the bloody battle. Beast! Finish him off! Shadowblade! Stand up! Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, the winner is already divided. Brother, I froze for a moment. Brother Tianer, are you saying the beast won? Chu Tian shook his head. No, it was Shadowblade who won. The words just fell. The beast in the ring suddenly stumbles, then falls heavily to his knees. In his abdomen, blood gushed out like a spring, coloring the entire ring red. Shadowblade slowly rose from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking coldly at the kneeling beast. You lost. Chapter 81. I presses B after cursing. You lost. Shadowblade's voice was cold and hoarse. The beast opened its mouth as if to say something, but eventually collapsed helplessly. The entire underground ring fell into a brief silence before deafening cheers erupted. Shadowblade! 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 All the spectators chanted wildly as they greeted a new king. Chu Tian looked at the Shadowblade in the ring and a trace of color flashed in his eyes. This is the underground ring. Bloody, brutal, yet full of endless temptation. Here, the winners are the kings and the losers are the losers. There is no mercy, only survival and destruction. The beast was carried off by the spiritual healer who had been waiting in the wings. Congratulations to Shadowblade for ending the 5-crown beast, taking the crown and picking the ring. The loud voice of the host resounded throughout the underground ring under the aura's enhancement. Awesome! The new king is crowned, and Shadowblade is awesome. Woohoo! The scene resounded with loud and frantic cheers and shouts. The crowd was excited and high. Shadowblade looked up at the host in front of him and spoke slowly. Where's my bonus? His purpose for picking the ring was very clear, the prize money. The host raised his hand and a Qiankuan bag appeared in his palm. Then he smiled and said, successful picking of the ring, rewarded with 3 spirit pearls and 3 million dasha coins. Proceed. Thanks. Shadowblade received the Qiankuan bag without any lingering, and directly turned around to leave. But at that moment, a grim voice rang out. Wait! The crowd sniffed and looked toward the source of the sound. The second floor box. The host and Shadowblade in the octagonal cage all froze. However, after all, the host had experienced great storms. He quickly adjusted his state, put on a smile, and said aloud, Captain Li, I wonder what you have to teach me. Li Jikong didn't pay any attention to the host, but instead looked at Shadowblade with a gloomy face. Accompany me in a painful battle. Win or lose, I'll give you 5 spirit pearls. How about it? A brief silence fell over the arena. It wasn't hard for anyone to see that Shadowblade's injuries were serious, and he, Li Jikong, was even at the peak of the Granite Realm, so this battle was not at all suspenseful. Shame on you. Even if you take advantage of someone's danger, you're still bullying the small. Exactly. It's a shame that he's still the squad leader of the preceptors. Shameless. What a squad leader. I heard he kicked a piece of ass yesterday and got jacked by the Vice-Dean himself. Now he's just a ing Pushin man. The underground ring was buzzing with chatter. The sinister smile hanging on Li Jikong's face converged as much as he could. He was burning with rage and gritted his teeth. Shut the up. Who said I'm going to bully the small with the big? Not bullying the small with the big. You look for Shadowblade to fight? If you want a painful battle you go find Pavilion Master Qiao, and you won't be beaten the out of you. I raises his fist of justice again standing in the doorway of the box, directly in line. Li Jikong twisted his head to look at him, and a flash of murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. Lu Shuai, you're looking for death? You dare to talk to me like this? I was looking for, so I looked for you. Gah! I cursed and pressed B. Without hesitation, he turned and walked into the box. Under the protection of the anti-peeping glass, Li Jikong's set trade did not see an invisible anger burning in the bottom of his heart. At this time, the host advised very politely, Captain Li, why don't you take the heat off? I'll arrange 2 people for you in a while to accompany you in a painful battle. Li Jikong narrowed his eyes, reached out and pointed at Shadowblade, and said grimly, I want him. Captain Li, you. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Doesn't your Qiao clan have realm binding pills? Get me a 9 stripes realm binding pill. Li Jikong's words had not yet fallen. A murderous aura surfaced in Shadowblade's eyes as he suddenly spoke. I agree. Good. Li Jikong sneered and said, hear that? He agreed. Go get the realm binding pill. The host frowned at Shadowblade and didn't say much, just sighed and turned away. Shadowblade sat on the ground and took out a spirit bead and stuffed it into his mouth, recovering his depleted aura and trying his best to get back to his peak condition in the shortest time possible. The arena quieted down with it. All the spectators spontaneously held their breath without making a single sound. Second floor box. Brother, I was filled with anger and gritted his teeth. These 2 brothers of the Li family are one more than a dog's son, taking advantage of people's danger, but really shameless. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and thought, Li Jikong should know the identity of the Shadowblade and that there is some sort of beef between them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have preferred to be scolded and take the realm binding pill to fight with him. Brother I's face was stunned when he heard that. Brother Tianer, when you say it like that, it's really possible, but how big the grudge is. Li Zhikong doesn't even want to lose his face, or he's shameless too. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he had a playful smile on his face. I gave a thumbs up and sked. Pithy. Spot on. Chu Tian rolled his eyes without any good reason. Then his gaze fell on Shadowblade's body, eager to take a look at the face under the mask. Because, the breath on the Shadowblade is very similar to that person. Very much the same, as it were. At the same time, inside another box, Li Zhikong's 5 fingers were tightly pinching the wineglass. His bones were white, and his eyes were filled with inexplicable anger. Seeing this, Wang Bit on the side was puzzled and asked, Brother Li, why are you so angry? Does this Shadowblade have a grudge against you? Ka-ching! There was a shattering sound. The wineglass that Li Zhikong cupped in his hand exploded with a sound, and the broken glass dug deep into his palm, dripping with blood. However, Li Zhikong acted as if he couldn't feel the pain. His face was grim as he said in a chilling voice, Shadowblade's real name is Han Xing. Han Xing? Thronebit repeated one side of his voice in a small voice full of confusion, but in the next second, his eyes widened violently and he lost his voice and exclaimed, It's him! It's him! Now you know why I'm so angry. How can you be sure? Li Zhikong stared at Shadowblade's ghastly white mask and spoke slowly. Have you forgotten about his skeleton tattoo? What's more, I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. The throne twisted his head to look. Shadowblade's neck did have a skeleton tattoo. Good lord, this guy can actually cultivate. I always thought he was wasted. Yeah, I also think so. The results prove that we were all fooled by him. He not only can cultivate, but also broke through to the peak of the frontier realm, and his strength is still so perverse. The murderous aura in Li Zhikong's eyes intensified as he said this. The throne's brow furrowed as he said in a deep voice, I've never been able to understand why he didn't expose us. Because he's a smart orphan. Words. Li Zhikong stood up and walked towards the door of the box, throwing down. This time, he won't be so lucky. Chapter 82 Excitement. Shadowblade was in the octagonal cage, and the aura in his body was running rapidly. Even though the injuries on his body were not healed, his aura gradually returned to its peak state. There is a hidden trend of breakthroughs, but right now, where is the time for a breakthrough? The host walked slowly with a pill bottle in his hand, and with that, Li Zhikong makes his way to the ring. The scene was filled with ragged gasps. All the spectators' faces flushed red, their eyes filled with fervor as they stared at the octagonal cage. The host handed over the pill bottle in his hand. Captain Li, this is the 9 Stripes Realm Binding Pill. Thank Pavilion Master Zhou for me. When Li Zhikong finished speaking, he reached for the medicine bottle, but the host's words turned and said in a deep voice, Captain Li, Pavilion Master Qiao asked me to convey to you that Qiao's underground ring has its own rules, and I hope that you will abide by them, or suffer the consequences. Li Zhikong's palm, which had stopped in midair, visibly trembled, his face grim. Go back and tell Pavilion Master Qiao, just tell him that I, Li Zhikong, have taken note of it. After saying that, he grabbed the bound realm pill from the host's hand. Realm binding pills, as the name suggests, can bind realms. The 9 Stripes Realm Binding Pill just happens to allow the taker to shed 9 minor realms. However, even if Li Zhikong's realm would fall from the peak of the Granite Realm to the first turn of the Granite Realm after taking the Realm Binding Pill, his aura concentration and volume were far from something that could be compared to an ordinary first turn of the Granite Realm. The actual combat power was still comparable to an existence at the third turn of the Granite Realm. This battle is still very unfair for Shadowblade. Brother I was righteously indignant, anger in his eyes, but Chu Tian slowly spoke. This world is inherently unfair. The weak is strong. In the octagon, Shadowblade stood up, his aura around him converging into his body as much as possible. The host said aloud, this battle was initiated by Captain Li, but Pavilion Master Qiao has said that if Shadowblade can win, Qiao's underground ring will award an additional 500 spirit pearls. This statement was made. The arena erupted in cheers and chants. All the spectators exclaimed, Master Zhou Pavilion, atmosphere. Li Zhikong sneered, I will save these 500 spirit pearls for Pavilion Master Qiao. When he finished speaking, he looked at Shadowblade with intent. You're still too eager. Don't you know how to develop indecently? Shadowblade did not speak, just coldly Li Zhikong, the murderous aura in his eyes gradually turning into substance. Suddenly, he raised the short knife in his hand, the tip pointing straight at Li Zhikong's brow, his voice hoarse, kill, looking for death. If I can waste you once, I can waste you twice, Li Zhikong said sorrowfully. Immediately afterward, the aura in his body exploded. The moderator exits the octagon in a huff. The battle was imminent. Kill, kill, kill. The audience's shouts came like a tidal wave, and everyone's eyes were glued to the 2 people in the ring. Exuberance and nervousness written all over their faces. The entire arena was instantly lit up. Li Zhikong sneered, the aura in his body surging wildly. Even though he had taken the 9 stripes realm binding pill, and his realm had been suppressed to the first turn of the granite realm. However, the aura on his body was still incredibly strong. Han Xing, do you think that I won't recognize you with a mask on? Last time I let you escape. This time, you won't have a chance to live. Li Zhikong let out a low roar, and his figure stormed out with a punch. The wind of the fist whistled, carrying a terrifying aura fluctuation. The murderous aura in Shadowblade's eyes disappeared without a trace. His eyes were as calm as a cold pool as he flickered and easily avoided the punch. At the same time, the short knife in his hand cut out a cold light and swept straight towards Li Zhikong's neck. Snort! The sound of the blade cutting through the air was clearly audible. Li Zhikong's face changed and he hastily retreated. But the speed of the shadow blade was too fast, and the tip of the blade still left a shallow bloodstain on his neck. Seek death! Li Zhikong roared in anger and slammed both his fists into the ground. Boom! The floor of the ring instantly crumbled, debris splattered, and a powerful aura spread in all directions. Shadowblade's feet lurched and he stormed backward. However, Li Zhikong took this opportunity to blow the horn for a counterattack, slamming both fists frequently, his fists falling like rain. Bang! 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 The winds of the fists whistled, and the floor of the ring was smashed to smithereens. The shadow blade narrowed his eyes, the murderous aura in his eyes erupted, and instead of retreating, he took a step forward, the short blade in his hand aiming straight for Li Zhikong's heart. Snort! The sound of a blade piercing into flesh rang out, and Li Zhikong's fist slammed heavily into Shadowblade's chest. Bang! Shadowblade was smashed out by this punch and hit the iron net of the octagonal cage heavily, spraying a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. Li Zhikong glanced down at the wound on his chest. Blood was gushing out. He let out a cold smile, reached out and wiped a handful of blood and licked his lips. Han Xing, you're really still so difficult to deal with. But, you can't win against me. Shadowblade slowly rose from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still cold. Kill! He let out a low roar and charged at Li Zhikong once again. The battle between the two grew more and more intense, with fist winds whistling, sword lights flashing, and blood splattering continuously. The audience's emotions were also completely ignited, with shouts and screams rising and falling, turning the entire arena into a crazy gladiator arena. Exciting! Go Shadowblade! Kill kill kill! Amidst deafening cries, the Shadowblade's speed was getting faster and faster, the short blade in his hand transforming into a trail of residual shadows. Blood sword! For a moment, Li Zhikong felt a heartrending, sharp pain sweep through his entire body. At this moment, he was covered in blood and stood in a pool of blood. Li Zhikong's face gradually twisted. How could he not expect that he would be pushed to the brink by the Shadowblade? Asterisk 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 asterisk. He let out a low growl, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly stopping his attack, he began to back away, distancing himself from Shadowblade. Han Xing, you think you can beat me? Dream on! Li Zhikong sneered as the aura in his body violently exploded. His realm unexpectedly began to slowly climb, recovering from the first turn of the granite realm to the second turn of the granite realm. What? Shadowblade's face changed and his pupils contracted. Li Zhikong was actually stalling for time to consume the medicinal effect of the realm binding pill. Ha ha ha. The battle between us has just begun. Li Zhikong laughed maniacally, and his figure stormed up, blasting his fist at Shadowblade. The power of this punch was several times more powerful than before, and the wind of the punch whistled as if it was going to tear the entire ring apart. Shadowblade hurriedly dodged, but Li Zhikong's speed was too fast, and his fist still smashed heavily into his chest. Bang! Shadowblade was smashed out by the punch and landed heavily on the edge of the ring, spraying a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. His body fell helplessly to the ground, and the short sword in his hand fell aside. It's over! Li Zhikong sneered and slowly walked towards Shadowblade. The crowd's chants gradually subsided, and everyone held their breath as they nervously watched the two in the ring. Chapter 83 I Your Father. Saisei's. Shadowblade struggled to get up, but Li Zhikong had already stepped in front of him. Han Xing, keep being your punk ass. Li Zhikong raised his foot and stomped hard on Shadowblade's chest. Kaching dash. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of Shadowblade's mouth once again. His eyes grew dim and his body collapsed helplessly into a pool of blood. Li Zhikong bent down and grabbed Shadowblade's hair, his face full of sardonic smiles. You're an orphan. What right do you have to straighten up and be a human being in front of us? If I tell you to kneel, you can't stand and have a good birth in your next life. Ha ha ha. The piercing laughter plunged the exuberant arena into dead silence. Ravenous. At this moment, all the thrill-seeking spectators actually sympathized somewhat with Shadowblade. Li Zhikong's right hand suddenly exerted force, lifting the Shadowblade up. His left hand's aura converged, and murderous aura erupted in his eyes. Rubbish. Snap. At that moment, the mask on Shadowblade's face suddenly slipped off. A miserably white and clear face appeared within everyone's sight. He lifted his head, his eyes full of resignation. But what can be done? Li Zhikong's fist was infinitely enlarged in his pupils. Bang! A sudden muffled thud broke the dead silence of the scene. Li Zhikong's life-threatening punch was easily stopped by an aura, and all of his attacks were neutralized. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the situation? Skyfall. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew there would be a reversal. Old audience. Say, who is this guy? That's a cool mask on his face. And it's Ingo on fire. Amidst the murmurs that rose and fell around them, a man whose head was shrouded in flames appeared out of nowhere in the ring. Zip, 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 zip. The sound of flames burning was inexplicably haunting. When the flames cleared, what appeared in front of everyone was a very drawn-out mask. Pupils containing fire, eyebrows set with a fiery red lotus seal, like a touch of green lotus in the flames, both mysterious and not lose the domineering. The corner of the mouth often hangs a touch of unruly smile. This person was none other than Chu Tian, who had utilized the demonic flames to condense Nezha's phantom, which just happened to act as a mask. Li Zhikong's pupils contracted, and he immediately shouted, "Who are you? Get the hell out of my way!" Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth, the smile on his mask even more cynical. "Listen up. Now standing in front of you is the three altars of the Sea Assembly Great God, the middle altar Grand Marshal, the Great General of Wei Ling Xian He, the double flowering red stick of the Chuntang Pass, the first Antipodean of the Celestial Court, the Great Heavenly Emperor Nezha." "That's right, Nezha." Li Zhikong's brows furrowed as his brain spun rapidly, searching for relevant memories of Nezha. The surrounding audience was likewise racking their brains for memories. But in the end, everyone was clueless. "Are you kidding me? What the is Nezha? Who the hell are you?" In the face of Li Zhikong's angry roar, Chu Tian ignored it for the moment and turned his head to look at the shadow blade that had fallen to the ground to the side, a flash of remembrance appearing in his eyes. "Can you still stand?" Shadowblade sniffed and raised his head violently, looking incredulously at Chu Tian, who wore Nezha's mask on his head in front of him, his voice hoarse. You are." Chu Tian raised his index finger in a silencing gesture. Shadowblade instantly understood and swallowed back the name that was on his lips, and Li Zhikong, who had pricked up his ears to listen carefully, felt as if he had a fish in his throat, and his face was gloomy to the extreme. Chu Tian bent down and helped Shadowblade up, slowly speaking, "You go down first, leave this place to me." Shadowblade's brow furrowed with a touch of worry in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "He's very strong. I'm not weak either." After Chu Tian finished speaking, he patted Shadowblade's shoulder and said with a smile, "Go on. Once upon a time you covered me, now it's my turn to cover you." Shadowblade looked deeply at Chu Tian and turned around just as he was about to leave. "Stop." Li Zhikong's eyes were full of gloom. "Who told you to leave? The rules of the octagonal cage. Don't you understand? If you don't admit defeat, you can't leave the ring in the middle. I concede." Without any hesitation, Shadowblade got up and left after saying that. How could Li Zhikong be willing to miss this opportunity to solve the aftermath? His figure flashed and shot explosively towards the Shadowblade, but in the next second, his eyes flashed, and there was a crackling sound of thunder and lightning in his ears. Chu Tian stepped on thunder and instantly arrived. "In the next match, I'll fight you." Li Zhikong saw that Shadowblade had already stepped out of the ring, and no matter how reluctant he was, he could only call it quits. In the ring, even killing Shadowblade is not much of a problem, but under the ring, if he dared to kill again, he would face severe punishment from the Academy and be sent to the Heavenly Prison. Once as the captain of the Preceptors Association, he knew better than anyone how terrifying the Heavenly Dungeon of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy was. Li Zhikong clenched his fists to death and stared at Chu Tian in front of him. His killing aura filled the air. "Who the hell are you?" "I your father." Say. The smile on Chu Tian's face gradually converged. A roar of laughter erupted from the surrounding audience. The murderous aura in Li Zhikong's eyes turned into substance. "Anger me and you will die a miserable death. Pussyfooting around? I'd like to see which one of us dies miserably." After the words were spoken, Chu Tian's aura raged within his body as he took a step out. Boom! The ring trembled violently, and debris flew across the stage. Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist. Chu Tian let out an explosive shout. The demonic flames around his body suddenly rose, and the dragon and tiger shadows coalesced and took shape above his two fists. He blasted out a fist, and the dragon's roar was deafening. The air was set ablaze at this moment. Blazing waves of air swept all around, and the people in the audience only felt a burning sting on their faces as they raised their hands to cover themselves. Li Zhikong's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the sardonic smile on his face instantly froze. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, and he couldn't think too much, and in his haste, he frantically operated his aura, and his palms were violently launched. Boom! The moment his fists and palms collided, Li Zhikong only felt an irresistible force coming from Chu Tian's fists, and his arms were shattered like paper mache. Click 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 click. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Immediately afterward, Li Zhikong was like a kite with broken strings, blown away by this force and heavily smashed on the iron net at the edge of the ring. For a moment, the defense array attached to the iron net actually began to operate. Ka-ching! Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the formation that shattered with a loud bang. The expression on each face was like a living ghost. This punch was as terrifying as it was. Li Zhikong continued to fly out of the arena after crashing through the iron net in defense formation, eventually smashing into the open space in front of the audience, stirring up a cloud of dust. Put! Li Zhikong spewed out a mouthful of blood. His chest was sunken, and his white bones pierced through his skin and flesh, and his entire body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. The arena was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths open, but they couldn't make a single sound. Their gazes darted back and forth between Chu Tian and Li Zhikong, like they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Li Zhikong actually lost. Chapter 84 Lori. Li Zhikong actually lost. How is this possible? Li Zhikong lost? One move? Asterisk. Fake it. Even if Li Zhikong took the realm binding pill, he has already recovered to the second turn of the granite realm, and his strength is, conservatively speaking, that's still realistically comparable to the fifth turn of the granite realm, isn't it? Just who is this Nezha? So powerful. Ah. A heart-rending scream sounded out of nowhere at first, interrupting the murmurs of the scene. Chu Tian's figure was still standing in the center of the ring. Demonic flames lingered around him, and the flame patterns on his mask looked particularly demonic under the light. He slowly retracted his fist, the dragon and tiger silhouettes gradually dissipating as he stepped down from the ring and walked towards Li Zhikong. Every step was like stepping on the hearts of the crowd, suffocating them and pulling the oppression right up to full capacity. Li Zhikong barely lifted his head, and a touch of fear and despair actually surfaced in his eyes. He wanted to struggle, wanted to escape, but his body had completely lost control, and he could only watch Chu Tian approach step by step. Ah, you can't kill me. Li Zhikong spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse and weak. The academy will not let you go. Chu Tian sneered, crouched down, grabbed Li Zhikong's hair and lifted him up. Li Zhikong's face was twisted from pain, and blood continued to drip from the corner of his mouth, staining Chu Tian's flame mask red. The academy? Chu Tian said in a low voice, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. If you want to blame it on me, I didn't control the force and blasted you down. But, before the words fell, Chu Tian's other hand violently probed out, 5 fingers like hooks, directly clasping Li Zhikong's shoulders. Ah, it hurts, let go of me. Li Zhikong let out a mournful scream. The bones of his shoulder in Chu Tian's hands let out a click 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 cracking sound. The screams resonated throughout the arena, and it was creepy to hear. However, Chu Tian did not have the slightest intention of stopping. His fingers tightened a little bit like iron pincers. Li Zhikong's shoulder gradually deformed and became a bloody mess. The screams grew fainter and fainter, eventually turning into feeble moans. Don't you like stepping on other people's chests? Chu Tian said coldly, with a hint of cruel laughter in his tone. Now, I'll let you have a taste of that as well. After saying that, he let go of Li Zhikong's shoulders and stomped on his chest, and Li Zhikong's chest, which was already sunken, completely collapsed under Chu Tian's kick, and blood gushed out from his mouth, staining the soles of Chu Tian's shoes red. Li Zhikong's eyes were round and full of pain and fear, but all he could do now was to suffer in silence. Inside the arena, those thrill-seeking spectators had long been scared out of their wits by this scene, and some of them couldn't even help but vomit. It was also so damn exciting that it turned their stomachs. Chu Tian's foot was slowly grinding on Li Zhikong's chest, seemingly enjoying the pleasure of this torture. His eyes were cold and emotionless, as if what was under his feet was not a person but a beast. Li Zhikong's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and he looked dying. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious box on the second floor, an imposing young man sat on a couch watching the big screen on the wall with interest. The screen was showing the image of Chu Tian's foot stomping on Li Zhikong. Interesting, not bad for a chief. Very strong. The young man sked, his voice loud and magnetic. Cut, brother Yun-E, you're just too low-key, otherwise there would be a place for you in the chief. It was accompanied by a pleasant, crisp sound, only to see a little lowly with a pom-pom hairstyle and wearing a JK uniform with a defiant face, fighting for the young man. It looked as if it was harder to accept than her not being chief herself. The young man's eyes were full of favor, raised his hand and tenderly touched the little lowly's head, and softly said, "You girl, don't talk nonsense. I didn't become the chief because I'm not qualified, not because I don't want to be." Humph. The little lowly wrinkled her nose and huffed. That's not it. It's just that brother Yuni doesn't want to be one. The young man laughed out loud and pulled Lori's arm with a sudden force, directly embracing her into his arms. The little loli did not struggle. Backhandedly embraced the young man's neck, took the initiative to send a fragrant kiss, her little face covered with redness, thin as a mosquito voice. Brother Yun-e, I want. The young man picked Lori's chin, smiled, and teased, what do you want? You, oops, nasty. Lori pouted. However, the young man, who appeared to be a veteran of love affairs, was in no hurry at all, his fingers drawing circles on Lori's lips. Aha! Lori felt like she was crawling with ants. That feeling, it's just too much. Call daddy, daddy, ha ha ha. The young man laughed out loud and was about to start. Dum 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 dum. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The young man's brow furrowed slightly and his words were tinged with a slight irritation. What is it? The presenter at the doorway's heart tightened as he hurriedly bent down and saluted, saying with eyes full of respect, Pavilion Master, Li Zhikong is about to be killed by Nezha. Dead is dead. It's just a piece of trash. After hearing this, the host carefully advised, Pavilion Master, you know who Li Zhikong his father is. I'm afraid that if people die in our pavilion, it will affect. Alright, I know what you mean. Go ahead and put a stop to it. And also, ask this Nezha if he's interested in joining us. Pavilion Master. The host turned to leave, and faintly he heard a strange noise. No at all. Let go of me. My father is Li Gang. Li Zikong's voice was minimal. Right now he was hanging on by a complete thread, and that breath may dissipate at any moment. Chu Tian's face was expressionless. His foot was still inside Li Zhikong's already sunken chest, and he could even see some organs. It's no use if your dad is King Kong. Before the words fell, the power on Chu Tian's feet increased once again. No, don't. Help me, Li Zhikong hissed. Stop. A sudden voice rang out. These two words were like heavenly music to Li Zhikong. The host walked quickly, and when he saw Li Zhikong's tragic appearance, even though he had seen great storms, the image at hand made it impossible for him to remain calm. What cruelty! The host took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and said in a deep voice, Nezha, this is outside the octagonal cage. If you kill him, I'm afraid you'll be in constant trouble. So please be merciful and let him live. Chu Tian glanced at the host and asked with a smile, is it me who is in constant trouble? Or is it that your underground ring can't do it alone? Chapter 85 Kindness. As Chu Tian's words fell, the arena immediately fell silent. The host frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, if Li Zhikong dies, we are all responsible. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth rose, a very bright smile on his face. Right, don't say it like it'll be troublesome for me. Alright, take him and roll. The host looked deeply at Chu Tian before raising his hand and waving his hand. The spirit doctors waiting on standby on both sides immediately rushed up to resuscitate Li Zhikong. Chu Tian glanced at it and didn't say anything more, and was about to leave when the host's voice suddenly sounded. Wait. For a while, the atmosphere in the arena became tense once again. The hearts of the crowd tightened, and some sympathy could not be avoided in their eyes as they looked at Chu Tian. Breaking the rules of Zhou's octagonal cage will have to be paid for after all. Chu Tian slowly turned around, sizing up the host with interest, and slowly spoke. Something wrong? Pavilion Master Qiao has always cherished talent, so he sincerely invites your excellency to join the Qiao clan's octagonal cage. I don't know if you're willing to do so? The host continued in order to show his sincerity. The Pavilion Master promises to add an additional 10 spirit pearls every month on top of the payment you receive for successfully defending the ring. The moment these words came out, those melon eaters who were sympathizing with Chu Tian in their hearts were all dumbstruck. The clowns are actually themselves. Pavilion Master Qiao. What a masterstroke. However, Chu Tian shook his head and politely refused. Thank Pavilion Master Qiao for me. I appreciate his kindness. However, I have no interest in working for anyone. I don't want to be a cow or a horse. After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked towards the door of the side arena. The crowd looked at Chu Tian's back and wailed. He calls 10 spirit beads a month. A cow and a horse? Asterisk. Without being so insulting, what am I then? Less than a cow or a horse? I didn't think I'd ever be a cowboy or a horse and need a capital check. Kill value, plus 567. Kill value accumulated, 1. 457. Outside Zhou's octagon. I looked at the bloodied shadow blade in the back row and couldn't help but ask, you really don't need to go to the healer? No need. Shadowblade's voice was cold, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. From the time he got into the car, this pair of eyes had been staring at him, and, moreover, the other eyes were just so ethereal that it was impossible to tell good from bad. Suddenly, there was a knock on the car window. Seeing the visitor, I hurriedly unlocked the door. Chu Tian got into the car. looked at Shadowblade in the back row, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, long time no see." A faint smile actually surfaced in Shadowblade's icy gaze. Brother I looked at Chu Tian with one eye and Shadowblade with the other. The two eyes were clearly divided, and the duo's behavior floored him. Why does it feel like there's a thing going on? The car suddenly fell silent. Fragments of memories about Shadowblade surged in Chu Tian's mind. This was the only friend he had, the two-ribbed kind. All of Chu Feng's countless times of bullying, it was the Shadowblade who stepped in to help him defuse them. When faced with Li Tietcheng's punishment, it was also Shadowblade who helped him fight it off. Perhaps without the Shadowblade, Chu Tian would have long since died in one of Chu Feng's bullying sessions. But a year ago, Shadowblade suddenly disappeared without even saying hello, like he had evaporated. Without a single clue, Chu Tian thought that he would never see this cold teenager again. Never did he expect that after a year, they would meet in the Tianyan Academy. The moment Chu Tian saw the mask on Shadowblade's face slipping off, the murderous aura on his body almost turned into substance. Brother I was the most vocal. At that moment he was like falling into an ice cave. The suffocation of death swept through his entire body. Shadowblade was a young friend to Chu Tian, and even more so, a lifesaver. That. I broke the quiet atmosphere and asked tentatively, "Brother Tianer, are we going to be here all the time?" Chu Tian retrieved his thoughts and looked at Shadowblade and asked, "Where to?" "Take me back to my dorm room. One house. Building 301. Shadowblade's voice was a little weak as he spoke. "Roger that." I drove quietly. The car was silent again. Shadowblade closed his eyes and ran his aura to recover from his injuries. Chu Tian, on the other hand, frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. 10 minutes later, I pulled up in front of a 7-story building. Shadowblade opened his eyes, his wounds no longer bleeding under the aura, his breath much more stable. Still, he looked very weak. Chu Tian wanted to get out of the car to assist him, but he was stopped by Shadowblade. "I can walk, you go back. When my injuries heal, I'll come to you." When Chu Tian heard this, he did not force himself, but only nodded and watched Shadowblade leave. "Brother Tianer, where are we going next?" Brother I's words fell. The watch on Chu Tian's wrist vibrated out, and after connecting, Mo Lu's voice came out. "There's a mission. Come to the entrance of Tianyan Academy. Speed, plain and simple." After cutting the call, Chu Tian twisted his head to look at Brother I. Brother I was stunned, then suddenly realized and shouted, "Understood." With those words, he slammed his foot on the gas. Boom! The Range Rover let out a deafening roar, catapulted to a start and took off. At this time, the 7th floor window of one house. As Shadowblade looked at the disappearing Range Rover, a smirk actually surfaced in his cold eyes, as if he were talking to himself. "You've finally grown up." At the main entrance of Tianyan Academy, a black SUV, parked there in a big way, even blocking the road, and the students passing by were giving it sideways glances. "You know, this is the facade of Tianyan Academy. So far, I haven't heard of anyone daring to cross their car here." Posted in front of the door, "No parking," in 4 big letters. It's like a display. There were also security guards standing guard for them on both sides, a scene that really made people's jaws drop. However, when they saw the special license plate hanging on the black SUV, the group of students were relieved. As people from the Day Diffraction Academy, one of the 8 great academies, they certainly knew what this license plate represented. T, Delegate, Army of the Sky Abyss, 00003, represents the person's ranking in the Tianyuan Army. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the No. 3 mysterious big brother of the Heavenly Abyss Army. How could such a big shot be at the entrance of the academy? Could it be for conscription? Conscription? Then why don't you go inside the academy? What the hell are you doing at the gate? You know a 6K ka. This is the big man's special fetish. Seemingly random, in fact this is full of learning. The big man is looking at our usual performance. Makes sense. For a while, all the students who passed by the black SUV walked through the main gate of the academy with their chests out, kicking their feet in the right direction, and not looking away. The style of painting is clean. Suddenly, a Range Rover pulled out of the school gates and came straight towards the black SUV. Snort! Black smoke rolled out as the tires rubbed violently against the ground with an ear-splitting sound of brakes. The Range Rover came to a steady stop. Afterward, Chu Tian walked towards the black SUV step by step under the gaze of all the students with eyes full of shock. Chapter 86. I want to drink milk. Bam! Boom! The moment Chu Tian's car door closed, the black SUV made a beautiful tail swing and left in style, leaving a group of wide-eyed students to speak in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Joker. Car. Chu Tian looked at the driving Muru and asked suspiciously, "What mission?" Mo Lu's face carried a tinge of gravity as he said in a deep voice, "East of Jiangchang, 100 kilometers. The 911th rift has alarmingly appeared, and there is a foreigner's aura. The guards they can't get away for the time being. and the city guards are pushing back, so only the two of us are on the mission of exploring the abyss, to determine the type and number of foreigners inside, and purge as much as we can before the heavenly abyssal army arrives. Hey, what are you doing? Open the door to the marketplace. It's dangerous. Only to see. Chu Tian pushed open the car door and shouted, Danger? It's only dangerous for me to go with you, for the two of us to go to a newly developed heavenly abyss rift. Isn't that just sending people's heads? I won't go to something that sends people to their deaths. The corners of Mo Lu's mouth straightened, and his death grip on Chu Tian refused to let go. Don't get excited first. So far, even though it's just the two of us, I'm already thinking of a way. Trudy sniffed, the struggle in her hands slowing slightly. So did you think of it? Not yet. Get off me. I want to get off. Trudy began to struggle again. Incarus had one head and two heads when he suddenly shouted, Got it. Are you sure? I'm sure. I'm really onto something. So shut the car door. Chu Tian half-heartedly closed the car door. Tell me, what's your solution? Mo Lu heatedly smiled. Although, within the newly appeared heavenly abyss rift, demonic beasts are rampant and foreign races are ravaging the area. The same opportunities coexist. As long as I release the news, there will surely be a lot of people who want to go inside. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. You mean find some more great injustice seeds? Hey, what words? Mo Lu rolled his eyes and said in an uninterested manner, How can you call it a great injustice seed? This is an experience. Many people who want to find such an opportunity don't even have one. The two of them smiled at each other, and it was a wolfish grin. Chicks don't pee. They each have their own way. Mo Lu said to do it, directly took out his cell phone to edit a message and sent it out. Then he tossed his cell phone into the back seat and grinned. Done. Trudy locked the car doors and put on a powerful piece of music. The duo went straight to the 911th Heavenly Abyss crack. At the same time, inside the medical center of the Heavenly Diffusion Academy, a mummified man lay in a hospital bed grunting and groaning in pain. On the side of the hospital bed sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses, his face as gloomy as if water had come out of it, his fists clenched, gritting his teeth. In the Tianyan Academy, no one has dared to touch my Li Gang's son. Ji Kong, tell me who hurt you like this. Dad, it's Nezha. Li Jikong's voice was breathless but filled with resentment. Nezha? Li Gang frowned. Why haven't I heard that there's someone by that name in the Heavenly Diffusion Academy? Li Jikong continued in a broken voice. Dad, you can go. Go ask Xiao Yini. He should know. Good. I'll go now. You get well and leave everything to me. No matter who this Nezha is, I promise I'll make him pay 10 times 100 times over. Li Gang's eyes underneath his glasses exuded a fierce killing intent. Just like what he had just said, in the Heaven Diffracting Academy, no one had yet dared to touch his Li Gang's son. After Li just got up and left, Wang Bit walked into the hospital room right after him. When he saw Li Jikong, who was lying on the hospital bed wrapped as a mummy, his whole body froze in place. Asterisk. What kind of look is that for you, Brother Li? Cow spray? As soon as Li Jikong heard this, he shuddered violently. Blood seeped out of the white gauze, and he grunted in pain. Wang Bit, you're sick. You're sick. Wang Qi skimmed his mouth. Brother Li, I came to see you with good intentions, but for you to say that makes me too sad. Li Jikong took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the fire in his heart. I thank you. If you're alright, go back first. I want to get well. Throne let out a sigh. I actually came here to tell you who hurt you, but now it seems redundant. Goodbye. Wait a minute. Li Jikong was so agitated that he directly sat up, and the gauze was instantly dyed all red with blood. The screams tore at his heart. Wang Qi's cheeks twitched as he hurriedly asked, Brother Li, are you alright? Li Jikong almost fainted from the pain, clenched his teeth and his voice trembled. Who is it? Actually, I don't know exactly who it is. Li Jikong hissed at the top of his lungs, his eyes leaking out scarlet, radiating monstrous hostility. Throne, I'll kill you. Seeing that Li Jikong's emotions were 1,000,000,000% agitated, Wang Bit busily said, Brother Li, calm down first. I calm and am. Get out. You get out. At this time, the spiritual doctor who heard the commotion rushed into the ward with quick steps, and after looking at Li Jikong whose whole body gauze was soaked with blood, his face changed dramatically. Sir Li, you can't move anymore, or you'll die. When Wang Bit heard this, he hurriedly said, Brother Li, you take care of your injuries. I'll leave first. With that, he slipped out of the hospital room at a quick pace. Li Jikong rolled his eyes and stomped his legs. Ga screamed and then directly fainted. The spirit doctor shouted, Sir Li has fainted. Sir Li has fainted again. Come on people, prepare to resuscitate. The throne, who had just reached the door, quickened his pace and fled. White Emperor City, one of the 8 academies. Kanglan Martial Academy. A purple-haired teenager sat cross-legged on the roof of the room as the golden sunlight poured down, making it blinding and radiant. The teenager's aura was strong and vigorous. Hey! Suddenly, he let out a sigh. Boring, 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 very boring. How come there's not a single one that can fight? Ka-ching! As soon as the teenager's words fell, a crack appeared in the void behind him. Immediately afterward, a well-endowed mature woman walked out slowly with a pair of bare jade feet, bowing and bowing, her deep grooves causing side eyes. Young master, lunchtime is here. The mature woman's voice was gentle and soft. The teenager closed his eyes and spoke slowly. Auntie White, I want to drink milk. The familiar woman's seductive face surfaced with a touch of redness, her eyes wanting to refuse. Young master, you're bullying people again. The teenager laughed harshly and hooked his finger. The mature woman did not dare to disobey the order and move her lotus steps, stepping into the void. Young master, sit. The teenager patted the empty space around him and ordered imperiously. The mature woman's little face was as red as if it was dripping blood as she gently sat down, then tenderly moved the teenager's head and placed it on her own round and moist legs. Chapter 87 Brainwaves. The mature woman's shell teeth were clenched, and her slender jade fingers gently pressed and rubbed the teenager's temples, even as the air was filled with ambiguous breath. Young master, a new heavenly abyss rift has been discovered in Zhangchang. A pleasant voice rings in the ears with a light fragrance. The teenager's eyes were slightly closed and he had a lazy face. What's that got to do with me? With a red face, the mature woman let out a pout. Young master, you don't tease your slave. Okay, no good, the teenager said and deliberately raised his head, suddenly coming up with, isn't this the legendary brain electric wave? The mature woman's petite body trembled violently. Her eyes were drawn, retaining only the last vestige of sanity as she exhaled. Young master, don't make a scene. The Martial Arts Academy would like you to take a look at this new heavenly abyss rift. There might be a chance. Don't go. I'm not going. Do you think I'm stupid? Inside the newly developed heavenly abyss rift is nothing but ferocious beasts and foreigners. Whoever goes may ga. I haven't had enough milk yet. The teenager was very earthly and sober, and without even thinking about it, he simply opened his mouth and refused. However, the mature woman went on to say, Young master, it is rumored that many geniuses are on their way there. It will be a small genius by genius battle. Moreover, I have also found out that among those going are the chiefs of the other 7 academies, all of which are freshmen in this class. And as for the institutions outside of the 8 members, there will only be more people going. Oh, the teenager finally came to a trace of interest and opened his eyes, the light in his eyes flickering. In that case, I'll go and take a look as well. I don't know if there's one that can fight. With that, he sat straight up. Bang! With a muffled thud, the mature woman screamed in agony. When the teenager saw this, he had a guilty face and hastily stretched out his hand. Auntie Bai, is everything alright? Quickly, I'll rub it for you. The mature woman looked at the clutches reaching over. Her small, flavorful face reddened to purple, and she hastily dodged out of the way. Young master, I won't trouble you. The teenager caught air with one hand and felt a sudden sense of regret. Harm, slow again. Bye. When he spread out his palm again, a stick engraved with lightning runes appeared in the center of his palm, and with a long leap, he jumped down and left, dropping a sentence. Go away and don't miss me too much. At this time, the mature woman suddenly shouted, Young master, your student ID card. Whoosh! It was accompanied by a cracking sound. The teenager raised his hand and reached out with 2 fingers, holding a delicate white card that glistened. The left side of the card is printed on the left side of the picture of the teenager. Purple hair flowing, the corners of the mouth with an untamed smile. Gangster handsome, but not the aristocratic atmosphere. Below the photo is the teenager's personal information. Baidi City, Kanglan Martial Arts Academy. Chief Student ID. Student ID number, 004. Name, Lin Yuan. Sex, male. Printed on the back of the card is this quote. This is to certify that this person is a student of our Martial Arts Academy, and I ask for your care. In the meantime, Chu Tian and Mo Lu finally arrived at the 911th Heavenly Abyss Rift after 5 hours. Chu Tian looked up and his pupils suddenly contracted. Above the dark dome of the sky, a huge crack stretched across it, as if the sky had been torn apart alive. The edges of the crack flickered with a dark purple light, some kind of unknown energy surging, sometimes bursting out with blinding electricity, cutting through the sky and emitting a low rumbling sound. The depths of the crack were as black as ink, as if it led to another world. Occasionally, bizarre mist spilled out from the cracks, carrying a piercing chill and emitting bizarre aura fluctuations, and a low hissing sound came faintly from this mist. There were ferocious beasts, and even more unknown foreign races. Chu Tian clearly felt an invisible sense of oppression coming from the crack. The air became heavy and a sense of suffocation swept through his body. For a moment, his heartbeat involuntarily sped up, his palms seeped cold sweat, and he stepped backward in overwhelm. Mo stood beside him, his face grave, and said in a low voice, "This is the 911th Heavenly Abyss crack." Chu Tian swallowed his saliva, his voice a little dry. "Can this thing really go in?" "Of course, the first 910 Celestial Abyss cracks have gone through this process. This has been the duty of our 7 squads since the beginning of time, and you're lucky to have caught it just after joining the gang." As Muru spoke, his tone lightened up a lot, and the stony look on his face faded. However, Chu Tian couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth after hearing this and said without any good humor, "Are you sure this is luck, not bad luck?" Mo laughed out loud. "Of course it's your luck. Sooner or later you have to go through this kind of thing. It's quite good to go through it earlier, and you can grow up earlier as well." Chu Tian gritted his teeth. "I really thank you for thinking of me at this time." Muru hemmed and hawed. "That's for sure. I specifically requested with the guards to bring you along, otherwise I would have gone in by myself." "Oh, what?" Chu Tian's eyes stared round. Immediately Fire angrily said, "How much you ing a little sick? This kind of thing, you think about me dry set trade?" Mo suddenly realized that he said the wrong thing, and quickly smiled. "That, me, I this is not want to bring you together to find the chance? Roll. You're just trying to drag me along." Mo opened his mouth. This kung fu he already had 100 words to say. No matter what he said, it was like sophistry. It seemed to pale in comparison. Chu Tian fiercely glared at the thoroughly posed ink road. Then he turned around and got into the car. Muru hurriedly followed, and the two of them lay down in the car, looking at the huge fissure above their heads, and were speechless to each other. Chu Tian fell asleep in a daze. "I wonder how long it's been." Chu Tian coldly shivered as he violently opened his eyes and looked towards the crack that stretched across the firmament, vaguely feeling as if there was something in the crack that was watching him. That feeling is very real. Chu Tian's eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character, and his heart palpitated as he withdrew his gaze. Immediately afterward, he swallowed hard. Gulp. "Hungry. There's instant noodles in the car. Want a bucket?" Chu Tian rubbed his stomach and nodded. "A whole bucket." 10 minutes later, the aroma was overwhelming. A bucket of old-fashioned sauerkraut beef noodles with sausage, egg and chorizo is a big success. Chu Tian and Muru sucked on that. "When will he?" Shiver. "They arrive?" Chu Tian shivered a large mouthful into his mouth and asked vaguely. Mo looked at his watch and returned. "Soon. Afternoon tomorrow. One after another will arrive. Shall we go in together, or shall we go in first?" "Let's both go in first, and when the one inside makes sure the crack won't collapse, we'll go in." "The one inside?" Chu Tian was dumbfounded. The instant noodles inside his mouth fell off, his face full of disbelief. "You mean there's someone inside right now?" Muru nodded. "Of course. It's an even more mysterious existence than our 7 little pairs. We usually call them heralds." Chapter 88 Herald. Herald. For some reason, Chu Tian could not help but stand in awe in his heart as he meditated on these 3 words. "Just outrageous." Chu Tian frowned and asked, "What do you know about the heralds?" "Don't know anything about it at all. I just know there's such an organization and nothing else." After finishing, Mo paused for 2 seconds and added, "I dare say that in the entire Great Summer Country, there are no more than 3 people who know about the herald." "So mysterious?" "It's that mysterious." While they were talking, a buzzing sound came from the void, getting closer and closer, as if there was some kind of invisible force that was tearing through space. Chu Tian and Mo raised their heads at the same time, their gazes locked in the direction of the heavenly abyss crack, only to see that the purple light at the edge of the crack suddenly flickered violently, and the electric light intertwined into a net in the crack, emitting an ear-piercing crackling sound. Immediately afterward, a corner of darkness was torn from the depths of the rift. In the next second, a blurry figure slowly emerged. The figure seemed to have coalesced from the mist, looming, sometimes clear, sometimes blurred. Chu Tian tried to open his eyes wide and tried to see the person's appearance, but no matter how much he concentrated, the figure was always shrouded in a hazy halo, out of place in this world. "Is that the herald?" Chu Tian asked in a low voice, a hint of awe and doubt in his voice. Mo's gaze was similarly locked on that figure as he nodded slightly. "That's right, that's the herald. Mysterious and unpredictable, seemingly not belonging to this world." The herald stood out of the void, his hands flashing as a golden runic brand swept towards the edge of the crack and didn't enter it. "What is he doing?" Chu Tian couldn't help but ask. "Stabilize the rift and lay down a boundary," Mo explained in a low voice. "Every time a new heavenly abyss rift appears, the herald will be the first to enter it and make sure that the rift won't collapse before coming out to stabilize the rift and seal it, preventing the ferocious beasts and foreign races inside from rushing out and causing a great disaster." Chu Tian's heart shook as he listened, and his gaze once again turned to that figure. At this moment, the herald seemed like a god in his eyes, looking down on this heaven and earth. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a loud buzzing sound, Chu Tian and Mo Lu raised their hands to cover their ears at the same time. Their brains were empty and accompanied by a tearing pain. The good thing, though, is that the feeling is fleeting. When they raised their heads again to look at the heavenly abyss rift above their heads, the herald had completely disappeared into the rift, as if it had never existed. It's over, Muro whispered, a hint of relief in his tone. The entire heavenly abyss rift fell into a brief cone with it. Chu Tian took a long breath, but his heart was still full of shock. What the hell is he? I don't know. Sometimes I think the heralds might be aliens. Muru muttered a sentence while rubbing his temples. Chu Tian was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "Then can we go in now?" Muro nodded, a small smile on his face. Of course, the herald has stabilized the rift, so we're next. Chu Tian took a deep breath and leaped forward. Let's go then. I'd like to see what's in this heavenly abyss crack. Ink Road patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't be in a hurry. Finish your noodles first. Wait, we'll pile up a J8. Speak with an organ, you presumptuous fellow. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he took a big mouthful of baleful bubbly. The heavenly abyss rift above his head still stretched across the firmament, as if it was a huge eye watching over the land, and within the heavenly abyss rift, the dangers and opportunities that filled it were waiting for them. 5 minutes later, the two had eaten their fill and pushed open the door to stand under the 911th heavenly abyss crack. Chu Tian twisted his head to look at Mo Lu, who was on the side, and opened his mouth to ask, "How do I get up there? I don't know how to fly either." "Up in the elevator." "Of course," Icarus said, and lifted his leg forward. After walking a distance of roughly 200 meters, a huge square device appeared within Chu Tian's line of sight, and judging from its size, it could even accommodate a soccer field. This elevator looked much more humble than the 9th heavenly abyss rift, with only a tin house, 2 prime pillars, and 4 super reactors stacked on one side. Proper temporary works. Chu Tian couldn't help but be a little worried. Are you sure this thing can rise? Of course. Is that sturdy? It won't just turn into a pile of scrap metal when it rises to 10,000 meters. I don't think so. Should. Chu Tian's eyes widened and he let out a strange cry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You use the word should with me for this kind of thing? Do you think it's appropriate? Mo Lu touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. I believe that this group of infrastructure maniacs in the Great Summer Country will definitely be fine. Why don't you give me a sample first? However, as soon as Chu Tian's words fell, he was grabbed by Mo Lu, pulled hard and forcefully jerked onto the elevator. Spread out. You spread your hands. I'm going down. Mo Lu heatedly smiled and pressed hard on the frantically struggling Chu Tian. Then he yelled, "Too late. Fire." Boom. With a loud bang, the super reactor instantly activated, and the huge energy fluctuation caused the entire tin elevator to start shaking violently. Chu Tian only felt a swaying under his feet, as if he was standing on a small boat in a raging storm that could be overturned at any time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Does this thing really work? Chu Tian grasped the railing on the edge of the elevator with a death grip, his face turning white and his voice carrying a tremor. Mo Lu appeared to be much calmer. He patted Chu Tian's shoulder and laughed. Don't be nervous. The infrastructure maniacs of the Great Summer Country aren't blowing smoke. Although this thing looks simple, it's absolutely sturdy. Sturdy hell ah. Chu Tian pointed at the wobbling iron around the elevator. His voice raised an octave. Look at this iron. It's all about to fall apart. And this sound, crunching. Are you sure it's not a loose screw? Icarus looked up over his head, and the tin was indeed shaking violently. Even a few of the seams had begun to emit a creaking sound, as if they would collapse at any time. He laughed dryly and comforted. It's fine. It's fine. It's all normal. After all, we're going up to 10,000 meters in the air. A little bit of shaking is normal. Normal? Chu Tian's eyes widened as he pointed at the ground outside the elevator that was getting farther and farther away. Look outside. This speed is faster than a rocket. The iron skin is almost torn apart by the wind. You call this normal? Mo Lu followed Chu Tian's finger to look, only to see that the scene outside the elevator had become blurred, and the gusty wind whistled as it poured in through the gaps in the iron, blowing the two men's clothes hunting. Chapter 89 Superalloy? The tin elevator rises at high speed with a clunking sound, as if it will disintegrate at any moment. Well, this. Mo Lu scratched his head, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Maybe it's because we're a temporary project, so the speed is adjusted a bit fast to save time. Saving time? Chu Tian almost didn't faint from anger. Are you saving time or saving your life? I don't want to be sent up to the sky by this broken elevator before I even enter the heavenly abyss rift. Muru smiled awkwardly and was about to say something else when suddenly the elevator shook violently, followed by an ear-piercing metallic ripping sound. Ka-ching! Chu Tian and Mo Lu raised their heads at the same time, only to see that the iron skin above their heads had unexpectedly cracked open, and the fierce wind surged madly through the crack. blowing the two of them almost unable to open their eyes. Moo-roo. I thought you said this thing was sturdy. Trudy's voice was a growl as she grabbed the railing in a death grip. Moo-roo also panicked a bit as he hurriedly pulled out his communicator and shouted, Console! Console! The elevator iron is cracked. Hurry up and slow down. Decelerate. A murmur came from the other end of the communicator, and then a lazy voice rang out. Slow down? I can't. The energy is already on full blast. If I slow down I might just fall. Falling down? Chu Tian almost didn't faint when he heard this. You guys are playing with us to death. Merlo was also in a hurry and yelled over the comm. So what now? The tin is falling apart. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds. Then came a sentence. Don't worry. It's fine if the iron skin cracks. The main structure of the elevator is made of super alloy. Absolutely sturdy. Super alloy? Chu Tian was slightly relieved when he heard this, but immediately afterward, he heard the head of the communicator add, but, you'd better hold on tight, in case all the iron falls off. The wind might be a bit strong. The wind is a bit strong? Chu Tian almost didn't spit out blood. Is this a bit windy for you? This is killing people. Mo Lu couldn't care less about comforting Chu Tian. He grabbed the railing with a death grip and shouted at the communicator. You guys hurry up and think of something, otherwise we'll be blown into meat jerky by the wind before we even reach the heavenly abyss rift. A mutter came from the other end of the communicator, and then the lazy voice sounded again. Alright, I'll try to adjust the energy output. You guys hang in there. Hold on. Chu Tian could not cry. He could only hold on to the railing with a death grip, close his eyes, and silently pray in his heart that this broken elevator could hold on until the heavenly abyss cracked. Click, click. The sound of the tearing of the iron was getting more and more intensive, and the gusty wind poured in from all directions, blowing Chu Tian almost unsteadily. He felt like a leaf in a gale that could be blown away at any time. Moo-roo! I hate you! Chu Tian shouted through gritted teeth. Mo Lu laughed dryly and barely squeezed out a sentence. Don't be afraid. Look, we're almost there. The heavenly abyss rift is just ahead. Go in and we'll be safe. Chu Tian reluctantly opened his eyes, and through the cracks in the iron skin, he could really see the huge outline of the heavenly abyss rift getting closer and closer. The violet light at the edge of the rift shimmered in the gale, as if beckoning them. Finally, almost there. Chu Tian took a long breath, but immediately after, the elevator shook violently, and the iron skin finally couldn't withstand the force of the gale and completely collapsed. Asterisk. Chu Tian and Mo Lu let out a miserable scream at the same time, and the gale instantly drowned them. 1 minute later, Chu Tian let out a painful groan as he slowly opened his eyes. A dimness before him, the surroundings were filled with dense fog. Visibility was less than 10 meters. However, he hadn't had time to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, a scarlet figure shot out of the mist and straight at his face. Third-ranked blood civet cat. Chu Tian's pupils shrunk and his heart shook. This beast played its speed to the extreme. Its sharp claws emitted a ghostly cold aura. If it was slapped by it, it would be either dead or crippled. Chu Tian forced himself to endure the severe pain like his body was falling apart and hastily rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the blood civet cat's fatal blow. Meow ho! The blood civet cat let out a sharp hiss as it missed with a single blow, turning its body around and attacking again. Its movements were as fast as lightning, and its scarlet eyes flashed with bloodlust in the mist. Seek death. A murderous aura filled Chu Tian's eyes as he hurriedly climbed up from the ground, his body's spiritual energy working crazily. His feet stepped on the thunderbolt and his body swayed, instantly pulling away from the blood civet cat. Immediately afterward, he clenched both fists and fiercely blasted out. Dragon Tiger Flaming Fist. With a low cry, the demonic flames on Chu Tian's fist suddenly rose, and the sound of a dragon's roar suddenly resounded. The demonic flames condensed into a dragon and tiger silhouette, carrying a raging power that went straight towards the blood civet cat. Boom! The moment the dragon and tiger shadow collided with the blood civet cat, a deafening roar erupted. The blood civet cat was directly blown away by Chu Tian's punch, and its bloody mouth was spitting out blood furiously. This time it was its turn before it could react, and Chu Tian once again bullied his way up. One step out, only to hear a loud bang. Debris flew and dust and smoke rose. The aura on Chu Tian's body soared once again. Bastard! Die for me! Chu Tian exploded out like a cannonball. A fist blasted out. The dragon and tiger virtual image was transformed into a physical object and swept straight out. Put! The blood civet cat didn't even have time to scream before it was torn to pieces by this violent force, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated into the air. Kill value, plus 666. Kill value accumulated, 2,123. Chu Tian took a long breath and slowly withdrew his fist, and the spiritual energy in his body gradually calmed down. He looked down at his fists and was secretly happy. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or else he would really be torn apart by this. However, When he lifted his head and prepared to look for the ink path, he realized that his surroundings were empty, and there was only a dense fog slowly flowing. Moo-woo, Chu Tian frowned, a trace of uneasiness rising in his heart. He clearly remembered that the two had entered the heavenly abyss rift together, so how could they have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Could it be that they were transported to a different area? Chu Tian whispered to himself, his brows furrowed. The inner space of the heavenly abyss rift was complex, and it was rumored that there were countless separate pieces of space, and those who entered would likely be randomly transported to different areas. If that was true, then he and Muru might have been separated. This is trouble, Chu Tian sighed, a little helpless in his heart. He had originally expected to move together with Muru and take care of each other, but now it seemed that he could only rely on himself. I hope that guy Muru is alright, Chu Tian muttered in a low voice. He then looked around as the fog gradually dissipated, and the appearance of the 911th Heavenly Abyss Rift was fully presented within his sight. Chu Tian's entire body froze in place when he saw the image in front of him. Chapter 90 The Strange Heavenly Abyss Rift. The view of the 911th Heavenly Abyss crack is becoming clearer. The ground under Chu Tian's feet took on a dark red color, as if it had been drenched in blood for countless years, and stepping on it had a sticky touch, like the earth itself was breathing. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood, pungent and oppressive, but strangely enough, this blood was mixed with an extremely rich aura. Every breath made the spiritual energy in his body boil. In the distance, the dark red ground gradually extended, forming a vast wasteland. On the wasteland, countless huge skeletons were half buried in the ground. All of them were the remains of ancient giant beasts, and the surface of the skeletons was covered with cracks, emitting a ghostly and eerie light. Between the skeletons, occasionally dark red vines drilled out of the ground. The vines were covered with sharp barbs, slowly wriggling as if they were living creatures, devouring the surrounding aura. The sky took on an eerie dark purple color, and the clouds hung low as if out of reach. Lightning streaked through the clouds from time to time, emitting a low rumble of thunder. There was a depressing atmosphere in the air, and even breathing became heavy. But the rich aura gave off an inexplicable feeling of excitement. At the end of the line of sight, there was a huge black mountain rising up from the ground. The top of the mountain was shrouded by thick black clouds, and a huge crack could be seen faintly running down from the top of the mountain, seemingly splitting the mountain in two. From time to time, a dark red light flickered in the crack, emitting a palpitating pressure. The entire space was intertwined with blood and aura, and death and life existed side by side. Chu Tian felt an unprecedented shock. Is this the Heavenly Abyss Rift? Chu Tian murmured in a low voice with a hint of awe in his voice. He took a deep breath and felt the rich aura in the air, and the cells of his entire body became abnormally excited and active. Roar! The hissing of ferocious beasts could be heard in the distance from time to time. Deafening. Chu Tian was pumped up. His whole body muscles were taut, ready to fight at any time. He held the Inferno Dragon gun and walked forward slowly, walking alone within this endless and unknown fearful crack of the heavenly abyss. A sense of loneliness, a sense of fear, swept through his body. Chu Tian walked aimlessly. The watch on his wrist was interfered with by some unknown force. It had been in a black screen state. It was impossible to determine the location of the Ink Road. Everything seemed to be telling him that coming to the 911th Heavenly Abyss Rift was a very wrong decision. Suddenly, Chu Tian's footsteps lurched. He turned around with a huff, and as if he had expected it, the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand fiercely stabbed out. The crimson demonic flames cut through the void. Put! Fishy hot blood sprayed out in the air. Chu Tian took a step backward and gently avoided it. Put! The body of a headless blood civet cat fell to the ground. Blood spurted like a column. Kill value, plus 555. Killing value remaining, 2,678. Chu Tian frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. The first time the blood civet cat appeared it was so sudden that he thought he had fallen in front of it. But this time, Chu Tian saw clearly that the blood civet cat had appeared completely out of nowhere. This place is a bit of a saying. Definitely not only blood civet cats could tear through the void. Other ferocious beasts were bound to be able to do this as well. The level of danger is still increasing. Phew! Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and held the Inferno Dragon gun as he continued to move forward, highly tense the entire time. Hell knows what kind of beast will pop up as we walk. All he can do now is to pray. Ancestors bless. Never have a ferocious beast of the fourth order or above. The words were not yet spoken. Just listen to, ah! A heart-rending scream sounded out of nowhere at first. Chu Tian's pupils contracted and he hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. 100 meters away, there was a teenager who had his left arm bitten off by a bite from a blood civet cat. Blood spurting out. Meow! The blood civet cat once again opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards the teenager. The terrifying speed was so fast that it swept out as a residual shadow. Put! Crunch 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 crunch. Chewing sounds were heard. The blood civet cat bit off the teenager's head in one bite. and blood and brain matter flowed down the corners of his mouth. The scene was a bloody one. Chu Tian came back to his senses. A murderous aura filled his eyes. That scene just now happened in a flash of lightning. He didn't have time to react at all. The blood civet cat also sensed Chu Tian's presence and slowly turned around, its pair of scarlet vertical pupils flashing with endless hostility. As if provoking, it swallowed the teenager's head in one gulp, then stretched out its still dripping blood tongue and licked its lips, staring at Chu Tian with a death glare, its eyes filled with greed and ferocity. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, his killing aura flourishing as he took a step out. Boom! There was a loud bang. Debris immediately flew under his feet, and in a thunderous flash, he had already appeared 100 meters away. Sinful animal, die! Chu Tian threw out his Yanlong gun with force, and the head of the gun that was shrouded by the crimson demonic flame stabbed out with a monstrous killing aura. As a result, the next second, an extremely bizarre scene appeared. Ka-ching! There was a shattering sound. The spot where the blood civet cat had been exploded like a broken mirror, and the blood civet cat disappeared with it. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. There was one thing he could be very sure was not an illusion. Could it be spatial dislocation? Or is it mirror time? This heavenly abyss crack is getting weirder and weirder. Chu Tian put away his Inferno Dragon gun and looked deeply at the space boundary that had been restored as if nothing had happened. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger, revealing the suffocation of death everywhere. Chu Tian lifted his leg and was about to move on, but at that moment, there was a subtle fluctuation in the air, like the water being gently ruffled, sending up layers of ripples. Chu Tian's pupils suddenly contracted as he violently turned around. Ka-ching! This time, it was only 50 meters away from him. The space there shattered like a mirror, and a dark red light came out of the cracks. Immediately after that, the figure of the blood civet cat reappeared. Its entire body was covered in blood, with chunks of meat still hanging from the corners of its mouth, its scarlet eyes raging with hostility as it took one step at a time towards the young man directly in front of it. However, the young man did not perceive the danger and was looking around blankly, holding a long sword in his hand with terror in his eyes. Meow! The blood civet cat let out a low hiss, its voice carrying endless killing intent. Its figure instantly transformed into a blood-red residual shadow, so fast that it was hard to catch. The young man jerked around at the sound, but it was too late. Put! Ka-ching! The blood beaver cat's sharp claws instantly penetrated the young man's chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The young man's eyes widened and a heartbreaking scream escaped his throat, but before the voice could be fully uttered, the bloody civet cat's bloody mouth had already bitten his head. Crunch! Crunch! Chewing sounds were heard. The blood civet cat easily bit the young man's skull, brain matter mixing with blood and dripping down the corner of its mouth. The young man's body convulsed feebly for a few moments before going limp, blood staining the ground around him. Chapter 91 Lin Yuan. As Chu Tian witnessed all of this, the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. He gripped the Inferno Dragon gun tightly, and the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. However, just as he was about to rush forward, the figure of the blood civet cat once again became blurry. Ka-ching! Space shattered once again, and the blood civet cat and the miserable corpse on the ground disappeared. Chu Tian's fists were clenched, his knuckles white from the force. A strong sense of killing and powerlessness welled up in his heart. Not only was this blood civet cat cruel and bloodthirsty, it could also travel through different spaces at will, making it impossible to predict its next appearance. This place is 11 out of 10 wrong, Chu Tian murmured in a low voice, a trace of gravity emanating from his gaze. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. In this heavenly abyss rift, any hint of negligence could be fatal. He had to stay alert at all times, ready to deal with the ferocious beasts hidden in the spatial cracks. At that moment, there was another fluctuation in the air. Chu Tian's body instantly tightened, the tip of the Inferno Dragon pistol slightly raised, and red-colored demonic flames pulsed on the body of the pistol. The terrifying temperature burned the surrounding air. Come on, sinners! Chu Tian drank in a low voice, his gaze like a torch, staring dead on at the fluctuating space. With time ticking by in a minute, everything is calm again. However, just as Chu Tian put away his Inferno Dragon gun and prepared to leave, the space boundary violently exploded. Ka-ching! Meow! The smell of hot blood hit his nose. Chu Tian shouted, "Bastard! It's you who are waiting!" Words! He swung his Inferno Dragon gun and slammed it down hard. Ka-ching! An ear-piercing bone-cracking sound rang out. Chu Tian smashed blood civet's spine smashing with a single shot. Meow! The screams tore at his heart. The bloody civet cat slumped to the ground and writhed in agony, but Chu Tian's eyes didn't have a trace of pity. All he had was an endless killing aura. You run again! The blood civet cat struggled to raise its head to look at Chu Tian, its pair of scarlet vertical pupils filled with fear. Meow! This beast was actually trying to awaken Chu Tian's sympathy. But is it possible? The murderous aura in Chu Tian's eyes flourished, His palm ignited with red-colored demonic flames, and he slapped his palm down at the blood-civet cat. Zira. The smell of barbecued meat is delicious. In the next second, the blood-civet cat directly turned into ashes and dispersed with the wind. Kill value, plus 666. Kill value accumulated, 3,344. After Chu Tian had done all this, he raised his feet and was about to leave when he suddenly had a footstep. After a few seconds, as if he had heard something, the corners of his mouth turned up in a smirk. In the next instant, Chu Tian struck out lightning fast. A ball of red-colored devil flame exploded out and swept straight towards a huge black tree at the back. Bang! With a muffled sound, the void rippled with layers of ripples. A purple-haired teenager then appeared on top of the thick tree branch, carrying a stick with aura surrounding his palm, dragging the red-colored demonic flame with him. The purple-haired teenager looked down at Chu Tian below and said with interest, "The accuracy is enough, but the power is almost interesting." "Yeah, but who's to tell you that I don't have a backhand?" The words just fell. Trudy snapped her fingers. Boom! There was a loud bang. The air smelled of smoke. The power is almost meaning nothing. But your damn hide C4 is really damage. The purple-haired teenager's voice rang out. When the smoke and dust cleared, he stood there unharmed, and even the huge black tree under his feet was not damaged in any way. Chu Tian was not surprised by this. When this purple-haired teenager first appeared, he felt a sense of oppression if nothing else. The strength of the purple-haired teenager in front of him was the first person he had encountered that gave him such a feeling when he crossed over. "It's strong. Wasn't it you who said my power was almost mean? Damage makes up for damage." Chu Tian said rightfully so. The purple-haired teenager leaped and jumped down from the tree, swinging the stick in his hand and pointing it straight at Chu Tian. "Kid, you always have to have a say when you throw bombs at me. You should be glad that I don't have a nuclear bomb." Chu Tian skimmed his lips, looking regretful that he didn't have a nuclear bomb. "I thought I was shameless enough, but after I met you, I realized there's a world beyond the sky, and there's a world beyond people." Chu Tian waved his hand. "No, no, no, you can have this confidence." Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with anger. His cultivation at the peak of the frontier realm exploded as he swung his stick and rushed up. "Kid, you've made me very angry, so the consequences are serious." Chu Tian withdrew his steps and retreated, dodging the stick, and cursed with an impatient face. "You're more or less a big ing disease. Do you have any reason for peeping?" "I didn't ing peep," Lin Yuan roared. The stick in his hand suddenly emitted a crackling sound, surrounded by lightning patterns, emitting a terrifying pressure. "Remember, the name of the person who beat you is Lin Yuan." After the words were spoken, Lin Yuan violently flung the stick in his hand, and lightning patterns exploded, and even his surroundings were covered in thunder. In an instant, Lin Yuan's aura soared. Seeing this, Chu Tian lifted up the corner of his mouth and laughed with teasing eyes. "Playing with thunder? That's no coincidence. I also play with thunder." With that, the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand was flung with the same force. The head of the gun was instantly enveloped in thunder. Immediately afterward, the thunder quickly spread out, encircling the entire body of the gun. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. He actually felt a crisis from the other party's thunder. This is a situation that has never been seen before, but that's what makes it so much fun. Finally someone who can fight. Thunder-striped stick. Lin Yuan let out an explosive cry and bullied his way up. The stick carried a heaven-destroying might as it smashed down towards Chu Tian's head. Before the shadow of the stick arrived, the terrifying power of thunder had already torn apart the surrounding air, and the ground was crushed by this power to the point that it crumbled inch by inch, and debris splattered. Chu Tian stood in place, the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand trembling slightly, the thunder power on the gun body becoming more and more violent. His eyes revealed a gleam of excitement. Q. Chu Tian let out an ow, and the Yen Long gun was violently raised, the tip of the gun pointing straight to the sky. The thunder power on the body of the gun instantly erupted, forming a huge thunder dragon shadow that roared as it rushed towards Lin Yuan's thunder ripple stick. Boom! The two strands of thunder power collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. Terrifying energy fluctuations centered on the collision point, spreading wildly in all directions, and the ground was torn out by a deep, bottomless crack. The air around them was vaporized by this force, creating a vacuum. Lin Yuan's face changed dramatically. He felt an irresistible force coming from the stick. One's own thunder power in front of the other party's thunder dragon was like a firefly competing with the white moon. His arm went numb, his tiger's mouth crumbled, and blood flowed down the stick. How is that possible? Lin Yuan was shocked in his heart, and before he could react, Chu Tian's Yen Long gun had already swung violently. Chapter 92 Elegant Words. Lin Yuan's heart set off shocking waves, and before he could react, Chu Tian's Inferno Dragon gun had already swung violently. The Thunder Dragon shadow on the body of the gun instantly swelled and directly shook Lin Yuan away. Bang! Lin Yuan's body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily on the ground 100 meters away, splashing up a cloud of dust. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as his throat became sweet. Chu Tian stood in place carelessly. The thunder power on the Inferno Dragon gun did not dissipate, and the tip of the gun slightly drooped, pointing towards the ground. That's it? You're too unbeatable. These words were all too familiar to Lin Yuan. That's because it's his own line. For a while, Lin Yuan was filled with anger and was swept away from his senses. Again, with a furious roar, he burst out once again carrying the thunder ripple stick. However, Chu Tian merely skimmed his lips at this, as he supported the Inferno Dragon gun with one hand, using it as the center. He used the momentum to spin around and kicked out. Lin Yuan sees the oncoming kick and tries to pull back, but it's too late. His face was getting closer and closer to the soles of Chu Tian's shoes, getting closer. Finally, he even got a good look at the shoe size. 41. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard. Lin Yuan flew again and again, but this did not end. Chu Tian's figure just fell, drew out his Inferno Dragon gun and violently threw it. Then he stepped on the ground with one foot, and shot out with a pang sound. In an instant, he caught up with the Inferno Dragon gun, and then he gripped it tightly, aiming it directly at Lin Yuan's stupid face and smacked it. Pang! Lin Yuan's face for a moment changed shape under the huge force and flew out violently, crashing into the big tree behind him. A puff of smoke and dust rose and the trees shook violently. Suddenly, a cloud of purple thunder raged beneath the roots of the smoke-shrouded tree. Boom! Purple thunder crashed through the dust and smoke and suddenly rushed out. Lin Yuan held the long stick in his hand and aimed a fierce stab at Chu Tian. But the next instant, under Lin Yuan's dumbfounded gaze, Chu Tian turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared into thin air. Before he could return to his senses, Chu Tian, who was surrounded by thunder, appeared behind him. The Inferno Dragon gun once again pumped at Lin Yuan's head. However, this time, Lin Yuan reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly turned around to swing his thunder ripple stick in defense. Don't you think I'm weak? Lin Yuan roared, handsome for no more than 3 seconds. Directly blown away by the absolute power suppression, he crashed into another tree. Chu Tian stood in place with his Inferno Dragon gun, did not continue to attack, but smiled and said, I don't think you are weak. I just simply think that you are weak. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Yuan cursed angrily and charged again with his thunder ripple stick. As it turned out, no miracle happened. Chu Tian was already too lazy to use the Inferno Dragon gun and raised his leg. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Yuan flew back again and again. Repeat back and forth like this 5 times. This bastard was like a small strong man that couldn't be beaten, slamming into Chu Tian's fist with a single-mindedness. I'm begging you, don't come any closer. I'll give in. Okay? Seeing that Lin Yuan was going to repeat it for the 6th time, Chu Tian hurriedly called him back and took the initiative to admit defeat. Lin Yuan's footsteps lurched as he lifted his snotty head and asked vaguely, You're really convinced? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you stomp your nose. I'm convinced. In Lin Yuan ready to move a second before, Chu Tian finally still conceded. Humph. Lin Yuan, who was covered in rags, snorted coldly and said, I count on you to know what's good for you. Before the words were out of his mouth, he sat on his ass. Lin Yuan spat out a large mouthful of blood and grinned in pain. Chu Tian looked at the red and swollen fist. He could not help but be a little speechless. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and it was the first time that he had encountered such a ludicrous person. For a long time, Lin Yuan leaned on the thunder pattern stick and struggled to stand up, just staring straight at Chu Tian without saying a word. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at? Is your skin itching again? Don't say I'm bluffing. If you dare to come over again, I guarantee I won't kill you. What's your name? Do what? Tell me what your name is? I won't tell. You. Lin Yuan blushed, irritated and began to babble. If you don't tell me, I'll take my head to create you dead. This douchebag. For the first time, Chu Tian let a person give a dry break defense. So beautiful language is completely the closest interpretation of the facts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you calling a douchebag? Curse you. You curse again. 2-bit. You cuss again. 2-bit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Try one more curse. 2-bit. I'll fight you. Lin Yuan charged again and again and again. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and said, I really gave you face. After the words, he violently raised his arm, grabbed Lin Yuan's collar and swung his fist. Bang bang 2 punches. Lin Yuan's eyes were smashed and his face was covered in blood. Don't fight. I'm convinced. Lin Yuan held his head in his hands, all but beating the child to tears. Chu Tian loosened his hand and gritted his teeth. Get lost. Immediately. Right now. Get out of my face. Otherwise, I'll look at you once and beat you up. Lin Yuan climbed up with his pig's head on top and hurriedly stepped back, retreating to a safe distance before flinging his thunder ripple stick, pointing his two fingers together straight at Chu Tian, throwing his voice. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't deceive the youth. Sooner or later, one day, I'll defeat you and take revenge. The two of us will see. When he finished, he turned around with a huff and then, bang, ouch, it hurts. The bastard resolutely crashed into the tree behind him. Embarrassed, he picked up the thunder ripple stick that had fallen on the ground and left in a hurry. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's footsteps lurched and he shouted loudly, that's right, I'm not called a douchebag. I have a name, Kanglan Martial Academy. The fourth chief, SS grade gifted lifebone, Lin Yuan. Chu Tian's face was stunned with feeling. Bastard! Lin Yuan's cheeks twitched and he grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to snap, watching the purple-haired teenager pout and walk away until he disappeared from sight completely. Chu Tian shook his head inside. This douchebag! The words just fell. Ka-ching! The space boundary exploded. A third-ranked blizzard wolf charged out without warning. Sharp fangs flashed with an eerie chill. Ow! A wolf's howl was deafening. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, and the Inferno dragon gun in his hand stabbed out in a smooth manner. Dang! Ha! Sparks were flying. The head of the Inferno dragon gun was bitten by a bite from the blizzard wolf. Trudy couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Who gave you the courage? After the words, he violently twisted the Inferno dragon gun. For a time, demonic flames rose up and thunder flashed. Ow! Bang! Bones and flesh flew across the ground, and blood and brains bloomed at the same time. Gale Wolf. Die. Kill value, plus 666. Kill value accumulated, 4010. Chu Tian gently shook, and the blood splattered on top of the battle spirit robe instantly slid off. Buzz. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist vibrated out. Chapter 93 Goodbye. Too late to shake hands. Chu Tian looked down and saw that the watch was restarting. Buzzing. The watch had just been turned on when Muru sent a video call. Chu Tian hurriedly pressed the connect button. Even Mama Ga. Live and let live. Muru's nervous and excited voice came. After Chu Tian heard this, he couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth and said without any good humor, thanks to you. Where are you now? The smile on Mo Lu's face froze, his brows frowning slightly, his eyes slightly gloomy. This Heavenly Abyss Rift is different from all the previous Heavenly Abyss Rifts. The rule power here is completely different from the outside world, and different from the other Heavenly Abyss Rifts, and I can't pinpoint my position right now. Also, the location information on our night watch is wrong. Chu Tian's eyes were glazed over. Since Mo Lu had already said so, it proved that his guess was not problematic. There's something wrong with the spatial rules of this Heavenly Abyss Rift. That's right. Muru snapped his fingers, his eyes full of appreciation. You're right. It's the spatial rules, where the saying is verified, seeing is not always believing. Chu Tian asked in a deep voice. Then what do we do next? Ink Road pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. I think we should. Should what? Tell me. It should. Go one step at a time. Bye-bye. Bye. Too late to shake hands. Chu Tian directly cut off the video call. Immediately afterward, however, Muru sent a message with only 4 words. Watch your back. HRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR blue chills down his spine. Suddenly, roar! The roar was deafening. Chu Tian's vision was suddenly plunged into darkness as he frantically operated his aura. His feet stepped on thunder and shot out explosively. Boom! With a loud bang, a deep pit suddenly appeared where he had just been, and not far away stood a two-headed black bear that was more than 7 meters tall. This is Black Abyss Twin Bears. The aura of a fourth-ranked ferocious beast was frightening and extremely oppressive. Moreover, this was still a Black Abyss Twin Bear that was infinitely close to the peak of the 4th rank. Chu Tian's pupils contracted, his eyes revealing a color of unprecedented gravity, and the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a burst of gun chants. Roar! The Black Abyss Twin Bears let out a roar. Afterwards, the beast got on all fours, and with its huge body, it erupted with a speed that was completely mismatched, as fast as a huge black lightning bolt. Thunderclap! Chu Tian let out an explosive cry, and the devilish flames around his body suddenly rose as thunder raged. He wasn't hiding anything, he was straight up on fire. If, at this time, he hit again, then he might have to go to Hades to show his operation. The twin heads of the Black Abyss Twin Bears simultaneously emitted a low growl, their scarlet eyes full of disdain and mockery, clearly already spiritually enlightened. What was even more terrifying was that it had a layer of dense black demonic aura wrapped around its body, which was writhing like a living creature, emitting a palpitating pressure. Roar! The left head of the Black Abyss Twin Bears violently opened its bloody mouth, and a pitch-black demonic chi gushed out from its mouth, heading straight for Chu Tian. Wherever the demonic chi passed through, The spatial boundaries were torn apart, the ground was plowed into a deep furrow, and even space was distorted. Chu Tian's pupils shrunk, his feet stepped on thunder, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. However, the right head of the Black Abyss twin bears had long predicted his movements, and their huge bear paws carried a terrifying demonic aura as they slapped down viciously in the direction he had dodged. Boom! The moment the huge bear's paw fell, the ground shook and countless densely packed cracks spread out in all directions. Chu Tian's figure was shaken by this force and flew backwards, hitting a huge tree heavily. Ka-ching! The trunk snapped right off. Chu Tian's body fell to the ground with it, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Ahem! Chu Tian struggled to prop himself up, and a heart-rending sharp pain came from his chest, as if he had been hit by a fast-moving train. His vision was a little blurry, but the battle intent in his eyes did not diminish and became more and more intense. Bastard! Again! Chu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, violently flung his Inferno Dragon gun, and shouted in a deep, explosive voice, "Thunderclap, kill! Rumble! Thunder does it!" A streak of thunder containing an aura of annihilation gradually converged. Chu Tian's aura surged crazily around his body, and the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand emitted a piercing buzzing sound under the intertwining of thunder and demonic flames, as if responding to his master's battle intent. Boom! The Inferno Dragon lance stabbed out violently, and the thunder and demonic flames intertwined to form a huge pillar of light that went straight at the Black Abyss twin bears. That pillar of light descended from the sky, and the surrounding trees were instantly reduced to pieces under the impact of the raging power. The twin heads of the Black Abyss twin bears simultaneously let out a low growl, their scarlet eyes flashing with a hint of gravity. How could it not expect that the human who existed like a mole cricket in his eyes could actually burst out with such a terrifying power? Even, it all made it feel a hint of threat. The huge body of the Black Abyss twin bears sank violently, and the black demonic chi around it surged crazily, forming a thick barrier in front of it. Rumble! The moment the thunder collided with the demonic chi, a deafening roar erupted. The terrifying aftermath of the attack spread in all directions with ripples visible to the naked eye. The ground was overturned, and countless debris and dust were swept high into the air, creating a chaotic storm. However, even so, Chu Tian's strike still failed to completely break through the Black Abyss twin bears' defense. Although the thick demonic chi barrier was mostly torn apart by the thunder, the physical body of the Black Abyss twin bears was still incomparably strong, and after only a few steps back, they stabilized their stance. Roar! The left head of the Black Abyss twin bears violently opened its bloody mouth, and a pitch-black demonic chi once again gushed out, heading straight for Chu Tian. At the same time, the right side of its head also let out a low roar, and its huge bear paw wrapped with a terrifying demonic chi, and slapped down fiercely towards the top of Chu Tian's head. Chu Tian's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly burst backward. However, the speed of the Black Abyss twin bears was simply too fast for him to completely avoid it. The huge bear's paw slapped him hard with devastating power. Bang! Chu Tian's body was like a kite with broken strings as he was slapped out and crashed heavily into a huge boulder. The boulder instantly shattered, and Chu Tian's body fell to the ground with it. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and a heart-rending sharp pain came from his chest. Ahem! Chu Tian struggled to hold himself up. His vision was already a little blurry, but his battle intent was getting stronger. He could feel that the aura in his body was surging furiously, as if a force was breaking through some kind of shackle. It's not enough! It's not enough! Chu Tian clenched his teeth as a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he had already reached his limit, but it was this limit that allowed him to feel the opportunity for a breakthrough. Boom! Chapter 94 Second Shot. Flames burning the sky. Boom! Finally, a raging aura erupted from Chu Tian's body, like hot magma, flowing through his limbs and bones. The chi and blood soared and the power skyrocketed. Breakthrough! Chu Tian let out a low cry, his eyes ecstatic. He could clearly feel the majestic power within his body. Not only that, the 13 life-saving shots also broke through to the second shot at this moment, flames burning the sky. At this moment, Chu Tian was lifted up by an invisible force, his aura surging out around him like a volcanic eruption, his eyes glowing with crimson demonic flames as if they were two burning stars. The warlike spirit was overwhelming. Roar! The Black Abyss twin bears also sensed the changes in Chu Tian's body, their twin heads simultaneously emitting low growls as a hint of uneasiness flashed through their scarlet eyes. A black demonic aura once again surged out from its body in a vast array of colors, forming a barrier as black as ink. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes at the sight, his essence light exploding as the head of his Inferno Dragon gun was slightly raised, flames burning in the sky. As he let out an explosive shout, the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand shook violently, and the body of the gun was instantly wrapped in crimson demonic flames. Moreover, the demonic flames were mixed with the power of thunder, as if a fire dragon was roaring. Chu Tian stepped on the thunderbolt and swept straight out, the head of his gun pointing straight at the hearts of the Black Abyss twin bears. Boom! The moment the Inferno Dragon Gun collided with the demonic chi barrier of the Black Abyss twin bears, it erupted into a heaven-shaking roar. In a moment, ka-ching, there was a shattering sound. A crack appeared in the thick demonic chi barrier, spreading out in all directions like a spider's web. Ka-ching, the sound of shattering resounded again. The black demonic chi barrier turned into strands of demonic chi that floated in the air. At this moment, the defense of the Black Abyss twin bears was as fragile as papier-mâché under Chu Tian's attack. Roar! The Black Abyss twin bears suffered a backlash, both of their heads simultaneously letting out a pained roar, their massive bodies shaken back by the blow. The ground was plowed with deep furrows by its giant claws. Its left head opened its bloody mouth to bite down, but Chu Tian was too fast. Ka-ching! The sound of sharp fangs clashing rang out. Thunderclap! Chu Tian stepped on thunder and appeared on the right side of the Black Abyss twin bears, and the Inferno Dragon Lance wrapped in endless power, stabbing at the right side of its head. The head of the gun, wrapped in magical flames and thunder, easily penetrated the fur of the Black Abyss twin bear's pride and joy, straight into the flesh and blood. The power of thunder raged madly within its body. Roar! The Black Abyss twin bears let out mournful screams, their scarlet eyes filled with panic and pain. The right side of its head was completely penetrated by the Inferno Dragon Gun. Blood spurted out like a spring, staining its long, dark fur red. Sinful animal, die! Chu Tian shouted in a low voice and swung up his Inferno Dragon Gun, its shadow like a dragon. Boom! 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 Each stab of the Inferno Dragon Gun was accompanied by ear-splitting thunder and the roar of demonic flames. Chu Tian shocked the Black Abyss twin bears into storming backward with a devastating momentum, and his attack became more and more ferocious. The defense of the Black Abyss twin bears was like nothing in front of him. His huge body was covered with gun holes, and blood sprayed wildly, dripping onto the ground, forming a pool of blood. It's over! Chu Tian let out a low shout and leapt up. The yen-long gun was raised high above his head. The body of the gun was wrapped in thunder and flames, as if a giant dragon was descending from the sky. The murderous aura in his eyes flourished, and the head of his gun pointed straight at the only remaining left head of the Black Abyss twin bears. Die! Boom! The Inferno Dragon Gun carried a destructive force and stabbed into the left head of the Black Abyss twin bears with a destructive force. The power of thunder and flame raged madly within its body, instantly destroying the left side of its head completely. Roar! The Black Abyss twin bears let out a heart-rending hiss and fell down heavily, the ground shaking slightly. Kill value, plus 888. Killing value remaining, 4,898. Chu Tian stood beside the corpses of the Black Abyss twin bears, the Inferno Dragon Gun in his hand still dripping blood. A gust of wind blows through, blow away the pungent odor of blood, the blowing of his battle soul robe hunted. Phew! Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly raised his head to look into the distance, above the endless wasteland. He did not know how many crises were hidden. However, there was one thing Chu Tian hadn't figured out. Along the way, there were quite a few ferocious beasts encountered, but there was surprisingly none of the dangerous foreigners. Could it be that there are no foreign races in this heavenly abyss rift? Trudy muttered in a small voice. After all, it was also true that there had been a heavenly abyss rift without the presence of a foreign race. If this is true, it's a blessing in misfortune. 2. After Chu Tian finished speaking, he stepped over the corpses of the Black Abyss twin bears, and the ground under his feet still emanated a strong scent of blood. The spatial rules of this heavenly abyss rift were chaotic, and as far as the eye could see, it was all a distorted scene. This place is really weird. Chu Tian muttered to himself in a low voice as he continued to march forward with his Inferno Dragon Gun in hand, the land under his feet gradually becoming soft as if he was stepping on the skin of some kind of creature. The feeling is just disgusting. There was a smell of decay in the air, and this space was gradually falling apart. Suddenly, Chu Tian's footsteps lurched and his brows furrowed slightly as a faint fluctuation of breath came from ahead, but it carried a palpitating sense of oppression. Something is approaching. A hint of vigilance flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he slowly raised his yen-long gun, pointing it straight in the direction of the breath fluctuation. As he moved, the air around him seemed to freeze. Even the sound of the wind disappeared. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard as the ground cracked violently. A huge black shadow rushed out from the ground, bringing up countless debris and dust. The speed of that black shadow was extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye it rushed to Chu Tian. Chu Tian's pupils shrunk, and his figure retreated rapidly. At the same time, he stabbed out with a shot. Clank! The sound of metal collision rang out as the Inferno Dragon Gun and that black shadow's sharp claws ruthlessly clashed together, sparks flying in all directions. Chu Tian's body was shaken by this tremendous force and slid backwards for several meters. The ground under his feet was plowed into 2 deep grooves. He stabilized his stance and looked up at the black shadow, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. It was a black scorpion of enormous size, covered in thick armor that was covered in sharp barbs. Its tail was raised high, and its tail pin was flickering with a ghostly green light, obviously containing a strong poison. What was most alarming was that its eyes were as scarlet as blood, exuding a furious killing intent. Peak Fourth Order Fierce Beast Black Poison Scorpion King, Chu Tian said in a deep voice, a hint of gravity in his tone. The strength of the Black Poison Scorpion King is a few points stronger than the previous Black Abyss Twin Bears, especially its deadly poisonous needles. Once stabbed, it can be very unpleasant. Squeak! The Black Poison Scorpion King let out an ear-piercing shriek, and its huge pincers opened violently, clamping fiercely towards Chu Tian. Its speed was extreme, and wherever the pincers passed, the air was torn apart with a sharp whistling sound. Chu Tian's eyes turned cold as his figure flashed and instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 95 Head Round Face Complexion Beard. Thunderclap! Chu Tian shouted explosively in a deep voice and stabbed out with a gun. The head of the gun wrapped in the berserk power of thunder and swept straight out. Boom! The moment the head of the gun and the Black Poison Scorpion King's armor collided, a deafening sound erupted. However, Chu Tian's shot still left a deep crack on the impenetrable armor of the Black Poison Scorpion King. Roar! The Black Poison Scorpion King let out a pained roar, and his huge tail fluttered, the tail needle carrying a ghostly green venom as it stabbed towards Chu Tian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh sounds rang out one after another. Chu Tian's eyes slightly condensed and he stormed backward, avoiding the poisonous needles at the same time. The Black Poison Scorpion King's attack followed, its huge pincers ripping through the air and descending from the sky, flames burning in the sky. Chu Tian let out a low shout, and the Inferno Dragon gun fiercely shook as crimson-colored devil flames erupted from the gun. Demonic flames and thunder appeared at the same time, and the moment these two types of supreme power fused, the spatial boundary fragmented within the range of 10 meters around Chu Tian. Ka-ching! Ear-piercing cracking sounds were frequent. Chu Tian stepped on thunder and shot out explosively, and at a distance of less than 5 meters from the Black Poison Scorpion King, he leapt up high, his Inferno Dragon gun raised high above his head. Die! The head of the gun wrapped in an endless killing aura ruthlessly smashed into the Black Poison Scorpion King. Boom! With a loud bang, the Black Poison Scorpion King's pincers were shaken by this force and bounced backward, with countless cracks appearing on its armor. Roar! The Black Poison Scorpion King let out an angry roar, his scarlet eyes staring at Chu Tian with a monstrous killing aura. This human completely enraged it. However, Chu Tian let out a cold smile as the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand was raised once again, the tip of the gun pointing directly at the Black Poison Scorpion King. Sinful beast, your time to die has come. The words were not yet spoken. Chu Tian's figure rushed out like lightning, and the Inferno Dragon gun smashed into the Black Poison Scorpion King's head with devastating power. Roar! Put! The instant the Inferno Dragon gun fell, the Black Poison Scorpion King's head directly exploded. The splattering of blood and brain matter was an extreme visual feast. The huge body of the Black Poison Scorpion King slowly collapsed, and the ground was shaken to the point of slightly trembling. Kill value, plus 999. Killing value remaining, 5,897. Phew! Chu Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as if he was relieved. The black-bellied Snake King was worthy of being at the peak of the 4th rank, more than twice as powerful as the Black Abyss Twin Bears. Luckily, it was a breakthrough to the 5th turn. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this kung fu has already cooled off. No, if there was no breakthrough, one wouldn't be able to touch this Black Poison Scorpion King. Chu Tian took out a spirit bead and threw it into his mouth, and the spiritual chi contained within the spirit bead melted and flowed through his limbs and bones. That feeling, it's just soothing. A long drought. The depleted aura in Chu Tian's body once again became abundant. A few moments later, Chu Tian's aura returned to its peak as he picked up the Inferno Dragon gun and was about to leave. But right at this moment, his afterglow swept over the corpse of the Black Poison Scorpion King, and there was a faint flash of red light flickering erratically within that huge body. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows, a touch of joy appeared in his eyes, and in his heart, he said, it's a demon core. Now he was no longer a rookie who had just stepped out of the novice village. With a single glance, he could tell that the Black Poison Scorpion King contained a demon core within its body. I didn't expect an unexpected harvest. This peak 4th rank demon core is worth at least $10 million. Chu Tian heatedly laughed and raised the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand as he was about to open up and take the demon core. But just then, ta-da-da-da, little brother, please be merciful. A loud voice rang out along with a cacophony of footsteps. The movement of Chu Tian's hand lurched as he sniffed and looked over, only to see 2 men walking quickly. One of them was white and chubby, with a round face and an inch beard, wearing small shorts. The other one was stout, with muscles bulging all over his body. A proper fierce man. It was this same person who spoke. Chu Tian frowned slightly. Something's wrong? The fierce man said aloud. Little brother, how about letting me have the corpse of this Black Poison Scorpion King? After Chu Tian heard this, he immediately knew the little scheme these two guys were playing in their hearts, and very decisively refused. Not good. However, the next second, what happened? Let Chu Tian need words for a long time to forget. It was so disgusting that it psychologized him. Honey, I want it. I want the corpse of this black poison scorpion king. The bearded guy was actually pouting, just like a woman, jumping straight up and down and pounding his little fists on the slugger's chest. However, just as Chu Tian froze, that masculine slugger, he lowered his head and kissed on the bearded man's head, his eyes full of favor. Baby, you just want the stars in the skies. I will find a way to pick them for you. That's very kind of you, dear, and there's a reward for the evening. Vomit. Trudy was literally throwing up, her stomach turning over. Without a care in the world for him, the two had another French wet kiss on the side. Vomit. Trudy ejected directly. The bearded man felt the big black huffing lips and huffed. Honey, he's so nasty. He's laughing at us. The man came to touch the head to kill, said gently, baby, don't be angry. I'm here. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Chu Tian, his brows furrowed. Little brother, I don't want this beast's corpse for nothing. I'll give you $1 million. Deal. Chu Tian agreed in one bite. The slugger and the bearded man looked at each other and smiled, only to see, the fierce man took out a bank card from his pocket, pretending to be very broad-minded. There are 1.01 million in this card. It's all for you. Don't need to look for it. Password 000000. Oh, honey, you're so cool. Trojan horse. The beard was full of little stars. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched as he glanced at the bank card that the fierce man handed over and didn't pick it up, instead asking, are you talking about 1 million daxia coins? Or what? Slugger asked instinctively. Chu Tian had a disdainful look on his face. You're sending out beggars. I'm talking about 1 million spirit beads. 1 million spirit beads. The two of them spoke in unison and lost their voices in shock. A flash of anger flashed in the eyes of the fierce man, and his voice plummeted cold. Little brother, don't be ungrateful. This is a corpse. I've already given you a great deal of face by using money to buy it. That's it. Little fellow, you've only met such a good man as my dear. If it were anyone else, they would have taken it away long ago, and would still give you money. Think nothing of it. The bearded man pinched his orchid fingers and added to the conversation. Trudy resisted the urge to spray, and tried her best to avert her gaze from the bearded man's face. He took a deep breath and said with an impatient face, 1 million spirit pearls, give it to me, and this black poison scorpion king's corpse is yours. If you can't afford it, get lost and don't disgust me here. Honey, I'm so angry. He even asked for a lot of money. How can there be such an ungrateful guy? Ha, baby, don't be mad. I'm here. The slugger put his arm around the bearded man who was betting on the airbag stuffing and was heartbroken. Chapter 96. Don't understand but respect, I guess. The fierce man was full of anger. I'll say it for the last time. 1 million daxia coins. Get me the corpse of the black poison scorpion king. Scram. Chu Tian waved his hand. Do you think I don't know that the black poison scorpion king's corpse has demon cores inside? You know? The bearded man covered his bearded mouth and lost his voice in shock, not to mention that the shape of his mouth, with the beard, was quite graphic. No wonder. Vomit. The fierce man's eyes flickered. He had thought that the teenager in front of him, at his young age, wouldn't know about the demon core. As a result, miscalculation. As it is, the fierce man narrowed his eyes, a flash of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. Little brother, are you determined not to let me have this black poison scorpion king's corpse? Get out. Get the hell out. Take a cab and get out. Don't disgust me here. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the fierce man. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, his voice low and full of threats. Little brother, since you're not going to do anything until you've toasted, don't blame us for not being polite. Before the words fell, the fierce man stormed up, his whole body muscles bulging, like a ferocious beast ready to go. His fist was wrapped in a furious aura and pushed straight into Chu Tian's face. It's strong. Chu Tian's eyes condensed. Thunder power surged under his feet, and his body was like electricity, instantly dodging away. At the same time, the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand shook violently, and the red-colored demonic flames on its body rose up once again. Seek death, Chu Tian coldly shouted. The tip of his gun pointed straight at the fierce man, and another fusion of thunder and demonic flame erupted with devastating power. The fierce man's face changed slightly when he saw this, but he did not retreat but advanced, roared angrily, and his two fists blasted out like a raging storm. Click 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 click. The sonic boom shook the ears. Each punch carried a terrifying power that tore through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed fiercely in the air. A deafening roar erupted. Although the fierce man's punches were ferocious, they still seemed a bit weak under Chu Tian's attacks. The bearded man was not idle when he saw this. With a flash of his figure, he circled around to Chu Tian's back, and at some point in his hand, there was an additional dagger that flashed with a cold light, stabbing Chu Tian straight in the back of his heart. Be careful, little brother. The bearded man's voice carried a bit of teasing, but the movements of his hands were relentless. Chu Tian coldly grunted. His body turned, and the yen-long gun swept out. The demonic flames on the gun instantly forced the bearded man back. You too, you're still disgusting. Killing intent filled Chu Tian's eyes, and the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand slightly shook, as thunder and demonic flames merged once again, erupting at terrifying force. Thunderclap! Chu Tian let out a low explosive cry and stabbed out with a gun, pushing straight towards the fierce man and the bearded man. No good! The fierce man's complexion changed drastically as he crazily urged his entire body's aura and blasted out with both fists with all his might. But he still underestimated the terror of Chu Tian's shot. The moment the head of the gun fell, all of the fierce man's attacks were easily torn apart, and his entire body flew out backwards, falling heavily to the ground, spraying blood furiously. The bearded man's face turned pale at the sight and he cried out, "No, dear!" he shouted as he ran over, tears falling from his eyes. Moved to tears, the slugger opened his mouth and before he could make a sound, blood gushed out again. "No, honey, don't you say anything, I'm taking you right now," the bearded man said, and prepared to pick the slugger up. However, the fierce man weakly raised his hand to stop it. "Baby, don't care about me. You go quickly by yourself. I will go to drag him. Quickly go, quickly." Suddenly, as if he had returned to his senses, the fierce man pushed the bearded man out of the way and stood up to charge towards Chu Tian. "No, don't, honey, I don't want you to die." The bearded man hissed and rushed towards Chu Tian with the same recklessness, but his speed was still a step slower. The slugger is burning his essence to the death. The yen-long gun in Chu Tian's hand swung round. Bang! With a muffled thud, the slugger flew backwards again. At this time, the bearded man also rushed to Chu Tian's body. As it turned out, there were no surprises. Chu Tian smashed him down with a shot, the tip of the gun pointing straight at his brow. Don't kill me!" the bearded man yelled in horror, the dagger in his hand having long since fallen to the ground. Chu Tian coldly looked at him, and the Inferno Dragon gun in his hand did not pause in the slightest. Put! The tip of the gun pierced into the bearded man's brow, and his head directly exploded. Red and white liquids were splattered. The white, chubby body slowly collapsed. Kill value, plus 555. Kill value remaining, 5,544. Baby! Seeing this, the fierce man let out a mournful roar and struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he madly rushed towards Chu Tian. "I want you dead!" the fierce man roared, his aura reversing within his body. "And trying to blow yourself up?" Chu Tian coldly laughed and threw the Inferno Dragon gun with force, the demonic flames on the gun body suddenly rising. "Good thinking!" Chu Tian exploded in a deep voice, the tip of his gun pointing straight at the fierce man's heart. Put! Before the fierce man's fist even landed, the Inferno Dragon gun had already penetrated his body. The fierce man's body stiffened violently, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he eventually collapsed powerlessly. Kill value, plus 666. Killing value remaining, 6,210. Chu Tian put away his Inferno Dragon gun and coldly swept a glance at the two corpses on the ground. Maybe the same sex really is true love. Don't understand, but respect. Chu Tian shook his head and turned towards the corpse of the Black Poison Scorpion King. The Inferno Dragon gun in his hand gently picked it and took out the Demon Core. A peak 4th rank Demon Core? It's really not bad. Chu Tian nodded his head in satisfaction and put the Demon Core into his arms, then turned around and left, his back gradually distorting and fragmenting, finally until it disappeared. The endless wilderness fell into a dead silence that was eerily quiet. Suddenly, the corpse of the Black Poison Scorpion King moved. Coochie coochie. Sounds like gnawing flesh and blood rang out. Put! A hand as dry as wood reached out from the back of the Black Poison Scorpion King. Blood spurted out like a column, and then a fish head drilled out. It had human limbs but a catfish head, which was covered with black scales, two bulging fish eyes glowing a ghostly green, and a mouth that opened and closed, revealing sharp teeth. The body was thin and dry, and the black scales glowed eerily in the moonlight. Its limbs were tightly clasped onto the Black Poison Scorpion King's back, as if it had fused with its corpse. If Chu Tian were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this monster at a glance. Fate Shark Ghosts. GGG. If I can parasitize this little guy's body, my power will surely still skyrocket, and by then my status in front of my master will also increase. I must have his body. GGG. The Shark Ghost's voice was shrill and piercing, and in an eerie laugh, it once again disappeared into the corpse of the Black Poison Scorpion King.